Amaterasu sign-in rewards counter. Year 51 of the Hidden Leaf, Uchiha clan compound. Cough, cough. A young child was jolted awake by thick smoke. At just 2.5 years old, his small body was curled up behind a beam in the clan's ancestral hall. Through the carved wooden window, he caught a blurry glimpse of 9 blazing red tails lashing wildly against the night sky. A deafening explosion thundered in the distance, sending rubble and debris plummeting like torrential rain, the very earth trembling beneath the onslaught. All around, heart-wrenching screams tore through the night, and the moonlight itself seemed stained a deep, bloody red by the haze. What is? In the next instant, memories surged forth like an unstoppable tide. In his previous life, he'd been timid by nature, buried in endless work. One night, after working late, he collapsed without warning in the restroom. Now he had crossed into the world of the Uchiha, reborn as the clan leader's second son. In other words, he was the brother of the famed Mangekyo wielder Uchiha Itachi and the elder sibling of Sasuke, Uchiha Jin. He drew a few deep breaths, striving to calm his churning thoughts. His gaze lingered on the distant, thrashing tails, and he murmured under his breath, "So this is the 9 Tails Rampage?" In my memories, 7 years after the 9 Tails Rampage comes the night the Uchiha clan was annihilated. Just thinking of the night of their massacre filled him with immense pressure. But there was still time. 7 years, enough for even the deepest bonds to fade, let alone to weather a single crisis. Suddenly, the ancestral hall shook violently again, a wooden beam crashing down from the roof with a thunderous crack. In the nick of time, he instinctively rolled aside to dodge. Splintered wood grazed his ear as it splintered on the floor beside him. For a body only 2.5 years old, he was surprisingly strong, clearly the result of regular training. Yet what truly shocked him was the faint blue screen that abruptly appeared before his eyes. Ding! Host has maintained a smile in the face of mortal danger, activating the divine trait system. Rookie gift pack received. Explanation: trait tiers from lowest to highest. White, common; green, uncommon; blue, rare; purple, epic; gold, legendary; rainbow, divine; and black, special. Divine trait system? As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, my traits shouldn't be too shabby, right? Honestly, I don't need much. Just give me 2 legendary gold traits, and I'll be satisfied. A glimmer of anticipation flickered across his face as he quickly looked down at his hands. That's when he noticed an aura swirling around him, inky black, tinged with a violet glow. 7 Year itch. Black is a clan member afflicted with mania. Your lifespan is limited to 7 years. Agile movements. White, your reflexes and movements are swifter than the average person's. Fire release affinity. Blue, your comprehension and mastery of fire release jutsu progress at a much faster rate. Noble heritage. Purple, as the son of the clan leader of a prominent ninja family, he once possessed extraordinary status and prestige before the clan's downfall. Most of these talents seemed rather ordinary, except for this 7-year itch, which made him furrow his brow. He drew a deep breath and said, "Open the Newbie gift pack." Newbie pack activated. Congratulations, host. You have received the Newbie starter set. The God tier entries, golden body of light, and weak presence. God tier entries? Why do these sound like skills designed for hiding? Uchiha Jin frowned slightly, focusing his attention on the descriptions of these 2 entries. Amaterasu sign in rewards counter. Year 51 of the Hidden Leaf, Uchiha clan compound. Cough, cough. A young child was jolted awake by thick smoke. At just 2.5 years old, his small body was curled up behind a beam in the clan's ancestral hall. Through the carved wooden window, he caught a blurry glimpse of 9 blazing red tails lashing wildly against the night sky. A deafening explosion thundered in the distance, sending rubble and debris plummeting like torrential rain, the very earth trembling beneath the onslaught. All around, heart-wrenching screams tore through the night, and the moonlight itself seemed stained a deep, bloody red by the haze. What is? In the next instant, memories surged forth like an unstoppable tide. In his previous life, he'd been timid by nature, buried in endless work. One night, after working late, he collapsed without warning in the restroom. Now he had crossed into the world of the Uchiha, reborn as the clan leader's second son. In other words, he was the brother of the famed Mangekyo wielder Uchiha Itachi and the elder sibling of Sasuke, Uchiha Jin. He drew a few deep breaths, striving to calm his churning thoughts. His gaze lingered on the distant, thrashing tails, and he murmured under his breath, "So this is the 9 Tails Rampage?" In my memories, 7 years after the 9 Tails Rampage comes the night the Uchiha clan was annihilated. Just thinking of the night of their massacre filled him with immense pressure. But there was still time. 7 years, enough for even the deepest bonds to fade, let alone to weather a single crisis. Suddenly, the ancestral hall shook violently again, a wooden beam crashing down from the roof with a thunderous crack. In the nick of time, he instinctively rolled aside to dodge. Splintered wood grazed his ear as it splintered on the floor beside him. For a body only 2.5 years old, he was surprisingly strong, clearly the result of regular training. Yet what truly shocked him was the faint blue screen that abruptly appeared before his eyes. Ding! Host has maintained a smile in the face of mortal danger, activating the divine trait system. Rookie gift pack received. Explanation: trait tiers from lowest to highest. White, common; green, uncommon; blue, rare; purple, epic; gold, legendary; rainbow, divine; and black, special. Divine trait system? As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, my traits shouldn't be too shabby, right? Honestly, I don't need much. Just give me 2 legendary gold traits, and I'll be satisfied. A glimmer of anticipation flickered across his face as he quickly looked down at his hands. That's when he noticed an aura swirling around him, inky black, tinged with a violet glow. 7-year itch. Black is a clan member afflicted with mania. Your lifespan is limited to 7 years. Agile movements. White, your reflexes and movements are swifter than the average person's. Fire release affinity. Blue, your comprehension and mastery of fire release, jutsu progress at a much faster rate. Noble heritage. Purple, as the son of the clan leader of a prominent ninja family, he once possessed extraordinary status and prestige before the clan's downfall. Most of these talents seemed rather ordinary, except for the 7-year itch, which made him furrow his brow. He drew a deep breath and said, "Open the Newbie gift pack." Newbie pack activated. Congratulations, host. You have received the Newbie starter set. The God tier entries, golden body of light, and weak presence. God tier entries? Why do these sound like skills designed for hiding? Uchiha Jin frowned slightly, focusing his attention on the descriptions of these 2 entries. Golden body of light. Rainbow, as long as there is light, the golden body can be activated, rendering you immune to harm. Absorbing sunlight also restores chakra. Weak presence. Rainbow, as long as you remain silent. Your presence will be extremely faint, less noticeable than a stone by the roadside. Just basking in the sun makes me stronger, and I have an invincible shield. Am I already standing on unshakable ground right from the beginning? After reading the descriptions, a smile unconsciously spread across his face. What was the Uchiha clan most lacking? A chance to grow. In this family, cautious individuals struggle to survive. Most have already fallen in the battles for power. But now he had a full 7 years to develop. All he needed to do was interact with his clanmates each day, take part in some family affairs when necessary, and maybe even teach Sasuke a thing or 2. With 7 years' time, unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan shouldn't be out of reach, right? Still, with a golden body and stealth skills, if only I had teleportation, it'd be perfect. He thought a little wistfully. If only the system were a bit more generous, he could truly rest easy. At that moment, chaos had overtaken the entire village. The shouts of the ANBU echoed everywhere. Not good. Barrier team, hold the line. Don't let the 9 tails chakra leak into the village. Evacuate now. All civilians must remain indoors. Do not go outside. Members of the Uchiha clan are forbidden from leaving the clan compound. Orders and cries rang out one after another. Uchiha Jin's eyes lit up at once, and he quickly turned to look outside the village. He saw 9 crimson tails raging furiously beyond the village walls, blotting out the sky, but obviously weakened. It struggled like a trapped beast, glowing chains tightly binding its massive body. According to the course of events, the 9 tails would soon be split and sealed, and the man carrying his sister would die with it. System, if I go to touch Minato's body now, leaning against the doorway, he gazed toward the outskirts of the village. A sly look, far beyond his years, appearing on his face. What are the odds I could obtain the Flying Thunder God technique? As if responding to his thoughts, the system popped up with more detailed explanations. Touch the corpse for 30 seconds to guarantee acquisition of a random entry. If you converse with someone for more than 10 minutes a day, there's a small chance of copying an entry. If you defeat them, the chance of copying an entry is much higher. Note, entries can be fused and upgraded. So, that means I'll have to wait until after Minato dies, and then touch him for 30 seconds to even have a chance at acquiring an entry. After reading the detailed instructions, Uchiha Jin did not hesitate for a moment. He glanced at the 2 figures at the door, both wearing green animal masks. Then, without another word, he darted out the side door, his short legs moving in a swift blur. Time was already running short. His small footsteps pressed into the soft earth, making barely a whisper of sound. Up in a tree by the Uchiha clan side gate, two root shinobi watched the battle outside the village with intense focus. A trace of worry flickered between their brows. But remembering their superior's orders, the two could only remain on the leafy branches, continuing their silent vigil over the Uchiha clan, prepared at any moment to record whatever transpired. A gust of wind swept through, and both instinctively raised their arms to shield their faces. The Nine Tails' destructive power is terrifying. Yeah, you can feel it even from here. As they whispered to each other, neither noticed the small shadow slipping away along the base of the wall below. And it wasn't just the two root shinobi. None of the fleeing villagers along the way seemed to pay any attention to the small figure. Even the masked Umbu who brushed right past him seemed to ignore him without a second thought. Whenever his low presence ability was active, even the raging maelstrom of Nine Tails' chakra seemed to part and flow around him, leaving his path untouched. So this is the power of low presence? It's almost indistinguishable from true invisibility. Uchiha Jin looked down at his own body, a glint flashing in his eyes, a look completely at odds with his innocent, childish face. At this rate, how could anyone tell him apart from those experts in concealment? With that thought, he quickened his pace. His two little legs were moving so fast, it was as if sparks might fly from under his feet. 10 minutes later, he finally drew close to his destination. Uchiha Jin pounded his small waist, panting heavily from exhaustion. But just as he looked up, ready to press onward, his vision was suddenly drenched in blazing red. One of the Nine Tails' massive tails, rampaging wildly thanks to the dead demon consuming seal, was swinging down, aiming straight for where he stood. A massive tail, trailing shards of stone, came hurtling straight toward him. In that life or death instant, moonlight filtered through the shattered trees and spilled across Jin's body. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. The sound swelled, buzzing and thrumming. Pale golden motes seeped from every pore of his body, weaving themselves into a honeycomb, like membrane, just above his skin. A thunderous crash erupted. The nine-tailed beast's tail, powerful enough to shatter mountains, slammed fiercely into the glowing barrier. There was a sharp, crystalline sound. But rather than the impact he'd imagined, the crimson tail passed through him as if it were drifting through sunlit dust, meeting no resistance at all. He was completely unharmed. Wrapped in the golden light, the boy emerged without a scratch. In fact, he had time to study his own body with wonder. No wonder they say this avoids all harm. It's like I've become sunlight itself. He lowered his head, gazing at his hand, now slightly translucent under the moonlight. A slow smile spread across his lips. Finally, he couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Ah, the four Uchiha geniuses? It all starts with Jin, by the banks of the southern Hagakure River. Naruto, always remember, your mother will love you forever. Softly whispering these words, Minato Namikaze turned to face the nine-tailed fox behind him, his eyes filled only with unwavering resolve. Nine Tails, Reaper Death Seal. He summoned every ounce of determination, ready to carve out a path of survival for his child. Sealing me away again. The Nine Tails roared with fury. Decades ago, that man had sealed it single-handedly, claiming it was too powerful. Afterward, it had been imprisoned inside a red-haired woman, without any chance to act. Now, finally free, it was about to be sealed once more. Wasn't all its struggle for nothing? Its rage boiled to the surface. All nine scarlet tails lashed out wildly, venting its wrath in a frenzy. The earth split and trembled, monstrous red chakra erupting in all directions like wildfire. Suddenly, one of the giant fox tails crashed down without warning. But in that instant, a spectral figure appeared, blade gripped in its teeth, slicing through the chaos and dividing it in two. The nine tails, though burning with resentment, was helpless as its power was split apart. Half of its chakra was sealed inside the infant Naruto. When the turmoil faded, Minato and Kushina collapsed to either side. Between them, a golden-haired, naked baby lay in their arms. On the child's cheeks, 3 faint whisker marks could just be seen. Minato gazed at his child, and at last, a gentle smile found its way to his face. That smile held joy, relief, hope, and also regret and longing. With the last of his strength, he leaned close to the baby's ear and whispered, "Actually, your father loves you very much too, Naruto. With the nine tails sealed inside you, even if your father and mother aren't by your side, the villagers shouldn't dare to harm you easily. And besides, the third Hokage, Lord Jiraiya, and that child from the Itachi clan, they should be able to protect you. Naruto, please, never blame your father and mother." Beneath the burning clouds of chakra, the 4 red yang formation emitted a faint, persistent hum. The blood-red barrier enveloped the entire hollow, forming a hemispherical prison. If one looked closely, countless intricate sealing runes flowed across the surface of the barrier. Occasionally, sparks would flicker and burst from its shimmering skin. Sizzle. Scorching chakra bored through the rocks, melting them into honeycomb, like holes with ease. The power was astonishing. The third Hokage's orders. No one is to approach. Outside the barrier, an Umbu captain wearing a dog-faced mask stood with his blade drawn, blocking the way. At the point of his sword, the 3 members of Gunma's squad halted at once. Gunma Shiranui spat out the senbon from his mouth, frowning as he demanded, "Look closely, we 3 are the 4th Hokage's guard detail." In response, the Umbu simply shook his head in silence, standing firm and unwavering. The 4th Hokage was gone. Now the 3rd Hokage held command. Whoosh! 50 meters behind them, the hem of a white cloak embroidered with 4th Hokage snapped in the night wind. But the once dazzling blonde hair beneath it now hung dull and colorless. Thud! Uchiha Jin crouched behind a charred tree stump. The Nine Tails' power had been overwhelming. Only now had it finally been sealed away completely. He turned to observe the trio ahead, his gaze slowly settling in place. Before his eyes, colored motes appeared, sights only he could see, each representing the unique traits of those around him. Above the head of Captain Gunma, Shiranui, floated a rare purple halo. Flying Thunder Formation. Incomplete when the 3 form a team, they can activate this technique, instantly shifting to a marked location up to 3 times a day. So this is a weakened version of the Flying Thunder God technique. Hidden behind the stump, Jin's chubby cheeks puffed out slightly. He moved with the caution of a night cat, slipping through the shadows in silence. Along his path, 7 fallen Umbu lay sprawled across the shattered ground, each one struck down by the rampaging Nine Tails. One of the dead wore the same style of rebreather mask as Hanzo of the Salamander, and lay quite close to him. A faint residue of the Nine Tails chakra still clung to the dead man's shoulder armor. A corpse? A thought flickered through Uchiha Jin's mind. He glanced back toward the 4 Umbu standing guard at the formation. No one seemed to notice this corner. He licked his parched lips, fell silent for a few seconds, and decisively stopped in his tracks. After all, he'd never touched a corpse before, better to practice first. In the next moment, he crouched in the shadow of a tree stump and reached out toward the body. As his fingertips brushed against the first corpse, a cold, mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Contact with elite Chunin corpse. Acquired common entry, agile movements, white. Slightly improves bodily coordination, can be stacked. Stacking detected. Congratulations. Host has obtained a superior entry, green, light as a swallow. Light as a swallow. Increases bodily flexibility by 50%, speed by 50%. In an instant, a tingling sensation raced up his spine to the nape of his neck. The feeling quickly spread to his limbs. He sensed the muscles in his legs grow sturdier and more powerful, while his arms felt lighter than ever, almost as if he truly gained the ability to be light as a swallow. He leveled up. 2 identical white entries had actually upgraded just like that. So this is what they call loot licking. No wonder it's so addictive. He licked his dry lips again and reached out for another corpse. This time, he gained yet another green entry. Contact with elite Chunin corpse. Looted elite entry dynamic vision. Green, your eyesight can track a fly in midair. This effect can be stacked. The moment that green light merged into his body, Uchiha Jin felt a surge of heat in his eyes. A moment later, the darkness around him seemed to slow, as if the world itself had paused for a beat. He could even see, with perfect clarity, the lips of a distant member of the Hokage's escort squad as he muttered curses under his breath. This ability is impressive. He took a deep breath, eyed the corpses lying a short distance away, bent his knees, and cautiously sprang forward. Whoosh, soft landing. At just 2.5 years old, his small body leaped 2 meters in one bound, landing so lightly he didn't even stir the dust. Meanwhile, the Umbu still stood guard outside the barrier, their eyes wary, focused only on the 3 members of the escort squad. No one noticed a lone Uchiha child quietly searching bodies in the shadows. Crackle. But when Uchiha Jin reached the 5th charred masked corpse, something unexpected happened. The corpse suddenly grabbed his wrist in a deathly grip. From its shattered throat came a strange, rasping sound. What? Even in the world of Hokage, there are jump scares. Without hesitation, he twisted and broke the withered hand. Only then did he realize the cause. It was the lingering lightning chakra in the corpse. He immediately ducked down, melting into the darkness of the shadows. He didn't move a muscle. Meanwhile, several members of the Umbu also heard the noise. However, they only glanced over casually. Seeing it was just the corpse of a fallen comrade, they paid it no further mind. Only Genma Shiranui frowned, studying the scene with a hint of suspicion. "Captain, is something wrong?" Rado Namishi scratched his head, resting his hand on the hilt of his long sword as he asked. "It's nothing. Maybe I just misheard." Genma shook his head and spat out the sunbon he'd been chewing. With a swift, silent motion, the sunbon shot through the air, but no other sound followed. Seeing nothing unusual, he let the matter drop. A few seconds later, Jean finally let out a quiet breath, his eyes flickering with a peculiar light. This ability, how is it different from invisibility? Standing right in front of someone and not being seen. How is this not just like a stealth fighter? This experience made him abandon any thought of further searching. He turned toward the 4 red yang formation, now gradually losing its brilliance, and circled quietly to the other side. Time was running out. If he didn't get inside soon, the barrier would shatter. 10 seconds later, on the other side of the formation, bathed in moonlight, Jean activated his golden form. A faint golden glow shimmered over his body, rendering him almost translucent. Without hesitation, he slipped inside the formation, no resistance, no alarm raised. The rush of the Nanha River carried tattered debris downstream, its currents whispering into the night. Inside the barrier. But the moment Uchiha Jean saw what lay before him, his entire body went rigid. Reality was even more brutal and shocking than what the original story had shown. The air was thick with a mingled sense of blood and scorched flesh. 10 meters away, Minato Namikaze lay on his side, collapsed to the ground. A massive wound split open his abdomen, but instead of torn flesh, the edges glistened with crystalline chakra. Nearby, Kushina's chest was pierced through by the 9 tails claws, a gaping wound from which dense, misty red chakra slowly seeped. That crimson mist drifted upward, condensing into a thin, shimmering veil in the air. Beneath this barrier, where he should have been crying, the baby Naruto was quietly sleeping, wrapped in a gentle cocoon of golden chakra. Both father and mother were protecting Naruto in their own ways. In that moment, Uchiha Jean suddenly understood why, despite all the pain he suffered, Naruto in the original story never succumbed to darkness. On the contrary, he became the hero of the village. Perhaps the legacy of blood is something that cannot be changed. What if it had been him in Naruto's place? He would probably have reduced Konoha to ruins long ago. Maybe that's exactly why he isn't the protagonist. Jean shook his head, turning to walk on. Minato Namikaze truly was a legend, an ordinary man who pushed himself beyond the limits of human effort. He was also one of the few in the world of Naruto who rose to the level of a super Kage without relying on bloodline inheritance. As he approached Minato Namikaze and touched the still warm fabric of his cloak, his vision was suddenly flooded with dazzling light. Contact target, Minato Namikaze, deceased. Available skills for plunder. Flying Thunder God Technique, Gold. Spiraling Flash Super Round Dance Howl Style 3, Gold. Dead Demon Consuming Seal, Black. Sealing Technique, Purple. Sage Mode, Gold. Countless golden skill tags shimmered like solar flares, especially the Flying Thunder God Technique, whose brilliance seemed to dye the surrounding blood mist in hues of gold. Floating nearby was the black tag for Dead Demon Consuming Seal, exuding a chilling, purple-black mist. It felt as if staring too long at it would pull your very soul from your body. So, this is the pinnacle of time, space ninjutsu from the original story, he murmured, a trace of hesitation surfacing in his heart. System, what happens if I touch a skill I don't want? Corpse skill plunder cooldown, 365 days. Living skill copy cooldown, 7 days. At this, Uchiha Jin's expression changed sharply as he asked, "A whole year? How was that any different from a permanent cooldown? I've only just started, don't be so harsh on me, system." Of all these skills, except for the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, he desired everyone. As for the Dead Demon Consuming Seal, if he really obtained it, and activated his golden body state while using it, once he became a being of light, could even the Shinigami still claim his soul? Since the system remained silent, he hesitated no longer. With his left hand, he gripped the kunai of the Flying Thunder God user, while his right reached out to touch Minato Namikaze. Looting the corpse of the Hokage. Commence. Tick, tick. 30 seconds passed in no time. Legendary skill plundered. Flying Thunder God Technique, Gold, LV1, allows instant movement between marked locations up to 30 meters apart, consuming 100 chakra per use. Feeding the technique with other jutsu can level up Flying Thunder God, increasing the teleport distance and reducing chakra consumption. To his surprise, it was a space-time ninjutsu that could actually grow stronger. Reading the description, he was taken aback at first, but on reflection, it made sense. After all, Minato had mastered the flying thunder god far beyond its original creator, Tobirama. Without further hesitation, he reached out for Kushina Uzumaki. But just as his hand made contact, a sudden change erupted. The adamantine chains on Kushina's abdomen sprang to life. So this was a sealing technique, meant to prevent tampering with the corpse. Bang! Truly worthy of her nickname, Little Pepper. Even in death, she doesn't let anyone come close. Jean shook his head. Though only 2.5 years old, his composure far surpassed his age. He raised his arm in reverse and whispered to the moonlight, "Golden body, activate." A deep, resonant hum filled the air. In the next instant, a golden aura enveloped his entire body beneath the moon's glow. His form transformed once again into sunlight. The chains of the adamantine ceiling failed to catch him, snapping at empty air. Only after he confirmed there were no further disturbances did he finally place his hand on Kushina Uzumaki. Target contact, Kushina Uzumaki deceased. Available traits for plunder: chakra capacity gold, for red yang formation, purple, sealing technique affinity, blue, tailed beast power, pseudo, purple, great strength white. Compared to Minato Namikaze, Kushina's traits were slightly inferior, but each was exceptionally rare. Chakra capacity, especially, as one of the few remaining members of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina's chakra reserves were second to none in the shinobi world. Everyone envied her, especially the ninja who often collapsed from exhaustion due to the extreme consumption of his Sharingan. Jean, too, longed for such power. He was most eager for the tailed beast power trait. Even if it was only a pseudo version, his traits could be upgraded. With enough time and nurturing, he might even surpass the original. Tick-tick, another 30 seconds slipped away. Legendary trait acquired. Adamantine sealing chains. Fragment. Purple summon 3 chakra chains to bind your opponent. Double effectiveness against tailed beasts. Adamantine sealing chains, huh? Not a bad ability at all. Uchiha Jin was not disappointed. Even though he hadn't plundered chakra capacity or tailed beast power, he already possessed invincibility, invisibility, and teleportation, and now he'd added the adamantine chains. His arsenal of abilities was remarkably rich. It had already exceeded his initial expectations. He took a deep breath and turned to look at the blonde-haired boy between the two bodies. "All right, it's your turn now, Naruto." A sharp crack split the silence. But just as he tried to approach Naruto, the 4 red yang formation above suddenly burst open with a surge of overwhelming force. Footsteps echoed steadily on the ground, and soon a smoking pipe came into his field of vision. "Looks like Naruto is still alive. I can't touch his body. Well then, if I just slap him twice right now, would that count as defeating him? If so, could I copy his traits too?" By the banks of the Nanga River, a flash of inspiration glimmered in the eyes of the boy, barely 2.5 years old. He seemed to have discovered a loophole in the system. If memory served, all of Konoha's 12 little powerhouses would be born this year, one after another. If he went around smacking their bottoms or pinching their cheeks one by one, a sharp hiss of anticipation escaped him. At that thought, Uchiha Jin's lips curled into a wide grin. He pressed a hand to his forehead and bent over, convulsing with laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, I really am a genius. System crack." At that very moment, the 4 Crimson Sun formation overhead was fully opened. His laughter was abruptly cut off. He turned around, just in time to see the faint outline of a pipe glimmering in the moonlight. The 3rd Hokage. HM, there's a survivor, and it's a child. Upon spotting someone still inside the barrier, Hiruzen Sarutobi instinctively tensed. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the wooden staff in his hand. Anyone who could survive the chaos of the Nine-Tails attack was certainly no ordinary child. A child? That phantom-blazoned outfit. Are you from the Uchiha clan? But when he got a clearer look at the child's face and clothing, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. Wasn't the Uchiha clan already confined to their compound? How did a child who looked barely 2 or 3 years old manage to get out? Behind him, the Hokage's personal guard squad rushed over without delay. When they saw it was Uchiha Jin, Genma Shiranui spat out the Senbon from his mouth, his face full of disbelief as he exclaimed, "Hey, wait a second. Has the 4th Hokage's son grown this big already?" The other members of the guard squad. The accompanying ENBU. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha Jin. For a split second, he almost wondered if he'd turned into Neza. Though he was grumbling inside, outwardly he wore a look of wide-eyed innocence and confusion. Clutching the token tightly in his small hand, he spoke in a childlike, trembling voice. "Gee, Grandpa, my name is Jean. An uncle with a colorful mask told me. He said there would be candy here." He made sure to repeat the phrase colorful mask for emphasis. At the same time, he let the symbol on the token show just enough to draw their eyes. Sure enough, this small gesture caught everyone's attention. When he finished speaking, his bright, clear eyes stayed locked on the third Hokage. If this old man made even the slightest suspicious move, he was ready to activate his golden body technique, planning to quietly slip away while lowering his presence. As for the flying thunder god jutsu, he hadn't begun training with chakra yet, and truly didn't possess that kind of energy in his body. Still, he believed the third Hokage wouldn't truly make things difficult for him. For all his cunning and composure, there was one thing about this old man that never changed. When it came to the village's children, he always showed warmth and kindness. No matter what his private calculations might be, on the surface, he was ever the picture of benevolence. And he never forgot to talk about the will of fire and its legacy. A colorful mask? And that token, to the right, Genmashu Nui and the other two, upon hearing those specific words, immediately understood the implication and quietly slipped away. When it came to the struggles between the major clans of the village, they knew better than to interfere. Their only duty was to focus on their own responsibilities. Whoosh! All of a sudden, behind the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, an Umbu ninja, appeared in a flash. He held a scroll in his hand, which glowed red as he reported in a deep voice, token number B-74, belonging to Root's third reconnaissance squad. Hiruzen's frown deepened, so tight it looked like he could crush 2 flies between his brows. As mentioned, this was indeed a squad number from the Root division, and the corpse of that squad member was lying just outside. Clearly, the young Uchiha Jin had not lied. A 2.5-year-old child who hadn't even started training. How could he possibly show up here alone? So, is someone trying to pin the blame on the Uchiha clan? But to think they try to frame an Uchiha toddler. Danzo, what on earth is going through your mind? A glint of coldness flashed through the third Hokage's eyes. Yet when he lowered his head, his face softened again, kindness returning to his expression. It's all right, it's all right. You should go home now. He gently patted Jin on the shoulder. Through his palm, a wisp of chakra carefully probed inside. He examined the boy thoroughly. There was nothing, utterly empty. Though the child's muscles and bones were already quite strong, there was no trace of chakra at all. That made sense. Uchiha children usually didn't begin chakra training until they were 4 or 5, after all. Once he was certain there was no chakra in the boy's body, Hiruzen finally relaxed, speaking warmly. Good child, wherever the leaves dance, the will of fire shall never fade. Wherever the leaves dance, the will of fire will never fade. Jin echoed, clenching his little fist and making an earnest gesture of encouragement. Then he turned and dashed away. What an upright child. Watching him go, a trace of emotion flickered in the third Hokage's eyes. But the thought that Danzo would go after even a child like this weighed heavily on his heart. He removed the pipe from his mouth and lightly tapped it against the stump beside him. Danzo, you've gone too far this time. Achoo! At that very moment in the Hokage Tower, in the midst of an impassioned speech, Danzo suddenly sneezed. Danzo, are you all right? Across from him, Koharu Yuditane looked at her old friend with concern. I'm Fine. Right now, I'm stronger than ever. Danzo struck his cane against the floor. The fourth Hokage has already fallen in battle. What do you all think is the most urgent matter now? To stabilize the village? Koharu answered instinctively. Exactly. Stabilizing the village is paramount. Now that the fourth Hokage is gone, the village is leaderless. That's why I believe we must elect the fifth Hokage as quickly as possible to regain control of the situation. Right now, the only ones in the village qualified to compete for the position of Hokage are the heads of the main clans. But among them, none is more suitable than me. Danzo, my feelings for this village run deeper than anyone's. I am the root buried deep beneath the earth, silently supporting the existence of the village. Danzo laid out his thoughts, all in one breath. He had outlasted the third Hokage, survived the fourth, and had even driven a wedge between the village and the Uchiha clan. Now, at last, it was his turn to step into the spotlight. As this thought crossed his mind, a dazzling surge of wind-released chakra erupted within him. His presence instantly overwhelmed the entire room. Even the two advisors couldn't help but nod in admiration. This old friend of theirs truly displayed extraordinary resolve. Koharu Yuditane hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "You really are the most suitable candidate for fifth Hokage. However, hearing his old friend's hesitation, Danzo allowed himself a slight smile. However, I'll entrust the village's financial authority to the two of you. Indeed, there really is no one more suitable than you." The two exchanged glances and decisively agreed to his proposal. Bang! Just then, the tightly closed door of the Hokage's office was flung open with force. Thud! The moment the three of them saw the unmistakable pipe in the newcomer's hand, they immediately fell silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly stepped inside. His aged eyes betrayed no emotion, as if he saw nothing at all. Step by step, he made his way to the Hokage's desk, pulled out the chair, and sat down. You. Danzo clenched his jaw as he watched. That seat was supposed to be his at last, but the third paid him no heed, simply bracing his hands on the desk. He looked at everyone in the room and spoke in a low, commanding tone. I will temporarily assume the powers of the Hokage. Who among you supports this? Who opposes? I support it. So do I. The village is in turmoil right now. Hiruzen, your return to take charge will help us through this crisis. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Midokado exchanged glances and nodded in agreement without hesitation. Danzo, meanwhile, stood to the side, his face a mask of confusion and discontent. Weren't they supposed to support me? Bang! Shimura Danzo slammed his cane hard against the floor in anger. His expression darkened ominously. He turned to glare at his old friend, the third Hokage. Struggling to contain his fury, he demanded, Hiruzen, Konoha needs a breath of fresh air. You. Why did you use this chaos to frame the Uchiha child? Before he could finish, the third Hokage cut him off, pointing a finger accusingly at his nose. Framing the Uchiha. At those words, Shimura Danzo caught his breath. He instinctively overlooked the word child, his attention completely fixated on Uchiha and framing. Framing the Uchiha? It was something he did almost every day. Otherwise, how could such a prominent clan in Konoha have seen its reputation fall into ruin so swiftly? But which particular incident was Hiruzen referring to? Never mind, it didn't matter. After all, he truly was the one behind it. Prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. But what if this mountain is a burden that people choose to carry themselves? Hiruzen, why are you bringing this up now? Danzo's voice dropped a little, but he still stubbornly argued. Those Uchiha children, born dangerous. Are you just going to let them run wild and destroy the village? Thud, thud, thud. Seeing his old friend refuse to change his mind, Hiruzen felt weary. He picked up his pipe and tapped it against the table a few times, cutting Danzo off. That's enough. What the village needs most right now is unity, not infighting. But you can't ignore it. Today, the Nine-Tails' eyes, they were clearly... Danzo's expression darkened as he tried to object. But before he could finish, Hiruzen interrupted sharply. I said that's enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose abruptly, fixing Danzo with a steely gaze. Remember, I am Hokage. In that instant, the authority he'd built over years as Hokage was unmistakable. That final sentence was like the last straw weighing down on Danzo's heart. It completely ignited his dissatisfaction. With a cold flick of his cane, he spat out angrily, You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Bang. With that, he turned and left, slamming the door behind him. The room was left with only the three of them. After a brief silence, Koharu tentatively asked, Hiruzen, could this scheme against the Uchiha cause problems for us? Danzo has been up to plenty behind the scenes, but at the end of the day, he does care about the village. Besides Danzo, who else could harbor such deep resentment toward the Uchiha? The third Hokage rapped his knuckles on the table and demanded, Do you really think a 2-year-old child could break into the barrier on their own? The room grew heavy with tension, and for a moment, no one spoke. In front of the Uchiha clan's compound, Uchiha Jin sprinted forward, his little legs pumping furiously. With his light as a swallow ability boosting him, his limbs worked in perfect harmony, his speed reaching a new peak. He could even break free of the standard ninja running posture in the world of Naruto, arms stretched straight back, legs moving in rapid alternation. Right now, though, he swung his arms and legs in wide, powerful arcs. His movements were coordinated and agile, his steps light and swift. He was so fast, he could almost keep pace with a grown man. Of course, if only his height could be overlooked, the scene would be flawless. Step. He missed a step. The moment he caught sight of the Uchiha clan's iconic fan crest, his feet came to an abrupt halt. Caution immediately returned to his every movement, just as before. He slipped silently toward the heart of the clan compound. Ever since the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident had ended, the ANBU who once guarded this place had long since withdrawn. The clansmen who used to make trouble here had also left. Some had gone off to drink, others had returned home to rest. In the stillness of the night, there drifted faint, unspeakable sounds. At this moment, only one person stood at the entrance. That was Uchiha Fugaku. The clan leader stood quietly, his gaze deep and pensive, silently watching the night beyond. Gradually, his eyes turned a vivid red, the 3-tomo of a Sharingan slowly spinning in his pupils. The air was heavy with the scent of smoke and battle. The Uchiha clan, has it truly come to inspire such fear in others? The clan was already in such a precarious state, and yet the village could still spare people to keep them under surveillance. He let out a quiet sigh and turned to leave. But just as he began to move, his Sharingan caught the small figure of a child, appearing suddenly at the edge of his senses. The child was tiptoeing, quietly making his way deeper into the clan compound. Jin? Why is that boy sneaking out at this hour? Fugaku was momentarily taken aback when he recognized the child. This youngest son of his, or rather, now his second son, was always so quiet and withdrawn. He preferred solitude whenever possible. To the rest of the clan, he seemed distant and aloof. He was never one for socializing. But tonight, why had he suddenly run out like this? Puzzled, Fugaku quietly followed him. In a shadowed corner, Jin's thoughts stirred. Of course, he's followed me. He stood silently in the darkness by the wall, waiting for his father to catch up. This was the mysterious clan leader who possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. As clan leader, endowed with such overwhelming power, he had nevertheless witnessed with his own eyes his son slaughter the entire clan. Right and wrong in this matter. How was one to judge? Only after becoming a father could one truly understand the weight and difficulty of such choices. As the two drew closer, Jin could feel a tangible pressure bearing down on him. Jin, what are you doing out here? Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Perhaps it was the weight of leading the clan for so long, but Fugaku's words still carried an unmistakable authority. There was little of a father's gentleness in his tone. No wonder both your sons turn out to be so rebellious. Uchiha Jin shook his head and replied, My house collapsed. What? Fugaku's eyes flashed with alarm as he immediately turned to look in the direction where the clansmen lived. Only then did he realize, when did it happen? The beam in Jin's house had already collapsed, and as both the clan head and a father, he hadn't noticed at all. Not even the other clansmen had realized it. He let out a sigh, a trace of guilt appearing on his face. I'm sorry, little Jin. Tomorrow, I'll help you fix your house, all right? For now, come sleep in my room. As he spoke, he moved to pick up Uchiha Jin. But how could Jin agree to that? They had only just started talking. Not even 10 minutes yet. He struggled, trying his best to wriggle free from Fugaku's arms. But given his age and the lack of chakra, he was utterly powerless. All he could do was watch helplessly as he was carried into the room, set down, and Fugaku turned to leave. Staring at his father's retreating back, Uchiha Jin resorted to his last trick, calling out loudly. Under the table in the ancestral hall, Fugaku's hand froze on the door. In a flower bed under Mom's window, his footsteps halted. Fugaku turned around, his gaze growing deep and wary. And in this room, bottom right corner of the cabinet. That's enough. Fugaku strode back at once, casting a cautious glance at the adjacent bedroom before lowering his voice in a rushed whisper. How on earth do you know all this, you little rascal? Though his voice was hushed, he spoke so fast it nearly tumbled over itself, and there was even a hint of anger. The dignified air of the clan head had vanished without a trace. As expected, this was the way to keep his father here, for a proper chat. Jin grinned mischievously, patting the bed beside him and coaxing in a childlike voice, Come on, sit here. You'd better explain how you... Uchiha Jin waved his hand, cutting his father off. Dad, you wouldn't want Mom finding out where you hide your secret stash, would you? With that, he patted the bed again, leaving no room for doubt. You little brat. Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan spun slowly, the three tomos swirling. He gritted his teeth, but in the end, obediently sat down. At this very moment, in front of Uchiha Jin, he actually looked a bit childlike himself. Right then, Jin finally saw the entries appear over Fugaku. Current conversation partner, Uchiha Fugaku. Copyable entry is being parsed. Two clear notifications floated before his eyes. Uchiha Jin blinked, understanding dawning in his heart. So, for the dead, you need to touch them to see their entries. But for the living, conversation was enough to reveal them. He nodded to himself and continued to chat casually with Uchiha Fugaku. Before long, the first entry surfaced before his eyes. A delicate blue glow shimmered faintly in the air. Outstanding entry. Clan leader's dignity. Blue increases persuasive power by 30% during clan discussions. Clan leader's dignity? Uchiha Jin shook his head and quickly continued reading. To him, this ability wasn't of much use. Was he supposed to rouse the crowd in a tavern and overthrow the Hidden Leaf Village? Wait a minute. That's actually kind of interesting. He blinked, suddenly thinking maybe that wasn't such a bad idea after all. From now on, just call him Uchiha Revolutionary. As the conversation went on, the number of entries kept growing. Fire Release Mastery, blue. Fire Release. Phoenix Fire, green. Sharingan, blue. Malice Perception, green. Mangekyo Sharingan, purple. Glimpse of Fate, gold. Glimpse of Fate? Gold. Jin's tone shot up, his voice rising several pitches in excitement. This must be Fugaku's Mangekyo ability. Uchiha Jin took a deep breath, his voice tinged with awe. As expected, it's connected to fate. He'd suspected as much, but seeing it for himself was still shocking. He couldn't help but sigh once again. The Uchiha clan truly is favored by destiny. This power of the eyes is far too overwhelming. If the protagonist didn't have some kind of special plot armor, it would be almost impossible to defeat Uchiha Sasuke. Spoke with Uchiha Fugaku for 10 minutes. Attempting to copy entry. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the outstanding entry Sharingan. Blue possess extraordinary perception, able to observe chakra flow, cast and see through illusions, and copy taijutsu, as well as non-kekiai Genkai ninjutsu. It actually worked? Uchiha Jin was a little stunned. He hadn't expected that just by giving it a try, he'd actually managed to copy the Sharingan from his father, Fugaku. While the Sharingan was common within the Uchiha, he was only 2.5 years old. In an instant, a joy he could hardly contain surged up from his heart. The rush of excitement sent his brain into overdrive, flooding him with dopamine. And then, he covered his eyes, bowing his head as laughter burst out of him. Ha 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 ha! Fugaku, standing nearby. Fugaku looked on, a little helpless, a trace of worry in his eyes. Oh, did the kid get hit on the head by a beam, or something? If Mikoto finds out, she'll probably... Just as he was racking his brain for an explanation to his wife, something caught his eye in his peripheral vision. He immediately turned, looking at his younger son. His gaze fixed on Jin's eyes. Even as the head of the Uchiha clan, in that moment, his breath caught in his throat. Red. His eyes are turning red. This child must have hit his head. A wave of panic swept over him. But then, as he caught a glimpse of the Tomo pattern swirling in those red pupils, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. His hands, which had been fumbling helplessly, froze in midair. No, that's not it. This isn't just a case of bloodshot eyes. This is the Sharingan awakening. He lowered his head, gazing at his son, who had finally stopped laughing. His own eyes brimmed with an incredibly complex mix of emotions. On one hand, he felt relief and pride. His 2.5-year-old son, awakening the Sharingan at such a young age? It was unheard of. After all, among the clan, even the most precocious children didn't manifest the Sharingan until nearly 10 years old, and that was usually after experiencing life-or-death situations or intense emotional upheaval. Even his eldest son, Itachi, hailed as the Uchiha clan's brightest hope, had only begun to show remarkable talent at 5, but even then, there was no sign of the Sharingan. But now, right here before his very eyes, just because of a few offhand remarks, his younger son had burst out laughing, and after that laughter, awakened the Sharingan? That's right. It had to be that this child not only had an intense personality, but also cared deeply for his family and kin. And as a father, preoccupied with clan affairs, he had neglected his family and failed to notice Jin's feelings. It was precisely because he had just overlooked Jin that the boy's emotions had surged, triggering the awakening of his Sharingan. At that thought, guilt and self-reproach clouded his gaze, and he murmured softly, "I am sorry, Yin. It's my fault for neglecting you." He made a silent vow to pay closer attention to this child from now on. But you absolutely mustn't let anyone else know you've awakened a Sharingan, understand? And also, Uchiha Jin, why has the ever-stern clan leader suddenly turned so chatty? Still, after the initial thrill of awakening his eyes, Jin quickly calmed down, bowing his head in confusion as he stared at his hands. He thought to himself, this makes 3 times now. Since arriving in this world, not even a day had passed, and he'd already broken into unrestrained laughter 3 times. Something's not right here. Could it be that the Uchiha genes really do come with a love of laughter? He drew in a sharp breath, silently vowing to keep his composure from now on. Then, waving his hand at Uchiha Fugaku, he declared, "Good night, father. I'm going to bed." Before Fugaku could even recover from his shock, Jin promptly ushered his father out the door. Click! He shut the door, flopped back down. Well, onto the floor, really, ready to sleep. Outside the room, the guilty look on Fugaku's face froze in place. His expression grew even more complicated, tinged with a faint sense of grievance. What's going on here? This kid called me over just to awaken the Sharingan, and once he's done, he just kicks me out. Suddenly, he felt as if he'd been used, and then tossed aside without a second thought. After a long moment, he let out a sigh, turned, and walked next door. Thank goodness I still have my younger son and Itachi. Those two will definitely love their father. Murmuring to himself, he made his way toward Mikoto Uchiha's room. Inside, 2 peaceful breathing rhythms, one deep and one lighter, could be heard. In this instant, happiness felt tangible and real. The next morning, the door slid open with a gentle swish. I promise sure sway I'd train with him today. I absolutely can't be late. Itachi pulled open his bedroom door, ready to set off for training. The moment the door opened, he jumped in surprise. Right at the threshold, two large eyes stared straight at him. When he saw it was his little brother's soft, innocent face, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If his brother was awake this early, there were only two possibilities. Either he needed the bathroom, or he was hungry. Thinking this, his expression softened even more, and he asked with gentle concern, "Gene, you're up so early. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat? I was just about to make breakfast." At last, I finally meet you, the legendary one-hit 7. Uchiha Gene licked his lips, dry from standing too long, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He was finally face-to-face with his so-called favored son, but not out of admiration. Jin's feelings toward Itachi were deeply conflicted. On one hand, Itachi had wiped out their entire clan with his own hands, driven by a relentless sense of duty. On the other, he'd been willing to threaten the entire village just to protect his younger brother. These contradictory emotions made it impossible to feel only love or only hate. But at this moment, his main focus was traits. I wonder what kind of trait Itachi has at this age. Hopefully, I won't end up copying Amaterasu. He couldn't help but hope in his heart. There were many possible traits, as long as it wasn't that one ability that couldn't really hurt anyone. That's right, he meant Amaterasu. Amaterasu sounded terrifying, and it worked well enough in practice. But in the world of Naruto, it shared a fatal flaw with most fire release techniques. It couldn't actually kill anyone. The power was impressive, but somehow, it never quite finished off the enemy. So what was the point of power like that? Was it just for putting on a fireworks show? Or playing with sparklers at night? Uchiha Gene cleared his throat and asked, "One-hit 7, I have a question for you." "One-hit 7? Uchiha Itachi repeated the name, and quickly caught on to the pun hidden within it. He hadn't expected his little brother to give him such a nickname. A slight frown creased his brow, but when he looked at his brother's innocent, childlike face, the frown relaxed. As expected of Gene, you can come up with such an amusing nickname. Go ahead, ask whatever you want. With that, he reached out, intending to give Jin's soft cheek a gentle rub. That tender sensation was irresistibly tempting, making him want to touch it again and again. Let's be serious. Uchiha Gene dodged Itachi's hand, straightening his face into a serious expression. He looked every bit like a little adult as he asked, "If one day, the village and our clan became enemies, whose side would you choose?" A hush fell. Itachi's outstretched hand lingered in midair. He froze. Though still just a child, an emotion far too mature for his age, shock tinged with worry, surfaced in his eyes. Has Gene sensed something like this already? No, that can't be right. Could it be he overheard father talking to someone? Father's been getting more and more careless lately, not even avoiding such sensitive topics. It seems the unrest within the clan is becoming more and more obvious. He frowned again. On his young face, tear stains and faint lines could be seen, as if he had grown used to anxiety and deep thought from an early age. Witnessing this, Gene shook his head gently and sighed. As expected at this stage, Itachi was already feeling the crisis. But even with such early awareness, in the end, he still couldn't stop the tragedy from unfolding. It shouldn't have turned out this way. Truly, it shouldn't have. Not even after 7 years, nothing changed the outcome. Of course, it was never easy to change the stubbornness of the Uchiha clan. Gene, why are you asking this kind of question? Do you really believe our clan and the village could become enemies? Itachi hesitated, not answering directly, and instead lowered his arm, replying softly. He truly didn't know what choice he would make. Yet he also wanted to understand his brother's thoughts. You just need to answer my question. I don't know. Then let me put it another way. Gene shook his head, seeing that Itachi was still lost and uncertain. Even in the future, after all he would go through, he would still move forward, carrying that same confusion. Gene had no choice but to ask an even more direct question, hoping his brother would finally face the truth. If one day the village wanted to kill me and Sasuke, Itachi, what would you do? A sharp, tense silence followed. Itachi's face turned immediately grave, his body straightening involuntarily. How could a question like that require any thought? Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and declared, "Don't worry. I would never let something like that happen." He was still running away. Unable to answer directly, he could only choose to evade. Gene shook his head again, not pressing any further. But to lighten the mood, he decided to change the subject. By the way, Itachi, didn't you say father hid his secret stash in the bottom right corner of the cabinet in the third room? Uchiha Itachi. Fugaku, eavesdropping from next door? Damn it, Itachi. How could you reveal that kind of secret to Gene? My secret stash has actually been discovered. No wonder that little Jean knows so much about everything. In that instant, Fugaku even shifted the blame for last night's incident onto Itachi. His face darkened, and just as he was reaching for a rope, ready to fling open the door and rush out, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Dear clan leader, where do you think you're going? Drip, drip. It was supposed to be a crisp, refreshing morning, yet the air was filled with a biting chill. Sweat slowly beaded on Fugaku's forehead, trickling down to his eyelids and stinging his eyes. He turned around, only to meet Mikoto's smiling gaze. Oh no! Fugaku gritted his teeth, and finally could only force a sheepish smile. I was just going to make breakfast for everyone. All right, Fugaku. Uchiha Mikoto smiled, choosing not to expose his embarrassment. Instead, she looked out at the two children by the door, her face glowing with happiness. These were her most beloved children. In the living room, the door beside them slid open with a loud clatter. A moment later, a sullen-faced Uchiha Fugaku stepped out. Father. The two children were startled by Fugaku's sudden appearance. Especially Jean. He'd just been asking some very sensitive questions. Fortunately, it seemed Fugaku had only caught the tail end of their conversation. He shot the two a glare, then turned without another word and strode toward the third room. Clearly, he needed to find a new hiding place for his secret stash. Father's expression seemed kind of complicated. Itachi flinched, a little bewildered. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more hidden in his father's gaze. Meanwhile, after Fugaku left, Jin's eyes lit up. A system prompt appeared. Current conversation partner, Uchiha Itachi. Analyzing copyable entries. Fire release affinity, green. Chakra refinement, white. Obsessed with younger sibling, black. Genius prone to early death, black. Plagued by illness, black. But when he saw the details of Itachi's entries, his expression darkened instantly. The first few were still normal, but those last three were pitch black. Almost sinister. It was as if all the light had been blotted out, leaving his vision shrouded in darkness. But thinking it over carefully, it does make sense. Right now, Itachi Uchiha is still very young, not yet marked by those heavier labels that he would carry later. And because he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan too early, his body has always been frail. Jean once again studied his so-called older brother with great seriousness, the one who had taken on 7 opponents at once. Then he shook his head helplessly. Standing on tiptoe, he tried to pat Itachi's shoulder, but being too short, his hand could only reach Itachi's chest. Seeing this, Itachi looked puzzled and crouched down, asking, Jean, do you want a hug? No, I just wanted to say, if you can fight 7 at once, there's no problem with you turning a little dark at all. Jean let out a sigh, conversing with Itachi Uchiha for 10 minutes. Attempting to copy entry. Copy failed. As expected, it failed. This was no surprise. After all, the chance of copying an entry just through conversation was always slim. Suddenly, Jean lost interest. He waved his hand without much care and turned to leave. He left Itachi standing where he was, watching Jin's retreating figure, caught in confusion. What exactly was Jean trying to say? And that look for father just now? He couldn't shake the feeling that he was forgetting something important. Meanwhile, in the woods behind the Uchiha compound, a short-haired boy was standing there shivering in the cold wind. Sure, Sway, let me explain. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Really, I was only late this morning because something came up. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. By midday, Jean Uchiha, with his little legs, wandered into the forest behind the compound, just in time to catch the sound of 2 young voices. Was that Itachi and Shursui? Best friends. His eyes lit up instantly. He was only looking for a sunny spot to relax, but he hadn't expected to stumble upon his 2 friends in the middle of a squabble. Quickly, he put to use his knack for blending into the background and carefully peeked out from behind a tree. About a dozen meters ahead, a little boy with a round nose, dressed in a black high-collared shirt and black pants, stood with his back to Itachi Uchiha. He was a little taller than Itachi, but clearly he was the one sulking. Behind him, Itachi was still patiently trying to explain, but every time he began to speak, Shursui would cut him off. Itachi didn't get angry, though. He just kept trying again and again to get his point across. Watching this scene, Jean couldn't help but smile like a proud aunt. Too adorable. Truly. Only by witnessing such moments in person could one appreciate how delightful they were. But, Itachi, if you're like this, what about Izumi? Suddenly, Jean remembered the girl who always carried a skewer of dango in 3 colors. She was pure, kind, and gentle. The beauty mark beneath her left eye seemed to have sealed her fate long ago. Lost in thought, he accidentally stepped on a branch, snapping it. The sharp crack instantly caught the attention of the 2 people ahead. Who's there? Shursui Uchiha straightened up at once, gripping a small kunai tightly in his hand. He scanned his surroundings with keen vigilance, and soon spotted Jin's silhouette. For a moment, he was stunned. Jin, what are you doing out here? Wait, had Jin witnessed his awkward moment just now? At that thought, he forgot all about Itachi and hurried over. He reached out and scooped Jin up, chuckling softly. Jin, did you get lost? Shursui was about 7 or 8 years old at this time, already standing about 1.4 meters tall, a decent height among kids in Konoha village. Jin merely nodded slightly, choosing not to point out the faint blush on the young boy's face. His own features remained as innocent as only a child's could be. Earnest conversation, X. Going along with things? Square root. Just like that, the two of them chatted casually, each sticking to their own topics. Until, in a fleeting instant, conversation target, Shursui Uchiha, analyzing copyable entries. Fire release affinity, blue. Jinjutsu affinity, green. Body flicker technique affinity, green. Chakra control, green. Pure-hearted personality, green. Everything is green. At this moment, to Jin's eyes, Shursui practically radiated a verdant aura from head to toe. Any man confronted with such a sight would feel a pang of guilt. Conversation with Shursui Uchiha has reached 10 minutes. Attempting to copy entry. Copy failed. Jin. Another failed attempt. Perhaps it was yesterday's string of successes, but today's repeated failures were dampening his spirits. The polite smile he had managed to maintain collapsed all at once. He let out a heavy sigh. Stumbling a little, he wandered back toward the clan compound. Watching this, Itachi Uchiha furrowed his brow and glanced at Shursui in confusion. Shursui, did you do something to Jin? Shursui? I didn't. I swear, I didn't do anything. He looked completely baffled, genuinely at a loss as to what he might have done wrong. By afternoon, the sunlight had softened. Within the Uchiha compound, a small boy lay sideways atop the courtyard wall. His left elbow braced against the stone, chin propped in his hand. His gaze was empty as he stared ahead, and even his small lips were chapped and blistered. He muttered under his breath, 60 people, Tongzi. Not a single successful copy. How low is the success rate for copying entries, anyway? After returning from the mountain behind the village, he began chatting with his clansmen one by one. He spoke with every single person, and each conversation lasted no less than 10 minutes. He spent the entire afternoon talking, but after finishing with all 60 people, the system seemed to have entered a cool down. Not a single successful copy after that. This made him start to question the odds of duplicating entries. Ding. Based on the host's current abilities, the success rate for copying entries through conversation is 5%. He let out a long sigh and gave up hope. A 5% chance. How is that any different from nothing at all? Especially for someone as unlucky as he was in his previous life. That probability was almost negligible. In the end, he decided to stop struggling and simply enjoy life peacefully. The mountain breeze whispered through the trees, carrying a faint scent of leaves. The sunlight above was no longer as harsh as it had been during the day. Now it softened and warmed gently. Just as he was about to let go of all effort, a gentle current of warmth suddenly surged within him. Though faint, this flow filled his body and spirit with comfort and joy. Could this be chakra? He froze for a moment. Since he was still young and his bones hadn't fully developed, he'd yet to formally begin refining chakra. But in the world of the hidden leaf, only chakra could manifest as this kind of warmth coursing inside. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and only then did he notice a new notification appear before him. Ding. Congratulations, host. After basking in the sun for 1 minute, chakra +1. Chakra +1. Is this the passive effect of the radiant golden body? It was only now that he recalled the radiant golden body had a passive skill, absorbing sunlight to gain chakra. He hadn't given the principle much thought at first. Looking at it now, so-called sunlight absorption was really just sunbathing. If it's 1 point of chakra per minute, that's 60 in an hour. With the way the daylight looks now, I could get a maximum of 14 hours of sun a day, which means 840 chakra each day. And with 7 years left until the night of the clan's destruction, even if I calculate cautiously and allow for 6 years, 11 months, and 29 days, that's about 2,145,360 chakra in total. Seeing that number, Jin couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Over 2 million? Should I just call a chakra ton at this point? He wasn't sure how other shinobi measure chakra, but this amount should be enough to surpass dozens of Kakashis. And most importantly, it looks like the Flying Thunder God plan can start ahead of schedule. He shifted his posture, settling in to recline even more comfortably. Sunlight streamed down, bathing his limbs and whole body. Each use of the Flying Thunder God would consume 100 chakra. Originally, because he didn't have any chakra, he had to put this plan on hold for the time being. But now, All he needed was 2 hours of sunbathing. He felt that no matter what, he had to give it a try today. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. An hour and a half later, he slowly got up, pondering the usage of the Flying Thunder God technique in his mind. Lost in thought, he asked, "System, how do I use it?" As long as it's a coordinate set by you personally, you can teleport to it directly. Set coordinates? But I haven't set any yet. Can I use the 4th Hokage's coordinates? Setting a coordinate consumes 100 chakra points each time. Gene, well, isn't this just a nested trap? He rolled his eyes, lay back down, and got ready to rest. It wasn't until the sun had completely set that he finally rubbed his sleepy eyes and stood up. There seemed to be a subtle change in his gaze. Name, Uchiha Gene. Mental strength, 20 adult, 10. Physical strength, 12 adult, 10. Chakra, 149. Traits, 7-year itch, black. Golden body of light, rainbow. Weak presence, rainbow. Flying Thunder God technique, gold. LV1. Noble lineage, purple. Sharingan, purple. Fire release affinity, blue. Sharingan, blue. Light as a swallow, green. Dynamic vision, green. So these are my attributes. Gene shook his head gently. There were quite a few traits, but most of them had been obtained just yesterday. That was the first day after all. As expected, being the lucky one on the first day was just a lure to draw people in. From now on, he'd have to rely on his own efforts. He narrowed his eyes, preparing to get up and leave. It's worth mentioning that even though he had spent the entire afternoon lying on the wall, no one noticed him. No one remembered him. It was as if his clansmen had forgotten the existence of this second young master. Not even for dinner, no one came to call him. He personally saw Uchiha Itachi carrying his rice bowl, pacing the courtyard several times. It looked like he was searching for someone. But in the end, Itachi said nothing and quietly went back. The effect of the weak presence trait seemed to be growing stronger. Autumn of the 54th year in Konoha. A gentle breeze drifted through the air, and the sunlight was mild and comforting. In the rear courtyard of the Uchiha compound, the maple leaves blazed red like fire, swaying in the wind. At this moment, 3.5-year-old Sasuke was imitating his brother's movements, throwing his shuriken with all his might. Whoosh! Clatter! The shuriken struck the bullseye, but instead of sticking, it simply bounced off and fell to the ground. His aim was good, but he still lacked strength. Sweat trickled down his cheek, dripping onto the collar of his shirt, which bore the Uchiha clan crest. I'm so tired." He paused for a brief rest, then turned to go wash his face. But the moment he spotted that languid figure lounging atop the courtyard wall, his brows knitted together almost involuntarily. "Hey!" Sasuke shook out his sore wrist, voicing his annoyance. "The sun's nearly set. How long are you planning to lie there?" "Until sunset, or maybe until you come back single-handedly with a pack of tricolored dango." At those words, Uchiha Gene rolled over, peeking half his face out from beneath a woolen blanket. Sunlight filtered through the maple leaves beyond the wall, casting dappled shadows across his face. For years had passed. The child he once was had grown into a young man. His features had sharpened, though his air remained lazily indifferent. "Don't call him by his name. Call him Big Brother." Sasuke's irritation spiked at that nickname, his forehead even tensing with 2 visible veins. "Do you realize that today, my brother graduated top of the entire school? If eldest brother Uchiha Itachi was his idol, then this second brother, sprawled lazily atop the courtyard wall, was the one he found most exasperating. Idle, talkative. That, in Sasuke's mind, summed up everything about Uchiha Gene. Year after year, every time he saw this brother, he was either basking in the sun atop the wall or chattering idly with someone around the village. He always scraped by on exams, his grades forever hovering at the bare minimum. Dead last. Consistently, unmistakably last. But no matter how furious Sasuke became, Gene never argued back. In fact, he actually smiled. The sight of that easygoing smile finally broke Sasuke's restraint. He snatched up his practiced shuriken, barking out like a vexed puppy. "Uchiha Gene, you're disgracing the Uchiha name. I challenge you." "Hush now. Listen." Gene suddenly raised a finger, signaling for silence. The skies cleared, and the rain has stopped. For a moment, Jin's earnestness gave Sasuke pause, making him think something real might have happened. He instinctively held his breath, hearing only the rustle of wind through the maple leaves. Nothing at all. No rain. That infuriating Gene. He's tricking me again. Sasuke stomped his foot in frustration. He had no idea that Gene was genuinely smiling this time. Right before his eyes, system prompts flashed one after another. Conversation target, Uchiha Sasuke. Copyable entries. Brother complex, black. Grows stronger when beaten, black. Child of destiny, color. Lightning release mastery, purple. Sundara, white. Shuriken familiarity, white. Loud voice, white. Copy, successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an ordinary entry. Shuriken familiarity, white. It wasn't the first time Uchiha Jin had seen this particular entry. Yet every time he saw it, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the bond between Brother Complex and Little Brother Complex always runs deep, each depending on the other. Even before Sasuke could remember anything, the trait of stubborn pride was already part of his character. As for growing stronger after every beating, Jin figured that was closely tied to Sasuke's personality. There's an old saying that fits well. The sky clears, the rain stops, and Sasuke feels ready to go again. Every time he grew stronger, it was either right after getting thrashed or on his way to pick a fight with someone new. And he always insisted on using his own weaknesses to challenge other people's strengths. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? But Jin had long since gotten used to all this. His smile wasn't because of any of that, but for another reason, the system's latest notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sunbathed for 108 minutes. Chakra, plus 108. Ding. Current chakra, 1 million. Congratulations, host. Total chakra has surpassed 1 million. The success rate for copying skills through conversation has increased to 10%. When defeating an opponent, the success rate for copying skills is now 75%. The number of traits you can loot from a defeated target has increased from 1 to 1 to 2. This was the true reason for Jin's smile. The system had changed, or more accurately, it had evolved. Most notably, the success rate for copying skills through conversation had finally jumped from single digits to double digits. This wasn't just a mere 5% boost. The impact was far greater than that. And what's more, the chance to copy skills after defeating an opponent was now a staggering 75%. It was practically guaranteed to succeed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Sasuke. Right here was a perfect test subject. Sasuke, for his part, was completely oblivious. Gripping his kunai, he stared coldly at Jin. Uchiha Jin, you idiot. I challenge you to a duel. Jin waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, Sasuke, have you ever tasted defeat? Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Sasuke paused, frowning deeply, clearly confused. In that instant, Jin casually flicked a shuriken. A vein bulged on Sasuke's temple. You're underestimating me. I'll make you regret this. But just as he was about to strike back, his vision suddenly blurred. In a flash, that single shuriken multiplied into 12, whistling through the air from every impossible angle. Sasuke's pupils shrank. Each shuriken's path twisted and shifted unpredictably. In the end, they pinned him perfectly in place. The shuriken sliced through the edges of his clothes, the tips of his hair, even the seam under his training jacket's arm, without so much as grazing his skin. A cold bead of sweat slid down his cheek. For a moment, Sasuke couldn't tell if it was cold sweat or the heat of the moment. He stood there, motionless and dazed. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. Could basking in the sun really make someone stronger? My foolish little brother. Just as Sasuke was frozen in place, Jin appeared before him, without warning, and lightly tapped his forehead with a finger. Does this gesture look familiar to you? As soon as Jin finished speaking, a flush of red quickly crept up Sasuke's ears. Of course he recognized that gesture. Lately, he'd been pestering Itachi to help him practice his shuriken control, determined to master pinpoint accuracy. Just this morning, Itachi had finally agreed and taken him out to the courtyard for 2 rounds of hands-on training. He'd only managed to barely hit the bullseye once during his afternoon practice. But now, when did Jin learn to do this? He had never seen Jin practice, not even once. Could it be that Jin had just glanced over during his morning sunbathing and somehow picked up the entire technique? As that possibility crossed his mind, Sasuke suddenly felt his knees go weak. If that were true, then his seemingly laid-back brother possessed an utterly astonishing talent. Could it really have something to do with sunbathing? His thoughts stalled for a moment. Then, following the direction of the sunlight, he glanced at the courtyard wall. A sudden urge welled up inside him. Maybe he should try basking in the sun on the wall for a bit, too? Jin, are you picking on Sasuke again? Just then, Mikoto Uchiha's mildly reproachful voice echoed from the corridor. She approached slowly, carrying a tray with dango and fresh fruit. As her gaze swept across the courtyard wall, now bristling with shuriken like a hedgehog, her steps quickened noticeably. Once she came closer and saw that the wall merely had a few extra holes, and her younger son was safe and sound, she finally breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Still, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. The placement of those shuriken was unmistakably the technique Itachi had taught Sasuke that very morning. She'd watched for a short while earlier, found it dull, and left. But that didn't mean she was unaware of what had happened. So, who had left those marks on the wall? Could it have been Jin? She frowned slightly, recalling her husband Fugaku's words. Makoto, if there's nothing urgent, don't disturb Jin. He has his own way of doing things. She had never really understood this, always feeling that Fugaku was just indulging Jin. But now, her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Then she shook her head gently, a wry smile tugging at her lips. They're all my children. Why overthink it? She handed the plate over by the wall and took Sasuke by the hand, leading him inside. Your clothes are all torn. Let's get you changed. Sasuke tried to defend himself. It's not that, but Jin... Makoto cut him off. Don't call him Jin. He's your older brother. Address him properly. That familiar voice left Sasuke feeling a bit helpless. The words he wanted to say caught in his throat and never made it out. All he could do was turn back, gazing at the courtyard wall bathed in sunset, thoughts stirring quietly in his heart. Night deepened. As moonlight crept along the eaves of the house, Itachi vaulted silently into the courtyard, the scent of blood still clinging to him. Because of the tense situation with the Cloud Village, he had been sent to the battlefield almost as soon as he graduated. Every day brought new reconnaissance missions, and sometimes he found himself caught in fierce skirmishes. Tonight, after a brutal clash with an enemy squad, he'd barely managed to retreat with his life. In the darkness, his Sharingan eyes glimmered with a weary red light. Your 10 minutes for tonight. Just as his feet touched the ground, a lazy voice drifted from atop the courtyard wall, Jin's, tinged with casual amusement. Itachi paused, just for a moment. Turning, he saw Jin perched on the wall, legs swinging idly. Jin tossed an apple in his hand, its skin shining softly under the moonlight. He was as enigmatic as ever. Itachi let out a sigh, trying to negotiate. Jin, I'm exhausted tonight. Can we do this another day? Oh, is that so? Jin swung himself lightly off the wall, tossing the apple with perfect aim straight into Itachi's arms. Then, with a sly grin, he turned his head and called out, Father, someone says you hid. Thud. Itachi's hand froze midair as he caught the apple. In the blink of an eye, he stuffed the apple back into his younger brother's mouth. He hurried to say, All right, let's talk. That's better. Jin grinned, giving his older brother a friendly pat on the shoulder. If he let Itachi delay their talk until tomorrow, that would mean the cool down would be a day longer. How would he find time to see his other friends then? After all, his daily schedule was always planned down to the minute. Stop frowning already. Jin reached out, gently smoothing the deep lines creasing Itachi's brow, taking on the air of a little adult as he ordered. The lines under your eyes are already obvious enough. If you get any more wrinkles, Izumi will be upset with you. Without waiting for a reply, Jin grabbed a nearby skewer of dango and popped one into Itachi's mouth, ignoring his brother's reddening cheeks. With a laugh, he asked, So, what made you so tired today? Did you end up killing someone? As expected, a jolt ran through Uchiha Itachi's heart. His younger brother always had an uncanny sense for these things, no matter how secretive he tried to be. He forced a wry smile and explained, These past couple of days, the Cloud's envoys have been here negotiating with the village, and there have been more petty thieves lurking around than usual. As he spoke, he began recounting the recent events in detail, as if he'd already prepared for this moment. Starting 4 years ago, his brother had made it a habit to have a talk with him every single day. Just once a day, no more, no less. As he listened, Uchiha Jin's smile gradually faded. The peace talks with the hidden Cloud Village. Envoys visiting the Hidden Leaf. At the border, lightning released ninja gathering. All this information stirred a familiar sense of unease within him. He remembered from the story. These events seemed to foreshadow a conspiracy. As he hesitated, a prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Conversation target, Uchiha Itachi. Copyable entries are being analyzed. Copyable entries. Brother complex, dark. Overly intelligent but short-lived, dark. Chronically ill, dark. 3 Tomo Sharingan, epic. Master of 3 elements, epic. Fire release mastery, rare. Over the years, Itachi had fully grown into a ninja skilled in multiple types of jutsu. His strength now surpassed what it had been before his disappearance. Of course, the only thing that hadn't changed were those 3 ominous, dark entries hovering over his head. They made Jin's heart sink every time he saw them. 10-minute conversation with Uchiha Fugaku detected. Attempting to copy entries. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the epic entry. 3 Tomo Sharingan, epic. Copy successful. Seeing this notification, Jin allowed himself a small smile. Today's wait had not been in vain after all. The system really came through. Silently, he said in his heart, System, apply this entry to my Sharingan. In truth, he had already awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. He'd even awakened it a whole year earlier than Itachi. 3 Tomo Sharingan, epic is now merging. Feeding successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Still no evolution? When he saw that his Sharingan remained at the 3-Tomo stage and hadn't advanced to the Mangekyo, disappointment immediately clouded his face. He was dissatisfied, deeply dissatisfied. This system was a real letdown. He'd already spent at least 23 Tomo entries, and still no upgrade. Even so, he could clearly sense that his Sharingan was different than before. The surging power in his eyes made him feel that, if he wished, he could easily subdue his brother standing before him. But he was unaware that, at this very moment, his expression meant something entirely different in young Itachi's eyes. Huh? He's frowning? Could it be that I didn't manage to catch Jin's attention? Itachi paused for a moment, then quickly changed the subject. By the way, I heard the ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village even made a special visit to the Hyuga clan recently. Crack. What? The Hidden Cloud visited the Hyuga. In an instant, a bolt of lightning split the sky. Jin finally recalled the entire sequence of that conspiracy. Hit the jackpot. We've really hit the jackpot this time. Ha ha ha. Hurry, faster, even faster. Who would have thought that a grand clan with a 100-year legacy would be so careless? By the banks of the Southern He River, at the forbidden outskirts of Konoha's Konoha Leaf Village, a scar-faced man, bearing the Cloud Village insignia, was dashing under the moonlight. Every so often, he glanced down at the young blue-haired girl clutched under his arm. His face was alight with restless excitement. Ha ha ha, the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter. If we can unravel her secrets, the Byakugan on the battlefield will no longer be a threat. Imagining the impact this girl could have on the front line, the Cloud Shinobi's excitement grew even more intense. A sinister chuckle escaped his lips again and again. He could already picture the Hyuga, with their Byakugan, being utterly humiliated on the battlefield. But just as his wild laughter echoed through the night, a shadow flickered in the corner of his eye. Who's there? His expression changed as he immediately shifted his posture to face the approaching figure. Crackle. Lightning chakra sparked and danced across his body in an instant. His nerves tensed. Having finally managed to seize the Hyuga heiress, he knew just how crucial she was. He could not, under any circumstances, let her be taken away. But when he saw the newcomer was only a child, his apprehension melted away at once. Phew, you gave me a scare. So, it's just a kid, wait? No, that fan-shaped crest. A child from the Uchiha clan? The moment his eyes landed on the iconic Uchiha fan, a gleam of excitement burst forth. It was the wild joy of a hunter stumbling upon unexpected prey. More like an angler who suddenly hooks a 10-pound fish. Ha 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 ha. What unbelievable luck. The bloodlines of Konoha's two great clans, right within my grasp. Ha ha. As I thought, Cloud is truly the king among shinobi. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he threw his head back and laughed into the night. His manic laughter crackled, tinged with the sound of thunder. The Byakugan of the Hyuga, and now the Sharingan of the Uchiha, both delivered to his doorstep. He couldn't fathom what kind of protagonist tale could possibly write such a turn of events. As for resistance, the boy looked only a little older than the girl in his arms. What trouble could a child like that possibly cause? From the very start, he had already claimed this Uchiha, Jin, as his own. As he passed by, he casually extended his free arm to snatch the boy as well. Whoosh! His arm swept out, only to grab at empty air. Body flicker technique? The scar-faced man paused, his expression shifting. He peered carefully, surprised, didn't expect a kid so young to have mastered the body flicker. The Uchiha truly are the favored children of the body flicker technique. In his mind, a certain ninja from the battlefield flashed before his eyes. The elusive, lightning-fast Shursui, master of the body flicker, whose tricks could blur the line between reality and illusion. So young, yet already a renowned name on the battlefield. Some in the village even predicted that, if left to grow unchecked, he might just become the second Yellow Flash. The White Fang of the Leaf. The Yellow Flash. Shursui the Teleporter. At this thought, the man with the scarred face couldn't help but sigh. Whenever Konoha is at its weakest, there's always some prodigy who rises above the rest. Konoha truly is an enviable place. But, in a way, it's a relief, because the more gifted you are in Konoha, the shorter your life tends to be. By the end, he even burst out laughing. As a ninja tasked with special missions, he rarely ever laughed. Unless he really couldn't help himself. If those Konoha geniuses could actually survive, would Cloud ever dare threaten them so casually? Let alone march right into plunder? TCHC? I told you Konoha's full of fools. Of course they got found out. Naturally, Uchiha Jin completely agreed with this assessment. He even nodded his little head. a small child, but wholehearted in his agreement. After his laughter faded, the scarred man glanced around. Once he was sure no one was pursuing them, he waved a big hand. All right, looks like you got lucky running into me. Let's move to a different spot. A ripping sound split the air. In the next instant, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Faster, much faster than before. But he still came up empty-handed. Jean simply leaned back, half a step, and slipped right out of his grasp. A faint breath of wind swept by. Moonlight poured down. The forest of death was bathed in shimmering silver gray. Uchiha Jean stroked the tree trunk beside him, fingers tracing the flying thunder god seal carved into the bark, and gently shook his head. Uncle, aren't you getting a bit impatient? How about we chat for 10 minutes first? The cloud envoy fell silent. He drew a deep breath, and when he looked at Jean again, the mockery in his eyes had faded. Now they gleamed with excitement. So, it's another little genius. Seems my luck really is looking up. Lightning style, thunder serpent. Suddenly, he set Hinata down and formed a series of hand seals. Chakra surged swiftly through his body. A crackling sound filled the air, and in a flash, a purple lightning serpent materialized from nowhere, lunging straight at Uchiha Jean without warning. It was fast, precise, and deadly. Oh, lightning style. Jin's eyes flickered, but he suppressed the urge to activate his golden light body. Instead, he quietly spun his Sharingan. After years in this new world, this would be his first real fight with an enemy. Was he nervous? Maybe a little, but not much. His opponent, at best, was a special jonin, and he himself had the undying golden body as his trump card. In other words, he couldn't be killed, so why not have some fun? In a flash, his figure darted and flickered among the treetops, slipping easily past the lunging thunder serpent. At first glance, it looked like a teleportation technique, but if there were anyone present well-versed in space-time ninjutsu, they would notice that with each shift, the surrounding spatial nodes subtly changed. Flying Thunder God Technique. With over 1 million chakra units at his disposal, he could even weave a web in midair using chakra alone. Zulfust. The scar-faced man's expression turned grim. He realized, to his dismay, that he could no longer keep up with Jin's movements. A sense of dread began to creep into his heart. He couldn't afford to stall any longer. There were more pursuers on their tail. Taking a deep breath, he formed the boar hand seal with both hands, lightning style. Lightning clone. Crack. In the next instant, an identical figure appeared at his side. The two of them moved in perfect unison, forming seals together. Lightning style, lightning snake. Two serpents made of lightning sprang forth at once, moving even faster than before. They crackled violently, streaking through the air like bolts of lightning. Well done. Jean halted his Flying Thunder God technique, his young face lighting up with anticipation. Flying Thunder God was almost too overpowered. Time to try something else. Very soon, his dark pupils began to shift, tinged with a deep crimson. The Sharingan awakened, 3 tomo spinning in his eyes. With the added dynamic vision, he could clearly track the flickering path of the lightning serpents. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Snap. Within the storm of electricity, the serpent's trajectories played out in slow motion across his retinas. Left side. As they closed in, Jean darted right, twisting his body in a swift leap. Thud. Crack. The lightning serpent missed, striking the rocks behind him with a sharp impact. 3 tomo Sharingan. Since when did Konoha have such a prodigy? Catching sight of the 3 tomo pattern in Jin's eyes, the scar-faced man's face darkened further. On the battlefield, 3 tomo Sharingan users were at least squad leader level. In other words, the child before him, who looked no older than 6 or 7, was already on par with a special jonin? No, he couldn't let this go unchecked. He drew a deep breath, a cold resolve flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, his chakra surged wildly. Crackle. Purple lightning spread around him like a spider's web, enveloping the surroundings. If Jean relied on speed, then he would flood the area with lightning, creating a deadly net. In other words, he could afford to make countless mistakes, but Jean only needed to slip up once to get caught. Huh, he's already caught up? Jean glanced over his shoulder, realizing there was no more room for probing. At this moment, he had no intention of truly revealing himself before Konoha's Big Four. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, launching a dozen shuriken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each blade flew out from a strange angle. Just as Scarface prepared to dodge, a sudden gust of force surged from behind. 8 trigrams, empty palm. 4 years of bitter training had yielded this move, and now it found its purpose. Jean vanished in a blur, circling from behind to cut off his foe's retreat. Channeling his chakra, he brought his palm down in a decisive strike. Thud! From his palm, Chakra erupted in a torrent. Splat! The envoy from the hidden cloud village couldn't dodge in time. All he could do was twist his head with all his might. But before Jin's Sharingan and dynamic perception, his movements seemed as slow as a crawling turtle. That palm strike shot straight for the back of his head. Thud! Very quickly, the light in the cloud ninja's eyes faded away. Jin let out a deep breath. He wasn't tired. Far from it. It was just that, after taking a life for the first time, the rush of adrenaline was overwhelming. His heart was pounding wildly in his chest. There was little fear in him, almost none at all. Instead, he was swept up in a wild, exhilarating rush. He even had to fight the urge to burst out laughing. So much for the so-called elite jonin of the hidden cloud. Turns out, they weren't all that impressive after all. Fortunately, right then the system's familiar notification chimed in, right on cue. Defeated Hidden Cloud Envoy. Attempting to copy entries. Currently available entries. Hidden Cloud Technique, green. Lightning Release Mastery, blue. Lightning Release Chakra Activation, blue. Cloud Style Fluid Technique, purple. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the elite entry. Cloud Style Fluid Technique, purple. Using Lightning Release Chakra, lightning coils around the body, enhancing both reaction speed and strength. Contact target, Hidden Cloud Envoy. 30 seconds of contact completed. Elite Entry Lightning Release Mastery, blue seized. Defeat and loot in one swift move. 2 entries at once. Now, that was truly satisfying. It was worth it, after all, catching the scent of a corpse in the courtyard and rushing over in the dead of night. Both of these entries were exceptional, especially the Lightning Release Chakra cloak, unique to the Cloud style. If I remember right, the 4th Raikage was able to dodge Amaterasu after activating his Lightning Release cloak, wasn't he? And the 3rd Raikage, too, he used this very technique to cut down countless foes, didn't he? Jin muttered to himself. Then, with a casual flick, he struck down again with another 8 trigrams empty palm. Thud, thud, thud. In the depths of the dense forest, the sound of blows landing on flesh echoed relentlessly. When the moonlight spilled once more onto the forest clearing, Scarface had already breathed his last. His left chest, right chest, neck, and forehead were all shattered by the 8 trigrams palm. In any case, I'd have just saved the Hyuga heiress. This whole mess should be laid at the Hyuga clan's feet. He hesitated for a moment, then walked over, crouching beside the unconscious Hinata to check on her. He found her forehead burning with fever. No way, even a main branch, is this wary. Jin frowned. He could clearly sense the presence of a Byakugan-related seal. It was meant to prevent outsiders from probing further. But for the Hyuga clan's heiress, little Hinata, barely 3 years old, did they really need to go this far? No wonder people say they're all white-eyed. He shook his head and slowly drew out 3 golden chains from within himself. They stretched out to envelop the restless energy inside Hinata. Above, strange runes flickered softly. As the 3 chains wrapped around her, Hinata's body gradually cooled down to a normal temperature. Adamantine sealing chains. The Uzumaki clan's powerful sealing technique. Using it to suppress the Hyuga clan seemed almost effortlessly easy. He shook his head, and at that moment, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Defeat Hinata Hyuga, attempting to copy entry. Currently available entries to copy. Ninja Forbidden Zone, black. Gentle Fist, green. 8 trigrams palm, green. Byakugan, purple. Ninja Forbidden Zone? What does that even mean? Does it mean Hinata can't be touched? Jin's attention was immediately drawn to the pitch-black entry. So dark, it was almost purple. Its inky blackness was impossible to ignore. As he focused on it, the details of the Ninja Forbidden Zone entry gradually unfolded before him. Special entry. Ninja Forbidden Zone. Black known ninja can harm her. Those who do will meet certain death. A short and concise statement. Yet it reminded him of an old joke from his previous life. Anyone who ever laid a hand on the crown princess always met a terrible end. Even Pain, who made such an imposing entrance. After harming the crown princess, he was beaten so badly his very model changed. In a fantasy world, this was exactly what it meant to be favored by the heavens. She could only be revered, never bullied. Otherwise, disaster would surely follow. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic entry. Byakugan, purple. Once activated, it allows you to perceive the flow of chakra through meridians, see through chakra release points, and predict enemy movements. Byakugan. Uchiha Jin blinked. With a thought, his left eye suddenly turned a pale, bluish-white. The veins around his eye bulged, giving his face a slightly twisted look. But his field of vision instantly became sharper. Perhaps because she was from the main branch, Hinata's Byakugan offered a full 360-degree view with no blind spots. He could see every movement in the surrounding area with stunning clarity. A wide grin spread across his face, and he laughed in silence. After a moment, he suddenly asked himself, but why is the Byakugan an epic entry, while the Awakened Sharingan is only an elite entry? The urge to compare is something that never truly fades. Ding. In terms of bloodline, the Byakugan does rank higher than the ordinary Sharingan, and it has the potential to awaken the Tenseigan. Tenseigan? Oh, come on, don't mix fan fiction with the real Naruto lore. Jean curled his lip, carefully set Hinata down, tidied up the scene a bit, and turned to leave. Pursuers were already closing in fast behind him. 3 minutes later, thud! Hayashi Hyuga's swift steps came to an abrupt halt. When he saw the unconscious blue-haired girl not far ahead, his heart clenched tight. Hinata! He rushed over and scooped her into his arms, quickly realizing that his daughter was merely unconscious. The Byakugan's protective restriction hadn't been triggered, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. But when his gaze fell on the unconscious Cloud Ninja lying nearby, his heart skipped a beat. What's this? A Cloud envoy? Is he dead? He hurried over, dread filling his chest, and when he saw the truth, all hope drained from him. A Cloud Ninja, dead right outside Konoha. This is a big deal. Even though he had come to track the other man down, he had never considered killing him. 8 trigrams palm? Could have been a Hyuga clan? Especially when he saw the mark of the 8 trigrams palm on the body of the Cloud-hidden ninja, Hisashi's heart began to race even faster. Then, taking advantage of the fact that no one else was around, he hesitated for a moment before picking up the corpse and quickly slipping away. No matter who did it, this incident was definitely tied to the Hyuga family. So now, all he wanted was to find a pit and bury this man. Footsteps echoed in the silence. Not long after he left, the Umbu and the 3rd Hokage arrived as well. Dead. Seeing the lingering traces of battle and the bloodstains on the ground, a sense of foreboding began to grow in the 3rd Hokage's heart. To silently kill a Cloud-hidden envoy outside the village gates. Within all of Konoha, there seemed to be only one person capable of such a thing. Danzo, you've gone too far. You'll regret this, monkey. Call me Hokage. Bang. Inside the Konoha administrative building, Danzo flung open the door and strode out, his heavy footsteps echoing. The cane in his hand now looked strangely out of place. Cumbersome. So very cumbersome. Inside the building, Koharu hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly. Hiruzen, are we sure about this? Perhaps Danzo truly didn't touch the Cloud-hidden envoy. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Clearly, even she lacked confidence in her own words. Drip, drip. The 3rd Hokage said nothing, only drew deeply from his pipe, one puff after another. If anger could take physical form, flames 3 stories high would be erupting from his head right now. He was furious. At last, after filling the entire office with smoke, he rose and walked to the window by the door. He looked down at Danzo's retreating figure, moving with practiced ease. His face grew darker and more somber, until finally he couldn't hold back any longer and called out, Danzo, downstairs. Danzo stopped in his tracks, but did not turn to face the 3rd Hokage's window. The 3rd Hokage let out a sigh, then leapt down to the ground. Soft footsteps landed beside Danzo as he spoke in a low voice. You must realize, this kind of thing will spark backlash as soon as tomorrow. With the truce between the Cloud-hidden and Konoha about to be signed, how can we afford problems like this within our own ranks? There was a note of weary defeat in his words. Hearing this, Danzo felt a flicker in his heart. He thought of the age of his old comrade, sighed, and gave up his stubbornness. He turned around and said, Problem? What problem? They can't even find the body. If someone wandered off on their own, how is that our concern? All they ever think about is thunder and lightning. What right do the Cloud-hidden have to stand on equal ground and negotiate with us? His face was grim. It was almost ashen with anger. If it weren't for his current lack of influence, he would have insisted on marching right into the Cloud Village. That insignificant Cloud Village. How dare they try to take advantage of their misfortune? Do they really think there's no one left in the Leaf Village? Unfortunately, his good friend Hiruzen happened to be a man who cherished peace. He refused to see the village dragged into the flames of war once more. As he gazed at his friend's aging back, he noticed that a once smooth forehead had, in just 2 short years, become a nest of wrinkles. So many wrinkles had gathered, it was almost impossible to recognize Hiruzen's original features. A heavy sigh escaped him, and for a moment he couldn't tell whether it was out of worry or agitation. He hurried forward a few steps. Hiruzen, if it's too much, just hand over the Hokage's position. You're exhausted. Of course. That scheming heart never rests. The flicker of emotion that had just begun to stir in Sarutobi's heart vanished without a trace. He simply flicked his sleeve and gave a cold snort. So, it was you who destroyed the evidence, wasn't it? Danzo, what? If not, how would you know they never found the body? Only I was aware of that. The third's brows drew together, and he lifted his heavy eyelids to glance over. For once, his clouded eyes held a rare trace of scrutiny. You. Two veins throbbed on Danzo's forehead. He almost wanted to point at Sarutobi's nose and shout, "Are you an idiot?" But he couldn't possibly reveal that he'd sent Root to spy on the Hokage. Otherwise, if the matter were brought to light, it would be an explosive scandal. So in the end, he could only swallow his frustration in silence. Grinding his teeth, he forced it down. With a sudden thud, he turned on his heel and stomped away, his cane tapping sharply against the floor. If he stayed any longer, he worried he wouldn't be able to resist giving Sarutobi a good whack. Behind him, the third Hokage shook his head, finally setting his sights on the Hyuga clan's compound. In his gaze, a flicker of calculation passed by. Danzo still had his uses for the time being. He couldn't be sacrificed just yet, which meant the blame would have to be shifted onto the Hyuga clan. Let's hope the people from the Cloud Village don't push things too far. And so, before the Cloud Village had even figured out what was happening, before the two sides had even begun negotiations, the third Hokage had already decided who would take the fall. Would his actions bring trouble to Konoha? Since it all happened after visiting the Hyuga clan, and their heiress was lost as well. Whatever consequences came, the Hyuga would have to bear them alone. What did any of that have to do with the third Hokage? Uchiha clan compound. Sasuke, still rubbing the sleep from his eyes, pushed open his bedroom door. When he saw the figure standing at the doorway, he instinctively ran over. Stretching out his arms, he mumbled, "Brother, why aren't you sleeping?" Murmuring, he wrapped his arms around the figure. But as soon as he did, he sensed that something was off. This height didn't seem right, and the reaction was off, too. Normally, his brother Itachi would always bend down to pick him up. Sasuke rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. "Oh, my silly little bean." Standing across from him, the man laughed and tapped Sasuke on the forehead, then slowly stretched his lips into a wide grin. His teeth, white as pearls, glimmered faintly under the moonlight. "Uchiha Jin, it's you, a gross. The moment Sasuke recognized who it was, his composure shattered. With a quick leap, he sprang out of reach. He began furiously brushing off his arms and wrists, slapping the dust from his clothes. Disgust was written all over his face. He couldn't have made it clearer. "You actually tricked me just to get a hug from me. Oof. Uchiha Jin, you're the worst." His emotions boiled over, and after a few perfunctory slaps at his clothes, he suddenly whirled around and threw a punch. Thud! He landed a hit. A flash of triumph appeared on Sasuke's face. All his frantic brushing and complaints had just been a ruse. His real goal was vengeance, a single well-placed punch. Bang! But before he could even savor his victory, his smile froze. Right before his eyes, Uchiha Jin, his beloved second brother, suddenly disappeared with a loud pop. Gone. Did I just punch my second brother to death? Sasuke was dumbfounded. His pupils seemed to tremble as if an earthquake had just struck his world. Somewhere deep within, a hint of crimson flickered in his eyes. He was awakening his Sharingan. But just as he teetered on that threshold, the bedroom door beside him suddenly swung open. Click! "Sasuke, are you?" Itachi, his big brother, heard the commotion and stepped out. The moment he saw the strange light in Sasuke's eyes, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, both hands were already gently pressed against Sasuke's forehead. He spoke in a stern voice. "Sasuke, what's wrong?" Inside, Itachi was deeply puzzled. Wasn't that just now the sign of awakening the Sharingan? Had he interrupted it? Or was Sasuke's grief simply not deep enough? But what could have rattled Sasuke so badly in the middle of the night? Could have been a nightmare? But when did members of the Uchiha clan start awakening their Sharingan from nightmares? If that were possible, Father would have become a master of nightmares by now. As his thoughts tangled, Sasuke suddenly snapped back to himself. Clutching at his brother as if he'd found a lifeline, he burst into tears. "On Aizen just now, I accidentally punched Jin to death." Sasuke, did you just say you punched Jin to death?" Itachi paused for a moment. Then, unable to hold back, he doubled over with laughter. "Sasuke, you give yourself way too much credit. Maybe you saw it wrong." He didn't know Jin's true strength, but he was sure Sasuke couldn't have done any real damage. At best, he might get swatted like a fly. Hearing this, Sasuke suddenly realized how ridiculous he sounded. His cheeks flushed bright red with embarrassment as he stammered out his story again. Itachi shook his head, still chuckling, and explained, "That was just a shadow clone. He uses it to trick Mom." Clone, the three-body technique? When did that guy even learn such a thing? To his surprise, when Sasuke heard the word clone, he was even more astonished. His young mind swirled with questions and confusion far beyond his years. The training for the three-body technique is notoriously tedious and long, especially for children as young as they were. It often takes months of relentless practice to master it. That kid's always loafing around the clan, either sunbathing or chatting people up. When did he ever find time to practice the three-body technique? Could he have learned it in an instant? The moonlight poured down like a silvery river, shimmering on the stream below. Downstream, among the reeds of the Nanga River, soft rustling sounds came from outside the thicket. Suddenly, yes, awesome, finally caught something. With a triumphant shout and a splash, a little blonde rascal beamed with joy. In front of him, a freshly caught sori was flailing anxiously, sending droplets of water flying everywhere. Some even landed on the boy's head, dampening his hair. At just 4 years old, the little imp was soaked through, his dirty little face framing brilliant blue eyes. But rather than annoyed, he grinned even wider, delight written all over his face. This has to be half a pound, right? I'll finally get a full meal today. His smile was simple and pure, his eyes free from the pain of hunger, only full of longing and anticipation for what the world had to offer. Crackling and hissing, the campfire flickered to life, its red glow slowly roasting the clean fish to a golden crisp. The delicious aroma began to drift through the air. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside. Not loud, but here by the riverside, where only the fish sizzled over the fire, they stood out. Who's there? The blond boy jumped up, arms raised defensively. Usually, at times like this, it was only the village brats who came near, and they never missed a chance to hurl stones or insults. All for nothing he'd done. But this time he waited. No stones came flying. Instead, someone slowly stepped out from behind a tree. He was much taller, with long black hair tied behind his head, handsome and gentle features, none of the usual look of disgust. His clothes seemed familiar, too, like those worn by one of the major clans in the village. Big brother, who are you? Naruto hesitated, but his guard was up, eyes fixed on the newcomer. So it really is you, Naruto. The visitor was none other than Uchiha Jin. That evening, after hearing the news from Itachi, he'd left a clone in the clan. His real self had slipped out to loot the bodies. The bodies of Cloud Ninja. In the original story, these characters were destined to die. Does it really matter whose hands they fall to? When he realized someone was pursuing him after finishing his task, his first instinct was to leave immediately. But then, he suddenly sensed a presence by the riverbank. It felt as though someone was there. At this hour, in all of Konoha, there was only one child who would be alone by the river. The Crown Prince, Naruto. You know me? Big brother. Little Naruto, hearing someone call out his name, seemed a bit excited. His cheeks flushed with a rosy glow. Then, his large orange eyes sparkled as if he'd made up his mind about something. He scratched his head and said, "Big brother, let me treat you to some fish." The boy, thrilled and happy, had no idea how to handle someone knowing about him. Instinctively, he wanted to share the most important thing he had. Just then, his stomach let out a loud growl. It was clear that 4-year-old Naruto was already desperately hungry. Is it really enough for you, just having someone know your name? Seeing Naruto's expression, Jin shook his head. If that man, who thought of his son, even in death, knew what kind of life his child had ended up living, would he have left so peacefully? Unfortunately, the entire Uchiha clan had long since come under the watchful gaze of the village. Jin had often wanted to try approaching Naruto to talk with him, but every time he got near Naruto's home, he would immediately feel an intense, prickling sense of being watched. Clearly, there were Umbu surveillance teams on high alert. Ever since the Nine Tails incident, he'd been under the watch of the Umbu, or rather, the Root Division. It was obvious the village leaders had no desire to see any connection between the Uchiha and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. So, Jin had no choice but to temporarily give up on contacting Naruto. He didn't want to draw the village's attention to himself so soon. Well, honestly, it's not that tasty. I don't have much in the way of seasonings yet. Seeing Jin shake his head, little Naruto thought his fish had been rejected. He hung his head in disappointment, shrinking in on himself like a big quail. That's not it. It's just that I haven't. How about this? Let's eat together. Really? Okay. In that instant, a bright light sparked in the eyes of this lonely child. Little Naruto suddenly seemed to have endless things to say. With every mouthful of fish, he could talk for ages. Jin didn't say much. He simply sat with him, eating, occasionally responding with a word or two. If Sasuke had seen this, he would have dropped his jaw. Since when had the chatterbox of a younger brother become so quiet? And as time passed, Jean finally saw some of the tags appearing above Naruto. Conversation target. Uzumaki Naruto. Talk for 10 minutes to copy a tag. Talk no jutsu. Black. Child of Destiny. Rainbow. Nine Tails Jinchuriki Gold. Chakra Reserve Gold. Agile. White. Gradually, there were only a handful of entries. Aside from those he was born with, over the past 4 years, he had gained just one more. Agile movements. At least that made for a childhood unlike any other, didn't it? Jean murmured to himself, feeling a surge of excitement. Fewer entries meant there were fewer categories he could copy. But out of 5 entries, 4 were practically game-breaking. That meant an 80% chance of copying a truly powerful trait. Wasn't that a good thing? Jean smiled, his anticipation growing as he watched the system prompt. Copy successful. Congratulations, you've obtained the ordinary entry. Agile movements, white. Jean fell silent. Was that 80% chance just a lie? A glint of disappointment flashed across his eyes, but it quickly faded. Meeting Naruto had been an unexpected stroke of luck. Copying an entry at all was nothing to complain about. Without further hesitation, he instructed, System, merge it into Swift Light Shadow. Fusion complete. Swift Light Shadow, blue, has been slightly enhanced. A wave of warmth, all too familiar by now, coursed through his body. Jean could distinctly feel his limbs, and nothing else had really changed. The improvement was marginal. Or rather, the increase wasn't much to speak of. The elite entry, Swift Light Shadow, blue, had evolved over the years from Featherlight Steps, constantly nourished by feeding it agile movements. It provided a substantial boost, at least enough that, when he focused, he could move without making a sound. Paired with his multicolored entry, Faint Presence, it was almost a perfect combination. Of course, over these years, Jean hadn't just been feeding this one entry. A thought crossed his mind. As he chatted, he instinctively glanced at the little figure before him, checking his attributes. Name, Uchiha Jean. Chakra, 1,025. Entries, 7-year itch, black, golden body of light, rainbow, faint presence, rainbow, flying thunder god technique, gold. LV4, noble lineage, purple, Sharingan, purple, Byakugan, purple, diamond seal, fragment, purple, cloud flow technique, purple, lightning release mastery, blue, fire release affinity, blue, swift light shadow, blue, dynamic vision, green, 8 trigrams palm, green. There were quite a few entries. But due to his age, his body couldn't handle too much enhancement yet. He knew all too well that prodigies burn out quickly. Besides, in his previous life, he'd seen so many child stars obsessed with martial arts, and most of them didn't grow very tall in the end. It all spoke to one thing. Don't push your body too hard. Muscles could even hold back bone development. After a moment of reflection, he turned his attention to Flying Thunder God. This was the entry he'd been pouring the most effort into for 4 years. Flying Thunder God technique is already at level 4. Jean sighed, a hint of emotion in his voice. Flying Thunder God was, after all, his main focus. Although he hadn't mastered the corresponding space-time ninjutsu and lacked experience, the sheer number of techniques he possessed made up for it. Legendary trait, Flying Thunder God technique, gold, LV4, instantly teleport between items marked with the technique, within 400 meters. Each teleportation consumes 90 chakra. Note, marking an object with the technique consumes 10,000 chakra. 400 meters. Compared to the initial 30 meters, this was more than a 10-fold increase. If he were to mark every corner of the Leaf Village with the technique, then, given his current chakra reserves, true instantaneous movement at any time would finally be within reach. A thought flickered through his mind, and a small map began to appear before his eyes. As it unfurled, the map revealed itself to be none other than Konoha, the hidden Leaf Village. On it, countless green dots were densely packed. They covered nearly all the main roads of the village, as well as most of the land along the Naka River. And as for the Uchiha clan's territory, it was packed to the brim. There wasn't a single gap. It practically glowed green with coverage. The cost of 10,000 chakra to set a mark might seem enormous, but for him, it was already negligible. Big brother, are you a ninja? Just as Jean was lost in thought, little Naruto, now full from his meal, suddenly looked up at him with hopeful eyes. Can you teach me how to train? Teach you how to train? Jean blinked, and a flash of crimson suddenly shimmered in his pitch-black eyes. It was excitement. This request from 4-year-old Naruto, wasn't it practically an invitation to a beating? Worthy of the prince indeed. Even his actions were so considerate. He had just been worrying about how to defeat Naruto, and here the boy was offering himself up. Jean couldn't help but smile as he reached out his hand. I won't teach you, but I can spar with you if you'd like. Go ahead and use your full strength. Don't worry about hurting me. A spar? Hearing that, little Naruto's eyes lit up even brighter. Hadn't all the stories said that fighting was the best way to train? So, after a quick, simple stance, he rushed forward without hesitation. Huh, big brother, watch out. His speed wasn't great, but that was all. It simply wasn't fast. In Jin's eyes, Naruto's movements seemed no different from slow motion. He easily sidestepped, reached out with one hand, caught Naruto by the ankle, and tossed him aside. With a thud, Naruto hit the ground. The little rascal was as tenacious as a stream, but he didn't give up. He immediately charged in again. Punches, kicks, grabbing, even biting. At his young age, he had no idea how others fought. All he knew was cats and dogs in the forest fought just like this. So he copied them. And so, he was thrown out once again. Defeated Uzumaki Naruto. Attempting to copy trait. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the legendary trait. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Gold. Jin? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. That trait. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. But wasn't this kind of trait supposed to be non-copyable? Could it be that a Nine-Tails could also grow inside him? System, are you sure this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki status is authentic? Authentic. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Gold grants the ability to borrow the Nine-Tails power. Currently available. 1 tail's worth of powered. So this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it's just the maximum power Naruto can handle at this stage? Does that mean if I copy it again after Naruto grows up, the same attribute will be stronger? As he read the system's explanation, Jin suddenly understood. Isn't this just a type of attribute that can grow over time? The only difference is in the name. That's all. He nodded, suppressing the joy bubbling up inside him, and earnestly turned his attention back to sparring with little Naruto. After all, this child's parents had given him a great gift the moment they met. A favor like that must not be forgotten. Of course, the main reason was that the whole village was in chaos because of the Cloud Hidden's disturbance. No one had the time or extra energy to pay attention to a blonde little rascal and a chatterbox teenager. Time slipped by quickly. 2:30 in the morning. The sky outside was pitch black, darker than ever. The moonlight, which had glimmered faintly before, was now completely swallowed by clouds, not a trace left. And Jin, looking at the boy in front of him, couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. To think you actually ran yourself ragged like this. You're quite a talent, aren't you? That's right, Naruto had fainted, but not from being struck down in battle. He'd simply worn himself out, pushing past his limits until he collapsed from exhaustion. Jin let out a sigh, hesitating for a moment where he stood. It was time to go, but he couldn't quite bring himself to leave little Naruto lying here all alone. After a brief pause, he finally picked Naruto up, slung him over his back, and began walking slowly toward the village. Low presence attribute on. Swift step on. Dynamic sensing on. Byakugan on. 3-Tomo Sharingan on. With all these attributes activated, everything within 100 meters played out before him like a three-dimensional map, crystal clear. He pressed off the ground and darted away at lightning speed. Perhaps because of the hour, or maybe due to the Cloud Hidden's recent actions, the village's ANBU, once everywhere, were now almost nowhere to be seen. That made Naruto's journey home especially smooth. And the location? He'd never been there, but Jin knew it perfectly well already. That peculiar little 2-story house, so out of place with the world around it. 10 minutes later, creak, Jin pushed open the heavy wooden door. Inside, clothes and shoes were strewn everywhere. The table was piled high with expired milk cartons. Instant noodle cups were stacked thickly against the wall. A thick layer. Sigh, a child with no one to care for him. Jin couldn't help but let out a sorrowful breath. How come no one ever told this kid that you can't drink expired milk? With that, he turned to look out the window, his voice suddenly growing heavy. You agree with me, don't you, Kakashi? The wind whispered by. Outside the small 2-story house, only the rustling of leaves could be heard. No other sound broke the silence. Was that just my imagination? Uchiha Jin muttered to himself, his gaze suspiciously sweeping over the dense treetops. The wind carried the sighing of pine trees from the wooded hills behind Konoha, slipping quietly along the eaves and settling onto the crooked tree in front of the door. Uchiha Jin stood in front of the shabby 2-story building, one hand gripping 2 large bags of trash. His eyes were fixed on the crooked tree 20 meters away. Within his eyes, a glimmer of light began to flow. Dynamic vision, activate. The wind grew stronger. Amid the branches 20 meters away, a strand of silver hair gently swayed in the night breeze, like a spider's thread spun from moonlight. A white-haired umbu. It really is Senior Kakashi, after all. Jin smiled, casually lifting the 2 big bags of trash in greeting. A dry twig snapped. Up in the treetop, the figure's relaxed muscles tensed in an instant. You recognize me? Beneath the mask, Kakashi's throat shifted as he swallowed. In his single exposed eye, a spark of interest flickered. To think, after all these years, Konoha has produced such an intriguing young man. With that thought, he parted the branches, leaning forward to get a better look. But the moment he poked his head out, he was immediately caught off guard. So, Senior Kakashi, didn't you ever teach this kid that expired milk shouldn't be drunk? Or that instant ramen isn't healthy? Uchiha Jin swung the two hefty trash bags in his hand, and a large pot lid came down with a clang. Another twig snapped. Kakashi, who had just revealed himself, froze, his expression difficult to read. A shadow of guilt and self-reproach crossed his face. Truth be told, ever since he lost his teammates and drifted in a daze, then numbed himself on the battlefield with relentless fighting, Kakashi had felt lost for a long time. Fortunately, his laziness and inertia eventually saw him through those dark days. But that easygoing nature had become a habit he couldn't break. Now, having his shortcomings laid bare, an uneasy thought crept into his mind. If Minato-sensei knew what his orphan son had been through, he'd probably be very disappointed in me. He stopped in his tracks almost without realizing it. He didn't want to show himself. Or rather, he didn't dare. He couldn't bring himself to face that young face below, so much like his late sensei's. Little Naruto really did look just like Minato-sensei. As this crossed his mind, Kakashi flicked his hand, brushing aside the leaves beside him, exposing two hidden Umbu operatives. The two Umbu, munching on meatballs and enjoying the spectacle, were caught off guard. What? Wait, Senior Kakashi. Their movements stiffened in surprise. Almost instinctively, they glanced toward the window. Six eyes met. Hey, aren't you the cat-faced uncle who's been watching my house every day since last month? When Jin recognized the familiar attire beneath the mask, he grew a bit excited, his voice rising noticeably. Why haven't you come this month? The new cat-faced uncle can't speak. He hasn't said a single word. He just goes, ababa, smack. Both members of the Umbu froze in place. Especially one of them. There was a sharp crack as his mask split straight down the middle, revealing a pale face beneath. He was on the verge of tears, nearly crying. During his surveillance of the Uchiha clan, he'd spent every day perched in the trees, being teased and chatted up like some kind of monkey. That damn Uchiha kid even tried to bribe him with bananas, just to get him to say a few more words. Bananas. Did he really think he was a monkey? He had his dignity as a chunin, after all. After 2.5 years of toughing it out, he'd finally requested a transfer. But who could have guessed he'd run into the same trouble again? A buzzing in his ears made him even more irritable. At last, unable to take it anymore, he shouted, "Shut up already! I already asked for a transfer. How am I still bumping into you? Damn it, for the miserable pay I get each month, why should I risk my life?" With that, he spun around and ran off. Behind him, his fellow Umbu hesitated for a moment, then silently followed. After all, with Kakashi-senpai around, their presence hardly mattered. Kakashi. To think, as Umbu, they let a kid scare them off? Humph, the youth these days are far too impatient. He let out a cold laugh, intending to chase after the two to bring them back. But just then, the boy's voice rang out again from by the window. Kakashi-senpai, you wouldn't want your teacher to hear about this, would you? Snap! Another twig broke underfoot. Kakashi sighed and stopped in his tracks. His silvery hair stuck out from between the leaves. His eyes brimmed with suspicion. Just who is this kid? A boy of 5 or 6, yet he seemed to know so much. Even secrets about Kakashi himself. Something was definitely off. Could it be there was something strange about the Uchiha clan? Maybe, just maybe, a conversation with this little one would reveal something unexpected. With that thought, he felt even more contempt toward the two Umbu who had just left. Given such a golden opportunity to gather information, and they chose to run away. AI, the youth these days, so restless. He shook his head, standing tall and straight on the branch. Relax, Jin said, sitting cross-legged by the window, idly flicking at the breeze in front of him. I just wanted to ask, Kakashi-senpai, when you cast Earth Style, Mud Wall, do you really have to carve a dog's head? Kakashi suddenly felt the urge to leave. 3 minutes later, Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly. Conversation target, Hatake Kakashi. Copyable entries currently being analyzed. Weak constitution, black. Sharingan damaged, purple. Fire release mastery, blue. Water release mastery, blue. Lightning release mastery, blue. Earth release mastery, blue. Taijutsu mastery, blue. Genjutsu mastery, blue. Whoa. So this is the so-called hexagonal warrior of the ninja world, Kakashi, nicknamed the Little Jiraiya. These attributes. Upon seeing the abilities he'd just probed, Jin had to admit he was a bit surprised. Even though he already knew that this legendary copy ninja possessed countless jutsu. To see such a string of masteries right off the bat was still beyond his expectations. Maybe the Sharingan played a role in that, but surely it wasn't the main factor. Otherwise, with so many Uchiha, why do most of them only specialize in fire release? Is it that nobody else wants to master more techniques? Besides, with so many mastery skills on Kakashi's list, if Jin just randomly copies one, it has to be a good one, right? After all, the odds are right there. Surely he wouldn't end up copying weak constitution, would he? Jin couldn't believe his luck would be that bad. Of course, if luck was on his side, and he managed to copy something like Chidori or Lightning Blade, that'd be even better. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start looking forward to seeing which trait he'd copy after 10 minutes. Looks like I'll have to chat with Kakashi more often in the future, Jin mused, his gaze at Kakashi brimming with excitement. 10 minutes passed. Kakashi rubbed his temples, feeling a bit irritated. He'd initially wanted to fish for some intel, but the kid in front of him just kept spouting nonsense. And every word hit right at the sore spots. Sure, kids speak without a filter. But did he have to be this shamelessly blunt? It was as if the kid had a knife, poking at his heart again and again. If it weren't for the fact that the one in front of him was a child, Kakashi honestly felt he might have lost his patience and stuffed a kunai right into Jin's mouth. You have conversed with Hitaki Kakashi for 10 minutes, attempting to copy a trait. Copy successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the special trait. 1,000 Years of Death. Black, a unique technique to poke an opponent's weak spot, often with surprising results. Jin's smiling face froze when he saw the notification. Sure, but did he really need 1,000 Years of Death? Was he supposed to go onto the battlefield, everyone else fighting for their lives, while he, with barely any presence, dashes around with flying thunder god at his feet and 1,000 years of death at his fingertips? Poking anyone who gets in his way? Maybe it'd be better to just scrap it? Late at night, in the Hokage's office, the veteran smoker with a fondness for helmets finished his day's work. He stretched, then noticed a tuft of white hair by the window. Welcome back, Kakashi. His tired eyes softened just a little, and he said quietly, So, you've met the child? With Kakashi's return, Konoha's strength had grown once again. He could finally feel some of the pressure lift from his shoulders. Kakashi waved his hand, choosing not to dwell on Naruto, but instead brought up another person. Lord Third, are you aware of a young boy who is the heir of the Uchiha clan? Oh, you mean Itachi? That child is exceptionally intelligent. His understanding of the will of fire surpasses that of anyone in the village. The third Hokage tapped the ashes from his pipe, genuine admiration glimmering in his eyes. Itachi, he truly liked the boy from the bottom of his heart. Even though he was from the Uchiha clan, he showed none of the usual stubbornness or extremism. Instead, he was full of wisdom and calmness. Seeing this, Kakashi shook his head. No, I'm not talking about Itachi. Oh, you must mean little Sasuke, then? He's still young, but it seems he has quite a bit of talent. It's Jin. Jin. The third Hokage paused, his expression thoughtful. The name rings a bell, but his mind spun, as if trying to conjure up an image of Jin, but time after time he failed. It was like trying to recall some forgotten scrap left in the corner for too long. He just couldn't bring it to mind. But after a few attempts, a memory from 4 years ago finally surfaced for the third Hokage. Reflexively, he asked, That boy, is there something wrong with him? No, it's just he talks a lot. After a moment's hesitation, Kakashi took out his notebook. It was filled to the margins with things Jin had said, but the very first page had been torn out. That page had contained notes about the relationship between Naruto and Jin. Originally, he intended to record it and show it to the third Hokage. But perhaps because Jin kept bringing up the fourth Hokage and his wife, Kakashi's mind would always drift back to Master Minato's teachings and the kindness of Lady Kushina. Actually, it might be good for Naruto to have an older brother looking out for him. With that thought in mind, he decided to keep their relationship secret. He just made a few vague remarks, then took his leave. Behind him, the third Hokage gazed at the torn edge of the notebook, his mind once again wandering back to that small child from 4 years ago. The soft rustle of movement broke the morning stillness before the mist had lifted, coming from atop the wall of the Uchiha compound. It sounded a bit like a puppy scratching at the wall. In reality, it was Sasuke, balancing on tiptoe as he spread out a pilfered blanket. Will sunbathing really make me stronger? It should, right? That guy said the sun's natural energy can blend with your body's own and create chakra. He murmured to himself, sneaking a glance at the house. Seeing no one coming out, he flopped down on his back just like Jin would, arms and legs splayed out. To make the imitation more convincing, he even chewed on a piece of wild grass. He hummed in a carefree, exaggerated way. Creak. The wooden door opened, and Fugaku, up early as usual, looked up to see his younger son sitting at the entrance. It looked as if he was watching something. Somewhat puzzled, he asked, "Jean, what are you doing here?" "Oh, just watching the puppy dig at the wall." "Digging at the wall, like a puppy?" Fugaku was taken aback, his expression suddenly turning tense. "Which wall did he dig at?" Sasuke said it was the third wall to the left of this door, the one with the cherry blossoms planted beside it. Thud, 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 thud. "My secret stash." Fugaku's face drained of color. For years, his hidden money inside the house never seemed to add up, so he'd started looking for other places to hide it. Eventually, he tucked it away beneath the garden wall. Who would have thought? Damn it, that brat Sasuke is getting more and more out of hand. He let out an angry huff, slipped on his wooden clogs, and hurried outside. Moments later, a piercing, anguished scream from Sasuke echoed over the courtyard wall. A cry so dramatic it was almost pleasing to the ear. Beneath the wall, of course, was the secret stash that the old father had painstakingly hidden. At the same time, the wooden door inside the house slid open once more. Listening to the wails outside, Itachi sighed. "Jean, did you take father's money again? What was it for this time?" In this house, aside from Fugaku, everyone knew it was always Jean who took the money. Almost every single time. Of course, the reasons were never quite the same. Sometimes it was to buy a bite to eat, sweet dango for instance. Itachi had tasted it too. Other times, Jean would spend the money just to pay someone to chat for a while. The excuses were endless. So what was it this time? Itachi sat down beside his brother, curiosity in his eyes as he studied him. "Oh, nothing much. I just bought some fruit and milk and brought it over to the war orphans." "Bah, orphans? Jean, you've grown up." At these words, Itachi's gaze softened. Without thinking, he reached out, wanting to pinch his little brother's cheek. But his hand closed on thin air. Jean dodged with a grin, sidestepping just in time. 7-on-1 today. At this, Itachi immediately, almost reflexively, said, "Don't worry, I'll protect you and Sasuke. I'll stand with the village and do everything I can to stop the fighting. If anyone tries to take Shirsue's eyes, I'll kill them myself." He paused for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, "But why would anyone want to take Shirsue's eyes?" He was genuinely puzzled. Shirsue had made quite a name for himself on the battlefield. He was a hero, after all. Who would covet a hero's Sharingan? Could it be Shirsue's newly awakened Mangekyo? Soft footsteps sounded. Just then, Shirsue suddenly vaulted over the fence from the neighboring yard. Dew still clung to his hair, and dark circles showed under his eyes, a sign of another sleepless night. "Itachi, Jean, you're both here. I've got great news. I've developed a new eye technique." His voice wasn't loud, but his grin stretched ear to ear, radiating pure delight. At the sound of Shirsue's voice, the hand Jean had been resting his chin on froze in midair. Through the excitement shining in Shirsue's eyes, he seemed to glimpse a certain one-eyed old man grinning menacingly in the darkness. "I'm Mikoto Amitsukami." Shirsue, completely oblivious to his friend's sudden change in expression, continued on. "This eye technique can alter someone's will without them even realizing it. The only downside is that it takes a while for my eyes to recover. This morning, I spent an hour discussing it in the Hokage's office. Even Elder Danzo praised me as the hope of the Uchiha." As he spoke, the young man planted his hands on his hips, looking as if he might throw his head back and burst out laughing. But someone stopped him before he could get that far. "How many people did you tell?" Itachi finally sensed something was off. He was beginning to understand why people would want to gouge out Shirsue's eyes. The way he was introducing this eye technique, nothing left out, practically reading straight from the instruction manual. "If you don't lose your eyes after this, who would?" "Not that many." Seeing the concern, Shirsue started counting on his fingers. "Just Lord Third, the Hokage's advisors, Danzo's aides, the Umbu strategists, the sealing squad from Root. This. In the end, Jean looked at the failed copy notification in front of him, then patted this sunny, oblivious fellow on the shoulder. Shaking his head, he walked away. Some might ask, what makes him so oblivious? He trusts every man he meets. Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi-senpai. Nara-senpai. Can we have a quick chat? Ichiraku designed 2 bowls of ramen, and maybe a little conversation? Is everyone ignoring me? Jean watched as everyone hurried away the moment they saw him, his gaze landing on a not-so-distant figure as he sighed. Come on, pack in, have a chat with your big brother. At this point, he was truly down to chatting with dogs on the roadside. Packen glanced over at Jean, his canine eyes brimming with unmistakable disdain. He turned and walked away without hesitation. Hey, don't go. Teach me how to carve a dog's head into an earth release wall. Wouldn't that count as dog-headed protection? Philippe Glop, Philippe Glop. Unfortunately, Packen dashed away in a flash, vanishing from sight. All that was left was Jean sitting on the village street, a bit dejected as he watched the sun begin its descent. From a moment he left his house in the morning up until now, More than 10 hours had passed, and he hadn't managed to copy a single entry. It wasn't for lack of conversation partners, but every attempt at copying had failed. Is Mercury in retrograde today, or something? Just then, the system suddenly chimed in. Congratulations, host. 666 minutes of sunshine absorbed. Chakra plus 666. 666? Really, system? You're not even pretending anymore, are you? Uchiha Jin's face darkened as he turned to walk back toward the clan compound. Woof woof. But it's worth mentioning. On his way back, Pakin, along with a pack of pugs and Akitas, suddenly caught up to him. 7 or 8 of them circled his feet, nuzzling him affectionately. He froze for a moment, caught off guard. HM? I don't recall copying Kakashi's summoning entry either, did I? That guy Kakashi, did he really think sending a dog over would be enough to shut me up? 3 minutes later. Pakin, you really are kind of soft and squishy, aren't you? After all, who doesn't love puppies? Adorable, soft, cuddly little dogs. 10 minutes later. By the time Jin returned to the village, cradling the little dog in his arms, a well-built man stood waiting at the gate. He held a long wooden staff, with the words 7 wolves carved plainly along its length. It was none other than Fugaku Uchiha. Upon seeing Jin, the man's face darkened noticeably. He let out a cold snort and called out, Jin, present. Jin responded smartly. Fugaku paused for a moment, then demanded in a tone tinged with dissatisfaction, just what exactly did you do to Sasuke? All these years, knowing his younger son's talent, he had always watched from the shadows, rarely interfering. But now, things involved his other son as well. He had no choice but to treat the situation seriously. Sasuke? What's he done now? Jin asked, rubbing Pakin's head, looking genuinely puzzled. Didn't the old man just discipline the kid this morning? That boy's been fussing since morning about wanting to sit in the sun. Keeps saying basking in the sunlight will make him stronger, laughing and sunbathing. And now he says he wants to become Hokage. Did you hear that? A child of the Uchiha clan, aspiring to be Hokage. No matter how much I scolded him, he wouldn't listen. Kept saying if he had to die, he'd do it up on the courtyard wall. As he spoke, Fugaku, brimming with anger, raised his staff and brought it down with a thud. Woof, woof, a woof. And so, poor Pakin took the brunt of the blow. Jin, unfazed, simply moved Pakin out of harm's way and quietly suggested, maybe I should go talk to him. Go ahead. And if you can't talk some sense into him, then tonight, we're having dog stew. With a dramatic sweep of his sleeve, Fugaku turned and stormed off. At 3 or 4 years old, children were at their most mischievous. He couldn't be bothered to deal with it, and was only too happy to toss the problem to Jin Uchiha. Who knows, maybe another genius would emerge from this. Meanwhile, in Jin's arms, poor Pakin's tail was tucked tightly between his legs. How did things suddenly take a turn toward eating me? He couldn't make sense of it at all. Not one bit. And suddenly, this mission was starting to look a whole lot tougher. 3 minutes later, at the courtyard wall of the clan leader's residence. Up above, a tiny figure was howling at the sky. The skies are clear, the rain has stopped, and I, Sasuke Uchiha, will become Hokage. Facing the setting sun, Sasuke shouted the words Jin had so often repeated in front of him. Then, just as he'd seen Jin do, he reached out, ran his hand through his hair, covered his face, and burst into wild laughter. Ha ha. He's got the spirit, but the voice is still too young. The mouth doesn't open wide enough, and that laughter isn't quite booming yet. From the corner of the wall, Jin's voice offered a playful critique, cutting through the laughter. He shook his head, holding Parker in his arms, followed by 7 yawning Shiba Inu dogs. Who would have thought that the words he uttered just to tease Erjuzi would end up weighing on his mind for real? Well, here we are. Erjuzi is about to start his path as Hokage without ever leaving the village. Now then, what's Naruto supposed to do about this? You. Why did you suddenly come back? The awkwardness of being caught in this moment felt as humiliating as having your arch-rival see you wet the bed. Sasuke's cheeks flushed a deep red. He grumbled and pouted, turning his head away, refusing to look at the person below. It wasn't until Jin, smiling, gently ruffled the dog's head and softly asked, So, Sasuke, do you want to become as strong as your brother? Huh? Such a gentle tone. This was the first time Sasuke had ever heard it. He hesitated for a moment, but then resolutely shook his head in refusal. By the way, about yesterday's shuriken. As he spoke, Uchiha Jin casually flicked a metal shard. The piece of steel traced 7 sharp zigzags through the air and shredded a distant target into nothing but wood chips. Is this the kind of effect you're aiming for? Gulp. Sasuke stared at the cloud of drifting wood splinters, his throat bobbing with anticipation. His heart was utterly captivated. That single move, the flashy shuriken technique. For the past couple of days, it had been poking at his thoughts incessantly. So after a moment's struggle, he whispered, Fine, you asked for this. But even if I get stronger, I'm still going to beat you up. Maybe just not so hard. He agreed? Well, as long as he agreed. Jin shook his head, lingering for a moment. Conversation with Uchiha Sasuke for 10 minutes. Attempting to copy entry. Copy failed. Chakra +1. Failed again? What is going on today? If talking doesn't work, then we'll just have to turn up the heat. Jin grinned, patted Parker, and said, Release the dogs. Go get him. Sasuke. Parker, woof. The next day. Morning. Lil Naruto stretched his arms wide in a big yawn. He slowly opened his eyes. As sunlight streamed before him, he squinted, a trace of loneliness flickering across his face. Was it just a dream? Yesterday, he had a dream. In it, he lay atop a strong, warm back. Soft, yet full of comfort. It was a warmth he hadn't felt in all 4 years of his young life. And for a moment, he was reluctant to wake. He even wanted to pull the covers over his head and drift back into sleep. 3 minutes passed. After wrestling with himself for a good while, little Naruto finally made up his mind and got out of bed. Thud. But the moment he stood up, his bright blue eyes widened in surprise. Staring at the familiar whiskers before him, he muttered, Oh, so I'm still dreaming. Guess I'll just go back to sleep. Another 3 minutes went by before he suddenly threw off the covers. He jumped out of bed and looked around at the spotless, tidy room. His face trembled slightly. No, this isn't a dream. And there's ramen. Oh, and milk. There's milk too. Grr. His stomach began to rumble. Hunger struck him so strongly that the moment he spotted the milk, he dashed straight over. He opened the jar and took a big gulp, tilting his head back. Glug, glug. Huh, why does it taste better than mine? Puzzled little Naruto, only 4 years old, drank every last drop. He even licked the rim of the bottle clean. This is so good. I have to let Uncle Ichiraka try some. With that thought, he clutched the 2 packets of milk tightly and hurried downstairs, his footsteps pattering away. Outside the window, Kakashi glanced at his newly published book, his expression calm and unchanged as he caught sight of the scene from the corner of his eye. But his right hand, gripping the book, tightened ever so slightly. He murmured, So, no one ever taught this child not to drink expired milk. In his heart, a complicated, unspoken emotion began to swell and spread. Woof, woof, woof. Ah, go away. Stop chasing me. Oh, woof. You jerk. Uchiha Jin, just you wait till I grow up, Allah. Not there. You can't bite there. The Hidden Leaf Village. Within the gradually peaceful atmosphere brought on by the peace talks with the Cloud Village, a lone figure, or rather, a cluster of figures, quickly drew everyone's attention. At the front, a small boy in Uchiha clan attire was sprinting as fast as his legs could carry him. Behind him, a pack of Shiba Inu dogs was hot on his heels, chasing with determination. If they caught up, they'd pounce right away. This spectacle made the villagers on either side of the street laugh and comment among themselves. Oh my, that little rascal from the Uchiha family is being chased by dogs again. Heh, who would have thought the mighty Uchiha clan could be so down-to-earth? Exactly. Look at that kid, he's all fired up. Seems like the Uchiha aren't any different from the rest of us after all. Ha ha. Indeed, mischievous children chasing cats and dogs are the favorite topic for all the elders in the village. And through scenes like this, the villagers' long-standing suspicion of the Uchiha seemed to be gradually fading. Some even began offering helpful advice. Run faster. Watch out for the trash can ahead. Careful. There's a wall up there. Go. Guzzi, overtake him. During the chase, a boy in a bright green jumpsuit caught sight of the commotion and his eyes lit up. As expected of the Uchiha, only they would come up with such training methods. This is the spirit of youth. Let us burn with youthful passion together. With that, his small frame dove straight into the pack of dogs, taking the lead. He even surged ahead of Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, you passed me. Ah, the impulsiveness of youth. As soon as he saw someone overtaking him, his little temper flared in an instant. Today I'll show you what a true genius looks like. With those words, he stomped hard on the ground. With a beautiful, powerful leap, he shot forward like an arrow. He even had the time to glance back, casting a look of sheer pride at the boy in green. It was as if he was saying, See, this is the pride of the Uchiha clan. He could clearly see the boy in green. His pupils suddenly widened, his face twisting in alarm. The boy opened his mouth, as if to shout something. Oomph. See, the moment I get serious, he's already scared out of his wits. The pride on Sasuke's face only grew stronger, and then, bang, thud, smack, ouch, ow. 2 cries of pain rang out almost simultaneously. At this moment, Leaf finally managed to shout, stammering, wait, careful, someone's. A black-haired and a blonde-haired child, both just 4 years old, collided as if fate had drawn them together. And then the shouting began. You! Hey you! How you even run like that? Are you blind? Didn't you see all these dogs around? Arg! My milk! You, rotten little brat! You owe me a new bottle. Oomph! I'm not paying for anything. I should be making you pay for my clothes. A fan-patterned shirt? Uchiha, huh? Figures. You're one of those naturally evil Uchiha brats. Oomph! You yellow-haired fox. The two of them stood in the middle of the street, pointing at each other's noses, trading insults. Beside them, Lee was rushing back and forth, desperately trying to make peace. Unfortunately, it was no use. In the end, things only got worse. A three-way scuffle broke out. On the sidelines, 7 Shiba Inu exchanged nervous glances, then quietly retreated half a step. When the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer too. But before they could escape, they were dragged into the chaos as well. 3 kids, 7 dogs, a full-blown brawl erupted. At the Uchiha clan's estate, in the conference hall, Fugaku was in the midst of a discussion about Konoha's handover of Hayashi's body and the truce with the hidden cloud. He poured himself a cup of tea and waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. As long as we Uchiha remain calm, everything. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door. Clan leader, sir. A clansman rushed in, his voice anxious. Clan leader, you need to come quick. Young Master Sasuke is outside, and he's gotten into a fight. Clatter. Sasuke, what's that brat up to now? It was a sensitive time for the village. Even the smallest stir from the Uchiha would be magnified tenfold. Hyug. Fugaku, who had been speaking so confidently, froze mid-sentence, a vein twitching on his brow. Suppressing the anger and worry in his heart, he gripped his teacup tightly and asked, who was he fighting? Did he win? Oh, no. And no, that's not it. The clan member hesitated, his expression turning odd before he finally spoke. He got into a fight with 7 dogs, a guy in weird green clothes, and a blonde. Oh, well, as long as he didn't get into it with any of the big clans, wait, what did you just say? Sasuke got into a fight with what? Fugaku Uchiha's head snapped up. Dogs? 7 of them. And a guy with a strange fashion sense and a blonde? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the teacup in his hand flipped over with a sharp thud, spilling its contents onto the table. Ah, that rebellious child. The tea trickled slowly across the table, right in front of him. Drip, drip, much of it even soaked into his trousers. But right now, Fugaku's mind was elsewhere. He could only think about running over and stuffing Sasuke straight into that teacup. On the garden wall. So, someone's caused trouble? Hearing the commotion, Jean tossed Pakin aside and carefully edged closer to the wall. He slowed his breathing, pressed his whole body against the surface. Then, he did his best to activate his barely noticeable presence skill. He thought to himself, if they're angry with Sasuke, maybe they'll leave me alone. Just as Jean was quietly peering outside the village, a shadow suddenly landed at his feet. He frowned and reflexively kicked out, Pakin, beat it. I'm not in the mood to play with you right now. But his outstretched leg was caught by someone. Jean, it's me. Itachi squinted slightly, a gentle smile on his face. Sunbathing again today, are we? As he spoke, he casually brushed the dust off Jin's leg. There really was a lot of dust on top of the wall. A 1 against 7? Not off on a mission today. Jean glanced weakly at his older brother, not really in the mood. He hadn't managed to copy any new skills today, and didn't feel like getting into a deep conversation with Itachi. No, lately Father's been getting ready to send me into the ANBU. Itachi sat down beside him. His voice was warm, like sunlight in early spring, gentle and comforting. But what he said made Jean look up in surprise. Joining the ANBU? If he remembered right, this was when 1 against 7 went undercover, only to be truly swayed in the end, right? What's wrong? Itachi glanced over. A 1 against 7. Has it really come to this between the clan and the village? Hearing Jin's words, Itachi's smile faltered just a bit. His narrowed eyes opened a little wider. As expected, you're just as sharp as ever. He was, after all, just a kid who liked basking in the sun. Yet with only a single piece of information, he'd managed to deduce the real situation with uncanny accuracy. That was something far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Looks like Jin's mind rivaled even that of the Nara clan, Itachi thought to himself, unconsciously nodding. For a fleeting moment, a shadow crossed his eyes. The conflict between the village and the clan had truly reached a point of utter irreconcilability. It would be no exaggeration to say that, were it not for Father holding things together, the clansmen would have staged a coup long ago. But all of that was about outsiders. He drew a deep breath, and when he looked up again, his face was set with determination. Don't worry, Jean. I promise I'll protect you and Sasuke. What about you, Mizuki? Itachi fell silent. Let's talk about you setting the dogs on Sasuke, shall we? He took a breath, and with a sudden shift in topic, he asked, I watched the whole thing unfold, so... But before he could finish, Jean cut him off outright. Father, did you hear that? He stood by and watched as 1-7. Itachi, what? Jean spun around, leaping up and pointing at Itachi to make his accusation. At the foot of the wall, Fugaku grabbed Sasuke by the scruff of the neck, lifting him like a kitten and setting him down by the wall. Once a pristine, adorable little boy. Now, his clothes were filthy and grime-streaked. There was even a faint whiff of dog urine about him. It was frankly off-putting. An off-putting boy. Just as Fugaku reached the wall, he caught Jin's words. He looked up at his eldest, brightest, most capable son. He let out a sigh, so subtle it was almost inaudible. What a calamity. This clever, well-behaved, exceptionally gifted son, he too, was starting to show problems. His brows knitted together as he hesitated, searching for the right words. Itachi, Sasuke has always looked up to you as his idol and cared for you deeply. He left the rest unsaid, but the implication was clear. As an elder brother, you actually allowed your little brother to be bitten by dogs. Conflicted emotions flitted across Itachi's face. His gaze darted between Jin and Fugaku, finally settling on Sasuke by the wall. He exhaled deeply. There was nothing more to be said. Useless arguments would only worsen a rift. Even though it was only when he saw the villagers' attitudes changing that he had finally stepped back. And as for Sasuke, though he wanted to speak in his own defense, he had already been scolded before coming back. Naturally, he dared not make a sound. The three of you brothers, you'd better spend some time reflecting on your actions today. A moment later, Fugaku flung his sleeves in exasperation and strode off. He couldn't even bring himself to utter a harsher word. Only the three brothers were left, staring at each other in silence. After a pause, Itachi gave a soft laugh, scooped Sasuke in his arms, and coaxed him with a gentle tone reserved for children. Come on, you smell awful. Let's get you cleaned up. Jin watched the two of them walk away, quietly shifting his position, to recline a bit more comfortably. Before his eyes, a line of text flickered gently into view. You have defeated Uchiha Sasuke. Attempting to copy entry. Copy successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the common entry. Sundara, White. Jin, feed it. Immediately feed this entry to Flying Thunder God. A month later, early morning in the Uchiha compound, just after breakfast. Fugaku looked at Sasuke, tapped the table, and said, Come with me to the river later. I'll teach you how to refine chakra. Thunk. At those words, Sasuke's eyes flew wide open, as big as a cow's. It took him 3 tries just to swallow down a rice ball in his mouth. His face lit up with excitement. Oh, really, father? I can finally start training. Really? Fugaku ruffled his son's hair. This younger son of his was just bursting with energy. For a whole month now, he'd gone from being chased by the village dogs every day to chasing them himself. It was unbelievable. Now, whenever Fugaku went out on errands, people in the village would point and say, Look, that's the father of the boy who chases dogs. His kid, was the one who got chased around by dogs for half a month. Has the Uchiha clan really fallen so far that their kids play with dogs now? Ha 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 ha. All these voices made Fugaku's head throb. Adding to the chaos, some people had even started calling Sasuke and Jin the twin dragons of the Uchiha. One spent all day chasing dogs. The other spent all day chatting. It was a world apart from the once aloof and untouchable Uchiha clan. He had no choice but to find a way to burn off Sasuke's endless energy. It's worth mentioning that in the process of chasing dogs, Sasuke had gathered a group of teammates, little brats led by a blonde boy and a kid in green. They had all joined the dog-chasing crew, and they were no longer limited to just the original 7 little Shiba Inus. Now, any dog spotted in the village was fair game. Because of that, the dogs in the village had been living in terror lately. Thinking about this, Jin turned to glance outside at Pakin. The 7 little Shiba Inus following behind him had even started to bulk up, biceps and all. Turns out, nothing beats a good chase for real exercise. After finishing breakfast, Fugaku stood up and left with Sasuke. Itachi, ever thoughtful, stayed to help his mother Mikoto with the chores. And Jin, he followed along into the kitchen, grinning. Before he could say a word, Itachi quickly spoke up. Don't worry, I'll protect you and Sasuke, no matter if it's someone from the village or not. If anyone tries to take Shirsue's eyes, I'll stop them. Even if it's Danzo, I won't let it happen. After days of back-and-forth questions, Itachi had figured out exactly the kind of answers Jin liked to hear. To put it simply, always stand with your own. Satisfied with the reply, Jin lingered for a few more minutes to fill up their 10-minute chat, then turned to go. But just as he lifted his foot to leave, what he saw in front of him made him freeze on the spot. HM? Jin, what's wrong? And no, it's nothing. Jean forced a smile, turned around, and patted his older brother on the shoulder, letting out a sigh. 7 at once, huh? Just remember to look after your health. You're still young. How are you already so worn out? Conversation target, Uchiha Itachi. 10 minutes of conversation. Attempting to copy the entry. Success. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the white attribute. Frail, white. Frail. Under the influence of the 2 wise short life entry, the body cannot bear the mental strain, leading to an irreparable deficit. 2.5 years later. The waters of the Nanha River shimmered with golden ripples in the morning light, a breathtaking sight. Yet on the training grounds behind the Uchiha clan compound by the riverbank, a restless tension filled the air. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Sasuke's fingers trembled slightly as he formed the hand seals. He thrust his right hand forward, bringing it to his mouth. His chest expanded, and searing chakra gathered at his throat. Then, with a forceful exhale, he let it all out. Whoosh! A fist-sized flame shot forward, but after barely 2 meters, it fizzled out into the breeze. The air around him didn't even grow warmer. Failed again. Sasuke gritted his teeth, frustration and disappointment flickering in his eyes. He had been practicing fire release since half a year ago. As for this great fireball jutsu before him, he'd spent 2 whole months attempting it, but still hadn't grasped the technique. It was barely enough to light a campfire. Nearby, a flicker of disappointment passed through Fugaku's eyes. Perhaps I shouldn't have set my hopes so high. Itachi is already a rare genius. Jean, too, is a prodigy our clan has never seen before. Sasuke, maybe it's fine if he's a bit more ordinary. In truth, 2 months was already an impressive display of talent. But compared to his older brother, who had mastered it instantly, it simply wasn't enough. Thinking this, Fugaku gently patted Sasuke's shoulder in consolation. It's all right, Sasuke. Even 1-7 could only manage 5 meters when he first tried the Great Fireball. For years, under Jin's lead, everyone had naturally started calling him 1-7. Huh, so mine isn't so bad at 2 meters. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's face brightened for a moment. How long did it take 1-7 to learn it? Fugaku hesitated, unsure how to answer. Should he tell the truth? It would break the boy's heart. But if he didn't say anything, just as he hesitated, a lazy voice drifted down from atop the courtyard wall. Oh, 1-7 just watched father do it, tried it once, and got it right on the first go. By the way, Sasuke, the 5 meters father mentioned, that's the diameter, not the distance. Jean waved his hand, speaking honestly. He rolled over and beamed at the 2 who hadn't yet greeted him that morning. At that, Sasuke could only hang his head lower. Drip, drip. Sweat rolled down the bridge of his nose. He bit his lower lip hard, his palms turning white from the pressure of his fingernails. For 2 months, he had practiced like a madman, yet still couldn't match his brother's single attempt at imitation. But the more impatient he grew, the more his chakra rampaged through his meridians like a wild horse out of control. He could sense, faintly, that he was on the edge of losing control. Fugaku patted him on the shoulder, uncertain what to say. Father, maybe Sasuke just isn't suited for fire release. Uchiha Jin, with one leg propped against the wall and the other dangling outside, spoke again as he idly swung his foot. He wasn't just making conversation to fill 10 minutes. It was simply the truth. Sasuke's fire release was rather average, especially compared to his astounding mastery of lightning release. The difference was like night and day. Back in those days, every time Sasuke drew his sword, his whole body would be crackling with Chidori, special effects blazing. And when he unleashed Kirin, the entire shinobi world's understanding of lightning release was instantly elevated to a whole new level. So, for the sake of perfecting his mimicry, Jin felt compelled to set the record straight. All these years, and he hadn't managed to copy a single good trait from Sasuke. Nonsense. Fugaku snorted at Jin's words. The Uchiha have been famed for fire release since the Warring States period. And think of that legendary man. His fire release could even burn away Lord Hashirama's wood release. What an honor that is. Sure, not only did he burn away the wood release, now he's just lying underground, ready to come after you all at any moment. Jin rolled his eyes and leapt down from the wall. When he landed, the dust swirled up, but strangely, it twisted around the hem of his clothes without touching him. After 2.5 years of photosynthesis, the chakra surrounding him had become as dense and deep as a bottomless pool. At that moment, as he looked at Sasuke, a faint bluish-white network appeared in his right eye. This was the Byakugan of the Hyuga main family. Over the past 2.5 years, he'd grown ever more adept at using it. He could activate it at any moment and conceal it just as easily. With the main family's flawless 360-degree vision, Sasuke's internal pathways were laid bare before him. Within Sasuke, blue and purple chakra streams intertwined in vivid detail. Sparks of lightning zipped along his meridians, clashing fiercely with the crimson chakra every time he used fire release. Lightning counters earth, fire counters wind, but lightning and fire together. Jin raised 2 fingers. It's like tossing an explosive tag into a campfire. No one could handle that. As he finished, blinding arcs of lightning burst from his fingertips. Sasuke's pupils widened in shock. Wow, what? When did you learn lightning release? Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku was just as surprised. There was even a trace of delight in his eyes. In his memory, his second son had awakened the Sharingan early, but seemed to do little more than sleep. So where had this lightning release come from? Had it just fallen from the sky? Almost unconsciously, the scarlet pattern of a 3-tomo Sharingan flickered in Fugaku's eyes. For a moment, it seemed as if the tomo would merge into one. But at that instant, Jin's voice interrupted, halting the transformation. Father, the Uchiha Sharingan can predict the path of lightning. In lightning release, he turned to look at his stunned younger brother, can let lightning catch up with the speed of our eyes. As the words fell, he clenched his right hand, crackling with the force of lightning. A piercing cry split the air. In an instant, 1,000 birds screeched. Countless streams of high-voltage electricity surged to his palm all at once. A dense electric blue radiance spread out, devouring everything in its path. What is this? Is that Chidori? Lightning release. Chidori? Uchiha Fugaku's pupils quivered violently, the pattern of his Sharingan snapping back to clarity, sharper than before. Lightning release. Chidori. Kakeshi's signature technique. Even he had heard tales of it. But how could it appear now in the hands of his own second son? Did Kakashi teach this to Jin? No, that couldn't be. At the very least, the third Hokage would never have allowed it. Perhaps it was time to move the coup ahead of schedule. In that moment, Fugaku's mind was a storm of turmoil, thoughts racing in all directions. As for Sasuke, only one word was left on his little face. Want. He wanted it. He loved it. Such a dazzling, flashy, and spectacular technique. He absolutely loved it. But when did that slacker Jin ever learn something like this? Could be he picked it up just by lying in the sun? Or was it something he figured out after being chased by dogs? Even if you're a prodigy, mastering a jutsu of this level should take enormous effort to control, right? But Jin seemed to wield it perfectly, as if he'd never even practiced. At this moment, as Sasuke looked once again at his good-for-nothing, sunbathing big brother, his cheeks began to flush. He felt ashamed, all his bitter training, and he still couldn't catch up to Jin's effortless sun-soaked progress. A thought suddenly shot through his mind. So the genius elder brother, the monstrous Jin, and the foolish me. Sunbathing. Let's sunbathe together. Sasuke's lips moved, but the words stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Ever since he was chased by dogs 2.5 years ago, lying in the sun had become an obsession for him. Only because of Fugaku's personal training had he set it aside for a while. But now, triggered once again by his slacker brother, the idea sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain, unstoppable. And in an instant, the plan fell into place. First, sunbathe. Then, lightning release. Once I master lightning release, electrocute the dogs. Thinking this, he didn't hesitate. After glancing around to make sure no one was watching, he found a big rock. He sprawled out flat on it. Let's sunbathe together. Fugaku. He felt exhausted. After 2.5 years of hard effort to pull his younger son back onto the right path, Jin had undone it all in a single moment. Of course, more than anything, he just couldn't believe it. His lips parted, and after making sure no one was around, he spoke in a low voice. Jin, just now, did you use hand signs? He'd seen it clearly. With that Chidori just now, Jin had unleashed it with hardly more than a thought, and its power was even greater than Kakashi's. The crackling of energy was even more overwhelming. This shook the very foundations of everything he had believed for over 30 years. Since when could one unleash ninjutsu without weaving hand signs to guide the chakra within? Granted, with enough mastery, the number of required hand seals for a jutsu would decrease. But Chidori was at least an A-rank jutsu. No matter how skilled you were, shouldn't there still be some hand signs? In that moment, Fugaku felt a tumultuous upheaval inside. He couldn't even be bothered to scold his second son for lazing in the sun. Clap. At that, Jin casually clapped his hands and said, "See, wasn't that a hand sign? Just a clap, and whatever you call comes right out." Fugaku was left even more bewildered. It felt as if the basic tenets of being a ninja were starting to crumble. Of course, amid his shock, he couldn't help but feel a touch of pride. My sons truly are all prodigies. Well, at least most of them. He glanced back at Sasuke, who was already basking in the sun. and shook his head with a sigh. Sasuke, don't forget to go to school. With that, he turned and walked away. For a moment, even his posture seemed uncertain. Should he hold his head high or hang it in defeat? Behind him, Jin's figure stiffened slightly. He stared at the prompt before his eyes, his Sharingan spinning rapidly in his pupils. From 1 tomo to 2 tomo, then 3 tomo, and finally, the tomo linked into a circle before resetting. The prompt was clear before his eyes. You have conversed with Uchiha Fugaku for 10 minutes. Attempting to copy entry. Copy successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the epic entry. Manjikyu Sharingan. Purple and advanced form of the Sharingan. Awakened through overwhelming emotional stimulus. The ultimate eye that sees through all worlds, earth-shattering and awe-inspiring. Manjikyu Sharingan. Jin had never expected that. After 6 years of constant interaction without success, he would finally copy the Manjikyu today. If Second Son unlocked the Manjikyu, even Pakin and those little ninja dogs would feel the heat just passing by. It took him a while to recover from shock. Talp, talp, talp. He jogged over to the riverside. Leaning forward, he peered at his reflection in the water. Delicate features, handsome face, and those scarlet eyes shining brilliantly. He stared for a while, then leaned in closer, puzzled. Why hasn't my Manjikyu Sharingan changed? In the reflection, the Sharingan in his pupils was still just 3 tomo, slowly spinning. It didn't look any different from the regular 3 tomo Sharingan. Could it be that because I copied it, there's no visible change? His breath caught as he leaned in even closer. He was almost nose to nose with his own reflection. Only then did he notice a subtle change in the Sharingan below. The 3 tomo in his pupils seemed slightly larger. From a mere comma shape, they'd grown into the shape of a 6. So now, both eyes are at 666. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, finding the situation a bit absurd. Then, with a single thought, he began to activate the Mangekyo. As the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular power, the Mangekyo's strength was not just about raw might. Its true significance lay in the abilities awakened in both eyes. Each person's Mangekyo manifested a unique power, shaped by their own strengths. That's where the true, fearsome nature of the Mangekyo Sharingan resided. As his Sharingan spun, he distinctly felt the world around him shift. Natural energy and minute forms of life, omnipresent and subtle, were suddenly laid bare before his eyes. He could even see the stripes on the larvae by the riverbank with astounding clarity. His ocular power surged once more. 3 minutes passed. Drip, drip. On the river's surface, crimson drops fell one after another. The surrounding water was stained a deep, vivid red. This was blood. I'm about to blind myself here, and still no special ability showing up. Jin resignedly closed his eyes. His pupils burned hot, like tiny needles stabbing relentlessly. Sharp and searing pain. So, Tongzi, my Mangekyo, is just a leveled-up Sharingan, but no new ability yet? Jin was surprised, perhaps even a bit annoyed. So now, not only am I risking going blind every time I use the Sharingan, I haven't even awakened an ability? Punji. 3. This trait feels like a ripoff. Jin shook his head, but he didn't discard the trait after all. Better to keep it. Perhaps the new ability just hadn't awakened yet since he'd only just gained the Mangekyo. Still, I really need to address this risk of blindness soon. If I just rely on medicine, I'll probably end up like Itachi from the original story, coughing up blood, right? He muttered to himself, falling into thought. Other than transplanting a close relative's eyes, it seems what releases healing power can also suppress it. So, where can I find a trait that grants would release? Lost in contemplation, Jin absent-mindedly strolled along the riverbank. All around him, great trees stood tall by the water's edge. Thick, resilient roots burrowed deep, drawing nourishment from the river. Roots? He suddenly froze, turning to gaze toward the cliffs on the village outskirts. If I remember right, that sunny kid is about to have his eyes gouged out, isn't he? So, that old fox Danzo is about to be alone too, huh? The only thing is, which spot is the real cliff-jumping site? As this realization dawned, his figure gradually dissolved into a trail of light, fading away. A minute later, at a cliff several kilometers away, a small silhouette slowly took shape. Below, the stream trickled gently. Above, the cliff towered into the clouds, its edge lost from sight in the distance. This was also the place where Itachi and Shursui would often meet in secret to share their thoughts and feelings. So, Jin had visited this spot more than once himself. Talp, talp, talp. Just as he arrived, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps splashing through water. That caught him by surprise. He turned to see what it was. There, standing on the surface of the stream, was a handsome young man in a deep blue high-collared ninja uniform, practicing some technique. A gentle breeze swept past, lifting the fine bangs from the boy's forehead ever so slightly. It revealed a face brimming with warmth and approachability. Uchiha Sasuke, one of the rare bright and cheerful young men of the Uchiha clan. Jin, it's you. Sasuke wasn't particularly surprised to see Jin suddenly appear. He simply smiled and greeted him. After years of acquaintance, he was used to Itachi's, his younger brother's, ghost-like comings and goings. Or, to put it another way, his sudden appearances. Sasuke had long since grown accustomed to it. For all he knew, this kid could pop up behind him at any moment and start a conversation out of the blue. In the beginning, Sasuke had been startled more than a few times. Especially that one time when he was using the bathroom and the guy suddenly sprang up from behind, scaring him so badly he nearly jumped out of his skin. Sasuke, what brings you here? Sasuke paused, a little puzzled. Hadn't he been the one to discover this place? Why did it now feel as if he was the one intruding? Of course, that odd feeling vanished as soon as it came. The two of them, one taller, one shorter, stood side by side atop the river, chatting away. Caw-caw. Above them, a crow swooped down, darting swiftly along the riverbank. Time slipped by, and gradually, Jin noticed something different about the aura surrounding Sasuke. There was a brilliant golden glow about him now, dazzling to behold. And beneath it, another aura, swirling with inky blackness. Conversation target, Uchiha Sasuke. Copying Perk analysis in progress. Kodoa Mitsukami, gold. Phantom body flicker, purple. Mangekyo Sharingan, purple. Kodoa Mitsukami, gold. A heart ready for death, black. Compared to 2 years ago, the qualities surrounding Sasuke were nearly perfect. All that was missing was that verdant green Susanoo. But still, when he saw that ominous black aura, Jin let out a silent sigh. A man doomed to die, so Sasuke already senses what's coming. In the original story, this bright and cheerful young man actually had a real chance to survive. A very good chance, in fact. Whether he fled back to his clan or defected from the village, there was hope. But in the end, all he left behind was his last remaining eye, entrusted to his closest friend. With his life, he helped Itachi awaken the Mangekyo. When it came to these events, Jin could no longer tell which was cause and which was effect. That thought brought to mind his own black aura. He gave a crooked smile and began to examine it. Name, Uchiha Jin. Chakra, 1,852,511. Abilities, 7-year itch black, golden body of light, rainbow, faint presence, rainbow, flying thunder god technique, gold, LV6, nine tails Jinchuriki, gold, Mangekyo Sharingan, purple. 6 years had passed, and his mind and body had both grown considerably stronger. Especially in these last 2 years, as he grew older, his physical abilities had advanced even more rapidly. And this was merely his normal state. If he activated the cloud flow technique and the Nine Tails power, his stamina would multiply several times over. Relying on taijutsu alone, he could now rival an average jonin. But of course, what mattered most was, after all these years, the 7-year itch had remained utterly unchanged. The dark aura swirling around this ability was so thick it could terrify anyone. He had tried investing in other abilities, but none of them made any difference. It was as if he were facing a stagnant, lifeless pond. Perhaps this thing would only reveal its true nature on next year's night of the clan massacre? That was what Jin suspected. He hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the big boy beside him, who was grinning foolishly and asked with deliberate meaning, Sasuke, what do you think of the village? The village? It's great. There's no war right now, and everyone's living happily. And what do you think of Danzo as a person? Lord Danzo. At the mention of that name, Sasuke paused before answering seriously. He's a selfless man, a true hero, rooted in the shadows, guarding Konoha from beneath the surface. Jin was speechless, hopeless. The Uchiha's famed perceptiveness. Sasuke here was sorely lacking. 10 minutes of conversation, attempting to copy ability. Copy fail. Another failure. If talking didn't work, then time for a fight. Jin tilted his head slightly to look up at the big boy in front of him. Sunlight spilled across Sasuke's tousled hair, so bright it almost hurt the eyes. Sasuke. Yeah. I'm feeling a bit fired up right now. Huh? Have you been staying up late lately, Jin? Sasuke blinked in confusion. No, I want to spar with you. Jin rolled his neck. His joints responded with a sharp cracking sound. The laziness and idleness vanished from his eyes, replaced by the fierce focus of a lion rousing from slumber. Every inch of him radiated a dazzling intensity. Haha, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? Sasuke laughed, even reaching out to ruffle Jin's cheek. But the moment his hand drew close, he caught a sudden glimpse of Jin's eyes, now glowing blood red. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Was this the awakening? When had Jin awakened his eyes? He was genuinely puzzled. In his memory, Jin was always lying around lazily. Always done talking, he'd lose all motivation to move. Typically, for a member of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan awakens only after witnessing the death of a comrade on the battlefield. Some traumatic shock is needed to trigger it. But Jin never even had the chance to set foot on a battlefield. And from the moment he was born until now, nothing particularly heartbreaking had ever happened to him. So, how did his eyes awaken? Especially those scarlet Sharingan eyes. Just looking at them sent a chill down his spine, as if he were being watched by something dangerous. Was this kid really serious? He drew in a deep breath, his expression growing solemn as he nodded. All right, swish. With a sudden motion, he drew his samurai sword from behind his back and leapt backward several steps. Chakra surged and coursed through his body, gathering with growing intensity. Glug, glug. Beneath his feet, the water's surface began to bubble furiously, as if it were a boiling cauldron. Very well then, let's see just how far little Jin has come. With those words, he swung his blade in a wide arc. Crash! Blade and water collided, sending a wave surging straight at his opponent. Splash, crash. Water droplets sprayed everywhere, and for an instant, the spray shrouded everything in a misty haze, disrupting his vision. Behind the screen of white spray, as Shursui formed a hand sign, he called out a warning. Jin, be careful. Next, I'm going to use Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu, attacking from 3 different. He was still speaking when his words abruptly cut off. Drip. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead in silence. Goosebumps prickled all over his back. At the edge of his vision, he spotted the cold gleam of a shuriken, hovering ominously just above his waist, radiating a chilling light. Above Jin's head, the mark of the flying thunder god flickered for an instant. Holding the end of the shuriken, Jin shook his head and said, Shursui, hasn't anyone ever told you? When you're fighting, don't talk so much. If you take too long to wind up, it's easy to get taken out. This big guy, already in the middle of a fight, and still pausing to remind him to be careful. If he ever crossed paths with someone truly fast, wouldn't he be finished in an instant? And only now did he truly understand why the yellow, Flash, Minato Namikaze struck such terror that the other ninja villages would abandon missions at the mere rumor of his presence. Even the legendary Sannin, whose fame would one day eclipse the skies, had never prompted a directive like, if encountered, you are authorized to abandon the mission. When did you get there? Shursui's brow furrowed, a rare note of caution flickering in his shining eyes. He was genuinely surprised. Just a moment ago, Jin had clearly been standing across from him. How had he suddenly appeared at his back? The body flicker technique? But when did he even form the hand seals? Splash. The next instant, Shursui's body dissolved into a puddle, melting into the river. Splish splash. In a matter of moments, a dozen new forms reconstituted themselves 10 meters away. 12 shadow clones in all, each one wielding a samurai sword, all aimed at Jin. The body flicker, huh? Now, this is getting interesting, but lines bulged at the corner of Jin's eyes, and beneath the crimson glow of his Sharingan, his Byakugan snapped open in an instant. Sharingan and Byakugan combined. Mizu, is your body flicker technique out of tricks already? Pop, pop. The stream shimmered under the sunlight, casting a faint rainbow. Step. Shursui Uchiha dashed across the river's smooth, damp pebbles, flicking his wrist to send a dozen shuriken skimming just above the water's surface toward his opponent. Within his eyes, the Mangekyo swirled, and under the daylight, faint emerald ripples flickered in his pupils. Splash! The water, which should have parted in straight lines, suddenly twisted into a serpentine path, a distortion caused by an interception. Clang, clang, clang. A kunai expertly deflected all 12 shuriken with precision. Seeing this, Shursui allowed himself a subtle smile. This was the kind of reflex one would expect from a clansman who had awakened their dojutsu. But in the very next second, when he glanced down, every hair on the back of his neck stood on end. Uchiha Jin, who should have been 30 paces away, was now slowly emerging from the river's reflection, half his body rising ghost-like from the water's mirrored surface. Crackle, sizzle. Lightning crackled around Jin's fingers, now just inches from Shursui's ankle. Lightning release? When did you get here? With a deft tap of his toes, Shursui's form split into 4 afterimages that scattered in different directions. Slash. Bang. 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 Yet 3 of those afterimages were a heartbeat too slow and were torn apart by serpentine bolts of lightning. That last move, what was it? Shui landed on a protruding ledge of the cliff, momentarily finding his footing. A faint sting lingered on his cheek. He wiped away the thin line of blood left by a flying stone, his eyes scanning the faintly glowing, transparent runes etched into the river rocks below. Doubt clouded his gaze. What kind of technique is this? Even the stones in the stream are inscribed. Who would be bored enough to carve seals on a river stones? Well, as it turns out, someone actually would. Jin, of course. Ever since his clan relocated to the banks of the Nanga River, Jin had taken to idly picking up pebbles and fiddling with them under the sun. Each stone had been inscribed with the formula for the flying thunder god technique before being tossed back into the Nanga. With the stream winding through all of Konoha, his flying thunder god network now covered the entire village in vibrant green. There was nowhere he couldn't instantly appear. Glancing at Shusui's stance, Jin suddenly grinned. Hahamizu, don't underestimate the bonds that tie us together. Shui, that didn't even answer the question. But, knowing his oddball cousin's quirks, Shui didn't bother pressing further. He simply formed a silent hand seal. His form began to shift, almost imperceptibly. Pop, pop, pop. A heartbeat later, 36 identical images of Shui appeared at once. Each one gripped a shuriken, a paper bomb dangling from its tail. Whoosh! A shuriken flew through the air. Then another, and another. Hundreds of shuriken and explosive tags filled the space, blanketing a 100-meter radius in a deadly net. No matter how fast you are, how will you escape when the entire battlefield is covered? A subtle smile played at the corner of Shusui's lips. Almost unconsciously, he mimicked Jin's odd tone and said, "Don't you dare underestimate the pressure your big brother's under. You hear me? Boom! 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 Boom!" In the next instant, explosions erupted one after another. From every direction, front, back, above, below, left, and right, the entire space was suddenly overwhelmed with detonations. Right at the center, the person trapped had nowhere left to run. Ha ha ha. Little Jin, looks like your only option now is to dunk your head underwater. Shui called out cheerfully. Below, that was the only spot he'd left unguarded on purpose. If Jin dove down, he'd be able to escape this onslaught unharmed. Ready to give in? But Jin merely shrugged, staring at the barrage of shuriken and explosive tags flying straight at him without making a move. It was as if he had resigned himself completely. Jin, what are you doing? The sight froze all 36 Shizuis in their tracks, and a flicker of panic crossed their faces. He only wanted his younger brother to understand the difference between their skills, not to actually hurt Jin. So, after only a moment's hesitation, he quickly formed a hand sign, ready to retract the flying shuriken. But just then, out of the corner of his eye, a glimmer of gold caught his attention. "HM? What's that?" He paused, and all 36 pairs of eyes turned toward the boy standing in the stream. Bathed in sunlight, the boy seemed to radiate a strange and dazzling aura. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nearly 100 shuriken and explosive tags swept past him, without leaving a single scratch. Huh, what kind of technique is this? Shui was stunned. His mind raced, unable to comprehend what jutsu could make someone so completely intangible. But he only hesitated for 3 seconds before the rush of battle surged back into his veins. Ha ha ha. Impressive, truly impressive. I admit, Jin, I underestimated you before. But now, let me show you my real strength. Whoosh. In an instant, 36 figures charged forward in unison. The blades in their hands sliced through the air like the sides of death itself. The secret of the body flicker technique lies in deceiving the very measure of time. Suddenly, Shusui's voice rang out. His katana was already poised at Jin's throat. Snap! But in the next second, Jin's form dissolved into a chunk of wood that splashed into the water below. A substitution jutsu? Even a Sharingan was fooled by it. Ha ha, well done. Again, let's see if you can keep up with your brother's speed. Excitement blazed in Shusui's eyes as he gripped his blade tighter and accelerated yet again. Shui of the body flicker. It wasn't just about movement. The essence was in the instantaneous. Speed was his greatest weapon. Thunder crashed. In the blink of an eye, the river at Nanhequan was blasted open, leaving a series of enormous craters in the water surface. Crystalline droplets scattered and shimmered through the air. Did you know, Shui? At that moment, Jin's voice echoed from within the bursts of water. Water can conduct electricity. ZZZZT. Lightning release. Chidori. A fierce crackling, like the roar of thunder, erupted. A torrent of searing lightning crashed down with tremendous force. Above the river, countless strands of electric blue lightning snaked and writhed, surging outward in every direction like a nest of serpents unleashed. Shusui's heart skipped a beat. He quickly controlled his clones, making them leap back frantically in retreat. But the lightning below seemed almost sentient, homing in effortlessly on its targets. One after another, each of Shirsue's swift-moving clones was struck, their forms dissolving into a burst of glowing bubbles under the relentless assault. In the end, only one remained. The real Shirsue, still standing atop the jutting edge of the cliff. With a sudden rush, the stream thundered back into its bed, and Shirsue, gripping the rock, felt a dull ache begin to throb in his arms. This level of lightning power posed a deadly threat to him. In just these few moments, the brightness in Shirsue's large, expressive eyes began to dim. It wasn't the pain, but the blow to his confidence. 36 simultaneous body flickers, and Jean had broken through them without breaking a sweat. He could hardly believe it. Jean, how did you see through all my clones? Could it be that your Sharingan has awakened some specialized technique? No, that can't be right. Then what was the point of me mastering Kodoemetsukami with my Mangekyo? This sunny, cheerful young man found himself lost in doubt once again. Seeing this, Jean replied offhandedly, "Guess you don't know how to control plus C and control plus V, huh?" But inside, he was elated. The Flying Thunder God technique, what a tool. Absolutely amazing. He would strongly recommend every transmigrator to get one. As long as you have enough chakra, this skill can let you blink across the battlefield 3 times in a single second. You could go drinking in the red light district of the Land of Fire in the morning and be back in the Land of Wind mining for gold by night. No delays at all. None whatsoever. You win, you win. I'm no match for you. Seeing his body flicker technique so easily countered, Shirsue shook his head and conceded at once. After all, he would never use Kodoemetsukami on his own little brother. With that, he casually slung his arm around the shoulder of the young boy, who was already up to his own, and whispered with a mischievous glint, "Of course, just wait 2 more days, and Mizuko here will show you and Itachi something truly special." Yes, under Jin's influence, Shirsue had started calling himself Mizuko, and he called Itachi 1 versus 7. He didn't know why, but somehow it just felt right. Something special? If Shirsue called it a true treasure, could it be? Susanoo, Mizuko, you can summon your Gundam now? Jin's eyes shone even brighter. The 3 forms of Susanoo, each more powerful than the last. If he could get his hands on Susanoo, and then add the power of the 9 tails, wouldn't that be unstoppable? Just imagine, a fox-shaped Susanoo strutting across the battlefield. Who wouldn't be terrified? And someday, if he could combine would release, then a giant Buddha riding a fox Susanoo. Even Madara had to stand up and dance when he arrived. Across from him, the mysterious smile on Shirsue's face froze in an instant. He had no idea what a Gundam was, but wasn't his new ocular jutsu both towering and formidable? This little rascal, Jean. Shirsue suddenly turned his head, looking straight at Uchiha Jean. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Who would have thought that at such a young age, Jean would already know about the secret power of Susanoo? He himself had only learned of this mysterious force after unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan. Could it be that you too? All at once, as if struck by a sudden realization, Shirsue's entire body trembled violently. A tidal wave of astonishment crashed through his heart. The Mangekyo. Could it be that Jean had awakened the Mangekyo as well? Otherwise, how could he possibly know about such a closely guarded secret? The idea was utterly absurd, yet the moment it surfaced, it instantly seized control of Shirsue's mind. Of course, by now, Jean had no interest in responding. At this moment, after seeing the system notification, he felt just like a man entering sage mode. Utterly calm, almost eerily so. He remained that way until new information appeared on the attribute panel. You have defeated Uchiha Shirsue. Attempting to copy attribute. Copy successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the epic attribute. Phantom body flicker technique. Purple using the Sharingan. Create multiple phantoms that attack the enemy alongside the original. These phantoms do not vanish under normal attacks. Phantom body flicker technique. Jean stared at the attribute that had just dropped in front of him and let out a heavy sigh of relief. After grinding away at this boss for 2 years, he'd finally struck gold. To be precise, 2.5 years. Jean had waited half a year for Shirsue to obtain this attribute. From then on, he tried every day to communicate and interact. But the attributes he occasionally received were always either white or plain green. In the end, he fed them all to Flying Thunder God. Not a single one was what he actually wanted. Even later, after Shirsue awakened his Mangekyo, Jean still couldn't manage to copy it. He didn't envy Shirsue's Mangekyo. Kodoemetsukami was powerful, sure, but the cooldown was just too long. How was that any different from using it once and then going blind? but Shirsue's phantom body flicker technique. With that jutsu in hand, there'd be no need to keep flying Thunder God under wraps anymore. So what if my body flicker covers a greater distance? Even Naruto could pull off 4 or 5 different variations with just one Rasengan. If he could do that with Rasengan, why shouldn't my body flicker go a little farther? Gradually, Jean couldn't help but cover his face and burst out laughing. His laughter was so loud that it sent a flock of crows scattering into the air. Jean? What are you giggling about? Just then, Shirsue's caring voice called out from across the way. He even thoughtfully reached out to feel Jin's forehead. No fibit. So why are you suddenly laughing like a lunatic? I'm fine, it's just you, Shirsue. If one day Itachi and I found ourselves on the opposite side of the village, what would you do? Hearing this, Shirsue's raised arm froze in midair. He looked at the young boy before him, who was a full head shorter than himself. A flood of thoughts suddenly surged up in his mind. The irreparable rift between the Uchiha and the village. I won't let anything happen to you or Itachi. After a moment's silence, determination gradually settled into his eyes. Then, as if remembering something, he hastily added, "Of course, that includes Sasuke too. What a good big brother you are." Jean shook his head and reminded him again. "Well then, Shirsue, you'd better take care of yourself too." "Me? Don't worry. For the time being, I'll be staying in the village." Shirsue waved his hand dismissively, clearly not convinced that he was in any danger within Konoha. Yet, ironically, the village was the most dangerous place of all. On the battlefield, Shirsue was sharp as a tack. But when it came to politics, he was even more naive than Sasuke. Thinking of this, Jean could only sigh. "What I mean is, you need to watch out for Danzo. That guy might just—" All right, don't worry about it." Seeing the serious look on Jin's small face, Shirsue burst out laughing and headed for the door. "Come on, today's Sasuke's first day at the academy. Let's go see him off. Hopefully, that kid won't try to pull the same stunt you and Itachi did, sending a clone in your place." With that, he threw an arm around Jin's shoulders and walked toward the village. At the mention of clones, Jean smiled faintly. He learned that trick from the 1-against-7 technique. A year ago, after his secret stash mysteriously dwindled yet again, Fugaku, unable to take it anymore, decided to send Jean to the Ninja Academy. He called it finally being the right age. And so, Jean started imitating the 1-against-7, sending a clone to class every day. He wasn't looking to actually learn anything, just to slip by under the radar. As for himself, he was either lying in the sun or sprawled out sunbathing. Thinking of Sasuke starting school, another thought surfaced in his mind. This time, the 12 little powers should finally be all together. Now that everyone's here, it's time for me to start copying. Before long, on the street in front of the Ninja Academy, a group of people walked side by side. From left to right, Uchiha Shirsue, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Jean, and Sasuke. The 4 of them were lined up in order of height, from tallest to shortest. Their moods shifted in much the same order. Shirsue was laughing heartily, Itachi smiled with narrowed eyes, Jean wore a neutral expression, and Sasuke had a scowl on his face. The Uchiha F4 was beginning to take shape. "Sasuke, you're here too." Just as he was sulking, a surprised, delighted voice rang out at the entrance. Then, an orange blur, like a little fox, darted over and squeezed into their group. She grabbed Jin's hand with her left and latched onto a reluctant Sasuke with her right. "Let go of me." Sasuke tried to pull his hand free, but couldn't manage it. In an instant, his face darkened. Especially with so many eyes watching, he could feel his ears burning slightly with embarrassment. What a disgrace. Utterly humiliating. To be led by the hand in public. And by another boy, no less. He struggled a couple more times, but still couldn't break free. In fact, the grip only tightened. Is this child upset by something? Glancing at all the children around them, each one being led by a parent or family member, Jean shifted slightly to look at Naruto. Though his eyes brimmed with laughter, a hint of sadness flickered beneath the surface. Was Naruto overwhelmed by the lively scene? Loneliness isn't so frightening on its own, but when you find yourself alone among a crowd of happy people, it's hard not to feel out of place. Fortunately, 2.5 years ago, thanks to Jin's subtle influence, Naruto and Sasuke had already become familiar with each other ahead of time. Thinking this, Jean instinctively reached out and ruffled Naruto's hair in encouragement. "You'd better listen carefully in school, Naruto, and if Sasuke does anything wrong, make sure to keep an eye on him, all right?" "Don't worry, boss," Naruto replied, patting his little chest with a proud thump-thump. "I don't need him watching me." Sasuke's face turned even darker. "I can take care of myself. Thank you very much." Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to his protest. On the left, Shirsue and Itachi watched the children's antics with warm smiles. In the middle, Jin was busy exchanging banter with Naruto. All at once, Sasuke grew even more annoyed. 3 minutes later, Jin's vision began to shift. He could finally make out some of the tags attached to Naruto. Conversation target: Uzumaki Naruto. Parsing tags. The following tags are available for copying: Silver Tongue, Black, Child of Destiny, Rainbow, Power of the Nine Tails, Gold, Chakra Reservoir, Gold, Dango Affinity, Green, Self-Healing, Blue, Agile, White. It didn't seem much different from last time. But then, 10 minutes later, as he looked at the copied tags, Jin suddenly stopped in his tracks. If I could copy the Child of Destiny tag and throw it into the 7-year arc, I wonder what would happen. Or what if I combined Sasuke's Child of Destiny tag with Naruto's? Would that create a new, even more powerful version? Ah, the tags on Lil Naruto really are tempting. It's just a pity there aren't more chances to interact with him. Lost in his musings, they soon arrived at the school gates. A new prompt appeared before Jin's eyes. 10 minutes of conversation with Naruto. Attempting to copy tag. Copy successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the legendary tag. Power of the Nine Tails, Fragment, Gold. Oh, another gold tag. Jin suddenly halted, eyes sparkling with excitement. The power of the Nine Tails. If one tail of the Nine Tails equals the power of Shikaku, and he had already drawn 2 Shikakus. He spoke up at once. Fuse it. Fuse this entry with the power of the Nine Tails. Entry fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the legendary entry. Power of the Nine Tails, Second Tail, Gold. You can now draw upon the strength of the Nine Tails' second tail, greatly increasing your physical power, reaction speed, and more. The power of the second tail. In terms of chakra alone, that was at least 20 times the starting point of Kakashi. Not to mention, tailed beast chakra came with its own unique corrosive properties. Suddenly, in that instant, Jin noticed the world before his eyes had shifted. Ripples, like those on the surface of water, began to spread outward. He could hear the sound of water droplets falling nearby. Plop, plop. The sound was deep and lingering, like dew quietly dripping into a mountain pond. Where is this? Jin blinked, and after a brief moment of confusion, he quickly realized where he was. Inside. More precisely, within the sealed space. So you sensed it, did you? That fox really does react fast. Jin curled his lips and simply watched. Splash. Before long, a crimson lantern appeared silently. The oval-shaped, red lantern slowly opened, and behind it emerged an enormous, elegant face. That face was written all over with arrogance and disdain. It was as if a nobleman's rest had been disturbed. Those lofty eyes slowly descended from their heights to gaze upon the mortal world. Or, more accurately, swept right over to Jin. Goor brat, how dare you disturb me? He started off haughty as ever. But before he could finish, Jin interrupted with a smile. Hello there, Kurama. Crack. The Nine Tails, who had been gathering its strength, froze in place in an instant. The crimson in its eyes faded noticeably, a moment of clarity shining through. Then came a surge of boundless, unbridled rage. Groror, you wicked little Uchiha brat. What nonsense are you spouting? I am no Kurama. Don't get ahead of yourself. Damn Uchiha. I knew you people were up to no good. Get out, out, out. Get out of here now. With a furious roar, the image of the Nine Tails burst into foam and vanished on the spot. It even seemed to have left in a bit of a hurry. Jin hadn't even gotten a second sentence out before he was forcibly ejected. Outside, Sasuke and Naruto were already tugging and joking as they headed towards the school building. The Uchiha F4 had dwindled to just 3 members. Watching the steady stream of people passing by, Jin hesitated for a moment, then stepped into the school as well. Huh, Jin, what are you going in for? Shursui was taken aback and quickly reached out to stop him. But the moment his hand extended, it was caught by a slender palm. Itachi smiled, eyes narrowed. Jin hasn't graduated yet, after all. Oh right, I almost forgot. Shursui rubbed his head and gave an embarrassed chuckle. But as he laughed, his expression suddenly froze. So that means he was defeated by a kid who hadn't even graduated yet? Wow, look at that boy in the blue, he's so handsome. So cool. I think he's from the Uchiha clan. Hands in his pockets, that aloof look, and from such a powerful family. Oh, I love it. He's just my type, the perfect cold-hearted CEO, who's brave enough to go ask for his contact info. At the Ninja Academy, as the new class of students caught sight of Sasuke, countless girls in the crowd couldn't hide their amazement. Even at such a young age, their hearts were already starting to flutter. Some even walked right up to say hello, but Sasuke didn't spare them a single glance. He turned them down flat. Right now, his eyes were fixed on only one person, Naruto. That ever-chattering Naruto, buzzing in his ear. Naruto Uzumaki, will you just shut up already? With a bang, Sasuke kicked open the classroom door and strode straight in. That noisy blonde brat. TCH, what a stuck-up pale-faced little guy. Naruto muttered, not bothered in the slightest. After 2.5 years of knowing each other, the two of them were already thick as thieves. Inside the classroom, some of the freshmen, caught up in lively conversations, suddenly fell silent. Turning to look, they saw Uchiha Sasuke, arrogant, cool, and dazzlingly handsome, exuding an air of unapproachable confidence. The girls' eyes widened in an instant. He's gorgeous. Yet, without exception, they were once again completely ignored. Sasuke's mind was filled only with thoughts of his brother, not girls. The girls of the ninja academy couldn't help but feel disappointed. That is, until a certain man appeared. Hey, do you like that Uchiha kid? Huh, and you are? Oh, I'm his older brother. My name is Uchiha Itachi. Ah, so you're big brother Itachi. The girl immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Nisan, would you tell me some stories about Sasuke? With pleasure. It was a dark and stormy night, and Sasuke was born clutching a golden locket in his tiny hand. Chatting with a bystander for 10 minutes, attempting to copy entry. Copy successful. Congratulations, host has obtained the agile as a cat entry. White, merge. 10 minutes later, in front of a pink-haired girl. Sasuke? That kid used to be such a dummy. He'd eat goat droppings and claim they were chocolate beans. Chatting with a bystander for 10 minutes, attempting to copy entry. Copy fail. Another 10 minutes, another pink-haired girl. Sasuke's had a tough life, you know. The moment he was born, his father dropped him right on the floor. Don't be fooled by Sasuke's cold expression. It's just a poker face. Deep down, he's actually really shy. In the first-year ninja class, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes from deep thought. He looked up and was startled. At the door, a group of girls were gathered, pointing and whispering about him. These people. He was puzzled. Hadn't he deliberately avoided responding to any of them? Why were they still so persistent, refusing to give up? As he wondered, a girl at the doorway cautiously peeked her head in, her voice light and sweet. Sasuke, don't worry. I won't mind that you're a bit of a fool. Behind her, another girl, clutching a bag of treats, quickly chimed in. Sasuke, these are chocolate candies my father brought back for me. Please, don't ever eat goat droppings again. That's just not sanitary. With that, she shoved the bag into Sasuke's hand and dashed away in a hurry. A fool. Goat droppings? Sasuke stood frozen, staring out at the rain that was beginning to pour outside the window. Without warning, a line surfaced in his mind. Let the rain fall. Let it fall without end. Uchiha Jin, I'm going to kill you. At last, accompanied by his anguished wail, Sasuke finished his first day of classes. Before entering the school, he had been full of spirit and pride, rebellious and untamed. Not even a stray dog passing by could avoid getting a couple of slaps from him. But after stepping inside, all that remained was a furrowed brow and utter exhaustion, body and soul. All he wanted was to escape this place. If that wasn't possible, then maybe destroy the whole school. So when he heard the teacher announce the end of the day, he could no longer contain the murderous rage welling up in his heart. He raced back to the Uchiha compound, thirsting for revenge. He had to make that wretched man pay in blood. For an entire day, he had been reduced to a mere lackey. Surrounded by girls, some caring, some sympathetic, some simply pitying. He found himself the object of endless scrutiny, and from the things they said, he finally pieced together the truth. His reputation, utterly ruined. All sorts of ridiculous and bizarre rumors, enough to fill a sprawling 2-million-word novel, had somehow been pinned on him. And as for who was behind it all, there was only one possible culprit, the most outrageous person of all. He was furious. Anger burned within him, fierce and unrelenting. Consumed by rage, Sasuke charged home like a bull who'd caught sight of red. And Jean was that red. Uchiha Jean, come out here, right now. You, how dare you drag my name through the mud? Damn you, what are you after? Amid his shouting, Mikoto leaned against the door, worry clouding her face. What's gotten into Sasuke? Did something upset him? Fugaku, standing beside her, said nothing, but the way his eye twitched gave him away. He hesitated, glancing at his still graceful wife, and muttered under his breath. Maybe we should just start a new account ourselves. What nonsense is that? Jin's always talking nonsense. Fugaku, how could you? Hearing this, Mikoto's face flushed pink as she poked her husband in the side. Ow, ow, ow. That hurts. I just remembered there's a clan meeting soon, so let's leave it at that for now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jean left the school with a look of utter satisfaction. No wonder this is a year full of geniuses. Everyone seems to have some kind of trait. After chatting all day, his throat was parched and scratchy, as if smoke were rising from it. But the results were nothing short of astounding. Chatting for 10 minutes. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the elite trait, Innocent Temperament, green. Chatting for 10 minutes. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the common trait, Robust Physique, white. Chakra Refinement, green. Kanai Proficiency, white. Today, the success rate of copying traits seemed exceptionally high. Nearly 50 traits collected. This was almost 3 months' worth of progress in just one day. System, merge all these white traits into the Flying Thunder God trait. Fusion successful. The Flying Thunder God technique has improved. Teleportation range, +1. Fusion successful. The Flying Thunder God technique has acquired. As each white and green trait disappeared, the range of the Flying Thunder God continued to expand. Then, as the last white trait vanished, the notification changed slightly. Fusion successful. Flying Thunder God technique, gold, LV6, LV7. Maximum teleportation range increased to 1,000 meters. Chakra consumption, 80 to 1,000. Phew, finally leveled up again? Jean was a little surprised. With a kilometer's range, it seems there's so much more I can do now. The Hidden Leaf Village wasn't small. This was something he'd discovered after years of chatting with people. It was, in fact, enormous. In the original story, it looked like just a village, but in reality, it was much closer to a bustling city. Not only were there shinobi, but also a huge civilian population. Previously, to use the Flying Thunder God, he had to activate it over and over again, almost as if he were blinking without cooldown. Now this blink had evolved. A kilometer was enough to call it instant teleportation. No cooldown, no wind-up, just immediate arrival. So, after glancing around, Jin's heart stirred and he strolled behind a tree. In the next instant, with a soft swish, he vanished without a trace. Moments after he disappeared, a subtle disturbance rippled through the branches above. Kakashi poked his head down, rubbing his scalp with a puzzled expression. He's gone. Was I just following a transformation jutsu? Ever since their last encounter, Kakashi had grown increasingly curious about this Uchiha boy named Jin. So he'd started randomly checking up on him. But this time, that youth had vanished right under his nose. He sniffed the lingering chakra in the air, inhaling deeply. His brow furrowed, slowly growing more perplexed. It's not the transformation jutsu, nor is it the clone jutsu. How strange. Why does this jutsu feel so familiar? He frowned, a flicker of recognition on the edge of his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled down his mask and snapped his right eye open. In an instant, a flash of crimson appeared. The spinning Sharingan carefully searched the lingering traces of chakra in front of it. He even clapped his hands and called Parker over to sniff alongside him. Before long, with Parker leading the way, he started heading out of the village. Once the figures of man and dog disappeared from sight, Jin suddenly emerged from behind a tree, a hint of amusement dancing at the corner of his eyes. No wonder they call you a bloodhound. You can track even the faintest scent. Too bad I have business tonight, so I won't be able to chat with you, 50-50. With that, he turned and set off in the opposite direction of the village. He had spotted Kakashi as soon as he left the main gate. Unfortunately, Kakashi's conversational cooldown was still in effect. Besides, what he had to do tonight wasn't something he wanted others to know about. Always one to avoid unnecessary trouble, Jin used Clone Jutsu, Transformation Jutsu, and Flying Thunder God right here. His goal was simple, to draw Kakashi away. Rustle, rustle. Not long after Jin left, a soft rustling came from the branches above. Kakashi brushed aside the leaves, gazing in the direction Jin had vanished, his exposed eyebrow arching slightly. Young, mysterious, perhaps, but still just a kid, lacking experience. But, skulking around like this, that kid's acting a bit off tonight. For some reason, curiosity suddenly sparked in his chest. With a swift movement, he followed after Jin. He was determined to find out exactly what Jin was up to. Talp, talp, talp. As he darted through the night, the houses around him grew fewer and farther between. Towering trees and exposed rocks became more and more common. Any sign of people gradually faded away. By the time the sky had darkened completely, a vast cemetery finally came into view. A cemetery? What's he doing here? That's my teacher's grave? It's been a while. I'm back again. In the deep of night, at the Konoha Cemetery, Jin stood before the fourth Hokage's gravestone, a faint smile flickering across his face. He placed the dango and sake he'd prepared in advance before the grave and began to chatter quietly, as if speaking to an old friend. He'd been doing this for 3 years already. Ever since he'd mastered using the Flying Thunder God to travel over 200 meters, he'd started openly dodging the ANBU to come pay his respects. Of course, to call it paying respects might be a stretch. Even grave robbing wouldn't be off the mark. Because of the corpse's cooling time, he could only visit once a year. This was his third visit. After finishing his ritual, Like a devout youth completing a ceremony, he bowed his head, pressed his palms together, and prayed quietly. Brother Minato, please, let me get something good this time. 3 years had passed, and all he'd gotten were 2 lousy green entries. For the 4th Hokage, that was a disgrace beyond words. Muttering under his breath, and making sure no one was watching, he quietly reached his hands forward. A faint golden light began to shimmer in his palms. Golden body of light. 6 years had passed, and his mastery of the skill had improved tremendously. He could now even channel the golden light to specific parts of his body. But this time, as he reached both hands into the earth, he found himself a bit bewildered. He groped around. Nothing but emptiness. Kushina, beside him, tried as well. Still nothing. Where were the bodies? Jean was stunned. The corpses that had always been here before. Why had they suddenly vanished this time? Orochimaru. Did that guy come so early? He let out a sigh and shifted his gaze from the Minato couple's gravestone to the others nearby. Here, the bodies of the 1st and 2nd Hokage were never actually used. Though their graves stood here, he had checked 3 years ago. They were empty. As for the other shinobi, most of their bodies had decayed beyond recognition. There was nothing left to find. On the outer edge, up in a tree, Kakashi gazed at Jin's small figure, his mind swirling with complicated emotions. Paying respects, is it? Sensei, I never imagined you'd have such a devoted young admirer. Perhaps he truly is an odd one among the Uchiha? In that light, his kindness to Naruto makes a lot more sense. At that moment, a hidden chord in Kakashi's heart was plucked once more. So many years since the Nine-Tails rampage, and, as Minato's apprentice, he'd scarcely come to pay his respects. Almost instinctively, his gaze shifted in another direction. There, the small figure's face still held a hint of determination. But as Kakashi looked over, his eyes narrowed suddenly. Rin's favorite flowers? Freshly placed. But Rin's family passed away long ago. Who in the village would know this? Right then, Kakashi's heart was shaken like never before. He had the vague sense that he was about to grasp something crucial. It hovered just on the tip of his tongue, ready to burst forth. Yet it wouldn't come. Even his very breath grew slightly unsteady. Back in the graveyard, Jean sensed the chaotic chakra behind him, and the corners of his eyes curve in a knowing, perhaps mischievous smile. So, he's finally noticed the oddity by Rin's grave. He was truly curious. If Kakashi and Obito met earlier than fate intended, how might things change? As for Obito, Jean felt not a trace of goodwill toward him. In the world of Naruto, true villains were rare. Most were simply driven by different convictions. Sometimes, even the most notorious could be redeemed. But not Obito. To lose a loved one and lash out at others, that could almost be understood. But to be responsible for the deaths of the very teacher and his wife who had saved him time and again, that was unforgivable. Worst of all, during the Nine-Tails attack, he had even dared to lay hands on newborn Naruto. For these 2 crimes alone, Obito was forever nailed to the pillar of shame. Just you wait. Once I've copied Kimui from Kakashi, I'll toss something in there every single day. He muttered to himself, about to get up and try another grave, when a faint sound brushed past his ears. A soft, rustling whisper. Outside the graveyard, agile figures suddenly darted by. They moved at lightning speed. Their movements were nearly silent. If his senses hadn't sharpened so much from all the merged traits, he wouldn't have heard a thing. He turned his head, puzzled, and murmured, "A dozen figures? There shouldn't be anyone around this area. Wait, Danzo. Root." In a flash, he realized that the area near the graveyard was exactly where the base of the root, Konoha's shadowy foundation, was hidden. He'd stumbled upon this secret by chance 3 years ago. Who would have guessed that Root had a base here? Middle of the night, and Root's mobilizing like this. What are they up to? With suspicion gnawing at him, the scarlet Sharingan and bulging veins of the Byakugan appeared at his eyes almost simultaneously. Sharingan plus Byakugan, nicknamed the Crimson White Eyes. With this unique vision, he could clearly see the masks on their faces, each painted with different animal markings. Definitely Root. After confirming beyond a doubt, Jean silently followed after them. Nothing good ever happens this late at night. What's wrong with sneaking behind and searching a couple of corpses? The farther they went, the landscape changed. Trees thinned out at first, then thickened as they moved along. Clearly, they crossed from one side of the village to the other. Unlike the unfamiliar area near the graveyard, Jean knew this place well. The cliff. To be precise, the dense forest above the cliff. More and more Root ninjas leapt into the forest atop the cliffs, vanishing into the thick foliage. In their hands, kunai, shuriken, and swords gleamed, gripped tightly. All eyes were trained on a single spot. There, a grizzled old man in a deep purple kimono, with short gray-white hair bound in bandages, slowly made his entrance. His steps were heavy and deliberate, each one silent, yet every footfall crushed the leaves beneath him to dust. He radiated a silent menace, like a serpent coiled in the shadows. Danzo? So it really is you, you old fox. By now, the situation was crystal clear. Old Danzo was up to his tricks again. But who was his target this time? Jean glanced around at the dense forest, the corner of his mouth twitching as he thought. Mizuko, you better not forget what I asked you to do. But then again, it seemed unlikely. The Uchiha clan, except for Itachi, weren't exactly known for their brains. Even the Mad Boss, after Obito ripped his heart out, still let Black Zetsu finish the job. Clearly, they had power, but not much wit. Looks like I might get exposed tonight. The days of slacking off might be coming to an end. Anticipating the great battle about to unfold, Jean drew in a slow, steady breath. Although Sui was pure-hearted and naive, he had already hinted and even stated it outright many times. But now that he'd run into this scene, he didn't mind lending a helping hand. He was determined to finish Danzo off. After all, this was a crucial moment to delay the Uchiha clan's destruction. As for how Itachi would awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan, that was a problem for another time. But just as he was about to make his move, Danzo in front of him suddenly vanished with a soft whoosh, dissolving into the air like a gust of wind. A second later, almost every root ninja present seemed to receive some kind of signal and swiftly darted off in another direction. Standing behind, watching the clone dissolve, Jean frowned. So he's already taken it? Was this not the place for gouging out the eye? Damn it. Kishimoto, you trickster. Your flashbacks led me astray. After all, the original story was filled with so many flashbacks. And Jean, having crossed into this world years ago, only vaguely remembered that the eye was taken on this very cliff. Then, the pursued and desperate Sui encountered Itachi, entrusted him with a mission, and leapt off the edge. No trace of his body was ever found. Even Kabuto, notorious for collecting corpses, never managed to locate him. Perhaps he was shattered beyond recognition by the fall? With these doubts, Jean quietly followed the root members. Little by little, the dense forest ahead grew taller and thicker. And under the oppressive night, it loomed like a giant beast, mouth wide open, waiting for someone to leap inside. Naive Sui, bright-eyed and hopeful, jumped right in. A quarter of an hour earlier, Sui, full of excitement, had arrived in the depths of the forest. When he spotted the man waiting not far away, he couldn't hide the smile spreading across his face. He waved eagerly, calling out, "Lord Danzo, do you really have a way to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and the village? Look closely, this sunny, cheerful young man is Sui, the little handsome one." At this moment, his lips curled in a broad, genuine smile. "This is wonderful. The village and my clan can finally live in peace." And Jean, that silly kid, actually said Lord Danzo couldn't be trusted. What a little fool. Not long ago, he had suddenly received a message. Danzo claimed to have a peaceful solution to the tension between the village and the Uchiha. That was why Sui had hurried here, unable to contain himself, his footsteps practically skipping with anticipation. Deep in the forest at night, his lively steps, joyful voice, and energetic movements all spoke of the happiness and hope swelling in his heart, a deliberate contrast to heighten the drama soon to unfold. That's right, the method is rather secret. Come closer, and I'll tell you. Danzo waved his hand, beckoning Sui over. And this sunny, open-hearted young man didn't hesitate in the slightest, leaning in to listen. Seeing this, a sly smile grew in Danzo's scarred eye. Even the corners of his mouth could barely contain his satisfaction. Right now, he could hardly resist the urge to cover his face and burst out laughing. Sui didn't notice anything amiss. He simply leaned his head forward in all earnestness. "Lord Danzo, what exactly is your solution?" "The solution is, give me your eyes." "What?" A sickening sound sliced through the silence. For a split second, Sui was stunned. Then, suddenly, he realized he had lost sight in one eye. It wasn't until Danzo's right hand was completely soaked in blood that Sui finally understood what had happened. His expression instantly darkened, but confusion still dominated his face. "Lord Danzo, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? Isn't it obvious?" "Sui, you're a good kid, but the power of these eyes is simply too great. You can't control it. Let me handle it." Danzo burst into wild laughter, his whole body trembling with excitement. "Only by entrusting your eyes to me can I change both Fugaku and the third Hokage. Then, your Uchiha clan will never attempt another coup again, and Konoha will no longer suppress your people." The more he spoke, the more exhilarated Danzo became. He could practically see a future where he kicked Hiruzen Sarutobi aside and pummeled Koharu Yutane with his fists. Hiruzen has truly gone too far lately. As he carefully stashed away the freshly taken eye, Danzo was about to say more. Suddenly, a dozen afterimages of Shursui appear before him, darting off in different directions. Body flicker technique? Danzo was unfazed, shaking his head as he watched the retreating figures. This dense forest is crawling with my men. There's nowhere for you to run. I'm telling you, even if Sarutobi shows up, all he can do is stand by and watch. A thunderous crack exploded behind him. Stand by your Sarutobi. Before he could finish, a heavy blow landed on the back of his head, swift and merciless. A brick, smooth and glowing with a crimson sheen, appeared out of nowhere, striking him squarely on the skull. It burned with a red-hot intensity, laced with the blue-white energy of the 8 trigrams palm, and crashed down with staggering force. This single strike combined the chakra-sealing power of the 8 trigrams palm and the might of both the 2 tails and 9 tails. Its power was overwhelming, and it struck right as Danzo was completely unguarded. Everything was timed to perfection. Then, darkness swallowed Danzo's vision as he collapsed face-first to the ground. He could only faintly hear 2 words echoing in his ears, Sarutobi. But the one who'd appeared wasn't Sarutobi. It was Jean. Jean had silently crept up, shrouded in his aura of inconspicuousness. With a soft thud, Danzo hit the earth. At the very moment Danzo fell, Jean reached out deftly. A bloodied, scarlet Sharingan was plucked effortlessly from the scene. It really was quite large. Poor fool, Jean thought. How'd you still end up losing your eye? He heaved a sigh, tucking the eye away, intending to leave at once. But as his gaze fell on Danzo, sprawled unconscious at his feet, Jin's urge to loot the body suddenly surged. Should he finish Danzo off right now? No, definitely not. Kakashi was just behind him. If the Shadow Hokage of the Leaf were to die just like that, who would the Uchiha clan rely on to divert trouble in the future? That's why Jin didn't go for the kill. Instead, he treated him like fattening up a pig for slaughter. Fatten him up, then finish him off. Let this pig live a few more days. Of course, while killing was out of the question, beating him up was still on the table. Thud! Thud, thud, thud. In the next instant, gleaming fists rained down in a relentless barrage. Still unsatisfied after the pummeling, Jin's gaze fell on a brick nearby. He picked it up again. Some things just run in your blood. You just can't resist swinging a brick. Beneath the moonlight, Danzo's mutterings drifted through the air. He was dreaming of the Hokage seat that slipped away at sunset. Lord Danzo. After Jin vanished, Kakashi, who had trailed behind, took in the scene with a complicated expression. Especially when he saw Danzo completely off guard, knocked out cold with a single brick. His eyes bulged wide in disbelief. Wider even than when reading the latest volume of Ica Paradise. Kakashi knew well the extent of Danzo's strength. Any ordinary elite jonin wouldn't stand a chance. But how did Jin manage to get so close without Danzo noticing it all? Could it be he was so excited about getting that eye that he let his guard down? Kakashi rubbed his temples, a headache coming on. After everything that happened tonight, he wasn't even sure how to report it to the 3rd Hokage. Was he supposed to say Danzo tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing the rice, snatching an Uchiha, only to be knocked out by Jin with a brick? If word got out, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village might completely fall apart. Still, he had to do his duty. He sent a signal to inform the 3rd Hokage. Then, he stood guard at the scene, protecting the evidence. Whoosh! Before long, a squad of figures raced over. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived in a rush, wielding his staff. Kakashi, has Konoha been attacked? Hearing that Danzo had been knocked out, his first instinct was to suspect an enemy assault on the village. That's why he charged over in full combat mode. By his side, Enma, the Monkey King, stood cold and vigilant, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings in suspicion. Just as his eyes landed on Danzo below, Danzo stirred awake. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a monkey staring back at him. A monkey? In an instant, the sound from before he lost consciousness echoed in his mind. Danzo shot upright, glaring at the 3rd Hokage and Enma, his voice hoarse and furious as he accused. Monkey, you ambushed me. Who would have thought Danzo would have so many traits to his name? It's just, he's a bit shady. Deep within the forest, Jin couldn't help recalling the list of traits that had appeared around Danzo just now. Defeated Shimura Danzo. Attempting to copy traits. Currently copiable entries. Sharingan Collector, black. Shadow of the Pot, black. 5th and a half Hokage, black. Bridge Sealer, black. Wood Release Cells Fragment, blue. Wind Release Mastery, blue. Tongue Trouble Eradicator, green. So many black tier entries. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration. No wonder they call him the shadow of the pot. With entries this dark, probably only Obito or Madara could compare, right? If this isn't leaving the competition in the dust, what is? He shook his head and continued reading. Copy successful. Congratulations, host has obtained the rare entry. Would release cells fragment blue. Increases physical energy, balances spiritual energy, but due to immature copying technology, its use consumes life force. No wonder this entry is incomplete. The rank isn't high, and the side effects are anything but minor. Jean narrowed his eyes, unfazed, and kept this entry anyway. For now, it seemed this thing could stabilize both his physical and spiritual energy. In other words, it would keep him from ending up like Itachi, coughing wherever he went. His presence announced by a cough before he even appeared. Those in the know would say it was the Sharingan draining him. Those who weren't might just think he was frail. But with would release, his body and mind could at least be kept in balance for a while. Only the fact that it sapped his life force. Well, once the entry is upgraded, that won't be a problem. Right now it's just blue. If it could be upgraded to purple or even gold, then, perhaps, he'd truly have nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, Jean glanced back the way he'd come and murmured, "Looks like from now on, I'll have to have a few more chats with Danzo whenever I have time. From now on, those dark and windy nights will be perfect for Danzo's bricklaying serenades. Hurry up, hurry up. Lord Danzo, why must you do this? That Jean guy. Turns out he was right all along. Root, huh? They really don't let up." Muttering under his breath, Shui clutched at his eye, igniting Susanoo with a single, furious glare. A towering Susanoo, wreathed in green light, rose nearly 20 meters tall. Amid the dense forest, it stood out starkly, and it was incredibly powerful. To most of the Root operatives, few had any idea what this was. Faced with godlike power, all they could do was scramble to defend themselves. But Shui merely swept the Root members aside and kept running onward. He didn't know where he wanted to go. Back to the clan? Looking like this, there's no way he could hide what had happened from them. Given the current state of the clan, the elders would probably stage a coup before the night was through. Especially a few of the elders. Even the clan head might not be able to stop them. Forget it, better to head to the old place. With that thought, he dispelled Susanoo and turned, running toward the edge of the cliff. That was the spot he always went to when lost and helpless, seeking solace for his soul. But gradually, the pain in his eye grew sharper and sharper. His thoughts grew heavier, weighed down by sorrow. Faster, a little faster. Suddenly, at a certain moment, his strength finally gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. But just as he was about to fall, a pair of slender hands shot out and caught him. It's Shui blinked in surprise. Looking up, he saw a boy with tear tracks beneath his eyes, about the same height as himself, gazing back at him. "It's you, Itachi. What are you doing here?" Itachi shook his head without a word. In silence, he helped his friend sit beneath a nearby tree. Why'd he come? In recent days, every time Jean was updated, their conversations inevitably drifted to Shui and Danzo. So, almost unconsciously, when he saw Shui slip out tonight, he followed. Unfortunately, he'd been a moment too late. Taking a deep breath to steady the storm inside him, Itachi said, his voice low and tense, "Shui." But before he could finish, his lips were pressed shut. Two trembling fingers held him back. Shui shook his head. "Hush, Itachi. Listen to me. This was Lord Danzo's doing. He's taken my other eye as well. But don't tell the clan. Let them think I died on the battlefield." As he spoke, he lifted those two fingers and, with a swift motion, plucked out an eye, holding it out. "Don't be sad. Take this, keep it safe, and look after the village, our clan, and those two kids, Jean included. Maybe only by dying can I put an end to this invisible conflict." With those words, his resolve set in death. He turned and leapt from the cliff edge he remembered so well. Shui. Itachi stared at the bloodied eye in his hand. Then, at his friend, cloaked in the shadow of death. A wordless anguish welled up in his chest, spreading with every heartbeat. Why'd it have to come to this? Why did such a pure, innocent soul have to become a casualty of political ambition? Why, of all people, did it have to be Shui? His mind screamed in mourning. The blood in his veins howled in grief. Even the chakra within him began to surge and swirl, wild and unrestrained. In the next instant, the three tomo in his eyes spun furiously. Like a battered old engine suddenly roaring to life, they whirled faster and faster. Gradually, the tomo elongated and fused, taking on the shape of a triangular shuriken. The Mangekyo had awakened. It was the death of his mentor and friend that sparked Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan in a blaze of fury. Footsteps, soft and stealthy, crept up behind him. A root operative was approaching, unseen. Without looking back, Itachi unleashed a burst of black flames, his gaze sharp as a blade. In an instant, the eerie black fire erupted from nowhere, devouring the ninja at lightning speed. He was reduced to ashes before he could even scream. Amaterasu. So this is my new ocular power, Amaterasu. Itachi gazed at the root ninja, consumed alive by those flames, and 2 trails of blood tears slowly streamed down his face. You will be the first to die by Amaterasu. He's also the last one. No sooner had the words left his lips than a flippant voice sounded nearby. Young, energetic, irreverent. That voice was a Jin. Itachi's head snapped up, his crimson eyes instantly regaining their calm as he looked up. Sure enough, standing before him was Uchiha Jin. On Jin's back was a figure that Itachi knew all too well. Huh, Shirsue's here too. Itachi was a little surprised, a suppressed hint of joy flickering in his gaze. He hadn't expected that Jin would actually bring Shirsue, who had jumped off the cliff, back alive. But then he frowned, hesitating over his words. But Brother Shirsue didn't want us to save him. Jin fell silent for a moment. His temper flared in an instant. Fool, he snapped, reaching out to jab Itachi's forehead sharply, his tone full of exasperation. Just because he says not to save him, you're going to listen? If he told you to go assassinate the Hokage, would you do it too? Damn it. No wonder people say the Uchihas are a clan of lunatics. Even someone as smart as Itachi could be hopelessly dense at times. Chief, these days in the police force, we're either chasing cats or helping villagers walk their dogs. Yeah, when did the proud Uchiha become servants, taking orders from those commoners? All the other clans have banded together, and only we Uchiha are being pushed to the margins. And it looks like the village finances are in trouble too. We haven't gotten our stipends in ages. Chief, if this goes on, the Uchiha might be swallowed up completely. With Shirsue's Kotoeme Tsukumi and Itachi with us, the Uchiha can absolutely take down Konoha. Uchiha District Council Chamber. Fugaku sat listening to a chorus of complaints from his clansmen, each more urgent than the last. Doubt began to gnaw at his heart. Perhaps it really was time for change. Ever since the Nine-Tails attack, the Uchiha had been forced to move to the village outskirts. They had become outsiders in name and fact. Even holding official positions in the Konoha police force had only made things worse, deepening the rift with the rest of the villagers. Complaints flooded in, dozens every day, and their wages had been slashed to the bone. The villagers' resentment towards them only grew stronger. Even their own people on the battlefield were dying under mysterious circumstances. No bodies returned, no compensation paid. A corner dog will bite, and the Uchiha were no different. Over the past year, more and more clansmen had grown restless, especially the radical elders. They were growing impossible even for Fugaku, the clan leader, to control. If they didn't resist, perhaps the Uchiha would soon be torn apart from within. Everyone quieted down. He rubbed his aching temples and looked at the sea of red eyes before him. At last, he nodded heavily. If that's the case, then tonight, when Shirsue and Itachi return, we will. Before he could finish, an urgent voice rang out from outside the door. Chief, Shirsue is back. He's back. One of the elders brightened with excitement, slapping the table in high spirits. Clan leader, the day to rise in rebellion is upon us. The glory of our Uchiha clan continues from this very moment. He was about to go on when he was abruptly interrupted. A member of the Uchiha clan, baring his teeth as if he had witnessed something bizarre, hesitated and said, but his eyes were gouged out. Bam! Nonsense. Shirsue possesses the Kotoeme Tsukumi. How could he possibly be blind? The elder pounded the table again and again, the sound echoing sharply. He refused to believe it. But Fugaku and several others were already striding quickly out of the room. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw, not far from the clan's main gate, nearly 100 clansmen gathered in a crowd. They seemed to be pointing and whispering among themselves. Although the words were indistinct, the rage in their voices was unmistakable. The clamor was thunderous. Could it be? Fugaku's expression darkened, and his pace quickened. With a sudden rustle, he pushed through the crowd, and when he saw Shirsue standing before him, his world came crashing down. It was still the same sunny, handsome young man, but the innocent brightness in his eyes had vanished. All that remained in his eye sockets was a flood of blood. Blood crusted at the corners of his eyes. Shirsue, how could this happen? Damn it, this must be Konoha's doing. To destroy the genius of the Uchiha. This is a debt that must be paid, clan leader. Amid the wails of grief, the hawkish elder who had spoken earlier stepped forward from the back. His face was twisted with pain and anguish. In his eyes, The three-tomo Sharingan spun furiously. He raised his head to look at the clansmen around him, then slowly pulled something from behind his back and said, "Clan leader, the night is deep and the air is cold. Put on this robe." With those words, he unfurled the garment in his hands. On the back, the words "Fifth Hokage" stood out in bold, unmistakable script. Hokage, if Sarutobi can be the one on that seat, why can't the Uchiha? With just a single command from you, the 432 Genin, 183 Chunin, and 69 Jonin in our clan will storm the Konoha headquarters and tear that old man apart. Whoosh! At those words, nearly 100 clansmen and several elders turned their eyes toward him in unison. Except for a handful of more peaceable clan members, everyone's gaze turned blood-red. New grievances mixed with old hatreds. Uchiha pride and the seat of Hokage. Tonight, it was time for the sky over Konoha to change. Fugaku gazed at the Hokage robe, as if he could see the Hokage's seat beckoning to him from just beyond. He seemed to see, with a mere wave of his hand, countless Konoha shinobi flocking to serve him. Was it intoxicating? Absolutely. But after only a brief hesitation, he silently shook his head. It had to be said, Fugaku's will was truly formidable. With sheer force of will, he wrenched his gaze away from the fifth Hokage robe. Watching the clan members seething with anger, he softly suggested, "Why don't we ask Itachi what exactly happened?" Only then did everyone notice that it was Itachi who was holding Shursui. For a moment, the clan members fell silent. All that remained was the sound of heavy breathing, echoing throughout the Uchiha compound. No wonder Jean insisted that I bring him here. Itachi's gaze flickered as he decided to conceal part of the truth. He took a breath and apologized. "Father, I'm sorry." Shursui's eyes, he took them out himself. As he finished, Itachi pondered silently. If Shursui were awake, he would surely have said the same thing, wouldn't he? Shursui, too, wouldn't want to see conflict break out between the clan and the village. But, as these thoughts swirled in his mind, Itachi's gaze swept quietly over several clan elders. Especially the one holding the Hokage's robes. Itachi's eyes flashed coldly. To defile the seat of the Hokage. Your end is near. As a shinobi instilled with a will of fire, Uchiha Itachi could tolerate many things, but never disrespect toward the Hokage. That was his conviction. Maybe the rift between the clan and the village truly can't be healed. Perhaps it's time I spoke with the Hokage himself. If reconciliation is impossible, then one side must disappear. In that instant, Itachi's feelings toward his clansmen quietly shifted. Upon hearing these words, Fugaku let out a sigh of relief. He clapped his hands and tried to comfort everyone. "That's enough, everyone. Shursui's condition has weakened our clan's strength. As for the villagers and our finances, I'll speak with the Hokage myself." Gradually, the restless hearts of the Uchiha began to settle. The redness in their eyes slowly faded away. Only Uchiha Itachi remained standing in place, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. "Itachi, you should go home too." Fugaku shook his head and patted his eldest son on the shoulder. His gaze lingered for a moment on Itachi's tightly clenched right hand, but he said nothing. He simply lifted Shursui into his arms and turned to walk back into the clan compound. There, under the moonlight, Itachi stood motionless. Suddenly, he tensed and looked over his shoulder. Outside the compound, a man dressed in black and wearing a mask seemed to be watching him. "HM? From the Foundation?" Itachi's expression shifted, and he broke into a run, giving chase. Night had fallen, and the village of Konoha was deep in slumber. Only the Hokage's office was still lit, its lights flickering in the darkness. "Bang, bang, bang, bang. Monkey, why are you plotting against me?" Having returned with the bandage, Danzo could no longer contain his fury. He looked like a betrayed lioness staring in disbelief at her mate. All the way back, this was the only thing on his mind. At his words, the third Hokage tapped his pipe against the desk and replied with irritation. "Since we got back, you've asked me 43 times already. Haven't you reflected on why I and the Umbu managed to arrive there? And another thing, monkey, you must remember, I am the Hokage." At the end of his words, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly rose to his feet. He fixed his gaze directly on Danzo across from him. Though age had left him somewhat diminished in stature, the force of his presence was even more commanding than before. This sight caused Danzo's expression to waver for a moment. The tension that had been building between them seemed to dissolve in an instant. In that moment, he seemed to see before him the figure that once dominated the shinobi world, the man known as the strongest Kage of his time. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was precisely this image of the man, stern and resolute, that Danzo had both admired and resented. In the end, all he could do was bury himself beneath the surface, hidden beneath the trees, and dedicate himself to aiding the Hokage from the shadows. But now, for a brief moment, Danzo actually felt an urge to give up. He even considered simply laying down his burdens and retreating from the world. Watching his old friend rendered speechless, the passion fading from his eyes. The third Hokage paused, then shifted his tone. Danzo, after so many years of great wars, my body is battered and worn. But the next Hokage must be someone who can give even more to the village. Do you understand what I mean? With that, he picked up the Hokage cloak from beside him and patted Danzo on the shoulder. He walked to the window and murmured, "The Uchiha problem needs to be solved, but now is not the time. Besides, Konoha needs more than just its Hokage in the open. There must also be an unnamed shadow watching over the village from the dark." With a firm clap, Hiruzen left Danzo momentarily stunned. Especially the phrase, unnamed shadow. It was almost enough to make Danzo break into a smile he couldn't quite suppress. He couldn't take his eyes off the Hokage cloak in front of him, and in his heart, thoughts surged like a rising tide. So, does Hiruzen mean that my contributions to the village still aren't enough? Would I not be accepted, even if I became Hokage? Yes, that must be it. So, as long as I continue to serve the village, perhaps, just perhaps. At that thought, the faint wish to retire that had just arisen in Danzo's heart vanished instantly. He was like a cockroach injected with adrenaline, revitalized and unstoppable. He spun around to face Hiruzen, his voice rising with renewed determination. "I understand." Without another word, he picked up the Hokage cloak and strode out. Each step was heavy but resolute. Only Hiruzen by the window remained, silently watching the weather outside, waiting. As the moon was about to set, a young Uchiha with long hair quietly knocked on the Hokage's door. "Itachi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Did you know? Today, your brother personally took Shurasue's eye." What a pity. Danzo didn't make a move against the third Hokage after all. He just obediently went back. Is this really the same root leader who once dared to attack the Hokage? Looks like your ambitions faded, old man. At the same moment, at the edge of the cliff, Uchiha Jin, who had doubled back, leaned idly against a tree, boredom written all over his face. Scenes from just now replayed in his mind. Although Danzo had fumed at first, when he laid eyes on Hiruzen and Sarutobi, he didn't dare make a move. All he could do was scold, obedient and subdued. That mood of his, wanted to watch a good show, sank to rock bottom. But, well, at least after waiting so long, something finally happened, he muttered, turning his gaze up to the moon. More precisely, to the masked figure bathed in moonlight. "You knew I'd come?" Kakashi put away his treasured book and slowly walked over, deep in thought. "I find myself more and more curious about you." Kakashi was, without a doubt, a staunch supporter of the Hokage. That much was certain. Yet, as a person, he preferred not to get involved unless he absolutely had to. Even when he saw something, he often chose to turn a blind eye. All he wanted was to quietly go about his own business. But this young Uchiha before him made his heart race a little. There was an unsettling sense of opacity, as though he couldn't quite see through him or put his finger on what it was. It felt as if no secret could remain hidden from those young eyes. So, after a moment's hesitation, Kakashi spoke up. "You seem to have known all along that Lord Danzo would attack Shurasue. Otherwise, he simply couldn't figure out why Jean would have rushed to the cliff with such explosive speed." "Known." Jean shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. "You probably know Danzo's nature better than I do, don't you? The key to shedding suspicion is not to defend yourself, but to toss the question back." Clearly, Kakashi didn't grasp this principle. After hearing Jin's words, he started pondering in earnest. Back then, even this eye of mine, if it hadn't been for the third Hokage's intervention, I'm afraid, he trailed off, then nodded with some difficulty, arriving at a reluctant conclusion. As much as I hate to admit it, if Lord Danzo knew the true power of Shurasue's eye, he might indeed have been tempted. Greedy, cunning, and always coveting the Uchiha's eyes. That was Danzo. See? That's the beauty of steering the conversation yourself. Jean smiled, then abruptly changed the subject. "So, Kakashi, do you really want things between the village and the Uchiha clan to escalate to the point of mutual destruction? Is the village that the fourth Hokage dreamed of, thriving and full of hope, meant to become a wasteland of broken walls and ruins? Do you want Obito's clansmen to perish, one by one?" Snap! Without thinking, Kakashi stepped on a branch, breaking it beneath his foot. The sharp crack echoed in his ears like the pounding of a heavy hammer, blow after blow, each one making his head throb. It took him a long moment before he reached up, touching his left eye beneath the mask, and murmured, If Teacher Minato were still here, he would never just stand by and watch like the third Hokage, would he? Teacher Minato would definitely come to talk things through sincerely. I'm sure of it. Obito. He must hate me even more now, right? I failed to protect Rin, and I didn't safeguard his family either. A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. And quietly, without him noticing, a seed took root. It was anger at Danzo. It was also a deep dissatisfaction with the Hokage's inaction. He rubbed the left eye hidden behind his mask. It felt almost feverish. There was pain too, a sharp ache. Obito, is it your grief for your clan that I'm feeling? Don't worry, I'll protect your clan for you. In that moment, Kakashi's presence seemed to grow larger, more resolute. But across from him, protect them. Jin looked at Kakashi and couldn't help but curl his lip. Second time brother to appears officially, the Uchiha clan is wiped out in one fell swoop. The moonlight faded, and the first pale glow of dawn began to creep up from the east. Watching Kakashi, who was lost in guilt before him, Uchiha Jin sighed inwardly once more. Truly, nothing beats the power of persuasive words. Of course, the only reason he could plunge Kakashi into such turmoil with just a few sentences was because he stood on the vantage point of someone who had read the original story. It was like standing atop the shoulders of giants, surveying the whole shinobi world. In short, this was the giant's view. Naturally, it wasn't long before a new prompt flashed before Jin's eyes. Cooldown ended. Copy skill initiated. You have spoken with 50-50 Kakashi Hitaki for 10 minutes. Attempting to copy skills. Currently available skills to copy. Frail Constitution, black. Kimui left eye, gold. Mangekyo Sharingan, damaged, purple. Fire Release Mastery, blue. Water Release Mastery, blue. Lightning Release Mastery, blue. Earth Release Mastery, blue. Taijutsu Mastery, blue. Jinjutsu Mastery, blue. 1,000 Years of Death, black. Copy failed. Failed again. Jin nodded, unsurprised. The success rate had been stuck at 10% for far too long. Aside from his early lucky streak, Jin was learning firsthand that 10% might as well mean 0. Still, he didn't get upset. His attention shifted gradually to Kamui. He hadn't seen this skill the last time they met, but now here it was. Is it because the power level of this version is too high, so they patched Kakashi up? Or has Obito sneaked back into Konoha, and the two eyes are resonating again? As he pondered, Jin suddenly turned to Kakashi and said, Kakashi-senpai, how about a spar? Kakashi was startled for a moment, then waved his hand lazily. Oh, no thanks. I forfeit. Right now, he couldn't even think about fighting. His mind was consumed with how to change things. Whether we spar or not, that's up to. Jin didn't care in the slightest, but just as he was about to forcefully make a move, the scene before his eyes left him utterly stunned. Ding! You have defeated Hitaki Kakashi. Attempting to copy entry. Copy successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the legendary entry. Kimui left eye gold. Kimui left eye gold grants the ability to forcibly twist and send objects within your line of sight into a different dimension. You may also teleport yourself in and out of this space. The larger and stronger the object, the more chakra it consumes, with a minimum cost of 10,000. When he saw this prompt, even Jin himself was dumbfounded for a couple of seconds. It took him a moment to react. Kamui, and it was Kakashi's Kamui, not the version Obito had, which, frankly, was of little use to him. As long as there was enough ocular power, this was the Kimui capable of severing the arm of the Geto statue from an incredible distance. A glimmer flashed across his eyes, and a smile slowly bloomed deep within them as he murmured to himself. Since crossing over, I finally have a proper offensive technique. To be honest, whether it was the golden body of light, the weak presence, or even the flying thunder god, the mechanics were all there, but the numbers just didn't add up. That's right, damage numbers. Which is more important, mechanics or stats? It really depends on the situation. But without the numbers to back it up, using Shuriken in the early days was still viable. But what about later on? In the late stages of the ninja world, where people brought out their mechas at the drop of a hat, was he supposed to teleport behind a Gundam and poke its heart with a measly Shuriken? He'd be nothing more than a mechanic tightening bolts for the Gundam. That's why, even though he'd maxed out his life-saving skills, he still preferred to stay home, basking in the sun and accumulating chakra. With enough chakra, even the great fireball technique could burn someone to ashes. As for each use costing 10,000 chakra, Kakashi can probably only use it twice in a row at best, anymore, and he'd be running on fumes. So, an elite Jonin like Kakashi must have a total chakra reserve of 20,000 to 30,000. My chakra is roughly 70 or 80 times that. His eyes shone with newfound clarity. At last, he had a concrete sense of how much chakra he possessed. There was nothing for it. Kakashi was pretty much the perfect unit of measurement. And Kakashi once said that Naruto's chakra was equivalent to hundreds of his own. So Naruto must have around 2 to 3 million. That means my 1.8 million chakra is already close to the level of an adult Uzumaki. Thinking this, he walked over to where Kakashi leaned against the tree. He reached out, intending to pat him on the shoulder. But at just 7 or 8 years old, even though he was taller than most kids his age, when standing next to the long-legged Kakashi, he still came up short. Hesitating a moment, he put his foot up on the tree beside him. Step, step, step. He walked slowly along the tree trunk, reached out, and patted Kakashi on the head, a look of pity appearing on his face as he said, "Sigh, what a tragic 50-50 split. We'll meet again next week." With those words, he turned and left. He could hardly wait to test out the power of Kamui. Only Kakashi was left standing behind, rooted to the spot. Looking up, feeling defeated. A turn, a pat on the shoulder. It was all a bit baffling. After a long pause, Kakashi furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, "Why did his expression just now make me feel almost offended? If all the Uchiha were like you, maybe Konoha really would be at peace." If Jin had heard that, he'd probably have laughed himself silly. All like him, then the 5 great nations would be merged into just one, and it would be shining red through and through. Rushing water. The banks of the Nanha River. A young figure gradually approached. Uchiha Jin glanced at the riverbank before him and took a deep breath. Right before his eyes, the Kamui ability was shimmering brilliantly. And then he checked. Over 1.8 million chakra. He drew another deep breath. In the next instant, his 3-tomo Sharingan appeared quietly, spinning rapidly, shifting in his pupils to form his 666 pattern. At a glance, it still looked like the 3-tomo, just with the center much larger than before. A second later, a strange ripple spread from his eyes. Mysterious, powerful, unstoppable. A transcendent spatial force erupted before him in full. Whoosh! Very soon, a man-sized vortex of air formed above the river's surface. Not too high, but just perfectly settled over the water. The river kept flowing undisturbed, except for a small, silent gap right in the middle. So that's the Kamui space. Looking at this phenomenon, a sudden realization dawned in Jin's heart. Whenever he wished, he could transport himself into that space. "I just wonder how long I can maintain it," he murmured, then focused both eyes with all his might. Kakashi only had one, but not him. Dual left-eye Kamui. All out. In a rush, his chakra began to drain rapidly, losing about 50,000 every second. But the result was astonishing. The river of Nanha began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. After just 30 seconds, the ancient river that had flowed here for millennia revealed its riverbed, clear for the first time ever. The same morning sun, but different encounters. So, have you thought it over, Itachi? Want to join my organization and seek true light together? You again. At the back of the Uchiha estate, Itachi suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. There, atop a boulder, sat that masked man once more. In the next instant, he flicked his wrist and hurled 3 shurikens straight at his opponent. With a sharp whoosh, the blades cut through the air. Seeing this, the masked man let out a sinister chuckle. "It's useless, Itachi. Attacks like that can't even graze me. If you don't believe it, then let me show you what true power looks like." The next moment, his uncovered right eye narrowed slightly in concentration. Kamui. Suddenly, a surging sound rose around them. A rushing torrent. Just as the Kamui dimension was about to open, a tremendous roar of water erupted in Obito's ears. He blinked in confusion. Strange, there isn't a river anywhere near here. Where's all this water coming from? The reason became clear a heartbeat later. From within the Kamui space, a massive flood burst forth. Boom! An unstoppable river surged out like a dam breaking, flooding everything in its path. Countless trees were smashed to splinters as the water rampaged through the forest. What is this? Obito's forehead, hidden behind his mask, throbbed with veins of frustration. Kakashi, do you really treat my Kamui dimension like a trash can? It was bad enough when you tossed in kunai and shuriken, but now you're dumping water in here too? What are you trying to do? Turn me into some kind of water god for irrigating fields? If Kakashi were standing in front of him right now, Obito felt sure he'd lose control and tear the guy apart, fuming with rage. But across from him, Itachi was even more stunned. The youth's mouth fell open, so wide you could have fit 2 eggs in it at once. That's a water-style jutsu I've never seen before. Judging by the sheer force and volume, it has to be at least an A-rank technique. To unleash such a powerful jutsu instantly, without even forming hand seals, this strange man might be even stronger than I thought. For a while, the only sound was the massive floodwaters rushing outward in all directions. Fortunately, they were in the remote rear mountains of the Uchiha clan's territory. No one lived here. There was nothing but wild grasses, earth, and trees. It took a full 3 minutes before the two of them could use the surrounding rocks to barely keep themselves dry. To wield such a powerful water jutsu so effortlessly, your chakra reserves are beyond anything I imagined, Itachi said, glancing around and taking a deep breath. To change the very landscape with such ease. This masked man's strength was likely already close to Kage level. Yet, such a man had slipped into the village almost unnoticed. A true danger, which meant Itachi had to extract as much information as possible. On the other side, Obito, who had been muttering curses at Kakashi, suddenly paused. He realized the boy mistook this flood for his own water-style technique. The corner of Obito's eye twitched. In a strange way, he actually seemed even more impressive now. So, with a light cough, he decided to accept the praise without guilt. He clasped his hands behind his back, striking a pose of a master, and said in a calm, lofty tone, "That's right. That was indeed my water-style jutsu. And by the way, it's time for a proper introduction, Uchiha Itachi. My name is Uchiha. 100 meters?" By the banks of the Nanha River, little Jean gazed at the vast stretch of stone and lust that had vanished in the distance, silently estimating the range. Right now, the distance at which Kim Yui can twist off an arm is about 100 meters. For an early-stage ninja in the world of Naruto, that was already a considerable distance. It wasn't far off from the legendary 800-meter shuriken of conceptual gods, either. He hissed softly. In that instant, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the corner of his eye. A tearing pain. It was as if the infamous Empress Dowager's needles, which had never quite landed on Little Swallow, had instead pierced straight into his eyeball. The agony was almost unbearable. Drip, drip. 3 minutes passed before he finally managed to cover his eye, breathing heavily. When he lifted his hand, he saw his palm stained deep red. Blood. Is this the after-effect of overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan? It seems I really must find a body with far greater physical strength. Right now, Kim Yui could only twist off an arm from about 100 meters away. Mokutan would be ideal, but Danzo's is just not enough. Where's Orochimaru these days, anyway? He muttered to himself, wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, took a deep breath, and turned back toward the clan's ancestral grounds. The after-effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. He'd expected them to appear eventually, but he hadn't thought the signs would show up so soon. As for swapping out Sharingan eyes, at this moment, Jean couldn't quite bring himself to accept that. Plugging and unplugging his eyes like Wi-Fi receivers. Couldn't that cause some terrible kind of infection? Of course, the main issue was that, whether it was Fugaku and his wife, or Itachi and Sasuke, all of them were blood relatives to this body. He couldn't simply disregard those familial ties like the Uchiha of the original story. He hadn't realized yet that this bout of eye pain was actually due to moving too much river water. 10 minutes later, the Uchiha clan grounds were just ahead. But Jin's figure gradually came to a halt. There, in the dry ditch before him, river water was overflowing, reaching as high as his knees on either side of the bank. It roared as it surged outward, sweeping away every scrap of grass, wood, and stone in its path. Somewhere in the chaos, he could faintly hear a dog barking. It seemed a Shiba Inu had been swept up by the flood. The little dog flailed its legs in panic, desperate to escape. But the current was far too swift, and the Shiba Inu's legs were too short. Despite its efforts, it couldn't get free. All it could do was wail helplessly as the river dragged it away. Who on earth is using such powerful water-style techniques nearby? Jean frowned, and with a casual flick, scooped the Shiba Inu up and set it safely on higher ground. Then, narrowing his small eyes, he scanned the surroundings with suspicion. There was a ditch here, but usually no water flowed through it. Now suddenly it was filled to the brim. Clearly, someone nearby was using water-style jutsu. Some people really have no shame, using sea-style jutsu in such a crowded place. Curse you. May your child be born without an anus. Muttering curses under his breath, he shook his head and strode into the clan compound. He hadn't slept all night, and the dark circles under his eyes were almost impossible to hide. Soft footsteps echoed through the Uchiha grounds. A boy, not exactly small for his age, walked slowly forward. The first rays of morning sunlight danced across his smiling face, casting a faint golden glow. As he slid open the door to his room, his smile froze completely. Inside, on the bed for dogs, looking suspiciously like beagles, were were gleefully tearing into the bedding, each tugging and gnawing without a care. They were having the time of their lives. The whole room was littered with tufts of white stuffing, scattered everywhere, some here, some there. If one looked closely, there was even dog poop in the middle of it all. Perhaps the room had been closed up too long. The stench inside was so thick, it almost seemed to have taken physical form. The moment he opened the door, all those foul odors that had built up overnight rushed out at once, eager for escape. They hit him like a tidal wave. He gagged, unable to hold back any longer, and bolted outside. Clutching his nose, he retched violently. Disgusting. Utterly revolting. For someone who didn't keep dogs, this was nothing short of a living nightmare. Of course, dog lovers might find themselves oddly delighted. It took more than a dozen deep breaths before he felt his nostrils were finally clear again. He turned to look toward the outhouse. His young face grew even darker. In all of Uchiha, only one person would do something this childish and not get caught. There was only one, Sasuke. All I did was introduce a few girlfriends to you. Such a vengeful little brat. Muttering to himself, he yanked open the outhouse door and reached for the sleeping Sasuke with a not-so-gentle hand. Ow, that hurts. That morning, the Uchiha clan was roused from sleep by piercing screams. Fugaku, are you sure you don't want to go out and try to calm those brothers down? Hearing the wailing outside, Mikoto looked over at her husband with a hint of worry. No need. Sasuke got up to some mischief last night. If he get a bit of beating today, it's only fair. Fugaku simply waved his hand dismissively, tossing a bamboo stick called Seven Wolves out the door. He then closed the wooden door, pulled his wife close, and reassured her, don't worry. G may not say much, but he knows his limits. But, no buts. It's still early. Let's get a bit more sleep. Inside the house, the battle raged. It was a one-sided massacre. Outside, the fight was no less intense. And the outcome was just as lopsided. Jin looked at Sasuke, who was now dangling from the courtyard wall, picking his teeth as he asked, ready to admit you were wrong? I did nothing wrong. If you hadn't been born 2 years earlier and learned a bit more ninjutsu than me, you'd be the one hanging here right now. What is it about Air Juzi that people talk about the most? It all comes down to that sharp tongue and distinctive personality. Even when strung up, he'd tilt his chin defiantly, shooting a sidelong glare with that signature scowl. Well, playing the tough guy, huh? Come on, I'll give you a chance. I won't use any ninjutsu. Let's settle this, just you and me. Jin grinned, then with a wave of his hand, unfastened the rope above. Over the past 6 years, though his proficiency in ninjutsu had advanced steadily, his physical prowess had skyrocketed. Words like robust and nimble had become a seamless part of him. The results were astounding. Relying solely on his 8-year-old body, his stats could already rival those of a chunin. And that was without any ninjutsu enhancement, purely raw ability. So, he didn't mind letting Sasuke experience what a comprehensive beatdown felt like. Well, what do you want to compete in? Compete? I want a duel. Just us. No tricks, just our bodies. Sasuke shouted, and the moment his feet hit the ground, he charged forward without a second's hesitation. Years of training had definitely given him an edge now. His movements were swift, his steps nimble. In the blink of an eye, he'd rushed forward more than 10 meters, crouched low and closing the distance. What a fool. He actually let me get close. I'll send you flying, Uchiha Jin. A trace of disdain and pride flashed across Sasuke's slightly flushed face. He could already picture Jin lying defeated on the ground, begging for mercy. The image made his eyes tremble with excitement. His cheeks even flushed bright red. He felt like he was soaring. Wait, soaring? Suddenly, as his feet were wrenched off the ground, Sasuke's mind went blank for a moment. If someone was supposed to fly, was it really supposed to be him? Why him? At the same time, a jolt of pain shot through his stomach. His face darkened, and he quickly looked down in alarm. Across from him, as soon as Jin saw Sasuke rushing in, he suddenly ducked low. Then, with both arms, he locked Sasuke around the waist, and, with a burst of strength, flipped him over. The Uchiha suplex. With a heavy thud, the ground shuddered. Tiny Sasuke was left utterly bewildered. Lying on the grass by the wall, his eyes stared blankly ahead. It was as if all wisdom had been drained from him, leaving nothing but emptiness. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, even jinjutsu, none of it could match this hopeless, laid-back slacker. He was exhausted. Let the world end, then. Jin, what the? Is the Uchiha suplex really that powerful? Did I just turn Air Juzi into a total fool? Jin clicked his tongue in disbelief, though worry quickly set in. If this really caused any trouble, what would Naruto do? But as he walked closer, he noticed something new. Wisps of glowing words seemed to swirl around Sasuke. One even rolled right to Jin's feet. So does this mean items dropped? The corners of his mouth twitched as he glanced at the message before him. And just then, a new prompt suddenly appeared in his vision. Defeated Uchiha Sasuke, attempting to copy entries. Copyable entries: Brother Complex, black. Emotional stability, black. Child of Destiny, rainbow. Lightning Release Mastery, purple. Fireball Jutsu, green. Clone Technique, white. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the elite entry. Fireball Jutsu, green. Well, he'd gotten an entry that was neither here nor there. Nothing too significant. But Jin's gaze fell on the newly appeared black entry. Emotional stability? He awakened his Sharingan with just a single tomo on the night his clan was destroyed. In that sense, I suppose you could call that emotionally stable. But wait, could it be that I slammed him so hard he developed some sort of emotional numbness? And that's why he's now stable? The possibility crossed Jin's mind, and as he looked down again, his eyes were filled with sympathy and pity as he said, "Don't be silly, Sasuke. If you really want, I'll teach you lightning release myself." Sasuke, what's with that look in your eyes? His dull eyes happened to catch this exact moment, and he was instantly bristling inside. But just as he was about to flare up and lash out, he caught the second half of Jin's sentence. His agitated heart suddenly rippled with anticipation. Lightning release. The art of controlling lightning. Ever since Jin had mentioned it, Sasuke had found himself thinking about it again and again. Especially after he'd asked his teacher in class yesterday about the power of lightning release. The urge had only grown stronger. Irika-sensei's words still rang in his ears. Sasuke, lightning release is one of the most powerful and destructive ninjutsu in the ninja world. Its destructive force is astonishing. So after only a moment's hesitation, he stood up and looked straight at Jin. Without any doubt, he said, "Teach me." Phew. Jin let out a relieved breath. Thank goodness you can still speak. In most jobs, as long as someone can hold a normal conversation, they're not completely lost. Not all hope is lost. But soon, he found himself in a bit of a bind. I want to learn the one with lightning wrapped around your hand from yesterday. Sasuke's eyes shone with excitement. In this instant, his longing for lightning release overshadowed even his grudge against his brother. Let's start by learning the hand signs. When he heard those last words, the smile froze on Jin's face. Almost reflexively, he held up 2 fingers and said, "Hand signs? Isn't this level of ninjutsu just a matter of having hands?" It was the truth. Relying on his entries, he honestly didn't know the hand signs. Was he supposed to teach it like Naruto teaching Kenomaru how to make a Rasengan, saying do this, then that, and somehow it works? Sasuke was the chosen one in this version. Surely his talent wasn't inferior to Kenomaru's, right? With that in mind, Jin put away his casual demeanor and said seriously, "Lightning release is different from the others. All you need to do is truly sense the power of lightning in nature, and you'll be able to learn it. That's why, rain or shine, you'll always find your big brother lying atop the courtyard wall, not budging an inch, even if the rain pours down on me." As his words fell, the Chidori lightning dodge trait on his body began to glow faintly. A crackling, electric sizzle filled the air. Lightning danced between his fingers, turning them into a blade forged of pure thunder. Razor sharp, staring at the lightning blade formed by his middle and index fingers, Jin suddenly noticed another trait on his body flickering with light. A special trait, Millennium Thrust Black. This sight sparked a ridiculous thought in his mind. That Kakashi guy, when he created the Chidori, could have been to go hand in hand with the Millennium Thrust? Middle finger Chidori, Millennium Thrust? Yikes. The idea sent a shiver down his spine, making him feel downright uneasy. Just how devious does a man have to be to come up with such a move? Of course, if Kakashi ever traveled to the land of heavenly abundance in future generations, with just this single technique, he'd probably be revered as a god by countless young women. To master these arts, do you really have to attune yourself to the forces of nature? At this moment, a seed of doubt sprouted in little Sasuke's mind. Could it really be done? Almost against his will, he glanced at the lightning swirling in Jin's hand. A flash of longing passed through his eyes. Crackle, crackle. But the light from the lightning was simply too dazzling. After only a few seconds, Sasuke's eyes began to sting from the brightness. He had to turn away, unable to look any longer. Yet, the longing for the power of lightning in his heart only grew fiercer. Catching this, Jin arched his brow and asked with a teasing smile, "Do you want it?" Sasuke nodded, "Ido. Do you want to become Konoha's true master of lightning, the Grand Mage of Thunder?" Sasuke nodded even harder, "I do." Then shouted out loud. Sasuke nodded so vigorously it was almost frantic. "I want to become the King of Thunder." Crash! At that moment, the bedroom door suddenly flew open. Next, a bamboo stick engraved with 7 wolves came hurtling out. It landed squarely on Sasuke's backside with unerring precision. What do you mean, you want? Sasuke, are you trying to start a rebellion at the crack of dawn? From inside the house, Fugaku's voice rang out, barely containing his fury. It was obvious, the formidable clan head was in a foul mood. As if he'd just been startled out of something important, and it had left a bitter taste. All that remained was anger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown something out like that. Bang! With those words, the wooden door slammed shut once again. Outside, the two brothers locked eyes in stunned silence. Jean looked at his little brother with concern. Do you think your path to becoming the King of Thunder ends here? Clearly, he underestimated what it meant to be truly emotionally resilient. Sasuke merely brushed off his backside with a nonchalant pat. Through a gap, Jean could see 2 angry red welts rising there. That stick hadn't been gentle. Yet Sasuke seemed completely unfazed, and the fire in his eyes only burned brighter. To comprehend the power of nature's thunder and lightning. If one wishes to attune to the forces of nature, it surely must be during a raging storm, amidst thunder and lightning, or somewhere as high above the ground as possible. With this in mind, his gaze gradually settled on the thickest tree just outside the courtyard. As long as he could master the art of thunder and practice the lightning release, he would definitely be able to overpower Jean and make him beg for mercy. With this thought, he wasted no time. He leapt up and began to climb. Because of Jin's involvement, Sasuke had also begun training with Fugaku earlier than usual. He picked up quite a few new skills. For example, the Leaf Village's essential technique, walking up trees with chakra. Step after step, quick and light. He dashed up the tree as if he were running on flat ground. Then, he came face to face with 2 mysterious figures wearing cat-faced masks. Their eyes met, 6 in total. Sasuke's eyes grew even brighter. Are you 2 here to observe the thunder as well? I knew my instincts couldn't be wrong. He burst out laughing. I, Sasuke the Thunder King, have arrived. With that, he shot up to the top of the tree, spreading his arms wide to embrace nature. His movements were swift and nimble, almost like a minion with a wild, eccentric hairstyle. Hidden amidst the branches, the 2 dozing ANBU were startled out of their slumber by this sudden spectacle. Now they looked at their logbooks and pens, faces full of uncertainty. One of them muttered, "What are we supposed to write? Are we really going to fail our first mission in logistics right after returning? The last 50-some ANBU assigned to surveillance all failed. We can't let that happen again." The second hesitated for a long moment before his eyes grew resolute. He nodded emphatically. "Let's just write, Uchiha clan leader's 3rd son, struck by a mysterious illness at dawn. Or maybe, the entire Uchiha clan has gone mad." Just then, a voice sounded beside them. The 2 of them jumped in fright. Turning around, they realized there was suddenly someone at the base of the tree. When had he arrived? Silently and without a trace. The 2 ANBU were alarmed. When did the young second son get up the tree? It must be that the commotion just now distracted us so much. We didn't even notice him, they thought. They exchanged glances, each blaming themselves for the oversight. Then, turning to Jean, they waved and said, "What a coincidence, second young master." A new face? A complete rookie? The moment he heard their awkward greeting, Jin's eyes, half hidden, sparkled with excitement. For the past 6 years, not a single ANBU assigned to watch him had lasted more than 3 months. Not one had ever greeted him voluntarily. Later on, most would turn tail and flee at the very sight of him. But now, these 2 not only stayed, they had even said hello. Well, if that's the case, don't mind if I do. This time, I'll take my time milking this opportunity. Sustainable gains, after all. Jean rubbed his hands together, and when he looked up again, his face, unusually for him, was tinged with a hint of shyness and embarrassment. With deliberate effort, he manipulated the blood flow in his face. Soon, a rosy blush spread swiftly from his cheeks all the way to the tips of his ears. This sight made the 2 Umbu agents, who had just wrapped up their undercover missions, shake their heads in disbelief. Who would have thought that, even in the Uchiha clan, such an adorable child could be born? 10 minutes later, Jean leaped down from the tree, thoroughly satisfied. Now, 2 more green trait entries glowed on his body. Chatted for 10 minutes, successfully copied the elite trait, light as a swallow, green, ×2. As expected, newbies are so easy to fool. He grinned, then said decisively, "Fuse them into swift shadows." Swift shadows, a trait he had upgraded to blue long ago, had absorbed no less than 10 light as a swallow and 30 agile moves over the years. And yet, nothing seemed to change. He could sense improvements in his agility, reaction speed, even his endurance. But the traits themselves barely shifted. Yet this time, just as he was lost in thought, A notification appeared before his eyes, suddenly shifting. Stacking in progress. Congratulations. Host has obtained the epic trait Phantom Mirage, purple, body flexibility, 75%, 100%, speed, 75%, 100%. Additional effect, can consume 1,000 chakra to create an afterimage at your current location. After 1 second, the afterimage can be detonated. The power of the explosion depends on the amount of chakra used. A spark of excitement flickered again in Jin's dark eyes. Double the flexibility, double the speed. And these were base stats. Nothing beats improving the fundamentals. Especially, he focused his attention on the additional effect. Additional effect. Is this afterimage seriously not just leaving behind a crazed Ivan? If you have enough chakra, could it even rival a self-destructing truck? Boom! At that moment, a deafening crash echoed from the sky above. The sudden noise startled him. He looked up and finally understood. The boy in the blue high-collared shirt was standing with arms wide open, shouting to the heavens. Over Sasuke's head, a bolt of lightning was slowly taking shape. Jin was taken aback. No way, he's actually summoning lightning? Jin, what are you and Sasuke yelling about out there? Crash! With an exasperated shout, Fugako flung open the door and strode out in a hurry. Boom! At the same time, the thunder above rumbled even louder. The air was heavy with the promise of rain. Looks like it's gonna rain. You'd better grab your raincoat and get ready for school. Fugako glanced at the sky, then frowned in confusion. Where's Sasuke? He was just out here making a racket. Where'd he run off to now? At that, Jin pointed upward. The voice was rather soft, omitting a few words as it said. He said he wants to become the king of the Uchiha clan. If Sasuke had heard this, he would have definitely chimed in. What about the Lord of Thunder and Lightning part at the front? Unfortunately, Sasuke didn't hear it. Only Fugako did. The moment those words reached his ears, his pupils widened abruptly. Then, a cruel smile slowly crept onto his lips. He clenched the Seven Wolves cigarette not far from him, and spat out each word through gritted teeth. Oh really? Wants to be the king of the Uchiha, does he? His father hasn't even stepped down yet, and he's already aiming for the throne? What a wonderful son I have. Boom! Just then, lightning struck. Without warning, it crashed straight down onto the highest point of the tree canopy, right where a small boy stood, pointing one hand at the sky. Ow! That lightning really packs a punch. But I'll be the Lord of Thunder and Lightning. That was all Sasuke managed to say. The next instant, black smoke puffed from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. His legs twitched from time to time. Arcs of electricity still crackled across his skin. The air sizzled and popped. Fugaku's face darkened. He could only silently remind himself, he's my own flesh and blood, as he reached out to catch him. Only after making sure Sasuke was merely knocked out did he finally breathe a small sigh of relief. Just then, the word king echoed in his ear. That made his expression even gloomier. Fine, fine. When you wake up, your father will make sure you have your chance to be king. Jin, standing nearby, hugged the courtyard wall in silence, not daring to speak. He simply glanced at the unconscious Sasuke and sighed. The struggle for heirship has always been like this. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already morning. With the awakening of the second pillar, the Uchiha compound once again bustled with activity. Ah, mother, why didn't you wake me up? I'm going to be late. I'm going to be late. Stupid legs. Hurry up and move. After a flurry of chaos, Sasuke dashed off toward school. There weren't many people along the way. In fact, it was rather empty. Before long, he arrived at the Ninja Academy without a hitch. Just as he was about to step inside, he abruptly stopped his frantic pace. He straightened his sleeves, stuffed his hands into his pockets, turned his head with a hint of a scowl, and sauntered in. Oh, Sasuke-kun, why are you so late today? Did you oversleep? If it weren't for my father's orders, I wouldn't even bother showing up. Sasuke shot the other person a disdainful glance and said, There's way more valuable stuff in the clan than in this ninja academy. This scene made the passing girls swoon once again. Wow, as expected of a true Uchiha. He's so handsome and rich. But why was he still wetting the bed this morning? If I dated a guy like that, would he keep wetting the bed every day? I just can't decide if I should say yes. If it's Sasuke-kun, even if he wet the bed, he'd still be adorable. Wet the bed. Snap. Sasuke's footsteps faltered for an instant. His mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning. His eyes flew wide open in disbelief as he stared at the girl who had just spoken. His lips trembled as he stammered. Who's making up such nonsense? Ah, it was your brother Itachi. Boom. That sensation of being struck by lightning suddenly turned into a real headache. His head throbbed as if it might split open. Damn you, Jin, I'm going to kill you. Smack. Before he could finish, a blonde-haired kid interrupted, slapping him on the back. "Hey Sasuke, you're late today, you know." Naruto, dressed in his signature orange outfit, gave Sasuke a friendly smack and then bounded back to the classroom, as lively as ever. Sasuke was left standing there, a little dazed, his eyes unfocused. Did that kid really get struck down by lightning? From a distance, Jean watched the scene unfold and let out a sigh. It seems getting struck by lightning really isn't a good thing after all. Well, most of today's conversations have wrapped up. It's about time I left. With that in mind, he pressed his foot lightly against the ground. Leaving behind a shadow clone, his true self quietly made his way out of the academy. The success rate of these conversations remains low. He could feel the immature would release power inside him, tirelessly corroding his body. It was like a slow-acting poison, a methodical suicide. It devoured the active cells within him. Or rather, it forced his cells to divide continuously. And the result of this path could only be one thing: premature cellular division, leading to a shortened lifespan. It's hard to say whether the first Hokage's death was due to overusing would release passively, or if it was the result of injuries from his battle with Madara. Or maybe it was just a flaw in Kishimoto's story that needed patching up later on. But one thing was certain: would release was no ordinary power, especially the incomplete version he possessed now. I wonder just how many cells from the first Hokage Danzo managed to get when Orochimaru defected 5 years ago. If there are still first Hokage cells out there, could I just take them for myself? With that thought, he leapt over the academy wall and slipped out. As for using the main gate, what kind of good kid skips class through the front door anyway? But as soon as he got outside, he sensed something was off. Somewhere in the shadows, a gaze was fixed on him, sharp and unblinking. It was like a venomous snake lurking in the darkness, ready to strike at any moment. At a time like this, someone watching me so openly. Jean grinned, stretching his body, and a series of crisp pops echoed from his joints. So you've finally shown yourself, Danzo. Unlike the symbolic surveillance of the ANBU, the root ninja were nothing less than Danzo's well-made flesh. It's no exaggeration to say that even if Danzo harbored murderous intentions toward the Hokage, the members of Root would too, and they wouldn't hesitate to act on those impulses. Conveniently enough, Danzo bore a deep malice toward the Uchiha. He coveted their ocular jutsu, yet feared their power in equal measure. As for him, living as an invisible man among the Uchiha, he had almost no contact with the villagers at all. So, the only ones who could be watching him with such a hostile, predatory gaze must be Danzo's Root operatives. But to only just now notice something was off. Isn't the Shadow Hokage a bit slow on the uptake? He lifted his foot and strode directly toward the large tree where the hostile presence emanated. The outer wall of the Ninja Academy was always deserted. Step, step, step. His wooden sandals struck the stone path, each step echoing with a crisp, clear sound. The masked Root member hidden in the tree couldn't help but furrow his brow at the sound. Silently, he formed hand signs. In the next instant, he launched his attack. Would release, silent binding technique. Suddenly, a line of trees shot from the ground, snaking toward Jean and wrapping around him like an iron cage. It was tight and unyielding, almost impossible to move. What a careless kid. As long as I capture you, Lord Danzo will finally let me leave. The Root member stepped out from the shadows, the character on his sleeve shining brightly. Because he had failed his last mission, and because of his recent contact with Kakashi, all he wanted now was to leave Root behind as soon as possible, to return to a normal life. That's why he was willing to take this risky mission, capturing an Uchiha within the village. Unlike the sigh of relief on the Root member's face, Jin's eyes lit up the moment he saw the wood release. They shone with excitement. The wood release he'd dreamed of. Here it was, right before his eyes. Without missing a beat, he called out, "Hey, mister, how about a 10-minute chat?" HM? His mouth isn't sealed. Yamato narrowed his eyes and formed hand signs again, preparing to silence Jean with wood. Whoosh! A branch suddenly shot upward, extending swiftly as it stabbed down from above. Jean protested, "That's too much, Yamato, eh?" How did he not notice before that the usually reliable Captain Yamato could be so rough when he was with Root? It's no wonder people say Danzo's brainwashing skills rival those of the third Hokage. Jean shook his head, reached out, and casually crushed and tore apart the wooden restraint in front of him. With a flick, he tossed the shattered wood aside, as if he were discarding trash. He seemed utterly oblivious to the shock and pain that flashed across Yamato's, or rather, A's face. How does this kid know my identity? Yamato was completely bewildered. He'd heard of this second son of the Uchiha clan, but only by reputation. He'd never actually met him, nor did he know what he looked like. So how had the boy recognized him at first glance? In his confusion, the future Yamato was just about to take the boy away when he witnessed something even more astonishing. Before his eyes, this boy, no older than 10, tore apart his wood release with his bare hands. Yes, with his bare hands. Yamato's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he watched. From the time he was trained until now, he had never seen anyone rip through the wood release technique with their own hands. Dodging, evading, even burning it with fire. Those he could understand. But tearing it apart barehanded? Absolutely not. This was no flimsy piece of paper. So, without hesitation, he spread his hands and began forming seals once again. But halfway through, he suddenly froze. A cold, sharp edge pressed against his neck, gleaming with a chilling light. A single drop of blood slowly welled up. He swallowed hard. When? When did the boy get behind him? Was it some kind of space-time jutsu? No, impossible. His eyes narrowed in fear, shrinking even further. Behind him, the silent boy, not yet 10 years old, inspired a deep, instinctive terror. A moment later, the cold glint vanished. Uchiha Jin waved his hand dismissively. Let's go outside the village. After all, fighting inside the village would surely cause a huge commotion. Especially if buildings got destroyed, the compensation alone would be a headache. It was far better to settle things outside, where he could act freely. As for whether letting Yamato go would lead to any unexpected trouble, he didn't care. At this early stage, the shinobi world still operated with a certain logic, a straightforward contest of information and strategy. If your intel was good enough, even Genin could ambush and take down a Jonin. Just like when Shikamaru took out Haiden, or when Jiraiya died at the hands of Pain, and even Kakashi managed to take down one of the Pains in the process. In these incidents, the importance of intelligence was especially clear. But later on, giant robots everywhere, sage arts flying in all directions. Power scaling simply fell apart. But Jin lowered his head slightly. Now, with his offense, defense, and speed all in balance, he too was inching closer to that broken level of power. Once he solved the life-draining side effects of the wood release and the bodily strain of the Sharingan, he would truly stand atop Konoha. The Uchiha massacre, a year from now? Jin thought it could happen right this moment. Behind him, the future Yamato didn't hesitate and followed closely. As his final mission for the Foundation, he had to see it through. Soon enough, they reached the outskirts of the village. By the banks of the Naka River, facing the boy across from him, Yamato silently muttered an apology. The next instant, he attacked again. Wood release, great forest technique. Countless thick vines, each as thick as a grown man's thigh, shot from his outstretched right hand, surging forward with renewed strength and resilience. Stronger and tougher than before. Hey, slow down, old man. Let's talk for a bit first. Jin called out, twisting aside to dodge the attack. He wasn't after Yamato himself. What he wanted was the wood release. Words are useless. Let's fight, boy. Jin. These Chunibyo lines, Captain Yamato's character is really falling apart. But, thinking about the chance to copy an entry after just 10 minutes of conversation, he quietly shifted to the side to avoid him. Copying would release? Not even a shiver. Not bad speed, but do you think you can escape? Just come back with me quietly. The powerful and unique wood release once again boosted Yamato's confidence. He simply thought the technique had failed earlier because he hadn't used his full strength. Now he was going all out. Wood release, 4-pillar prison. Bang, 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 bang. One wooden stake after another shot up from the ground. They instantly surrounded Jin within a radius of more than 10 meters, and the circle was steadily tightening. At first glance, it looked like a wooden cage, trapping Uchiha Jin inside. On the wood, faint mysterious runes shimmered. No one could get in. No one could get out. Phew, this Uchiha kid is really something else. With everything finally in place, the future Yamato wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief. He was no pushover himself. Thanks to wood release, even most ordinary Jonin could easily be subdued by him. So in his mind, capturing a mere young master from the Uchiha clan should have been a walk in the park. But before he could even finish that thought, a sound came from inside the wooden cage. Hey, mister, can we talk now? Huh? Yamato's mouth twitched. You got nerves of steel, kid. A boy who hadn't even graduated from the academy. Not even a genin. And yet he wasn't scared at all after seeing all this. Something was definitely off. For some reason, Yamato's mind flashed back to that brutal scene of Jin tearing apart his wood release with his bare hands. A phrase suddenly surfaced in his mind. Acting with absolute confidence. To be safe, he formed seals with both hands once again. Wood release, silent killing binding technique. Wood release, 4-pillar house. Wood release, linked pillar houses. One secret would release jutsu after another bloomed in the hidden leaf. Inside the cage, trees coiled and twisted. Outside, a complex wooden residence rose up from the ground. It suppressed the chakra inside the cage. Then, more houses materialized around it. Like a miniature clan estate, they walled off the central cage completely. Phew now. Not even Kakashi-senpai could break out of this, right? Only after finishing all this did the future Yamato finally relax. He collapsed onto a wooden sofa, breathing heavily. But just as he sat down, he heard the boy across from him shout in exaggerated admiration. "Mister, it's really a shame you're not in real estate. With those linked pillar houses, you make so many people jealous." Indeed, putting aside the great Uchiha clan, there were actually many orphans in the Leaf Village because of the war. Although there were special subsidies, most of these kids didn't live in good conditions. Take Naruto, for example. Even the orphan of the 4th Hokage only lived in a small wooden house on the 2nd floor. The room? It wasn't all that spacious. But if Yamato put his skills to use and chopped down the trees around the village to build houses, then there would be no such thing as a housing shortage. After chatting for a while, Gene began to notice related prompts appearing before his eyes. Conversation target, Route A. Copyable entries are being analyzed. Would release Kekkai Genkai, copy, purple. First Hokage sells fragment, purple. Water release mastery, blue. Earthenwood bro, black. Earthenwood bro. Gene glanced at the nearby 3-bedroom, 1 living room wooden house and nodded quietly to himself. Others could refine in an instant. Yamato, on the other hand, could build a house in an instant. And what's more, he built them quite well. A 3-bedroom place with a spacious private balcony. Who wouldn't have something nice to say about that? Most importantly, it was pure wood, all natural. No additives, and not a trace of formaldehyde. After observing for a while, he spoke up with some suggestions. "Yamato, hey, I think you should add a bathroom in the master bedroom. And the coffee table is too small, make a bigger one. Put a hammock or lounge chair out on the balcony. In summer, you can bask in the sun and take an afternoon nap. Nothing beats that kind of comfort." As he made his suggestions, new prompts began to appear gradually before his eyes. 10 minutes of conversation with A. Attempting to copy entry. Copy fail. No particularly surprising success rate. It's still more reliable to use brute force. Gene shook his head, and his previously animated speech came to an abrupt halt. This, in turn, made Yamato raise an eyebrow and glance over in confusion. "Why did you stop talking?" He'd grown almost used to Jin's rambling after more than 10 minutes of it. Unfortunately, Gene was no longer in the mood to speak. It was as if all his energy and wit had been drained away. He lay on the ground, eyes vacant. Across from him, Yamato frowned. But after sensing that his own chakra had mostly recovered, he didn't hesitate any longer. "Let's go. I'll take you to see Lord Danzo." As he spoke, his hands transformed into massive wooden tendrils, wrapping tightly around the cage. It was like a wooden egg, nearly 5 meters tall, sealed seamlessly. But just as he turned to carry the egg away, something inside suddenly shifted. Still resisting. Yamato's expression remained unchanged as he said coolly, "This is the inherited Kekkai Genkai of the 1st Hokage himself. Not just you. Even Senior Kakashi would be stuck in this move, forced to just wait." Crack! In a moment of carelessness, the thick wooden egg in front of him exploded once again. It shattered like a burst of fireworks. Countless wood splinters flew in all directions. They fluttered down, turning the whole sky a dusty brown. Yamato was completely dumbfounded. Again, it exploded again. He couldn't believe his own eyes. 20 years of worldview and understanding were crumbling before him. This is the secret technique passed down from the 1st Hokage himself. How could it be shattered so easily? Could it be that I've been training the wrong way all along? For ordinary people, of course, this technique would be nearly impossible to break. But at the center of the scattered wood chips, Gene glanced down at his palm. A protruding piece of brown wood was wrapped in an evil crimson chakra. He sighed. The power of the 9 tails combined with wood release. The explosion of these two forces together is truly astonishing. With that, he raised his right hand and struck directly toward the stunned Yamato, who stood 3 meters away. With a whoosh, the giant 3-meter hand formed from crimson chakra even made the surrounding air feel hotter. The wood chips that had still been swirling through the air instantly caught fire. Flames erupted in an instant, blazing wildly. What kind of jutsu is this? Staring at the enormous hand before him, Yamato hurriedly formed hand seals. Wood release, wood locking wall. A row of wooden pillars shot up from the ground in an instant. They curved and interlocked, forming an arched barrier to shield him. Now, he truly looked like a chick inside an eggshell. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, the massive hand came crashing down. With a thunderous smack, the wood-locking wall, sturdy enough to block an A-rank jutsu, lasted less than a second before being smashed to pieces. Chunks flew east and west. Yamato was forced to leap away in a panic. But those giant hands seemed to have a mind of their own, relentlessly chasing after him. With no other choice, he formed hand seals again. Wood release, tree realm shield. In an instant, wooden vines rapidly snaked up from the ground, weaving together into a shield to intercept the oncoming hand. With a sharp crack, the vines splintered apart. Fortunately, the blood-red hand disappeared as its energy finally depleted. I blocked it. I actually blocked it. Yamato wiped the sweat from his forehead, his entire body taut with tension. Only then did he realize his back was soaked with cold sweat. He never imagined that a mere boy from the Uchiha clan could put him under such immense pressure. This is even tougher than an S-rank mission. He forced a wry smile, and for once, a rare expression slipped onto his face behind the mask. If the other members of Root saw him like this, they'd surely mutter, "Heresy." Root operatives aren't supposed to show emotion. No, Wonderlord Danzo wants to bring you in for questioning. Turns out, it's not about your identity. It's about your strength. A mere student from the Uchiha clan, still at the Shinobi Academy, was able to make someone like him, a Root member on par with elite Jonin, feel genuine fear. Unbelievable. But this is what it means to face a retirement battle. Yamato took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the anxiety and fear churning inside him. His eyes grew resolute and unyielding. Today, I will retire right here, no matter what. With a resounding crash, the battle raged on. But just as the words left his mouth, a sudden surge of force struck his abdomen, slamming him straight into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the impact blasted a crater 5 meters wide into the earth. A faint, brittle snap echoed, ribs breaking under the force. At the edge of the pit, Jean drew back his left foot, shook his head, and sighed, "You really do have to retire here and now." Yamato was one of the very few in the ninja world to possess the wood release cells. Jean couldn't even recall when this guy left Root to join the Umbu. But whether it was Root or Umbu, both had irreconcilable conflicts with the Uchiha clan. Though Jean had stayed on the sidelines for so long, it didn't mean he'd sit back and watch the Konoha target the Uchiha. So, if this guy wasn't going to retire, there was only one other path left. He'd have to be memorialized on the stone. Defeated Root Operative A, attempting to copy entry. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the excellent entry. Would release, would pillar wall, blew a defensive ninjutsu that conjures a row of wooden pillars from the earth, forming an arch barrier to protect the user. A defensive ninjutsu, huh? Jean shook his head and said flatly. Stack it onto the wood release cell, residual, blue entry. With a radiant golden body at his disposal, defensive ninjutsu meant little to him. As for protecting comrades, that would only become his weakness. Entry fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the excellent entry. Wood release cell, residual, blue. The division speed of wood release cells has decreased. With the added power of the wood release, wood pillar wall, even the residual wood release cells have finally seen some improvement, especially the newfound ability to control the rate of cell division. It felt unusually clear. Uchiha Jean closed his eyes, sensing for a moment, and found that the cell division inside him had already slowed by half. This discovery allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Good thing I could fix that. Otherwise, the double strain on both body and mind would be far too much for a little guy like me. Who would have thought that what was supposed to balance the Mangekyo-S drain with wood release now actually drained both at once? I hate flawed products, he muttered, averting his gaze. But just then, he suddenly noticed that another entry above his head seemed to be subtly changing. The entry that had been so dark it was nearly purple, 7-year itch, now looked a little dimmer. The overwhelming intensity that could frighten anyone at a glance had faded just a touch. And within that shadowy orb, a faint transformation was stirring. Before long, the old 7-year itch entry had changed. Now it read, 6-year cycle. Detected. After 6 years, host finally has the power to change fate. Entry is evolving. Once evolution is complete, host will obtain the divine entry. Smooth sailing, rainbow. Smooth sailing? What kind of entry is that? Seeing the system's message, Jin's pitch-black eyes suddenly gleamed with anticipation. He currently only has 2 colored entries in total. But both the golden body of light and the weak presence are conceptual in nature. You could say these two are the key to his ability to safely scavenge bodies and grow stronger. Unconsciously, He began to look forward to what this entry might become. But down by his feet, Yamato had woken up several times, only to be knocked out again, and by now, dusk was falling. The entry showed no sign of evolving at all. It remained a hazy, misty cluster displayed on his body. Forget it, you can evolve on your own. The moonlight grew brighter. A thread of silver light spilled through the dense forest, shining at an angle on the edge of the pit. Jin's face flickered between light and shadow as the moonlight played across it. After an entire day, he finally confirmed this entry was going to take a long time to evolve. Or perhaps, could it be that I really have to completely change the events of the Night of Massacre for it to evolve? If that's the case, I can't keep waiting for that double agent Itachi. He's far too slow. He moved his neck, stiff from a whole day of immobility. A sharp, crackling sound ran through his body. Who could understand the pain of staying motionless for an entire day, only moving to smack Yamato whenever he started to come to? Ow, it hurts. Why does it feel like someone's been using my head for target practice? Below, Yamato, knocked out for the 7th time, rubbed his aching head. He was in real pain. Awake again? Without even looking, Jin raised his hand to knock him out once more, but just then, a disturbance sounded behind him. Soft footsteps rustled through the leaves. A tall figure slowly stepped out from behind a tree. With a mask covering his face and a tousle of silver hair, Kakashi emerged. His expression was odd as he said, "Ahem, Jin, if you keep smacking him like that, this kid's head is going to crack open." "Hey there, Kakashi-senpai. Is surveillance these days so bold that you just stroll right up to your target?" Jin shot him a glance and replied coolly. But the corner of his mouth, hidden from view, curled up ever so slightly. The fish had taken a bait. Although Kakashi was still in the middle of his entry copying cooldown, with 7 days to go, Jin had little desire for conversation. But the fluctuations in Kakashi's chakra upon seeing Yamato injured had been obvious. So Jin guessed that by this point in time, the two of them must have already formed a close bond. And as for him, he just happened to be in need of a steady source of wood release to farm. After all, aside from Danzo, the only one he could use to farm wood release cells was Yamato. Danzo, a man with 1 foot in the grave, wouldn't last much longer. But Yamato, on the other hand, had a long life ahead of him. With some luck, if he managed to copy the first Hokage cells and merge them a few times, could he even generate a legendary entry? Ahem. Kakashi walked over slowly, his eyes still holding a trace of shock. He knew the second son of the Uchiha clan was anything but ordinary. In fact, his strength was shrouded in mystery. He often managed to appear and disappear without a sound, as if he were never there at all. His skills in concealment were truly remarkable. But today, what had he witnessed? From the moment they left the campus, he saw Jin relentlessly beating Yamato. All the way to the outskirts of the village, Jin no longer bothered to hide it. He simply thrashed Yamato at will. He could even see clearly that most of Yamato's ribs had been broken. If this beating went on any longer, wouldn't Yamato be killed right then and there? So he had no choice but to step in, hoping to help Yamato escape this peril. Yet, little did he know, he was stepping into danger himself. Kakashi forced a sheepish smile, walked over, and gestured toward Yamato as he explained. This one is different from the others en route. He actually has his own thoughts, and more importantly, he's a good person. The meaning behind his words was clear. He's a good man, don't hit him. What's that got to do with me? Jin replied flatly, not even bothering to look back. That single sentence made Kakashi's awkwardness even more apparent. The atmosphere began to grow increasingly tense and strange. Down in the pit, Yamato struggled to his feet, bracing himself. Of course, he'd heard the conversation just now, and a flash of shame crossed his eyes. Forcing himself to sound tough, he said, "Kakashi-senpai, there's no need to plead for me." Boom! Once again, a tremendous force struck him. The small figure Jin leapt into the air, then came crashing straight down. He moved so fast, he was like a bolt of lightning. With one swift motion, his foot came down hard. Thud crack! Yamato was slammed back into the center of the pit. He was almost embedded into the ground, fitting perfectly, as if he belonged there. A wet, spluttering gasp escaped him. This time, he couldn't hold on any longer. Blood gushed from his mouth. His injuries were grave, far worse than before. Zolfust. Jin's taijutsu is on par with a high-level jonin. I've never heard of the Uchiha excelling in taijutsu or raw physical power. The sight made Kakashi's pupils contract sharply again. Jin's speed was so great, he could see nothing but a blur where he moved. But when he saw the state Yamato was in, worry gripped him. Stop. He couldn't gauge what Jin Uchiha was thinking right now. But out of concern for Yamato, he felt compelled to act. Crackling energy built up, hissing and sparking. From Kakashi's right hand, Threads of lightning flickered in and out of sight. Blue-white arcs of electricity spread through the air. Lightning style, Chidori, a technique blindingly fast and so powerful it could tear through would release itself. This opponent left him no choice but to get serious. So from the very start, he went all in with a killing move. Worried he might lose sight of Jin, Kakashi deliberately let his left eye fall. In his gaze, 3 crimson tomo spun rapidly. The Sharingan. And then, in the blink of an eye, his entire body became a streak of lightning, surging forward. Crackling. He moved so swiftly, only the sound of lightning ripping through the air remained. Crackling. Snap. But just as he landed, the arc of lightning was abruptly shattered. A frenzied hand snapped it in two with brute force. Jin's foot was still pressing down on Yamato's chest, while his other small hand, transformed into a crimson giant's grip, held Kakashi's throat in a vice 2 meters ahead. In Jin's eyes, a flicker of agitation flashed. He smiled, tinged with mockery. Kakashi, do you really think you can use the Uchiha's own power against an Uchiha? Isn't that a bit too naive? Across from him, Kakashi was struggling desperately. But in the instant he looked up, he suddenly froze. Directly in front of him, a pair of fully formed 3-tomo Sharingan eyes reflected his disheveled state with crystal clarity. Kakashi had never imagined that one day he would be caught by the throat by Junior. Confronted with the evil force so close at hand, his pupils were filled with shock. His right eye, which had been intact moments before, now widened several times over. A sense of foreboding surged up in his mind. He tried to pry Jin's hand away, fighting the searing pain of the crimson chakra, and forced out a question. Jin, where did you get this red chakra? But as soon as he looked up, he met those scarlet eyes. In their blood-red depths, he saw his own wretched reflection. Not the man he was now, but the boy he'd been. The child who lost his father and didn't shed a single tear. The young man who numbed himself with missions after losing Obito. The soul who fell into utter darkness after mistakenly killing Rin. And the orphan who, under the 4th Hokage's care, found a glimmer of warmth, only to lose it again to the shadows. Maybe I really am a terrible person. Kakashi muttered, his hands, once raised in resistance, slowly dropping to his sides. Inside him, chaotic lightning chakra rampaged across every inch of his skin. 3 minutes passed, enough for the lightning to tear his body apart, before he managed to raise his head again. Looking at the boy before him, his voice was hoarse. The Naraku mirror technique. Is it? Even your Jinjutsu, is this masterful? Though it sounded like a joke, there was no lightness in his tone. On the contrary, he sounded like an old, decayed tree, heavy and brittle. The storm in his heart had become a raging tempest. Shocked. Disbelief. A sense of the impossible. He had never expected Jin to be not only a prodigy in taijutsu, but also so adept at Jinjutsu. With just a glance, Jin had forced this seasoned jonin into a corner. Thank goodness, you only excel at taijutsu and Jinjutsu. If you were also a master of ninjutsu, then things would truly be disastrous. He forced a wry smile, lips twitching with effort. If a child of this age could also master ninjutsu, Kakashi had no idea how they could possibly deal with him. Nor could he imagine how the village elders, who spent their days plotting against the Uchiha, would ever sleep soundly again. Not skilled in ninjutsu? Upon hearing this, Jin's expression didn't change. He offered no rebuttal. It was simply a silent pity. This prodigy, who had made his name as a young elite, seemed to have been stuck at the same level for years. Or perhaps, trapped in his comfort zone? If he had been forcibly powered up later on, Kakashi might have ended up as nothing more than a support character. Because of this, many of Kakashi's abilities were now beyond his reach. He couldn't even see them anymore. Shaking his head to drive away these scattered thoughts, Jin swung his arm and tossed Kakashi to the ground. A shuriken quietly appeared in his hand. Under the moonlight, it gleamed with a cold, ghostly sheen. The sight made one's scalp tingle with pain. No, please, I beg you, don't hurt Kakashi-senpai. At that moment, Yamato, lying nearby, regained consciousness once more. Without the slightest hesitation, he dropped to his knees and pleaded for mercy. Yamato! Kakashi's eyes flickered, as if a tide of emotion was surging within him, quickly overwhelming his entire mind. He turned to Jin, a bitter smile on his lips. Jin, don't worry. I won't meddle in the affairs between the village and the Uchiha anymore. He realized Jin hadn't intended to kill them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the chance to beg for their lives. At the same time, he could vaguely guess at Jin's reasoning for this. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village had only grown sharper, and Jin's actions were, in a way, understandable. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. Jin shook his head. No, whether you interfere or not, it doesn't matter in the slightest. Among Konoha's forces, the only one truly worth fearing was Might Guy and his 8 gates. Guy now might not be as wildly overwhelming as he was when he kicked Madara, but he could still unleash Kage-level power at minimum. Of course, that's assuming he didn't have time to activate his golden form. The rest of Konoha's so-called 4 kings had grown old. Kakashi had spent years in decline, his strength hardly improving. The 3 Sannin wandered aimlessly. And as for the great clans, as long as there's someone else to take the blame, the major ninja clans of Konoha would likely stay out of it. Of course, if they did join in, they'd be wiped out. Strange, without realizing it, Konoha seems to have lost its edge. If anything, it's with Release and the Mangekyo that are the real threats. Jin shook his head slightly, looking down at the 2 men at his feet. Moonlight spilled over his somewhat messy Uchiha hair, illuminating his still youthful face. He was, after all, not yet 10 years old. Even with his face set in a cold, expressionless mask, there was still something soft and endearing about him. Kakashi lowered his eyes, asking softly, "Then what do you want to do?" A faint smile played at Jin's lips. "I need you two to promise me one thing." One thing? Talking. Kakashi froze for a moment, suddenly recalling this boy's peculiar habit. He tensed involuntarily. After nearly 3 years of deliberate observation, he had finally confirmed one thing. Jin really didn't have the Uchiha clan's usual arrogance or stubbornness, but he did have one quirk. He loved to chat. Every time he found someone to talk to, it never lasted more than 15 minutes. Sometimes, after their chats, they would burst out laughing. Other times, they'd leave with sour faces or even come to blows. But once the fight was over, their expressions would clear up and the storm would pass. Take Jia, for instance, who was right beside me. He'd always end those conversations with a scowl, and it would inevitably erupt into a brawl. Though I never quite understood it, the moment I remembered he was a Uchiha, it all made sense. So when another matter came up, I didn't even hesitate to agree. Sure, I'll bring Jia with me to visit the Uchiha every day from now on. No need. Once a week is enough, Jin replied with a shake of his head. NPC roster, +2. 10 minutes of talk, then a round of fighting. But still, thinking of Yamato's mastery of wood release, along with some proficiency in water and earth release, Jin couldn't help but stroke his chin in curiosity. Kakashi, can you extract all of his jutsu except for wood release? If Yamato's other abilities were stripped away, leaving only wood release. Now, that would be the perfect NPC. With a new wood release ability every week, wouldn't it be just a matter of months before wood release cells evolved completely? What? Kakashi froze for a moment, about to shake his head, but remembering they were still under Jin's watchful gaze, he could only furrow his brow and think hard. Caw-caw. Beyond the thicket, crows swept by, stirring the night air with a cool, fleeting breeze. Night had deepened. Itachi's secret meetings with the Third are becoming more frequent. Jin looked up for a moment, then tied his long hair back and clapped his small hands together. I hope you'll keep today's events to yourselves. I have no intentions for the village. But those old dogs with designs against the Uchiha, they'll die. As he spoke, crimson chakra flared unchecked from his hands, slamming into the massive boulder behind him. Boom! Crack! In an instant, the boulder shattered, stone fragments flying in all directions. This overwhelming display once again upended everything Kakashi and his companion thought they knew. A casual strike that splits mountains and breaks stone. Even the third Hokage's Enma would need his staff for something like that, wouldn't he? Kakashi swallowed hard, staring at Jin's small silhouette, his face growing ever more grave. And the power he just used, wasn't that the Nine Tails power? 9 tails? What 9 tails? Just then, at the edge of the crater, a figure wrapped in bandages slowly lowered his head. Uchiha compound. Caw-caw. A flock of crows gradually descended, fluttering into a modest courtyard. This yard was deep within the compound, simple and unadorned. Is that you, Itachi? Hearing the commotion outside, Shursui, his eyes bandaged, slowly opened the door. Creak. The wheelchair's wheels rasped across the wooden floor, a sound impossibly sharp in the quiet night. And when Itachi saw this scene, his usually placid eyes couldn't help but tremble, ever so slightly. So faint, it was barely there. In the darkness of night, it was impossible to see anything, no matter how hard one tried. But Shursui was doing more than just looking. Your mind is unsettled, he said quietly. After a pause, he gestured to the seat beside him. Gome, sit down and have some water. Watching his movements, Itachi frowned slightly. Shursui, you seem a bit different. The Shursui before him was nothing like the bright and cheerful young man he once knew. He was like a pool of stagnant water, utterly still, devoid of ripples or change. Different? I'm already a dead man. Shui forced a twitch of his lips, as if trying to bring back his familiar smile, but it faltered. The darkness before him seemed to slowly smother any remaining light in his heart. The two of them sat in silence, unable to find words. Shui, I'm gonna rest now. After a moment, Itachi rose to take his leave. The door creaked open. Outside, the moonlight had vanished, leaving only a heavy, suffocating blackness. Silently, it devoured the entire Uchiha compound. Inside, only the dim, yellow glow of the lamp remained. Just as Itachi lifted his foot to step into the thick night, Shusui's voice suddenly called out behind him, "Itachi, have you made your choice?" At that, Itachi's foot halted at the threshold. His silhouette, back to Shui, froze in the doorway. He stood motionless. The moment the light was extinguished, the darkness thickened, inky and absolute. With a soft, almost playful tone, he reminded Shui, "It's late. You should rest soon." With that, his foot fell, and the night swallowed him whole. He vanished from sight. Outside the window, faint drops of night dew could be heard, falling intermittently, a soft, distant sound. This kid, Itachi left without even closing the door. After a long while, Shui finally wheeled himself forward to shut the door. The wood creaked, and just as the wooden door was about to close, a small, childlike hand darted in and blocked it. Itachi, are you, huh?" Shui was startled, speaking instinctively, but halfway through his words, he realized something was off. "You're Jin. Jo, Sisui. Looks like you've got plenty of free time tonight, huh?" Shui fell silent. Jin's sharp tongue as always. For a fleeting moment, a ripple stirred in his otherwise lifeless heart. He managed a wry smile. "It's late. Shouldn't you be in bed?" "Bed, huh? If Itachi can come in, why can't I?" Without so much as a glance at Shui, Jin pulled the door open and squeezed inside. His small figure wandered idly about the dimly lit room, like a landlord inspecting his domain, carefree and casual. At last, Shui couldn't restrain himself any longer and voiced the question that weighed on his mind. "Why did you save me?" "No, I didn't save you. I saved the Uchiha clan." Jin's unexpected answer set off a cascade of thoughts in his mind. He thought of the Uchiha, of Konoha, and of Itachi's wavering loyalties. It left Shui momentarily stunned, his raised hand frozen in uncertainty. In the end, he could only place his hand beside the wheelchair, gripping the armrest tightly. Jin looked at Shui, who now only reached up to his chest, and smiled as he reached out to tap the boy on the forehead. "Shui, your heart is in turmoil." Shui fell silent. Those words, they sounded strangely familiar. Yet, the positions now were completely reversed. He lifted his head, staring straight ahead. Though he could not see, in his mind, a young, innocent face quietly took shape. He's just a child, and, judging by his actions, not exactly the cleverest at that. But why is it that every time he talks to Jin, he feels so thoroughly seen through? As if every part of him, every secret, stands bare before Jin. It felt as though Jin towered above fate itself, gazing down on him like a giant. He had wondered, more than once, whether Jin's eyes could truly see through destiny. But he'd never found the answer. After a brief hesitation, he finally asked, "Why did you save me? I've lost both my eyes, my visual power is gone, my legs are broken, and my body is crippled. I'm already a broken man." Jin replied offhandedly, "Being broken is good. Broken people are the best at grinding out entries." Shui had no idea what that meant. He waved it off, thinking Jin was just spouting nonsense again, and asked, "What do you need me to do?" "Oh, you notice?" Jin was a little surprised. Coming back from the dead, Shui's mindset really did seem quite different. Without beating around the bush, Jin said directly, "I need you as muscle. The Uchiha clan's muscle. And by the way, let me remind you, you're here because I saved you. So strictly speaking, you, Uchiha Shui, should now be my servant." As he said this, the playful nonchalance vanished from Jin's face, replaced by seriousness. He locked eyes with Shui, and from the palm of his right hand, a delicate, golden chain emerged. 3 strands wound together in the very center of his single eyeball. Kodoamitsukami. The reason he'd waited so long to talk this over with Shui after saving him was because he'd been searching for the right way to use Kodoamitsukami. And today, he'd finally figured it out. Now, if Shui dared to say no, Jin wouldn't hesitate to use it right away. Shui's Kodoamitsukami was extremely useful. At worst, the whole clan extermination game could just become a quest to collect SSR cards. Of course, as for someone like Danzo, not even a dog would want him. So, has Jean really decided to stand completely against the village now? At those words, Shui fell silent once again. He had a faint idea, even glimpsed scenes of brothers turning against each other in the days to come. It left him powerless, and the torment within him grew ever deeper. Escape. Perhaps death was the only way out. Sensing Shui's shifting mood, Jean leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a whisper by Shui's ear. Of course, if you really want to die, Shui, it couldn't be simpler. Tell me, have you ever heard of the second Hokage's forbidden technique, the impure world reincarnation? Crack. Shui's hand crushed the wooden armrest of his wheelchair in an instant. He jerked his head up, glaring at Jean. For the first time, anger twisted his usually handsome yet brooding face. Jean, how could you desecrate our clansmen's bodies like that? Smack. Desecrate, Jean echoed, as if he'd just heard the most absurd joke in the world. He brought his palm down on the battered wheelchair with a sharp slap. You're accusing me of desecration? Don't tell me you're unaware of what fate awaits the Uchiha after our clan is destroyed. Danzo's been coveting the Sharingan for years. Do you really expect that old monkey who never stops preaching about the will of fire to intervene and stop him? Or maybe you're counting on that dear friend you keep mentioning to protect our people's remains? Oh, I almost forgot. Perhaps the very friend you trust is the real culprit who will end up violating our clan's corpses. Crack. Perhaps Jin's strength was too much. The wheelchair, already battered, quickly splintered and fell apart. Wooden pieces scattered across the ground. Shui was left sprawled on the cold, unforgiving floor, utterly lost. Silence. A heavy, absolute silence. Not even the sound of breathing broke the stillness between them. Only the faint patter of dewdrops at the door could be heard, quietly falling. After a long time, Shui spoke, sounding as if all the strength had drained from his body. I understand. I'll think about it. No, you don't have the right to consider anything now. From here on, you do as I say. Jean reached out and tapped Shui's forehead, then, with a flick of his wrist, tossed the eye he'd been holding toward him. Put in. And this time, don't let Danzo get his hands on it. Also recover quickly. For certain reasons, the village may not wait much longer. With those words, he turned and headed for the door. Behind him, Shui faltered, confusion coloring his voice. What? Logically, with the coup delayed and his own situation uncertain, the village ought to be holding back, at least for now. Even if they were going to act, surely they would wait a little longer. Because it's me. Ha ha ha. At that, Jean turned, a slow, wicked smile spreading across his face. In his palm, a crimson, otherworldly chakra flared to life, banishing every trace of darkness from the room. No one could have predicted that, just as the Uchiha compound was about to be swallowed by disaster, a demonic, red light would blaze forth and resist the coming shadow. Of course, Shui couldn't see it. He could only sense, faintly, the presence of an overwhelming force. After a moment, he reached up to touch the newly restored eye, and, for the first time in ages, restless energy began to stir in his desolate heart. To die and be reborn. To lose everything and then regain it. What a powerful combination. Much later, in the depths of the night, a resigned sigh drifted through the darkness. That guy, if he wanted to return my eye, he could have just done it. Why break my wheelchair, too? Stubborn idiot. By the banks of the Naka River. Lord Danzo. Kakashi sensed trouble in his heart, and hurriedly rose to his feet to bow in greeting. Beside him, Yamato struggled for a moment, but couldn't manage to get up. Even with the partial regenerative ability granted by the first Hokage cells, he was still far too weak. The injuries caused by Jin's use of the Nine-Tails chakra were simply too severe. So he could only lie there, his voice frail as he called out, Lord Danzo. Kakashi, you're here as well, I see. Danzo touched the bandages on his right arm, shifted his body, and looked sternly at Yamato. Kino, you failed your mission. Thud. Both men felt their hearts skip a beat. Was this the moment of reckoning? But Danzo abruptly changed the subject, asking, what did you mean just now by the power of the Nine-Tails? Don't tell me you two were injured by that Nine-Tails demon brat. At these words, the single eye hidden in the shadows gleamed with excitement. It seemed to flicker with anticipation. Could it be that the Nine-Tails brat had finally caused trouble? Good. Excellent. At last, after all this time, an opportunity had come. If he could seize this child before the third Hokage did, the power of the Nine-Tails would be his to control. For a moment, Danzo was elated, his spirits soaring. Even the knife scar on his chin seemed to smooth out a little. Forgive me, Lord Danzo, but I can't tell you about this matter right now. After a brief hesitation, Kakashi spoke directly. He intended to keep the secret about the Nine-Tails' power within Jean. It was a matter of such gravity. so significant that it could completely reshape the very structure of the Leaf Village. Unfortunately, Danzo did not believe him at all. He waved his hand, and instantly a group of root operatives, their faces hidden behind multicolored masks, surrounded them. They gripped their blades tightly, eyes locked on the two men in the pit. Danzo let out a cold, mocking laugh. Tell me now, or you both die here. Kakashi, that eye of yours should be returned to the clan of my dear friend. With that, he gave the order to attack. Danzo's ancient eyes turned, a covetous glint flashing within them. He coveted Kakashi's eye. He also coveted the wood release in Yamato's body. Every time he used wood release, he had to sacrifice another eye, an unsustainable cost. Collecting these eyes was proving far too difficult. Drip, drip, drip. But just as Danzo's gaze burned with greed, a flurry of footsteps sounded outside the crater, growing ever closer. Stop, Danzo! The third Hokage arrived at last, leading a large squad of Umbu. Seeing that Kakashi and Yamato were still alive, he let out a small sigh of relief. Then he turned to Danzo, his face suddenly darkening. Danzo, they are both valuable assets to the village. How could you do this? His words were pure accusation from start. Danzo was taken aback. He lifted his cane-bearing right hand and pointed to his own nose, asking, Huh? You mean me? Who else could it be? Look at the state you've left them in. Do I even matter to you as the Hokage anymore? This time, the third Hokage was truly enraged. Any later, and Kakashi would have been ruined by that scoundrel Danzo. It wasn't me. I didn't lay a hand on either of them. Danzo was even more exasperated, trying to explain himself. But of course, the things he'd done couldn't be laid bare for all to see. He certainly couldn't admit that he'd planned to kidnap the Uchiha clan's second son just to provoke the Uchiha. It was suffocating, utterly suffocating. And, for some reason, this scene felt strangely familiar. As if the very same thing had happened not so long ago. Explain? Danzo, I told you. You need to keep your head down for a while. More accusations followed in quick succession. Anyone could see the Hokage's fury was at its peak. So much so that it took several attempts before his pipe would finally light. After a severe tongue-lashing, Danzo's eyes suddenly flickered as he grasped onto a critical phrase. The Nine-Tails power. I only sent my men because I discovered a leak of the Nine-Tails chakra. A chill swept through the room. A leak of the Nine-Tails chakra? That one sentence was enough to put out the Hokage's pipe entirely. The Nine-Tails chakra is leaking. He struggled to widen his eyes. But his wrinkled face made it impossible. His eyes seemed as small as ever. He simply couldn't open them any wider. The Nine-Tails chakra, Danzo tried to continue, but the third Hokage cut him off before he could say more. Kakashi, you tell me. Danzo. You old monkey. So now you don't trust me anymore? His face fell instantly. He felt deeply unsettled. A sense of betrayal gnawed at him. And yet, a flicker of curiosity sparked. What exactly were Kakashi and the others hiding? He'd assumed something was wrong when his subordinate hadn't returned for so long, even suspecting he'd defected, which prompted him to bring his men to apprehend him. But now, he'd stumbled upon a secret by sheer accident. A hush fell over the room. In an instant, dozens of eyes turned toward Kakashi. He remained silent. If he spoke, Jin's situation would become dangerously precarious. In that moment, it was as if fate was playing a cruel joke on his clan. Hokage-sama, I know what happened. Sensing the situation spiraling into uncertainty, the young Yamato gritted his teeth and chose to speak up himself. If anyone had to die, let it be him. Without much embellishment, he recounted what he knew. From his perspective, he only knew that Jin possessed tremendous strength and an eerie crimson chakra. An eerie crimson chakra? Remarkable strength? Violent tendencies? When these words came together, they immediately caught the third Hokage's attention. He exchanged glances with Danzo and the two other advisors. Between them, the combined wisdom of almost 2 centuries flashed in their eyes all at once. A sharp, knowing glint. The Nine-Tails power. There is only one force in the village that could explain all of this. The power of the Nine-Tails. Could it be the Uchiha clan has once again stolen the power of the Nine-Tails? Especially Danzo. He slammed his cane down hard, his voice full of dissatisfaction. I told you so, Hiruzen. The wicked brats of the Uchiha have finally started making a move on the Nine-Tails. Hiruzen, we can't hesitate any longer. Kohyutane quickly added, echoing his urgency. She, too, harbored no fondness for the Uchiha, especially when it came to the overwhelming power of the Nine-Tails. All the more so now. Only Hamura Mitokado hesitated for a moment, torn inside. But seeing his 2 old friends so resolute, he could only nod in agreement. I feel the same way. For a moment, justice itself seemed to stand on Danzo's side. He suddenly let go of his cane, and like a guardian bathed in the sunset of a decade past, he pleaded earnestly, Hiruzen, believe me, only by completely eradicating the Uchiha brats can the village finally know peace. Have you forgotten the bond between us? In that instant, all three advisors turned their eyes toward Sarutobi. Ash drifted down, again and again. A thick layer collected on the floor. Amid the swirling haze, the third Hokage finally tapped his pipe and muttered, Summon all the major clans. We must hold council. The power of the Ninetales cannot be allowed to leak out, especially to the Uchiha. With a flurry of movement, one after another, the ANBU operatives leapt into the shadows. In the deep of night, sleeplessness was destined to grip every clan of the Hidden Leaf. Is this a summons from the third Hokage? Inside the Uchiha compound, Itachi, just returned, glanced at the message before him, then transformed into a crow and vanished without a trace. Though a bit puzzled, his strong will of fire pushed him to act without hesitation. Click! Yet, just as he arrived outside the compound, he once again encountered that masked, mysterious man. His entire body seemed damp, as if still wet. Itachi's crimson Sharingan swept over him, and he spoke softly. Oh, finished with your water-style jutsu? Obito. The corner of his remaining eye twitched, and for a moment, he almost burst out in anger. But fortunately, reason won out. Itachi, have you given any thought to defecting? I can help you get rid of certain people. For example, that Uchiha girl. You've been watching me? A sharp hiss. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a streak of black flame erupted at the hem of his cloak. Obito's expression froze, his right eye spinning rapidly. Kamui, intangibility. In a blink, the black flames vanished and his cloak was left untouched. Obito let out a breath of relief. This kid really was a handful. He went straight for Amaterasu. Good thing his reaction was quick, otherwise he might have been caught off guard. So, it really is a space-time technique? I never imagined the Uchiha still had someone this powerful. Itachi, too, was deeply shocked. The strength of the man before him was beyond anything he had imagined. Such a vast amount of water. He commanded it as easily as saying store it or release it. And now, he could even step out of the confines of this very space with ease. This unfathomable power made it difficult for him to believe that the man truly belonged to the Uchiha clan. Who are you really? What is your purpose? At these words, Obito brushed the dust from his sleeve and replied, Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? The very ancestor who alone could stand against the god of shinobi? These four ordinary words sent shockwaves surging through Itachi's heart, like a tidal wave. Unbelievable. Impossible. The ancestor, Uchiha Madara. As a member of the Uchiha clan, there was no one more famous, no name more revered. Impossible. The ancestor died long ago. There's no way you could be him. As soon as the words left his mouth, the light of the Tsukuyomi flared in his eyes. If he really was the ancestor, a simple test would reveal the truth. But, to his astonishment, the Tsukuyomi that had never once failed him was rendered powerless this time. It didn't even cause the faintest ripple. Itachi's eyes narrowed, his mind working rapidly. He dodged it again. Could his ability be to move freely between dimensions without limit? No, it's more like he's shifting into an intangible state. That's why my attack slipped right through him. What a terrifying enemy. If he were to launch a surprise attack on the village without warning, the chaos would be unimaginable. Realizing this, his eyes changed once more. Within those scarlet pupils, the Mangekyo spun faster and faster. Faint threads of blood began to appear. His ocular power was being pushed to its limits. Itachi, we will be allies. Observing this, Obito shook his head and turned away. Don't worry. When the time comes for you to act, I'll help you hold the others back. That includes the girl and your brother as well. With that, his figure vanished without a trace. Itachi was left standing alone outside the clan grounds, swallowed by the night. He stood frozen, struck by those last words, your brother. Sasuke is still in school, so does he mean Jin? For reasons he couldn't explain, the thought of Jin made his heart tremble. No, I can't allow this. At the very least, I have to protect Jin and Sasuke. Perhaps it's time to negotiate with the third Hokage. With this in mind, he stepped forward, disappearing fully into the darkness. His destination, none other than the Hokage Tower of Konoha. Shortly after he left, a small figure quietly stepped out from beneath a nearby tree. Jin watched the direction Itachi had gone, shaking his head. Foolish Nisan, I never expected you to have such foolish ideas. The power to decide your fate must be in your own hands. Relying on the third Hokage. Have you already forgotten what happened to the fourth's orphan? From the moment Itachi was summoned away, Jean had already started following. But he didn't say a word. Quietly, with an almost invisible presence, he moved closer. Thanks to his repeatedly heightened senses, he couldn't help but overhear their conversation, and even caught the fleeting look of longing in Itachi's eyes. A longing for Uchiha Mizumi. It's a shame. Looks like I'll never get to taste Mizumi's signature tricolor dango again. He muttered softly, turning back to head into the clan compound. So the old third has finally made up his mind. Well, at least I'll be able to get a good night's sleep now. When I wake next, it'll probably be the night the clan falls, won't it? Clan leader. There was a late-night council in the village yesterday. I heard all the great clans attended. Do you know what happened? A late-night council? All the great clans? Early in the morning, Fugaku glanced at the speaker, his gaze unreadable. It was one of the younger clan members, a member of the police force. But he was very close to the Hokage's faction. One of the few doves among the Uchiha. But why would a dove bring him this kind of news? Could it be that the Hokage, or perhaps Danzo, had deliberately leaked it? But if so, wouldn't that only deepen the rift? Or perhaps, was it a deliberate provocation meant to push the Uchiha to their limits? In that instant, Fugaku's expression turned dark. He finally sensed something was wrong. He spun around and barked, "Summon all the elders. Council chamber now." As for Sasuke, perched in the treetops, Fugaku glanced up and decisively let it go. Mischievous child? No. Hopeless second son? Yes. Not long after, the Uchiha council hall was packed with elders from every branch. Some looked like they'd barely slept, but most wore fierce, expectant expressions. The three most militant elders, upon seeing Fugaku, could no longer contain themselves. Clan leader, calling us here at dawn. Does this mean it's time to launch the coup? Yes, the coup. It's finally happening. The clan stands ready. 32 with 3 tomo, 168 with 2 tomo, and 398 with 1 tomo. All waiting for your word. Clan leader, let's do it. This Konoha isn't the village we once fought for. That's right, clan leader. If the Sarutobi family can take the Hokage's seat, so can the Uchiha. In a flash, that single remark ignited everyone's rage. The elders began shouting over one another, pounding the table, voices rising in a chorus of agitation. It felt as if, any moment now, they might storm the Hokage's building. Ahem, I think we should hear what the clan leader has to say first. Amid the uproar, one of the few dove elders coughed twice and turned everyone's attention to Fugaku. In an instant, more than 20 pairs of eyes bored into Fugaku's face. Expectations heavy in their gaze. The pressure landed squarely on Fugaku's shoulders, so much so, he found himself at a loss. Wasn't the purpose of this meeting to discuss countermeasures? How did it suddenly turn into a discussion about how to take down Konoha and launch an attack from that village's direction? Something feels off about this. But at the same time, it reveals that the Uchiha clan's true feelings have already fully surfaced. All it takes is a single spark, and everything could explode at once. And now, it seems that moment has arrived? No. After hesitating for a long time, Fugaku still shook his head and said, Shursui is injured right now, and Itachi is tied up with missions. The strength of our Uchiha clan is still too weak. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, one of the 3 elder clan leaders snapped at him. Weak? Clan leader, surely you haven't forgotten how the Sarutobi family grew from a small, insignificant Konoha clan into one of the great families of the ninja world? Do you know what they relied on? That one statement silenced Fugaku again. What do they rely on? Of course, they relied on draining the blood of big clans like ours. Sigh. At last, Fugaku closed his eyes and let out a long breath. When he opened them again, all hesitation was gone. Only determination remained. He knocked on the table, looking around at the elders, and said, In that case, 3 nights from now. During this time, summon back every clan member who's out on a mission. All clan members are to abandon their tasks and return home immediately. Yes, that single shout sent a ripple of excitement through the entire Uchiha compound, and it made the other Konoha clans realize that something was wrong. What's going on? Have you noticed there are more Uchiha on the streets lately? More than just that. Haven't you heard them? Even in the middle of the night, you can hear wild laughter. They're all crazy, I tell you. Are they all losing their minds at once? No way. But I've also noticed there are more ANBU patrols around the village lately. These murmurs naturally reach the ears of Konoha's leadership. Thud. Bang. 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 Inside the Hokage's office, Danzo was pounding his cane on the floor with a furious rhythm. The small office felt as if it was packed wall to wall with people. Akimichi Chikaz, Kohori Yuditane, Hamura Mito Kato, Hayashi Hyuga, nearly all the clan heads of Konoha were gathered there. Aside from a few who were visibly agitated, most of the clan leaders simply fixed their gaze on the 3rd Hokage. There was little change in their expressions, especially Hayashi Hyuga. As the head of one of the village's great clans, he could sense that something major was about to happen, but he had no intention of getting involved. What did this have to do with the Hyuga, after all? No matter what happened, in the end, someone would need to be a Kugin. A few other minor clan chiefs shared the same sentiment. Since they had no real influence over what was happening, all they could do was watch and cheer from the sidelines. Thud! As the third Hokage remained silent, Danzo brought his cane crashing down, leaving a hole in the floor, then stormed out of the room, his sleeves billowing with anger. Just before reaching the door, he finally stopped and, with his back to the room, said, "There are things you can't do conveniently, but I can. As your advisor, it's my duty to help you eliminate any threats." With that, he strode away. Behind him, the third Hokage watched his departing figure. This time, surprisingly, he didn't try to stop him. He simply waited in silence for a moment, then suddenly lifted his eyes. Without betraying any emotion, he drew out his pipe and tapped it lightly. "Everyone, you may return for now. Please help keep an eye on the village these days. The Uchiha clan is an integral part of Konoha. I will neither abandon nor forsake them. Wherever the leaves of Konoha dance, the will of fire endures." His words deeply moved the representatives of the smaller clans, and only then did they take their leave. A short while later, only Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and a crow perched by the window remained in the Hokage's office. "Itachi, have you made up your mind?" "Yes. They plan to stage the coup at dusk, 3 days from now." He let out a sigh. I'm sorry I couldn't win them over." "No, this isn't your fault, Lord Third Hokage. It's a flaw deeply rooted in the Uchiha bloodline." Suddenly, the crow turned its head and spoke with weight. "I will eradicate these flaws. But Lord Third, go on. Could you spare Sasuke and Jin? They're just children, after all." At these words, the Hokage's office fell utterly silent. From the pipe, wafts of white smoke drifted up, one after another, until the haze grew so thick, nothing could be seen clearly. Finally, Hiruzen nodded. "Sasuke is fine. As for Jin, I'll need to keep an eye on him a bit longer." With that, he stepped out of the Hokage building. Looking up, he immediately spotted Jin not far off, cheerfully pestering an AMBU member. That boy Jin, still as chatty as ever. He couldn't help but twitch his lips in a wry smile. He turned to leave, but just then, Jin's bright eyes caught him. "Hey, old man. Lord Third, don't go. Got 10 minutes to chat." Thud. At those words, Hiruzen turned on his heel and left without a second thought. 4 years ago, when he first met Jin, he would greet him with a warm smile, hoping to pass on the will of fire. 2 years ago, just seeing Jin's baby face was enough to give him a headache. Now, he didn't want to talk with this now teenage chatterbox at all. The will of fire was never passed down. If anything, that kid nearly talked him into an existential crisis. So he walked away immediately. But he was a step too slow. Just as he turned, he heard the rapid patter of footsteps behind him. Those were the unmistakable, frantic slaps of bare feet on the floor. With a sigh, Hiruzen turned back. His aged face transformed once more, brimming with gentle kindness. He said warmly, Jin, is there something you'd like to ask?" "Lord Third, I heard you have a second son too?" Jin offered a bashful smile, one that struck straight to the heart. Beside him, the crow was so startled by these words that it nearly scattered in a flurry of feathers. Whose good son goes off to serve as a daimyo's guardian, only to turn around and plot to assassinate his own father? Well, the second son of the third Hokage just happens to be such a person. Asuma, the second son, thrives in the daimyo's court, making quite a name for himself. But soon enough, the crow fell into a heavy silence. Something was off about all this. A son, in the name of so-called justice, turning his blade against his own father? This storyline feels oddly familiar. The black-eyed crow's gaze flickered. Even Itachi, whose resolve was steadfast, suddenly found his heart wavering. Out on the village street, Jin glanced from the corner of his eye at the vanishing crow, but didn't pay it much mind. Instead, he spoke again. "I haven't met your second son, Lord Third. What about your eldest? What might he be?" "Hiruzen Sarutobi. Truly, this Uchiha brat was born mischievous. That tongue of his, sharp as a blade, sweet as honey." Hiruzen drew a deep breath, trying to summon back his kindly smile. But he failed. One son a would-be assassin, the other, for reasons of his own, unwilling to show his face. In just 2 short sentences, this silver-haired old man had suffered a heavy blow. In the distance, 2 ENBU watched the scene unfold, making no move to help. Instead, they patted their chests in relief, transformed into smoke, and disappeared. Thank goodness, a scapegoat has arrived. 3 minutes later. Conversation target. Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Parsing possible copyable entries. Reaper Death Seal, black. Wool of Fire, gold. 3-part seal, purple. Monkey King, Inma, blue. Mastery of Fire release, blue. Mastery of Earth release, blue. Mastery of Water release, blue. Very soon, these entries floated before Jin's eyes. Especially the 5 elemental ninjutsu. There were so many, he could barely take them all in. No wonder he's called the professor of the shinobi world, a true master of all 5 elements. Jin shook his head and pressed on. Over the years, he'd run into the third a handful of times, but chances for conversation had been rare. Even those few encounters had ended in failed attempts to copy his abilities. Now, with the massacre looming, Jin was determined to seize one last chance. 10 minutes passed. 10 minutes of conversation. Attempting to copy entry. Success. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the legendary entry. Monkey King. Inma Blue. Jin? He glanced at the third, whose exhaustion was all too evident. His eye bags were now bigger than his eyes. Looks like I've really stolen your monkey this time. Lord Third. Where the leaves dance, the fires will burns on. Jin stood on tiptoe, reached up, and patted the third's shoulder. Like a little grown-up, he shook his head with mock gravity. And then, under the third's bewildered gaze, Jin turned and walked away. Only the 3 elders remained, rooted to the spot, the words they'd meant to say caught in their throats, neither swallowed nor spoken. After a long moment, someone finally managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. What? Is he out of his mind? For the first time, he found this phrase, coming from the mouth of a child, strangely grating to the ear. After leaving the Hokage's office, Jin was in rather high spirits. It wasn't that the Monkey King was especially powerful. No, it was the simple joy of having finally gotten the better end of a deal. It was like a billionaire in his previous life, savoring the sweet victory of scoring a 50 yuan discount on a group buying app. Buoyed by this sense of triumph, he found himself wandering the streets once again. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. The touch was gentle, almost soft. At the same time, a timid, delicate voice reached his ear. Jin. Hello. That voice sounded familiar. Jin turned his head, puzzled, and saw a blue-haired girl with pale eyes behind him. Her delicate features seemed to shimmer in the sunlight. When she noticed Jin looking at her, she quickly dropped her gaze, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. A blush colored her cheeks. Your Highness, wait, Hinata. What are you doing here? Jin was a bit surprised. At this hour, shouldn't Hinata be at the Ninja Academy? Since when did she start skipping class like the troublemakers? Unbelievable. It must be the fault of Itachi, that notorious truant. Now he'd even dragged this well-behaved young lady into his bad habits. Across from him, Hinata's 2 index fingers twisted together even faster, her nerves plainly visible. After a moment's indecision, she bit her lip and said in a rush, Jin, my father would like to invite you over as a guest. The head of the Byakugan clan, inviting me over? To be honest, Jin was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't seen Hinata many times. Ever since he'd copied the Byakugan, this young lady had been kept within her clan's compound, rarely venturing out. He'd had no further chance to interact with her. And now, the Hyuga clan leader suddenly extending such an invitation? What was going on? Puzzled but intrigued, he nodded with a light chuckle. Sure, let's go. Never say no to opportunities brought to your doorstep. At the same time, seeing Hinata's blushing face only amused him further. Without any warning, he reached out and took Hinata's small hand, leading her forward. He even gave her hand a gentle squeeze. Her hand was soft and delicate, smooth to the touch. Instantly, Hinata's face turned an even deeper shade of red. She looked as if she might burst into flames. Yet she didn't pull away. All she managed was to awkwardly wave her other hand behind her, to the right and behind them. A Hyuga branch family attendant, following at a distance, was thunderstruck. How dare he to disrespect the young lady like this? I'll tear him apart. But before he could act, another attendant quickly grabbed his arm and pointed to Hinata's gesture. Chill. Look at the young lady's signal. Don't move. That's odd. The young lady actually let a stranger hold her hand. With a tone of doubt, the two quietly edged closer. Step, step, step. As their footsteps drew near, the Hyuga estate gradually came into view. Creak. With the sound of the grand doors opening, Jin finally laid eyes on the domain of the most powerful clan in the Hidden Leaf. Ancient elegance filled the air, pavilions, towers, and gardens. The grandeur of a noble house, yet nothing truly out of reach. By comparison, Jin could only come to one conclusion. I really should drag that brat Fugako over to take a look. They're both great clans of the Leaf, so why is there such a gap between them? Even among noble clans, differences exist. Before the rampage of the Nine Tails, the Uchiha clan might not have matched the Hyuga's splendor, but they weren't far behind. But now, standing in the Hyuga compound, he couldn't help but feel like Grandma Lu visiting the Grand View Garden, odd and out of place. A rustling sound. A luxurious reception room opened before him. Hyuga Hayashi, with his long hair flowing, appeared before them. Turning, he cast a sidelong glance with his trademark white eyes, then pointed to the tea table and smiled. At last we meet, Uchiha Jin. Or perhaps I should call you, the man who saved my daughter's life? In the Hyuga family's reception room, Jin listened to Hayashi's words, his eyes narrowing slightly. So, Hayashi knew he had killed the Hidden Cloud Ninja back then? No wonder the Hyuga have endured for 1,000 years, standing unshaken through the storms of the ninja world, growing ever stronger through 7 generations of Hokage. There's certainly a reason for their survival. But, if Hayashi knew, why hadn't he told the 3rd Hokage? Otherwise, Jin's recent years wouldn't have been so carefree. Interesting. With that thought, a faint smile curled at Jin's lips. He gently squeezed Hinata's hand and sat down, still holding on tightly. Hinata, by his side, was blushing madly, her cheeks nearly burning. Her mind was a blank slate, sitting down in a daze, letting Jin lead her without resistance. Hayashi glanced at their little interaction, a vein bulging on his forehead. How dare he act so familiar with his daughter right in front of him? This chatterbox of a Uchiha didn't quite match the rumors. Hayashi fell silent for a moment, then poured a cup of tea and offered it in thanks. This cup is to thank you for saving my daughter's life. Thank me now? Isn't that 2.5 years too late? Jin shook his head and downed the tea in one go. He already had a good guess as to why the Hyuga Patriarch had called him here. It could only be for one reason: to reveal information about the Leaf's leadership and extend an olive branch. After all, with only 2 great clans left in the Leaf, the fall of the Uchiha was no blessing for the Hyuga. Once, the burden of suspicion was shared. Now, with only one left, all the pressure would fall squarely on them. Of course, Hayashi couldn't be too blatant. He merely hinted at the concern and wariness of Konoha's upper echelons. He also mentioned that if needed, he could offer assistance. Finally, he added another cup of tea and smiled, asking, Jin, why don't you stay with the Hyuga clan for a few days as our guest? These past 2 years, my daughter has missed you very much. Father! Hinata's face turned so red she didn't know where to look. She could only shrink back as much as possible, like a little quail tucking its head in. No wonder. So was that day when Hinata fainted? Did this girl wake up afterward? Jin shook his head, thinking to himself that he still lacked experience when he was younger. If it were now, he wouldn't care whether she was conscious or not. One more palm strike, and she'd be out cold for sure. He fiddled with the cup of water in front of him for a moment before finally shaking his head. The Hyuga clan was indeed a good place, but he still preferred the wild unpredictability of the Uchiha. It made finding someone to chat or spar with so much easier, without any pressure. Besides, the Hyuga's offer of aid would probably only come into play when the turning point of the clan extermination battle arrived. Until then, given Hayashi's capacity for enduring humiliation, simply voicing a warning was already his absolute limit. They might add a touch of help when things were already going well, but they would never offer a lifeline in the midst of desperation. Jin understood. When it came to matters of survival, hedging bets was only natural. In that case, perhaps my daughter can show you around the clan estate. After chatting for a while, Hayashi stood and gestured for Hinata to take Jin on a tour. You have spoken with Hyuga Hayashi for 10 minutes. Attempting to copy skill entry. Copy failed. Jin rolled his eyes and deliberately took Hinata's hand as they walked out. It didn't matter if Hayashi was a dead end. After all, the Hyuga clan was full of young men, including Niji, the most gifted among the early generation of the 12. If conversation wouldn't work then, the door of the wooden house slid shut behind them with a soft rumble, and the reception room slowly fell into quiet. A moment later, from behind the screen, an elder slowly emerged. His hair was completely white, his back hunched. He had to pause to catch his breath with every step. He shuffled over to where Jin had been sitting, and after a long silence, murmured, I can't see through him. Hayashi was clearly taken aback, his Byakugan even flaring momentarily. Great Elder? Even you can't see through him? The Great Elder was the oldest living member of the Hyuga clan, and had perfected the use of the Byakugan to an extraordinary degree. That boy is shrouded in mist. I can't see through him with my Byakugan, though he doesn't seem very strong. The Elder hesitated, still uncertain. Hayashi, are you really going to bet on him? The Uchiha's fate is already sealed. Inviting Uchiha Jin at this point might only provoke the 3rd Hokage and the others. At this, Hayashi waved his hand dismissively. Their displeasure doesn't matter. The front lines need the Byakugan of a Hyuga clan. The third Hokage won't do anything drastic. Besides, this is something they owe Hisashi. As he spoke, his mood sank noticeably. Back then, when faced with pressure from the third Hokage and the others, he simply couldn't bring himself to sacrifice his younger brother. But that didn't mean the matter was truly over. This time, it was merely an attempt, nothing more. At the mention of the Branch family, both of them fell into a heavy silence. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Hisashi frowned, then opened the door to take a look. Outside, a group of young members of the Hyuga clan had surrounded Jin, leaving him with no way out. It turned out that, in the heat of youthful passion, the young men had seen their precious lady's hand being taken by someone else, and simply couldn't hold themselves back. One after another, they began to shout and challenge him. Hey you, let go of the lady right now. Do you think you're worthy of touching her? Let go, or else I'll challenge you to a duel. Amidst the noisy uproar, a voice, distinct from the rest, rose quietly above the crowd. Are you sure you want to challenge a member of the Uchiha clan to a duel? Uchiha clan. The boys were taken aback, finally noticing the emblem on Jin's clothes. With that realization, their bravado instantly deflated a bit. After all, among all the noble clans in Konoha, the Uchiha were the most feared. Their power was mysterious enough, but what truly unnerved people was the rumor that becoming friends with an Uchiha was courting disaster. Who hadn't heard the tale? Friends and kin become sacrifices for the Uchiha's awakening eyes. Heh. Seeing the crowd quiet down, Neji stepped forward, his expression frosty. Jin, what are you doing here? Though the two were from the same generation and didn't meet often, Neji still recognized him. In fact, for a time, Uchiha Jin had pestered him every day for chats, only to suddenly vanish without a trace. It was downright strange. Huh? Neji, the genius himself, skipping class as well. Jin shot Neji an annoyed glance. This guy had interrupted his fun. Turning away, he lifted Hinata's small hand and, grinning mischievously at the Hyuga boys, declared, Ahem, does anyone here have a problem with me? If so, come at me all at once. With that, he boldly brought Hinata's hand to his lips and pressed a light kiss to her fingers. In a flash, Hinata's face turned crimson, blushing furiously. Then her eyes rolled back as she fainted on the spot. The other boys, unable to contain their jealousy and frustration any longer, shouted as they charged forward. Let's take him together. That's right, all of us at once. Even if he's an Uchiha, there's no way he can beat us all. Defeated Hyuga's greenhorns. Attempting to copy trait. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the common trait. Mighty fists. White increases strength of punches and kicks by 10%. Defeated Hyuga's tough guy. Attempting to copy trait. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the common trait. Mighty fists. White increases strength of punches and kicks by 10%. Stack them up. Stacking in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the fine entry. Strength balanced with flexibility. Green internal energy is now infused into your strikes, delivering an additional 20% internal injury damage. HM? As expected from a family skilled in martial arts. This is a decent entry. Jin's eyes lit up. He brought his palm down on the waist of the youth, blocking his path. With a sharp smack, the youth collapsed to the ground and immediately fell asleep. Hey now, this isn't the place for a nap, Jin quipped casually, sidestepping a soft punch from his rear right. He spun and thrust his palm out again. Smack! 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 One after another, the youths fell to the ground, each bested by Jin's technique. With every move, he collected more and more entries related to soft-style martial arts. Then, at a certain moment, copy successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a fine entry. 8 trigrams air palm. Green use Byakugan to see through your opponent. Compress air to launch a projectile that strikes vital points. This entry made Jin pause for a heartbeat. Then his face broke into a delighted grin. 8 trigrams, air palm? Isn't this basically the palm technique version of the 6 Paths Divine Sword? He drew a breath, excitement in his eyes. Though it appeared to be just a green-level entry, this was a ranged projectile attack. Its damage depended on 2 factors. First, the accuracy of the Byakugan. As long as you could strike a vital point, even a mighty Susanoo could lose a couple of ribs. Of course, Susanoo was generally immune to most attacks. Second, the density of the compressed air. In other words, the strength of one's chakra. The greater the chakra, the denser the air compression, and the more devastating the strike. You could say it was a power that could grow endlessly, a human version of the tailed beast bomb. And Jin glanced inward at his own nearly 2 million units of chakra, letting out a silent breath. With 2 million units of chakra behind a single palm strike, surely this was on par with a tailed beast bomb? Realizing this, Jin arched an eyebrow, raised his hand, and fired an air bullet to his right. Spending 10,000 chakra, he unleashed the strike. Whoosh! Crack! A Hyuga youth to the right barely had time to charge before being inexplicably sent flying by a single palm attack. He soared like a kite with a broken string, tumbling over 10 meters through the air, landing with a thud at the feet of Hayashi and the clan elders. His face was frozen in terror as he stared at Uchiha Jin, all fighting spirit utterly gone. All that remained was pure, bone-deep fear. This guy, he's a monster. In the midst of the Hyuga clan, he's taken down dozens with just palm techniques. Across from him, Hayashi Hyuga's eyes snapped wide open. The veins at his temples bulged, looking alarmingly sinister. Yet even so, he could hardly believe his own eyes. He muttered in astonishment. This is the 8 trigrams air palm. It must be, right? The elder beside him, despite his age, couldn't help but roll his eyes in disbelief. His veins bulged with agitation, yet his face bore barely any heavy wrinkles. But none of this diminished his shock in the slightest. A full several seconds passed before he finally drew a deep breath, turning to Hisashi and asking, "Has this child ever practiced the 8 trigrams vacuum palm before?" "No," Hisashi replied swiftly and with absolute certainty. He had been keeping a subtle, watchful eye on this young man ever since Hinata, at just 2.5 years old, heard of Jin's reputation. On the surface, Jin's actions seemed chaotic and absurd, but beneath it all, there was always some hidden purpose. And, rarely for a member of the Uchiha, he displayed none of their usual arrogance or conceit. Even his emotions remained remarkably steady. But when had he managed to master the 8 trigrams vacuum palm? As the Hyuga clan's signature technique, this move was impossible to execute effectively without the Byakugan. Wait, of course, the Sharingan. Thinking of the Byakugan, he immediately looked up to study Uchiha Jin's eyes. There in those scarlet irises, 3 tomo spun slowly and deliberately. He's awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan. The sight of those 3 tomo left Hyuga, Hisashi numb with shock. He had guessed that Jin had unlocked a Sharingan, but he never imagined it would be the fully matured 3 tomo form. The Uchiha clan, truly a lineage to be envied. First Shursui and Itachi, now this Jin. At such a young age, he's already on par with them. And then there's that new prodigy, Uchiha Sasuke, but compared to those 3, that child is just an afterthought. As he spoke, Hisashi glanced down at the ground. All around, the air was filled with groans and moans of pain. The chorus of suffering grated on his mind, drawing a weary sigh from his lips. Truly, comparing oneself to others is a recipe for despair. Within the Hyuga, perhaps only one could rival the genius of the Uchiha. With this thought, his gaze settled on the bandaged youth not far away. Expectation shimmered in his eyes. I will protect the young lady. To this, Niji merely swept his gaze over with a glance before withdrawing it again. His feelings toward Hisashi were complicated. On one hand, he was partly responsible for his father's death, but on the other, he was the uncle who had cared for him for years. He wished to hate him, but somehow he just couldn't. All he could do was stubbornly adhere to the path his father had left for him. Fate. As a branch member of the clan, his destiny was bound to the young lady standing not far away. He exhaled softly, steadying himself as he surveyed the clan members around him. Almost none were left standing. Niji then strode calmly forward. It's Niji. Thank goodness. Niji is finally stepping in. Phew. Niji, you must help us regain our honor. Go. Get him. Brother Niji, show him what you can do. At the sight of Niji's figure, the younger members of the Hyuga clan all breathed a collective sigh of relief. This young man, he is the true genius of the Hyuga clan. Even though many of the children here belong to the main house, they all share this belief. Niji stands out as the true prodigy of his generation in the Hyuga family. Jin, even Hinata, almost unconsciously, tensed up and took 2 quick steps forward. Whoosh! But the moment she moved, Niji shot her a piercing glare with his Byakugan. Click! Hinata's feet froze mid-step, leaving her standing awkwardly, unsure what to do. She wanted to say something, but nerves held her back. In the end, she could only whisper, barely audible and blushing, "Be careful." How spineless. Niji glanced at Hinata, his gaze cold and detached. But just as he was about to move, Jin suddenly threw an arm around his shoulders and pulled him close. Whoosh! The faint fragrance drifting from Jin made Niji's young face flush a bright red in an instant. His proud posture stiffened completely, leaving him at a loss. In the glow of the setting sun, the boy's blush outshone everything. Hey, Niji, why's your face so red? Don't tell me you're getting shy. Noticing the flush on the boy in his arms, Jean raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. In the original story, Niji was always the proud, cold, and reticent type, rarely at a loss for words. Even if he had a warm heart beneath his tough exterior, he wasn't one to get embarrassed so easily, was he? A second later, Jean had his answer. This wasn't shyness at all. It was pure frustration. Shut your mouth. Niji snapped, his small face now burning with fury. He didn't like Hinata, and he liked being manhandled even less. With those words, he lashed out with his palm. Gentle fist. Smack. His palm struck, and he leapt back. Oh, looks like someone's angry now. Jean dusted off his clothes, unfazed. That gentle fist hadn't even scratched the surface. You're not hurt. Seeing Jean completely unaffected, Niji was momentarily stunned. He'd aimed that strike precisely at a chakra flow point in the joint. For a child, even an adult, that kind of hit should have left him reeling for a good while. His expression shifted. The veins around his temples bulged like a spider's web, standing out sharply. Byakugan. In the next instant, Niji's gaze burned toward Jean like twin flames. But as he raised his palm again, he froze. How is this possible? Through his eyes, he saw Jin's chakra flowing in perfect harmony, a seamless, complete circle within 5 meters, all blended as one. This was a level of mastery only a seasoned jonin could hope to achieve. No, did I see that wrong? Confused, he instinctively glanced at the clan head. No, the clan head's chakra looks the same. How could Uchiha Jin possibly be on the same level as the clan head? He was stunned. His hands remained suspended in the air, still held in the stance of gentle fist. He found himself at a loss for how to strike. The unified chakra was so dense that his gentle fist alone couldn't break through it, let alone disrupt the flow of chakra. So, did he have to use that move? After a moment's hesitation, Niji Hyuga closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. The small locks of his brown hair on either side of his head swayed gently. Between his palms, the chakra grew ever more intense. Is that? It looks like the gentle fist art. 8 trigrams palm. Not far away, Hayashi Hyuga and an elder of the clan widened their eyes once more upon seeing that signature opening stance. They exchanged glances, both clearly surprised. That was a technique only the main family was supposed to master. When did a branch family member learn it as well? No one taught him. Could it be that this child figured it out on his own? Hayashi's eyes flickered with complex emotion. There was no anger at the branch family learning a main family technique. Only astonishment and delight. He gazed at young Niji, and in the boy's brows he could faintly see the features of Hizashi. Then his eyes drifted to his own soft-spoken, timid daughter. In that moment, Hayashi fell silent. Perhaps Hinata really isn't suited to inherit the main family's legacy? If Hanabi takes over, then Hinata. Slowly, his gaze shifted back to Jean. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. No one could tell what he was thinking. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Niji's body began to change. Chakra surged endlessly in his palms. In an instant, his Byakugan activated, veins bulging around his eyes. His vision seemed to pierce through Jin's body, locking precisely onto 64 chakra points throughout him. So what if it's perfect? As long as I strike the same point over and over, I can still make it work. He muttered in a low but determined voice. Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The very next second, both hands blurred as they shot forward. Thwack, thwack. The sound of his strikes was like steady raindrops falling. The first 2 palms landed directly on Jin's collarbone, aiming to sever the chakra flow to his arms. Then, thwack, 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 thwack. The next 4 strikes hammered into his chest, the meridians of the lungs under assault. Most would find it impossible even to breathe. And this was only the beginning. As Niji spun faster and faster, the speed of his strikes exploded. 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. His small hands descended like a torrential downpour, beating the same spot on Jin's back. If 1 strike couldn't break through, then 2 would. If 2 weren't enough, then 4. He believed that under this relentless, high-frequency assault, even a full-fledged shinobi would crumble. At last, the 64th palm was delivered. The chakra gathered at his fingertips burst out in a powerful wave. Boom! Cracks fanned out across the courtyard floor from the force of his palms. And with the final strike, a cloud of dust was blasted into the air. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision. Did it work? Niji took a deep, steadying breath, his gaze locked intently on the swirling cloud of dust at the center. Unlike his seriousness, the other boys, who had been knocked down, wore faces of pure delight. That was the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji actually learned that move in secret. Yes, every strike landed. Oomph. I've been annoyed by that Uchiha for ages. But only Hinata, worry written all over her face, stared anxiously at the lingering haze. She wanted to step forward, but didn't know what to say or how to begin. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a few heartbeats, the dust finally began to settle, revealing a delicate, handsome face. Wow, Niji, you really missed your calling as a massage therapist. Jean rolled his neck and arched his back, each motion punctuated by a chorus of satisfying pops and cracks. What relief! After a barrage like that, not only would any joint pain be gone, even years of lying on one side and developing frozen shoulder would be cured. Bliss, pure bliss. Jean stretched lazily. Glancing at the message hanging in the air, negotiation failed. He wasted no more time. He turned to Niji and extended his palm. With a faint smile, he announced, 8 trigrams, empty palm. Boom! The compressed air shot out like a cannonball. Through his activated Byakugan, Niji could clearly see the swirling sphere of air racing toward him. He even tried to dodge, twisting his body to the side. But before he could move, a tremendous force slammed into his abdomen. He was sent flying high into the air and came crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! Dust rose once more in the courtyard. But this time, all the Hyuga boys fell silent. No, it was more than silence. It was utter stillness. Even the slowest among them understood exactly what had just happened. Gulp! Gulp! The only sound left in the courtyard was the collective swallowing of nervous boys. HM, any of you want to try your luck next? Jean grinned, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. He wasn't tall, nor did he speak loudly, but when those words left his lips, not a single boy dared meet his eyes. One by one, their heads dropped, and a faint flush crept across their faces. This time, it was anger mixed with shame. Seeing this, Jean nodded in satisfaction, then beckoned Hinata with a wave. Come here. Hinata, lost in a reverie, snapped out of it, her joy still lingering when Jean gently pulled her over. Step, step, step. He led little Hinata to Niji's side and bent down. In his eyes, the 3 tomo of the Sharingan glowed with an eerie crimson light. Niji, she's your sister, after all. With that, he gave Hinata's small hand an encouraging pat and turned to leave. His steps were calm and unhurried, completely unconcerned with the Hyuga boys sprawled across the courtyard behind him. When he finally reached the doorway and saw the message before him, he could no longer hold back. He reached up with his right hand, threading his fingers through his hair, pressing his forehead as he bent over. With his head bowed, he burst into wild, uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha! Amid his laughter, he glanced back at the blushing youths of the Hyuga clan and murmured, I'll be back next week. Phew, now I finally believe this little guy really is an Uchiha. Hearing the clan leader's words, the elder smiled. With great effort, he managed to force his wrinkled eyes open and said, Indeed, besides those Uchiha eccentrics, who else could laugh so wildly at such a young age? His voice seemed tinged with memories. Memories of running with Uchiha youths in the glow of the setting sun. Memories of his own vanished youth. He gazed for a long while before murmuring, For some reason, I feel like I see a shadow of that one in this child. Thump! Upon hearing that, Hayashi's heart skipped a beat. To be called that one by the elder, an Uchiha of such stature. In his memory, only one person fit that description. Uchiha Madara. Gulp. He swallowed hard, caught between disbelief and absurdity. Elder, surely that's an exaggeration? That man founded Konoha alongside the god of shinobi. This kid may be talented, but at this, the elder merely smiled. He turned and he shuffled slowly back toward the house. His cane tapped softly and heavily, one step after another, on the wooden floor. The sound echoed, a steady, rhythmic tapping. As he neared the bedroom, his voice drifted back, quiet and thoughtful. That child's eye technique is far more than just the 3 tomo Sharingan. With that, the door slid shut with a crisp clatter, leaving Hayashi standing alone at the threshold. His mind felt as if a massive, thunderous hammer had struck it. A complete blank. For a long time, it was only after the other youths in the courtyard gradually dispersed that he finally regained his senses. His gaze wandered, unfocused, until it landed on his eldest daughter. Hinata. Hinata. Yes? Do you like Uchiha, Jean? Hinata. Oh, it's all right. Father knows that ever since that day you were rescued, you've always been thinking about him, haven't you? Hinata. Actually, Father rather likes that boy too. Hinata. Could it be she now has another rival for affection? You have defeated Hyuga Niji, attempting to copy attributes. Currently available attributes to copy: Guardian, Black, Byakugan, purple, 8 trigrams 64 palms, green, gentle fist, green, complete human meridian and acupoint manual, white. Copy successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the legendary attribute, Byakugan, purple. This attribute can be stacked. Would you like to stack Byakugan, purple? Without hesitation, he said, stack them. Stacking in progress. Byakugan, purple, has been upgraded. In that mysterious moment, Jean felt as though his eyes had changed once again. He instinctively activated the Byakugan trait. His field of vision began to expand outward. Gradually, the range covered by the Byakugan grew wider. If previously he could see within 100 meters, now it had increased to at least 150. Within this range, every rustle of the wind and movement in the grass was laid bare before his eyes. People passing by, he could see the flow of chakra all over their bodies, crystal clear and unmistakable. He could even discern details as minute as blocked meridians or abnormal bone growth. Wow. With these eyes, if I became a master, wouldn't I be the best in the entire Leaf Village? Kakashi's reputation as #1 might be in trouble now. Jean clicked his tongue in admiration, his steps growing lighter and more confident. And if I remember correctly, one of the ways to awaken the Tensigan is to keep absorbing and upgrading the Byakugan, right? He reached up and touched his slightly warm eyelids, and a new thought began to take shape in his mind. When he had no hope, he dismissed the Tensigan as irrelevant. But now, with a glimmer of possibility, well then, how irresistible. It's just like the saying goes, if I ever win 10 million, I'll donate it all. But if you ask me for $100, well, sorry, that's actually mine. He made up his mind. He absolutely had to protect the Hyuga clan's talent pool at all costs. Step, step, step. His shoes tapped lightly against the stone path, making a soft sound. In the center of the village, Jean lifted his head and glanced around. Tonight, the darkness seemed to fall earlier than usual. At this hour, the streets of Konoha were typically bustling with life, but now they lay deserted. Only a few fleeting figures hurried away, their footsteps echoing in the emptiness. A storm is coming, and the spring air is heavy with tension. So much for waiting 3 days. Why are they making a move on the very first night? Old man, you really don't play by the rules. Jean shook his head, his body slowly moving toward the edge of the village. Whoosh! Halt! He hadn't walked far when suddenly, a masked ANBU ninja appeared before him. HM? Oh, it's you, Uncle Cat, too. Jean looked at him in surprise. Although ANBU masks all looked similar, their builds and hairstyles were quite distinct. Standing before him was the very same ANBU who had been assigned to monitor him for the 2nd, 12th, 19th, 27th, 31st, 48th, and 69th times. In the old days, Zhao Zilong charged through enemy lines 7 times. Now, Cat 2 of the ANBU has watched and run off 7 times. 7 times sent to watch, 7 times overwhelmed and forced to flee, and each time, the 3rd Hokage coaxed him back for another try. Ahem. Meeting Jin's gaze, Cat 2 looked a little awkward. He even instinctively wanted to turn away and leave. But remembering his mission and the events about to unfold, he suppressed his discomfort and said softly, Jin, stop wandering. Stay in the Leaf Village tonight. It seems the 3rd Hokage still gave Itachi some leeway. Jin shook his head. But I have to return sooner or later. With that, he brushed past Cat 2 from the Umbu, moving him aside as he strode toward the clan grounds. Behind him, Cat 2 Umbu stood frozen in place. Behind the mask, his pupils contracted sharply. How could this be? How does he know about Lord 3rd Hokage's negotiations with Itachi? No, that's impossible. He's just a chatterbox. He shouldn't have access to this kind of information. Could it be the Hyuga clan? Gazing in the direction Jean disappeared, Cat 2's eyes flashed with deep suspicion. After a few moments of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and turned back toward the Hokage's office. He had to report to the Hokage at once. The Hyuga clan might very well be plotting a betrayal. Above, clouds thickened in the night sky. The darkness became almost suffocating, clinging heavily to the air. A soft, constant rustle accompanied Jin's steady footsteps. Suddenly, a soft thud. Someone appeared in his path. An old man, hair gray and disheveled, stood before him, a large black pot slung across his back. At his waist hung a scratched headband, marking him as a genin. He stretched out a hand, waving slightly to block Jin's way. Kid, how about we have a little chat? Maru Hashikasuke. This peculiar outfit immediately brought one person to Jin's mind. The man whom Naruto and Sasuke jokingly called the Leaf's strongest genin. You actually know me? The old man was clearly taken aback. He was usually stationed at the village gate or assigned simple tasks. Though he'd seen Jin a few times, they'd never met face to face. Tonight, he couldn't bear to watch Jin step into the storm. so he broke his silence to offer a warning. Of course. Jean smiled and glanced up toward the clan grounds, where a heavy silence hung in the air. Overhead, black crows circled ominously. Itachi had arrived. Act in 3 days? That was just a smokescreen. The real. He paused, then continued. Let's save that chat for another time. As he spoke, he raised his hand. His palm seemed to drift weightlessly, but as it fell, it erupted with a dazzling white light. 8 trigrams, air palm. Greetings, clan leader. All the Uchiha we could reach are already here. We're ready to strike at the leaf in 3 days. Clan leader, as long as our hearts and strength are united, the Leaf Village is nothing. We could crush it with a snap of our fingers. Within the Uchiha compound, in the Great Hall, hundreds of Uchiha shinobi gathered as one. Scarlet eyes tore through the darkness, their light slicing across the night. It seemed even the sky above grew heavier under their gaze. So, it's come to this after all. Seeing the hatred and restlessness burning in his clansman's eyes, Fugaku turned away and let out a heavy sigh. In those crimson eyes, now hidden from his people, he saw their fate clearly reflected. Death. Desolation. Not even a single scream escaped. Their deaths were swift and absolute. The illustrious Uchiha clan, once a pillar of the ninja world, would eventually fade away with the passage of time, becoming nothing more than a memory. But he couldn't reveal any of what he had witnessed to his clansmen. All he could do was silently turn his back, give a slow nod, and return to the ancestral shrine. That moment sent a wave of excitement through the hundreds of assembled ninjas. Fantastic! The clan head has finally agreed. Haha, from now on, I'll be a proud guardian of the Hokage. Let's see who dares challenge the Uchiha now. With the clan leader at the helm, and the eldest son's overwhelming strength, we'll topple the Hokage with ease. By the way, has anyone seen the young master? Amid the cheers, a clan elder suddenly spoke up. His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to bring the exhilarated crowd back to their senses. That's right. Where was the young master, Itachi Uchiha? As the clan's famed prodigy, he would surely be the vanguard of any uprising. His presence would be their unstoppable force. The clan members began to whisper, puzzled, searching for any sign of him. Suddenly, the elder's eyes lit up. Pointing toward the village gate, he laughed heartily. There he is. The young master is already at the entrance. Huh, looks like he's even more eager than the rest of us. A soft rustle. Amid the laughter, that silent figure began to approach. Each step left a deep impression on the earth. A sudden snap. A twig, crushed underfoot, shattered with a piercing crack. The once excited crowd gradually fell silent. A sense of foreboding seemed to seep into the air. Only now did they realize something was wrong. Itachi Uchiha, the young master, was coming from outside the village. Sensing the oddity, the elder asked hesitantly, Itachi, you? A harsh caw. His only answer came from a jet-black crow. A heavy thud, then another and another. Under the crow's unblinking gaze, the elder's heart began to pound wildly, as if struck by a great drum. Each beat heavier, each one louder. He looked up, just in time to meet those scarlet eyes. The spinning, three-pointed tomo slowly shifted, resembling a trio of razor-sharp shuriken. The sight of that shuriken sent the elder's expression through a whirlwind of emotion. First suspicion, then shock, and finally, overwhelming joy. He looked like a lottery winner who'd just hit the jackpot, leaping up in utter excitement. Hands on his hips, he threw back his head and roared with laughter. It's a Mangekyo. Heaven smiles on the Uchiha. With the Mangekyo Sharingan, not just Konoha, the entire ninja world is within our grasp. His laughter quickly became infectious. Mangekyo. The moment those 3 syllables rang out, the eyes of hundreds of Uchiha ninjas all widened in shock. He stared back with unwavering intensity. 1,000 crimson Sharingan eyes locked onto a single pair, the Mangekyo. Then, one after another, clansmen began to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. A chorus of laughter erupted, spreading through the entire Uchiha compound. In the instant they beheld those eyes, it was as if they'd already seen themselves storming the Hokage's office. Faces lit up with immersive joy, each one gradually losing themselves in the moment. Handling so many at once, it's still a bit much, Itachi murmured after a moment, clutching his left eye and catching his breath. I'll let you enjoy yourselves just a little longer. Then he looked up toward the ancestral hall. Lights blazed brightly there. A solitary figure, illuminated by the firelight, was cast as a shadow across the wooden doors. Father, are you waiting for me too? Itachi whispered, stepping forward toward the doors. Step, step, step by step. His strides were small, but they grew ever steadier. With a soft creak, he pushed open the wooden doors, and Fugaku Uchiha's figure stood revealed before him, beneath the ancestral altar. "You're here." Fugaku seemed unsurprised, as if this were nothing more than a conversation between father and son. He gestured to the spot in front of him. "The first time you use the Mangekyo on such a scale, you'll feel a bit dizzy. Come, have some tea. Catch your breath." With that, he poured a cup of tea and offered it. Unbeknownst to him, Itachi was caught off guard, if only for a moment. He hadn't expected that his father, who always seemed so hesitant, would know everything. "Father, you knew all along?" "Yes." "Then why?" Itachi's confusion was plain. If he knew, why'd he let this happen? At this, Fugaku bowed his head, a sigh heavy on his face. "Why? I am the head of the Uchiha clan, yes, but I'm also your father. A father grows old. I can no longer keep the Uchiha in check, nor can I change your resolve. If it all ends here, perhaps that's for the best. But—" He suddenly looked up, his face turning cold as frost in an instant. "But you must not harm Sasuke or Jin. Especially Jin. That child, he's a bit lonely. Otherwise, as your father, I'll make you taste the 7 wolves again." Thud, thud, thud. "The Mangekyo. So you have it too, father." When Itachi saw the 3 tomo spinning in Fugaku's eyes like ancient symbols, his expression finally changed. A trace of bitterness, of regret, and of nostalgia flickered across his face. He could already sense his father's resolve to die. After a moment of silence, he managed a strained smile and shook his head. "Don't worry, father. I'll take care of Sasuke and Jin." With that, he lifted his sword high and brought it down slowly. But just as the blade was about to slit Fugaku's throat, the ancestral hall's wooden doors were suddenly pushed open. A light, teasing laugh echoed from behind. "Well, would you look at that? Sacrificing family for the greater good? 1 against 7. You really just brush off everything I say, don't you?" "Jin, why are you back?" Hearing the voice, Itachi turned his head. The moment he saw the figure in the doorway, a sharp, piercing voice split the quiet night apart, stabbing painfully at the eardrums. Yet, within the Uchiha compound, few seemed to notice. "Why shouldn't I come back? This is my home, after all." Jin casually grabbed the wooden door and stepped inside. As for the clansmen outside, let them enjoy themselves a bit longer. After all, the Tsukuyomi would last 72 hours. Even that famous technician from Konoha, after being caught in it, had to lie quietly in the hospital for a week. The clansmen would probably fare even worse. Without another word, Jin plopped down right in front of Fugaku, lifted the freshly poured tea, and downed it in one gulp. Yuck! With a twist of his lips, he spat out a tea leaf, grumbling in disgust. "Seriously, old man Fu, your tea-making skills have gone downhill. You didn't even steep it properly." Fugaku, Itachi. The corners of their mouths twitched. This was classic Jin, through and through. The thick, suffocating grief of a father and son about to face betrayal was instantly swept away. Fugaku frowned, glanced at Itachi, and urged, "Jin, go back to your room. No matter what happens tonight, don't come out." "That's right, Jin, just go back for now, all right? Whatever you want to ask, I'll tell you everything tomorrow," Itachi added, his murderous intent easing just a little, his voice deep and steady. Yet his grip tightened unconsciously around his katana. He couldn't even remember when it started, but every time he saw Jin so fearless, his scalp tingled and a chill crept down his neck. "No, that's not right. I'm the eldest brother here." Drawing a deep breath, he lowered his voice and barked, "Jin, go to your room, or else. Or else you'll cut me down too. Please." Jin spat out another bitter tea leaf, looking across at the young man with an amused glint. This 13-year-old boy. In another life, he'd still be buried in books, desperate to get into high school. Now, he was being forced to carry out a massacre. Did he feel sorry for him? Not a chance. If he had any pity to spare, he'd rather give it to a stray dog by the roadside. At least a dog knows not to bite its owner. Besides, if you already know everything, then, sorry, Jin. Just get some sleep. When you wake up, it'll all be over. At Jin's words, Itachi closed his eyes, breathing deeply, twice. When he opened them again, nothing but blood red remained at his gaze. Tsukuyomi activated. A low, sinister hum filled the ancestral hall. In an instant, 3 tomo swirled into view in Jin's eyes. "So, it's really the 3 tomo Sharingan, huh? You've been hiding your cards well," Itachi remarked, a hint of genuine admiration in his voice. "Although I don't know when you awaken your Sharingan, with just 3 tomo, it's still not enough to withstand my brother's Jinjutsu." As he finished speaking, his left eye became even more pronounced. Blood vessels surfaced all around his eyeball, thick and entwined like a spider's web. Dense and tangled, they seemed to lock his gaze in place. The full power of Tsukuyomi, regarded as the most formidable jinjutsu of its era, was now on full display. Without sparing Jin another glance, he raised his blade towards Fugaku again, apologizing. "Forgive me, father. You're one of the village's targets that must be eliminated. Itachi." But this time, Fugaku did not close his eyes and wait for death. His expression was tinged with something unusual. Unusual? What was happening? Itachi's senses sharpened. He could tell something was amiss, as if events were slipping beyond his control. But what was it? He instinctively narrowed his eyes, listening intently. Fugaku's tone remained calm, almost as if he were chatting with his son. "Do you know when Jin awakened his Sharingan?" That relaxed tone unsettled Itachi. He grew impatient, and his voice quickened. "When did he awaken it? How would I know? For the past 6 years, he's either been basking in the sun, chattering endlessly, or teasing Sasuke. How could he possibly?" He cut himself off abruptly. His scarlet eyes contracted sharply. A sharp, piercing screech echoed through his mind. Could it be? That's right. Jin awakened his Sharingan 6 years ago, the same year as you. Impossible. A hard swallow. Itachi's Adam's apple bobbed in his throat, and the tear tracks on his face became even more pronounced. He'd always known his younger brother was talented, but only in the usual ways of training. But to awaken the Sharingan at 2.5 years old, not even the legendary ancestors of the Uchiha could have managed that. Could they? He wrestled with his feelings for a long moment, then took a deep breath and looked at Fugaku. Even if he awakened it at 2.5, "Father, you must know, the Mangekyo's power can only be resisted by another Mangekyo, right? 3 tomo, after all, are still just 3 tomo." As he spoke, his hands tightened around the hilt of his long blade. The cold steel against his palms offered a sliver of comfort. "Look." With that, Fugaku tilted his chin at the opposite side. Puzzled, Itachi followed his gaze to the left. There sat Jin, chewing on tea leaves, watching him with a look of amused curiosity. He's not trapped in the Jinjutsu. Itachi was even more bewildered. Could it be that my use of Tsukuyami on such a large scale just now failed? Driven by instinct, he focused his Mangekyo once more, pouring even more power into the Tsukuyami. But what increased wasn't the effect of the Jinjutsu. It was the mocking smile curling at Jin's lips, spreading across his face like a crack splitting through stone. The most striking thing was those eyes. Those, enlarged Sharingan with 3 tomo. Enlarged? 3 tomo. Itachi narrowed his gaze, and, in that instant, understood everything. His breath, usually calm, grew unsteady. He stumbled back several steps. Only when he reached the doorway did he cry out in shock. "You actually have the Mangekyo too." "But when? How?" His brows drew tight, and all composure vanished from his serene face. Only now did Itachi realize something had slipped out of his grasp. Jin, his younger brother, the one who only liked basking in the sun and teasing Sasuke, had awakened the Mangekyo, all without anyone noticing. His breaths came heavy and loud, like an ox. Both hands, gripping his longsword, slowly rose. He held the blade horizontally before him. "See, I've given you so many chances to take on all 7 at once. How could you still make the wrong choice at a time like this?" Jin shook his head, spat out the last bit of tea leaf from his mouth, and stood up, his forehead pressed right up against the blade in front of him. Just as he was about to speak, the door suddenly slid open. "What are you all doing up in the middle of the night?" Mikoto Uchiha walked in, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her tone sharp with irritation. But when she saw the scene inside the ancestral hall, she was instantly dumbfounded. Her eldest son had his longsword pressed against her second son's head, and beside them, her husband, Fugaku Uchiha, was just sitting there, sipping tea and watching like it was a show. Fury. Blinding fury. In a flash, her irritation at being woken mixed with this scene, and she lost all reason. In just a couple of strides, she stood before Itachi. Though a head shorter, her presence was as fierce and unstoppable as a tiger. "Itachi Uchiha, what do you think you're doing?" Smack! Before the words had even faded, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. The blow landed hard, utterly shattering the tension. Jin was left speechless in shock. That slap from Mikoto was nothing short of masterful. Even Fugaku jumped in fright, hurriedly setting down his teacup and rising to his feet. But he moved so quickly that tea splashed all over his clothes. He didn't even dare to wipe it off. He just put on a sheepish smile and hastily explained. "Ahem. They're just sparring, that's all." Sparring. Mikoto eyed him with suspicion. But before she could press further, Fugaku gently ushered her back to their room. Phew! He wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at Itachi. "Your mother doesn't know anything about this. So could you please?" At that moment, the wooden door slid open again. "Oni-san hug." Little Sasuke, also rubbing his sleepy eyes in his pajamas, bounced over with outstretched arms for Itachi. He didn't hesitate for even a second. Then, while nestled in Itachi's arms, he gave Jin a disdainful little snort. In the somber, tension-filled ancestral hall, the atmosphere grew even stranger. Ahem, looks like the killing isn't going to go smoothly this time. Jin hesitated for a moment, then tried to suggest, how about you come back in a couple of days and try to kill me again? Itachi. He paused briefly, then with a swift motion, brought his blade down. With a heavy thud, young Sasuke, his eyes wide with disbelief, was knocked unconscious on the spot. Gently placing Sasuke to the side, Itachi shook his head and said, "There's no more chance." As his words faded, his entire demeanor shifted once more. A low, resonant hum filled the air as orange-red chakra gradually enveloped his whole body. He looked towards Jin, his voice unusually solemn. "Jin, I have my reasons. I have no choice but to fight, so take this." 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Before he could finish, Jin's entire body shot forward like a cannonball, crashing into Itachi. There was a loud crash as he slammed into the courtyard wall. The wall crumbled with a thunderous roar. Itachi was buried beneath the rubble. "So much talking. Dealing with all 7 of you at once is getting on my nerves," Jin muttered, shrugging as he stepped out from the house and drew a deep breath. "Kennen, so handy." Even a sharp-minded fighter like Itachi couldn't withstand it. But just then, from beneath the ruins, several black crows burst into the air, their sharp beaks glinting as they took flight. With a flutter of wings, in the blink of an eye, the crows gathered and reformed into a single figure. Uchiha Itachi. He looked down at his younger brother, and for the first time, Sasuke seemed like a stranger to him. After a moment's silence, Itachi suddenly smiled and said quietly, "That palm just now, was it your dojutsu? Surprising to see you resort to taijutsu. You've chosen the wrong path. For a ninja, ninjutsu is what matters most. So now, savor this feast of ninjutsu." Amaterasu, with a sharp snap, his right eye widened, and in an instant, pitch-black flames sprang into existence. They radiated a chilling cold and an intense heat all at once. At the entrance, Fugaku's pupils shrank in shock. Such fast black flames, burning everything to ash. Is this the power of Itachi's other eye? Fast, far too fast. Even though Itachi had announced his attack and activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku still couldn't track the black flames in time. By the time he saw them, the black fire was already at Jin's feet. Seeing Jin standing perfectly still, Fugaku quickly shouted a warning. "Watch out, Jin. Get out of there." He rushed forward to help, but after taking just a step, he froze. The black flames passed straight through Jin's body. As if encountering nothing but air, they didn't pause for an instant. It wasn't until they struck the cherry tree beyond the courtyard wall that they burst to life, crackling and roaring as they devoured the branches. Just like that man who calls himself Madara, he's gained the same power to become intangible. Itachi narrowed his eyes, his heart growing heavier. That man's intangibility never lasted more than 5 minutes. Since that's how it is, then, I'll keep burning until you come out. Covering his left eye, he called out once more, "Amaterasu." With a sudden hiss, even faster and in greater quantity than before, the black flames of Amaterasu burst forth beneath Jin. Like a blazing inferno, they scorched and seared him. But a shimmering aura flowed about, and the pale moonlight never left Jin's shoulders. His body seemed to dissolve into pure radiance, as if he had become an invincible golden figure. "What an unreasonable ability," Jin muttered. He looked up at the moon above. Sunlight is light, and so is moonlight. Even the glow of street lamps is a form of light. If worst came to worst, he could unleash his own fire release. Wouldn't firelight count as light too? In other words, this golden form was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond anything he had imagined. Tick, tock. Seconds slipped by, one after another. Suddenly, a harsh cough broke the silence. Cough, 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 cough. A wet, choking sound interrupted, and all at once, Itachi felt a sharp pain in his throat as he was racked with violent coughs. "Already reaching your limit?" Jin taunted. Itachi glanced down at the vivid red staining his hand, and his eyes grew dim for a moment. All around him, a fiery orange chakra surged forth again. With a grinding, cracking sound, it condensed into blazing orange ribs, forming an armor-like shell that wrapped around him. 2 massive, armored arms wreathed in scarlet flames slowly took shape. "Susanoo? Itachi, you're full of surprises," Jin remarked. In just over a year, he's not only mastered the ocular powers of both eyes, but has even awakened such an ancient ability. At the doorway, Fugaku's eyes widened in disbelief, almost as if they might leap from their sockets. even though he had already accepted the truth. Even though he could now face death with composure, he was nevertheless shaken by the genius of his eldest son. If only Itachi stood firmly with the clan, perhaps we truly could restore the glory of our ancestors. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Yet no sooner had it arisen than he crushed it. Right now, the most important thing was Jean. This child is so young and has never read the clan's records. He mustn't be caught off guard, Fugaka thought anxiously. Drawing a deep breath, he hurried to explain. Jean, that's Susanoo, a power only awakened by the Mangekyo Sharingan. It's defense. Before he could finish, the rest of his words stuck in his throat. He could utter no more. Across from him, Jean showed no change in expression at the sight of Itachi's Mangekyo. He simply stretched out his hand and intoned 8 trigrams air palm. Bang, 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 bang. One after another, the 8 trigrams air palm struck Susanoo's skeletal form like flying bullets. Each impact rang out with sharp, echoing cracks. But they had no effect. Itachi shook his head, wiped the blood from his hand, and gave a cold laugh. Ridiculous. This is the strongest defense in the shinobi world. You really think you can break through with your bare hands? Jean, you're far too naive. So what? Jean retorted with a dismissive sneer. Don't tell me you've never heard of people poking things apart with shuriken. With that, he raised his right hand high and slowly brought it down. 8 trigrams, empty palm. But this time, the 8 trigrams empty palm was no longer a colorless blast of air. It was a massive, crimson chakra cannonball. Nine Tails power, stage 2. It brimmed with nearly 2/10 of the tailed beast's might. Itachi let out a soft sigh. Oh, you've added chakra attributes? The idea's not bad, but a sudden, violent crack. In the very next instant, the crimson air cannon smashed directly into Susanoo's skeletal frame, snapping it apart. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed relentlessly. The light in Itachi's eyes gradually faded. His face drained of all color. His body overwhelmed. Susanoo vanished of its own accord. With a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground. But just as he was about to hit the earth, a massive crimson, chakra-formed hand flashed out and caught him mid-fall. Then clenched tight. Truly a sorry sight, 1 man against 7. Jean said softly, lifting his right hand as if it weighed nothing and dragging Itachi before him. You didn't really think I kept asking you all those questions because I wanted to sway you to my side, did you? In truth, I was just giving you a chance. With those words, his right hand squeezed hard. Susanoo, he could awaken Susanoo at just a little over 10 years old? Itachi really is a genius. His little brother actually forced him to such a desperate point. The Uchiha clan, their fighting prowess is absolutely insane. Wait, what? Damn. At the edge of the Uchiha compound, a man in a black cloak and mask had been watching with great interest, nodding and commenting to himself. But in the next instant, he saw something he simply couldn't believe. He even swore out loud. In his vision, the Susanoo armor that had shrouded Itachi's body was shattered, flattened in a single palm strike. That's right, flattened. With such a tremendous backlash, Itachi, already physically frail, coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Obito narrowed his eyes, his face caught between disbelief and grim realization. Breaking Susanoo on the... Come on, who is this Hashirama himself? No, wait, it's that crimson chakra. Obito realized something was terribly off, his gaze locking onto the red chakra, enveloping Jin's body. Beneath the mask, his one visible eye turned blood red in shock. That's the Nine Tails power. Damn it, how could this guy have a Nine Tails strength? With dread dawning, he could no longer hold himself back. In a flash, he charged forward. If that was truly the power of the Nine Tails, then yes, in a single crushing blow, he really could kill Itachi right then and there. He had no intention of letting the ally he'd finally managed to win over get killed just like that. A sharp whistle cut through the air. An instant later, all that remained at the spot was a ripple in space. At the same moment, in front of the ancestral shrine, Jean was just about to strike when a piercing voice suddenly rang in his ear. Stop. So you've finally come, Obito. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips, but his grip didn't loosen in the slightest. Still clutching Itachi tightly in his right hand, he turned toward the source of the voice. There, a man in a black cloak and a mask had appeared, almost as if out of thin air. Obito, or perhaps more accurately, the man now parading around under Uchiha Madara's name, deceiving everyone, Brother Toby. How about leaving this guy here? Suddenly, a wild idea flashed through Jin's mind. With so many powers at his disposal, maybe he really could keep Obito here. Who knows, if things spiraled out of control, even Madara himself might end up forced to stay buried quietly in his coffin. Of course, Obito had no idea what was going through Jin's head at that moment. He stood 10 meters away, eyeing Jin warily as he spoke in a rough voice. He's your own brother. You can't kill him. Jin's unpredictability had made Obito genuinely hesitant, wary of making a rash move. With no other choice, he tried to appeal to familial bonds. Maybe, just maybe, he could save Itachi this way. Unfortunately, he failed. Since when did Brother Toby start playing the family card? Jin gave a limp, unconscious Itachi in his grasp a little shake, then replied, casually, that's exactly why he's still alive. If he were my brother, I'd have strangled him when we were kids. It was the truth. The best way to deal with danger is to nip it in the bud. Feelings? Sure, if it makes you feel better. But his answer made Obito finally breathe a sigh of relief. He brushed the dust from his cloak, then pointed to the crowd of unconscious clansmen in the front yard, his voice hoarse. As the son of the Uchiha clan head, can you really stand to see your whole clan perish inside Itachi's Tsukuyomi? This is a Jinjutsu only he can undo. If you hand him over to me, I'll make sure he lifts the illusion. How about it? As he spoke, he gestured toward Itachi. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Do not harm Itachi, or the clan will be lost forever. It was an open threat. Fugaku was the first to react when he heard this. He tried to speak, but his throat caught, as if something was stuck. No words came out. Emotionally, he didn't want to see his sons turn on each other. Yet, as clan leader, he couldn't bear to let his people die for nothing. But he hesitated. After all, it was Jin who had stopped Itachi. As a father, he couldn't risk everything. So, after a moment's hesitation, he simply bowed his head and fell silent. Jinjutsu? Is Tsukuyomi really that powerful? Behind Jin, a crimson hand dangled Itachi, as if he were nothing more than an object, without a shred of mercy. A harsh cough broke the silence. Perhaps the motion had been too rough, for the once unconscious Itachi now stirred awake, the weight of reality quickly dawning on him. His normally calm eyes flashed with shock and disbelief once again. He hung his head, letting his body sway in the air, yet his gaze never left Jin. Within those eyes were traces of wonder, surprise, fatigue, and a quiet admiration. Steeling himself, Itachi finally spoke in a soft voice. Jin, let me down. I'll undo the Jinjutsu cast on our clansmen. You'll undo it? You think I need you to? Jin shook his head, refusing without hesitation. Yet his words left the other 3 Uchiha, each with their own mangekyo, utterly dumbfounded. Fugaku scratched his head, confusion written across his broad face. Could it be that this kid is a Jinjutsu prodigy too? That can't be. I've never seen him train in illusions. Besides Itachi's Jinjutsu, I doubt even I could. So he's planning to go head-to-head with Itachi in Jinjutsu. Obito loosened his grip on the fan, barely containing a laugh. He'd watched Itachi for a long time and was certain this was the true genius of the Uchiha clan. And what is the Uchiha clan most renowned for? Jinjutsu. In Obito's eyes, Itachi's illusions had already reached the peak of mastery. Of course, the initial failure of Tsukuyomi was, in his view, simply because Jin resisted it with his own mangekyo. Resisting, however, was not the same as surpassing. In Jin's grasp, Itachi's eyes couldn't help but glimmer with pride and confidence upon hearing this exchange. Jin, my Jinjutsu isn't something just anyone can break. You may be able to resist, but to completely shatter it. At those words, Jin casually gestured over his shoulder, shrugging. I never said I'd be the one. Not you. Itachi slowed his breathing, scrutinizing the situation. A faint creak echoed through the room. Another creak followed, as the sound of a wheelchair being dragged across the floor emerged from the back of the house. A man approached, his hair tousled, a bandage wrapped around his eyes. Sure, Sway, you've come to help me too? That's cough. Itachi's eyes widened, and he gasped, only to inhale a mouthful of air from being swung around so abruptly, enough to make his face turn green. He barely managed to drop his gaze and look over. But what he saw stunned him into silence. In his line of sight, behind the bandages, Shursue's scarlet eyes, once marked by 3 tomo, spun rapidly, morphing into 4 razor-sharp blades. That's Kotoamitsu Tsukimi. We can't wait any longer, monkey. I've told you before, use my title when we're working. Hearing Danzo's voice, the 3rd Hokage tapped his pipe against the desk, his tone brimming with annoyance. He turned away, gazing out the window. The night outside was ink-black and silent, not a sound to be heard. This scene was utterly different from what they had imagined. Ahem. 3rd, the Uchiha are, after all, one of Konoha's noble clans. Even if their strength has waned in recent years, they're still among the very best, Kohuru Yuditane spoke up, sensing the tension in the room. If something truly had happened, It couldn't possibly be this quiet. A long sigh escaped the third Hokage, who simply lit his pipe and took a deep drag. The heavy aroma of tobacco seemed to dim the very lights of the Hokage's office. Rest assured, the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha will, without doubt, vanish forever. With that, he fell silent. He placed his faith in Itachi's abilities. That child was the most gifted among all the prodigies he had ever seen. Even compared to the three Sannin, whose fame had already shaken the ninja world, he stood apart. Thud! Danzo made no effort to hide his displeasure. He slammed his cane down hard and said coldly, You may be calm, but I can't just sit here. I'm going to see for myself. Thud! With those words, he strode out the door once more. Inside, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched his old friends retreating back and let out a faint sigh of relief. With Danzo taking action, there should be no room for error, right? He trusted Danzo deeply. This old companion was in no way his inferior. Still no news. Hayashi Hyuga opened his eyes in silence as he scanned the clan's intelligence reports. After a brief moment of hesitation, he rose and walked straight out the door. Since no news had arrived, then, he would see for himself. He could no longer remain still. This incident would completely reshape the fate of Konoha Village. He had no choice but to treat it with utmost caution. And not just him. The heads of the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans also found themselves unable to sit still, each slowly rising to their feet. In the darkness of night, more and more figures appeared. They all made their way toward the remote Uchiha compound. At that moment, within the Uchiha district, a place both on the village's outskirts yet at the center of everyone's attention, all was eerily quiet. Itachi's mind wavered for a brief moment. He blinked and looked again at Shursui. But all he saw was Shursui, bandaged and walking toward him slowly. Perhaps just for an instant, it had all been a hallucination. A trick of the mind? No matter, it didn't seem important. He wanted to ponder more deeply, but for some reason, suddenly, he just couldn't care. After all, it made no difference to him now. Then, as he glanced at Jin again, a subtle change stirred within his heart. Was it awe? Or perhaps terror? Amaterasu, the divine flame he considered invincible, had failed. Tsukuyomi, his most trusted killing technique, was useless. Even Susanoo, which he had only just begun to master, had been effortlessly shattered. He, Uchiha Itachi, was utterly defeated. Defeated in the very domains he excelled at and took the greatest pride in. For a fleeting moment, Jin before him merged with the image of Fugaku, the father who had once taught him as a child. With a single hand, he could be subdued with ease. I must have been hit by a jinjutsu to even entertain such absurd thoughts. Itachi shook his head, trying to rid himself of those thoughts that had no place in his mind. Just then, he suddenly realized there was a kunai in his arms. What is this? As soon as the question formed, he was struck by a wave of dizziness, as if the world had turned upside down. Thud! A sharp pain shot through his head. Darkness swallowed his vision, and he lost consciousness completely. Jin shook out his hand. After receiving a confirming glance from Shursui, he casually stuck Itachi into the ground. Yes, literally stuck him into the ground. Just like planting a bamboo pole, he drove him in headfirst upside down. Blood gushed out, flowing everywhere. And with this sudden impact, Itachi, unsurprisingly, slipped into total unconsciousness. Fugaku's brow twitched. Instinctively, he glanced back at the inner room. Only when he was sure there was no movement did he let out a breath of relief. Obito, big brother, you really just went ahead and planted him in the ground. Not a shred of hesitation. But, as long as he's out of the way, it's fine. His eyes glimmered, the tomo in his pupils shifting slightly. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept through, making the black and red cloud robe flutter softly. Kamui! The next instant, the space around Uchiha Itachi began to ripple. A faint, buzzing tremor. In a flash, the space twisted into a swirling vortex, and Itachi vanished. Damn it! Put Itachi down. Seeing this, Fugaku, who had been watching all along, could finally hold back no longer. He pushed off with his foot and charged forward. His hands flew into a rapid sequence of seals, fire-style, great fireball jutsu. Whoosh! A massive, searing ball of flame burst forth. But just as it reached Obito, it passed right through him, without even the slightest resistance. The same ability? And that Jin kid, why isn't he reacting at all? Fugaku truly lived up to his reputation as an old hand at keeping out of trouble. Even as he attacked, his peripheral vision swept over Jin, and seeing his second son utterly unfazed, he quietly stopped forming seals. He didn't know the reason, but he knew his second son was always scheming something. Maybe he shouldn't intervene at all. I must be getting old. I can't even read the minds of my own sons anymore. With that thought, Fugaku shook his head slowly, then turned and walked to Shirsue's side, helping him push his wheelchair. In the courtyard, after absorbing Itachi, Obito's body visibly relaxed, the change obvious to the naked eye. Of course, he didn't leave right away. Instead, he looked at Jin's small figure, undisguised admiration in his eyes. To achieve so much as a member of the Uchiha. Astonishing. Jin, how about joining us to create a new world? As he spoke, he flung aside his robe adorned with crimson clouds. In a strong wind, it billowed and snapped. A new world? Jin was a little surprised. Did he mean a world just for Rin? Then what about Kakashi? Seeing Jin's apparent interest, Obito's eyes lit up with excitement. He began to paint grand visions of the future, speaking with passion and enthusiasm. Compared to Itachi, Jin was even more tempting to him, especially that mastery over the tailed beast's power. As someone who had once personally controlled a tailed beast, he could clearly sense that the force was indeed the power of a tailed beast. But the tailed beasts were supposed to be sealed within their Jinchuriki. How could Jin possess such power? With these questions in mind, he planned to recruit Jin into his ranks. If he could master this ability, perhaps the hunt for the tailed beasts could begin even earlier. This thought brought an even broader smile to Obito's masked face. His conversation grew warmer, more enthusiastic. Meanwhile, Jin eyed the tags popping up around this man, secretly clicking his tongue in amazement. Conversation target, Uchiha Obito. Copyable tags are being analyzed. Creator of the ideal world, black. Double crosser, black. First Hokage cells. Immortal body, gold. Summon. Demonic statue of the outer path, fragment, gold. Kimi. Right eye, gold. Mangekyo Sharingan, single, purple. Fire style mastery, blue. Copy successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the legendary tag. Summon. Demonic statue of the outer path, fragment, gold, a giant mecha controlled with the Rinnegan. Whoa, a golden tag. As he read this, a sly, playful grin appeared on Jin's face, tinged with mischief. If he were to summon that thing right now, Obito would come home to find, surprise, his house had been stolen. So join me, Jin. After a long stretch of persuasion, the climax was finally at hand. Underneath the mask, Obito's single eye could no longer hide its repressed fanaticism. It blazed with fervor. Even his deliberately raspy voice betrayed a subtle, youthful lightness, excitement coloring his tone. He seemed completely unaware of this change. His entire focus was locked onto the small figure before him. His gaze burned with confidence, utter certainty that he would succeed. And Jin lifted his little face as well. His pair of bright black eyes burned, in return, locking with Obito's. That look, it genuinely seemed as if he'd been moved by such grand ambitions, filled with longing. The very next instant, both their pupils contracted sharply at the same time. For a heartbeat, the air itself seemed to freeze. Kamui, Kamui, a deep, vibrating hum, then a swift, slicing rush. Two visible, swirling distortions in the air appeared almost simultaneously, warping space itself. Yet their intentions were polar opposites. Obito sought to whisk Jin away. Jin aimed to send Obito packing instead. In a strange way, their thoughts were perfectly aligned. 10 meters away. Bang! When Obito saw the vortex remain motionless, it was as if an invisible hammer had crashed into his chest. He staggered back a step. Even his swirling mask appeared to twist for a moment. Behind the mask, his face contorted, written all over with shock and disbelief. What's happening? Kamui's space transfer. The vortex really did appear, and it was firmly locked onto Jin. But it failed. It hovered, clear as water, around Jin, overlapping perfectly with another, nearly identical spatial fluctuation emanating from him. It was like two incompatible currents of water quietly colliding, interfering with and canceling each other out. At the point of impact, Jin remained standing exactly where he was. His clothes didn't even stir. This sensation, has the control over space fallen into this brat's hands? Realizing this, a tidal wave of shock and doubt crashed through Obito's mind. Yet before he could voice his question, a searing, all too familiar pain suddenly tore through his right arm. Ugh! Obito let out a stifled cry of pain, and his battle instincts kicked in at once, triggering his intangibility. Kamui! In a flash, his body turned transparent, but it was already too late. A sickening squelch. A spray of blood mist exploded. His entire right arm, along with half his shoulder, was twisted off in an instant. Right in front of him, just an arm's length away, a swirling vortex, indistinguishable from Kamui, was slowly spinning. At its center, fragments of his arm and shoulder were being shredded to pieces. With a wet splatter, they burst into a cloud of blood and gore. Spatial fluctuations, vortex formation, twisting and devouring. This sensation, this ability, what is this? Underneath his mask, Obito's Sharingan widened so much it seemed ready to tear apart. The shock that crashed over him was like an icy torrent, leaving him frozen in place. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet that spatial wave, familiar down to the soul. That distinct trace of Kamui's warped space. He could never mistake it. He almost blurted out 2 words on the spot. An utterly absurd, yet undeniable conclusion exploded in his mind. Kamui. His voice broke into a piercing shriek, like a prairie dog whose burrow had been overturned, grating and sharp. How could you possibly use Kamui? In that moment, the single eye exposed outside Obito's mask was filled with sheer horror and blazing fury. He couldn't believe it, or more accurately, he dare not. This ability, unique to both his eyes, now appeared in another clansman. Amidst his rage, an even more ridiculous thought suddenly surged up. Could it be, this kid is actually Kakashi? He never imagined he would end up so battered at the hands of a mere boy. A faint, ragged gasp. Soon, thanks to the regenerative power of the first Hokage cells within him, Obito's torn body began to mend. Who? He flexed his right arm tentatively, and only then did Uchiha Obito breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at Jin again, his expression grew complicated. I'll remember you, Uchiha Jin. I hope the next time we meet, you'll have even more surprises in store for me. With those words, Kamui activated once again. He no longer dared to linger here any longer. It sounded almost laughable, really. Yet, when he looked upon Jin's youthful face, a strange and unsettling thought welled up inside him. It felt as though, before this person, all his secrets were laid bare. Even when he briefly deactivated his intangibility to use Kamui just now, Jin had seized the opportunity in that split second. Was it just a coincidence? He muttered to himself, but deep down he couldn't shake the feeling that Jin had anticipated it all along. So, after a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to retreat for now. With Kamui's intangibility at his disposal, he was practically invincible by nature. What a pity I couldn't twist his head off right then. Jin shook his head with a hint of regret. If he'd managed to take Obito's head just now, so many things would have ended right there. And as for Madara, he'd probably have no choice but to jump straight out of his coffin and dance. A shame, really, no chance to see that old ancestor dance ahead of schedule. Of course, failing to finish it wasn't all bad. After all, the Akatsuki wasn't at full strength yet. Yeah, I'll be back. Obito called out before vanishing completely. Jin raised his arm and waved in return. See you next time, my little cash cow. With Obito gathering talent at the front and Uchiha Itachi, a mole already under his control, on the inside, Jin was determined to harvest every last member of the Akatsuki for his own ends. Once everything quieted down, Jin finally turned his attention to the panel before him. His heart pounded with excitement. Defeated Uchiha Itachi, attempting to copy a tribute. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the legendary attribute. Mangekyo Sharingan, purple. Defeated Uchiha Obito, attempting to copy a tribute. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the legendary attribute. Mangekyo Sharingan, fragmented, purple. Whether by chance or fate, both Itachi, whom he had utterly crushed, and Obito, whom he'd driven off, had yielded Sharingan attributes. Though one was damaged. He took a deep breath, no longer hesitating. Fuse them. Stack both these attributes onto my Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo plus half a Mangekyo. Surely, 2.5 Mangekyos would be enough for the Eternal. Right? A low, resonant hum filled the air. Before his eyes, 3 dimly glowing violet orbs slowly drew together, merging as one. His pupils suddenly burned with heat. A wave of warmth surged and rolled through him, and Jin's head throbbed with pain. Amidst the agony, a burst of golden light flared before his eyes. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the legendary attribute. Mangekyo Sharingan, 3 feet ahead gold. Gold! And a brand new Mangekyo technique at that. At last, his Mangekyo had awakened a true ability. Jin's heart raced with excitement as he eagerly examined the attribute. 3 feet ahead, gold within a 3-foot space before you. Carve out a temporary domain subject entirely to your will. 3 feet in front of me, a temporary domain? Jin's brow furrowed tightly. The literal meaning was crystal clear. Every word was easy to grasp, and even together, the phrase made sense. But what did crack in reality mean? Could it be a unique space, something akin to Kamui? He held his breath, focusing intently. immersing himself in the changes unfolding around him as the entry took effect. A low hum vibrated through the air. It was deep night. The moonlight poured down like silvery water, draping him in gentle radiance. Yet the instant the entry activated, the moonbeams before his eyes came alive. No longer were they simply scattered light. They seemed to become an extension of his very will. A sensation welled up inside him, a feeling as if he were a creator god, able to command the 3 feet around him with absolute freedom. He willed it, and instantly, the silver moonlight flowing before him responded, swirling as he lifted his hand, compressing at his touch. In a heartbeat, the gauzy shimmer condensed into a silver orb, about the size of an egg, haloed with a soft, gentle glow. It hovered silently, turning slowly, suspended precisely 3 feet in front of Jean, like a miniature moon circling in endless cycles. The once cool radiance now exuded a gentle, soothing warmth. Ding! Congratulations, host. 1 minute of sunlight exposure. Chakra +1. Sunlight? So this is... Hearing the system prompt, Jean reached out and gently cradled the warm little sun in his palm. A look of wild, incredulous joy burst in his eyes. He understood. Within this 3-foot domain, he could forcibly gather and elevate moonlight, simulating the very essence of the sun, and wield absolute control. The brilliance it emitted transformed from mere moonbeams to genuine sunlight. What did this mean? It meant that from now on, he could bask under his own sun for 25 hours a day. It meant his daily chakra gain would skyrocket from 840 points to over 1,400. It meant he could create a Kakashi every week, 50 Kakashis in a year. Realizing this, Jean could no longer contain his elation. He slowly pressed a hand to his forehead, bent over, his shoulders quivering as the tension melted away. Soon, a grin stretched wide from the corner of his mouth all the way to his ears. Ah, ha ha ha, ha ha. His laughter rang out, waking the clansmen who had been roused by Shursui after Itachi's departure. When the harsh truth was laid bare, especially before those elders who held high office and had nearly died humiliated in their sleep, they erupted in fury. Especially the elders. As leaders of the Uchiha clan, they had almost lost their lives to a mere child. Their wrath now surged to its peak. Clan head, Uchiha Itachi, he dared betray the family. He's out to wipe out the very roots of the Uchiha. A conspiracy. This is absolutely a vile scheme by the Hokage, trying to set us against each other. Unforgivable. We cannot tolerate this. Clan head, give the order. Tonight, let's storm into Konoha and fight our way into the Hokage's office. Yes. Kill. Wipe them all out. Kill that traitor, Itachi. Hundreds of Uchiha shinobi gathered in the shattered courtyard, their emotions boiling over, their eyes burning red with fury. The lingering fear of death had completely shattered the clan's former calm. All that remained was a firestorm of rage, desperate for release. Kill, kill, kill. Charge into Konoha. Strike down the Hokage. Destroy Uchiha Itachi. In the midst of this chaos, Fugaku stood at the center of the crowd, his brows tightly furrowed in an unyielding knot. The Hokage's treacherous machinations filled him with burning anger, yet reason whispered to him that a coup would only lead to ruin. Yes, he was furious at the Hokage's tactics, but even so, he was unwilling to plunge headlong into rebellion. The clansman might not see it, but how could he not? In the threads of fate, Uchiha have attempted 93 coups, and not a single one has ever succeeded. His lips moved silently, but he gave no answer. Instead, almost out of habit, his gaze drifted to Jean, who was clutching his forehead and laughing. He hoped his second son might offer some way out of this predicament. But when his eyes fell upon the boy's wild laughter, a sudden weariness weighed on Fugaku's heart. His eldest son had defected, spirited away by a mysterious figure. The clan was in upheaval, a mob of hot-headed men shouting for blood. His youngest, oblivious, had already fallen asleep without a care. And now, the only son who brought him any comfort seemed to be slipping into another fit of madness. As Fugaku waged an inner battle between reason and desperation, the eyes of the third elder of the hawkish faction suddenly flashed with sharp intent. Now it was the moment. Clan head, the third elder stepped forward with a thunderous stride, his voice booming above the uproar. Itachi's betrayal is fact. Konoha's blade hangs over our necks. If we don't act now, are we to wait until they slaughter the Uchiha like cattle? The hawkish loyalists behind him immediately roared in unison. Act. We must act. Seeing this, even the elders of the dovish faction could only give a defeated sigh. Clan head tonight decides the very survival of the Uchiha. The third elder, overjoyed to see even the dove's resistance crumble, knew the momentum was now unstoppable. He stepped forward again, almost nose-to-nose with Fugaku, his voice laced with naked threat and pressure. Clan head Fugaku, the times are more powerful than any one man. Tonight, this coup must happen. If you agree, we'll follow you as our leader. If you refuse, he suddenly drew himself up, his voice rising to a forceful crescendo. Then we will find a new leader, one who can lead us out. This coup will go forward, with or without you. Faced with this, Fugaku's brows only furrowed deeper. It felt as if even a mosquito flying into their midst would plummet into a bottomless abyss. He understood well what his clansmen meant. Either Fugaku leads the coup himself, or the clan members drag Fugaku into a coup. The outcome may be the same, but the process is world apart. Clan leader Fugaku, you don't have time to hesitate. The three elder counselors, brimming with self-satisfaction, basked in the exhilarating thrill of being cheered by the crowd, as if they could already see their own glorious future atop the clan leader's seat. He cleared his throat, preparing to deliver his final proclamation. I see age has truly clouded your mind. If you're going to be so indecisive, don't blame me for... Before he could finish, a massive fist cloaked in crimson chakra came crashing down on his face with a savage force. A sickening crack echoed through the air, making everyone wince. The elder didn't even have time to scream. His entire body turned into a blurry shadow as he was hurled backward, slamming straight into the ruins of the courtyard wall with a thunderous crash. The scene left everyone utterly dumbstruck, especially after they caught sight of the young man standing in front of Fugaku. No one could utter a single word. Cough, cough, a sneak attack? Fugaku, you... The elder wheezed, struggling to crawl out of the rubble, his face twisted in agony. But when he looked up and saw Jean, it was as if a giant hand had clamped around his throat, cutting off all sound. And in fact, a giant hand had indeed seized him, for the blood-red chakra of the nine tails surged forth, instantly morphing into an enormous chakra hand. It seized the elder from the ruins in a single, unyielding grip, like picking up a helpless chick. No, Jean, what are you doing? I'm an elder. The elder shrieked in terror. With a heavy slam, the chakra hand swung him like a rag doll, smashing him hard onto the stone ground before everyone. Debris flying everywhere. Another crash, and the ground cracked, forming a shallow pit. Again, the pit deepened, stones splintering under the relentless blows. Over and over, Jean hammered the elder into the earth, until in the blink of an eye, the once sturdy, sharp-eyed old man was buried, only his head left sticking out above the ground. Jean, don't think you can do whatever you like just because you're the second son of the clan leader's family. You're always running your mouth. Looks like today I'll have to teach you a lesson on behalf of clan leader Fugaku. It was only now that the Uchiha ninjas loyal to the elders snapped out of their shock. Over 20 of them surged forward all at once. These were the most loyal followers of the three elders. But as quickly as they charged, they fell even faster. With a series of heavy thuds, the giant crimson chakra hand swept across them like an unstoppable mountain, sending everyone flying to the ground. One after another, in the blink of an eye, over 20 clan members have been planted firmly in the ground beside the elder, tightly packed together, only their heads left exposed. Silence. Absolute silence. In that moment, hundreds of clan members stood in stunned, wordless awe. For the first time, they truly looked straight at the second son of the group leader's family. Many present were seeing this boy, just past 10 years old, for the very first time. Strong, unmatched strength, so overwhelming that not a single person dared even entertain the thought of resisting. Jean slowly shook out his hand, as if all he'd done was brush off a bit of dust. To deal with external threats, one must first secure the inside. And if the Uchiha clan's innate flaws weren't reined in, it was only a matter of time before another Itachi would appear. So after a moment's contemplation, he spoke up without hesitation. From this moment on, the Uchiha clan will follow my word. Who supports this? He paused slightly, his indifferent gaze sweeping across the crowd. Who opposes? Silence. A dead, suffocating silence blanketed the Uchiha compound. Hundreds of eyes stared, as if pinned to the spot by invisible nails. No one moved a muscle. All they could do was fix their gaze on that one figure at the center, the young Uchiha Jean. By now, the crimson chakra that had flared around him had faded. All that remained was a faint wash of moonlight within 3 feet of where he stood. And there, a gently rotating silver little sun hovered in the air. Before him, the 3 elders and more than 20 diehard hawks showed only their terror-stricken faces. as if they'd been forcibly planted into the stone floor like seeds, left to wait for next year's blossoms. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed through the air. The heaviness within the Uchiha clan was so intense, it left everyone frozen. No one dared even breathe too loudly, fearing they'd be the next one planted in the ground. Behind Uchiha Jin, Fugaku watched the scene unfold, his expression a tangle of emotions. Inside, his heart was in turmoil. Though he'd already known Jin's strength, he'd never imagined that his seemingly lazy, unmotivated second son would act with such decisiveness at a moment like this. To take control? To claim the authority of the Uchiha? He didn't mind. He might even be willing to help Jin grasp that power. But still, was this really his unpredictable, sometimes troublesome younger son? The thought made his expression even more complicated. There was relief, there was concern, but above all, it was as if a tremendous burden had finally been lifted from his shoulders, leaving only exhaustion in its wake. If this meant quietly stepping down, perhaps that wouldn't be so bad after all. He stayed silent, only taking a half step back, leaving the stage entirely to Jin. Who opposes? Jin repeated, his gaze sweeping the room like a cold searchlight. Wherever his eyes passed, clan members bowed their heads, none daring to meet his gaze. It seems there are no objections. His voice remained calm, yet it rang with an authority none could question. With that, he stepped forward. One foot landed on the elder's head. Planting his left hand on his hip, he gestured with his right. Then, let me say a few things. First, he extended a finger, pointing at the heads poking out from the ground beneath him. These people harbored treacherous intentions toward the clan elders and the clan leader. They incited unrest within our ranks, an unforgivable crime. But out of consideration for their Uchiha blood, they shall be spared the death sentence. Instead, imprisonment and reflection. They will remain confined until I am convinced they have truly repented and reformed. Only then shall they be released. On this matter, does anyone object? He paused after speaking. In his scarlet eyes, the enlarged three-tomo Sharingan spun at blinding speed. Like a wild beast, those eyes radiated an aura that could devour anyone in its path. This gaze instantly stirred up a commotion among the crowd. Three-tomo? That's a three-tomo Sharingan. Who would have thought that at such a young age, Uchiha Jin has already awakened three-tomo? In a clan where most possessed only the two-tomo Sharingan, the three-tomo already rivaled the elders and elite jonin. Yet, Jin, barely past the age of 10, had awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. In time, might the clan gain yet another pair of Mangekyo eyes? At that thought, some people's hearts began to waver. So strong, so young, and of such distinguished lineage. It would only be logical for someone like him to take the lead. But just then, the second elder's eyes suddenly widened. He stared at Jin, his breathing growing rapid. No, that's not the three-tomo. It's the Mangekyo. His voice was slow, but utterly certain. As an elder of the clan, he knew the signs of the Mangekyo well. Boom! His words landed among the clan like a bomb, completely throwing the Uchiha into an uproar. Mangekyo? Isn't that the ultimate dream of our Uchiha clan? Ha ha ha, amazing. It's a Mangekyo. Our Uchiha clan is saved. Clan members began to murmur excitedly among themselves, all previous doubts forgotten. What did it matter if he was young? With the Mangekyo, that was all that mattered. On the ground, the third elder, who had just regained consciousness, was utterly stunned. It's actually the Mangekyo Sharingan. He murmured, a bitter smile slowly spreading across his lips. Had he known it was the Mangekyo, he would never have dared to challenge Jin in the first place. For a moment, the hundreds of Uchiha present fell into a hush. Second, seeing this, Jin turned to the now leaderless Hokage faction, his voice soft yet clear. The higher-ups of Konoha manipulated Uchiha Itachi into betraying us. They fear the power of the Sharingan. They fear our strength. That's why they resorted to the most despicable means, trying to turn us against one another and destroy us from within. Damn those Konoha leaders. His words once again ignited the suppressed fury in every Uchiha heart. But Jin's voice suddenly thundered, quelling the crowd like a clap of lightning. Blind rage and reckless revenge will only doom us faster, and in far more humiliating ways. Just like tonight, if things had gone just a bit differently, all of you would be dead by now. And for someone as strong as Itachi, Konoha has at least 4 more like him. So what do you have to fight with? The blunt and brutal questioning was like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone's heads. It forcibly extinguished the flames of anger that had just begun to rise in their hearts. In that moment, many among the clan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, a rare feeling for them. They had always known Konoha's strength was formidable, Even after enduring wave upon wave of war, the village still stood as the mightiest among the 5 great shinobi villages. There was no doubt about that. Seeing the mood in the room, the second elder glanced at Jin, then his voice trembling, turned to ask Fugaku. Clan leader Fugaku, then what should we do? Are we just supposed to sit here and wait for doom to come? Fugaku's lips parted. He wanted to say, you were all as good as dead already. But after a moment's hesitation, he decided to spare them the embarrassment. He simply looked silently toward Jin. Perhaps, at this very moment, what the Uchiha truly needed was a new leader. Seeing this, Jin slowly raised his hand. First, he pointed to the land beneath their feet, the land where the Uchiha now lived. Then his fingers swept outward, toward the vast Konoha village bathed in moonlight beyond their compound. The Uchiha had spent too long in the police force. Their blades had grown dull. It was time for change. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke in a voice that rang out with gravity. Sit and wait for death? The people in that village have already started selling Uchiha goods at outrageous prices. It's 50 ryo for a bowl of ramen now, but what about later? Will it be 5,000 ryo next time? 50,000? Or perhaps even 500,000? This barrage of questions once again stoked the flames in everyone's hearts. The mood shifted, up and down, turbulent, but the fire inside them only burned brighter. Sensing that the moment was right, Jin's tone sharpened, his words clear and direct. So, that's why we need to change the status quo. Seize the 2 advisors and take control of the village's finances. Huh, isn't that still a coup? The second elder was caught off guard. He understood what Jin was getting at, but wasn't this just another coup? His confusion was mirrored in the eyes of many others. Before, when the flames burned, it was a coup. Now the flames are blazing even higher. Still a coup? So what was the point of all this passion? No, if we fail, it's a coup. But if we succeed, it's setting things right. At these words, Jin waved his finger for emphasis, then, deep in his heart, quietly added another thought. Or rather, a revolution. Silence. Utter stillness. But this time, what filled the Uchiha compound was no longer simple fear. It was a fire, fierce and suppressed, now ready to erupt. Jin's words about setting things right were like a spark landing in a pile of dry straw. Control over the village's finances, setting things right. The second elder tasted those words, and for a fleeting moment, a gleam of clarity flashed in the depths of his aging Sharingan. The other clan members looked at each other in astonishment. This word was completely different from coup d'état, and now, it seemed, they were no longer the side of the rebels. Instead, they had become champions of justice. It signified a complete upheaval. At this moment, as they gazed again at the young man, standing atop a severed head, his body wreathed in a miniature sun, an unprecedented surge of emotion welled up within their chests. Clan leader Fugaku, young Master Jin, a young Uchiha genin, suddenly stepped forward, dropping to one knee, his voice trembling with excitement. I am Uchiha Tekka, and I pledge to follow Lord Jin and set things right. His Sharingan shimmered with fierce determination, and there seemed to be the faintest sign of another tomo about to split from the first. What happened next instantly ignited the passions of everyone present. Uchiha deity, I vow to follow Lord Jin. Uchiha Inoka, I am ready to give my life for the revolution. Uchiha Jindo, I will follow Lord Jin. One after another, more and more Uchiha clan members stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. Their voices converged throughout the clan compound, swelling into a mighty torrent that seemed to make the very air tremble. Whoosh! Fugaku drew a deep breath. The last trace of doubt in his heart vanished without a trace. I, Uchiha Fugaku, hereby declare, from this day on, Uchiha Jin is the heir of our Uchiha clan. He stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jin. Now, our objective is clear. Seize control of Konoha's economic lifeline and restore order to chaos. Roar! The thunderous battle cry shook the night sky. Never before had the fighting spirit of the Uchiha burned so fiercely, so united. Jin nodded slightly, a smile gleaming in his eyes. Now this was the way it should be. After all, there's a world of difference between rebels and soldiers of justice. Without hesitation, he swept his arm forward, leading the charge toward the heart of the village. But just as he was about to burst through the main gate of the clan grounds, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Oomph! Wicked little Uchiha brat. As expected, your wolfish ambitions know no bounds. You intend to rebel. A cold, rasping voice, as sinister as a serpent's hiss, rang out sharply. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! In the blink of an eye, over 100 figures clad in sleek black uniforms and masked as various animals materialized like phantoms. They leapt from the outer walls, rooftops, branches, and shadows of the Uchiha compound, bursting forth without a sound. Each one radiated a chilling, murderous intent. And in a heartbeat, they had sealed off every exit. Clearly, these were seasoned professionals. And this was far from their first operation. Step, step, step. Once everyone was in position, a knock echoed from the entrance. It was the clear, hard tap of a cane against the stone floor. Shimura Danzo. Behind him stood the entire elite force of the Root Division. Among them, several figures with concealed auras and special masks. These were clearly Danzo's hidden trump cards. But tonight, to crush the Uchiha, he was willing to mobilize every last one. Shimura Danzo? Fu Yu's face darkened, and in an instant his scarlet eyes flared open. If Danzo is here, can the Hokage be far behind? The evil Uchiha? Standing at the very front, Jin's youthful face was filled with utter disdain. Old dog, it seems your head hasn't been knocked senseless just yet. His voice rang out, laced with unrestrained mockery. But to Danzo's ears, the words made his lone eye narrow sharply. So, it's you, the culprit who recently ambushed him by the banks of the Nanga River. Now revealed. Such strength at such a young age. It was all thanks to those eyes. Staring at those crimson pupils, an intense greed and longing flashed through Danzo's solitary eye. He wanted them. He had to have them. Only those eyes were worthy to crown his long, bitter journey. Capture Uchiha Jin, dead or alive. As for the rest of the rebels, kill them all. Wasting no words, he issued his merciless command. As long as they all died, their lives would become his tokens for resurrection. Every last one. Kill. The Root Ninja sprang into action like cold, unfeeling machines built solely for slaughter. Shoo shoo shoo. Swish. Crack. The air filled with the rush of tools slicing through space, the flurry of hand seals, one after another without pause. Earth-style, stone pillars erupted from the ground. Wind-style, razor currents sliced the air. Fire-style, blazing dragons roared forth in fury. A deluge of attacks swept in, crashing down upon the Uchiha compound gates like a tidal wave of death. Damn it, everyone, give it all you've got. Fu Yu's expression hardened, the kaleidoscope in his eyes spinning at dizzying speed. This level of attack from elite Chunin, he had no fear. But there were just too many, too dense, too sudden, and their coordination, flawless and deadly. In the blink of an eye, several hawkish Uchiha, caught off guard, were cut down by stone pillars and wind blades erupting beneath their feet. Amid this dire crisis, a calm voice suddenly rang out. So noisy. Jin's words weren't loud, yet they cut clearly through the deafening blasts and blood-chilling shouts. He didn't even bother to lift a finger, just opened his eyes and glanced ahead. Kamui! 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 The pupil of his left eye spun rapidly, conjuring vortex after vortex from thin air. Each one swallowed the oncoming jutsu hole. Of course, a few slipped through the cracks. Whoosh! Bullseye! A ninja cried out in triumph as a shuriken hurtled toward Jin's neck. But just 3 feet from Jin's body, the blade froze in midair. Whoosh! Then with sudden, explosive speed, the shuriken shot back the way it came, many times faster than before. Thunk! By the time the ninja realized what happened, a sharp pain lanced through his throat. Dead center, a single bloody hole, still sizzling. Buzz! With a flicker of Jin's thought, the faint moonlight 3 feet before him erupted with invisible repulsive force. Thud thud thud! In that instant, every stray weapon and jutsu aimed at him. The moment they crossed into the 3-foot space before him, it felt as if they had slammed into an invisible wall of overwhelming force, soft, yet utterly unyielding. Their momentum was instantly halted, barely penetrating that barrier before coming to a complete stop. A series of sharp metallic clinks rang out. In the next heartbeat, the shuriken in their hands were abruptly repelled by an unseen force, bouncing right back at them. With a sickening sound, the strikes that were meant for him instead struck the very ones who launched them, causing grievous injuries to over a dozen Root operatives in an instant. Within 3 feet of Jin, nothing could touch him. He was utterly untouchable, impervious to all techniques. Inside the domain of moonlight, the silver orb continued its slow, steady rotation, as if the chaos and destruction raging outside had nothing to do with it at all. He stood there in tranquil stillness, but inside his heart leapt with excitement. So it really is Shinra Tensei. Since this was a dimensional rift under his control, wasn't the emergence of repulsive force only natural? If only the range were wider, it wouldn't even be surprising to see attractive force manifest as well. What is this? Danzo's solitary eye widened suddenly in shock. This strange power was utterly beyond anything he had ever encountered. A spatial barrier? No, that's not it. It feels more like some sort of advanced force. Is this the true might of those Sharingan eyes? He could sense a power that seemed to govern the very rules of reality. He wanted it. He needed it. The longing twisted him inside and out. The only eye visible outside his coverings began to flush a faint, feverish red. Red eyes, a sign of illness. Yet just as he was about to make his move, the youth across from him suddenly raised a fist. Lips moving, he seemed to be uttering something. What was it? Jean gave a slight, knowing smile, then suddenly lifted his hand. With his index finger pointed like a gun, thumb raised, he aimed at Danzo and declared, "Bang! Watch me put you down with a single shot." Pow! In a flash, a great swell of chakra collapsed and condensed at the tip of his finger. A sharp whoosh, followed by a wet, explosive burst. With a crisp snap, a bloody hole burst open. An invisible bullet had pierced straight through Danzo's brow in an instant. Blood sprayed in a violent arc. The Uchiha present froze, momentarily stunned. Even their hands hesitated mid-action, uncertain whether to proceed. Did he just die? Is he really dead? That's Danzo, the Hokage's right hand, the leader of Root, and he's just dead. I must be dreaming, but it feels so real. No one could have predicted that the opposing leader would be struck down at the very outset of the battle. It was as if, at the first clash between ninja villages, the Kage on the other side had been instantly taken out. Absurd, yet exhilarating to the point of euphoria. Compared to the Uchiha, the A and B reacted much faster. Each member immediately withdrew and spun around, positioning themselves protectively in front of Danzo. They moved like the most loyal of bodyguards. A medical ninja's palm glowed with blue-green chakra, which was swiftly pressed over the wound. At the same time, a cluster of Root operatives shielded Danzo, retreating in a desperate rush. All the arrogance with which they had arrived was now replaced by utter disarray as they fled. Trying to escape? After them. Seeing this, the second elder gritted his teeth and led his men in pursuit. This was the sort of thing, once you'd started, there could be no turning back. Once you've acted, you have to see it through. Since they intended to eliminate Danzo, they might as well destroy every trace, even his corpse. Behind him, Jean narrowed his eyes. He glanced at the unresponsive system and instantly understood. That old man really treats the Sharingan like a resurrection token, doesn't he? Shaking his head, he quickly gave chase. The man had been released on purpose. Otherwise, how could Danzo's schemes be exposed in front of all the great clans? Swish, swish, swish. In no time, over 300 Uchiha clan members surged forward. They chased relentlessly after the Root operatives. Move! To the Hokage's office. Seek Lord Hokage's protection. Seeing the situation, one of the Root leaders gritted his teeth and abruptly changed direction. At this point, the only safe place left was the Hokage's office in Konoha. No matter how arrogant the Uchiha were, could they possibly defy the entire village of Konoha? Clearly, even the emotionless Root could quickly grasp the reality. Up ahead, Danzo, carried by a swift-moving subordinate, nodded silently. He was, admittedly, a little surprised. He hadn't expected that evil Uchiha brat to kill him in a single strike. Yet, precisely because of this, a cunning idea bloomed in his mind. Divert the disaster. With the Uchiha rampaging like this, even the Hokage's office might not escape their wrath. And when that happened, the Uchiha clan would have no path left to survival. Thinking this, Danzo quickly composed himself. He made himself appear utterly lifeless, indistinguishable from a corpse. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, two groups, one chasing and one fleeing, flashed rapidly along the outskirts of Konoha. More and more sentry shinobi began to take note of the spectacle. Huh, Root? Even they're being hounded like stray dogs? I've got to see what the Uchiha? Are those Uchiha maniacs out of their minds? They're chasing Root. Move, move. Something big's about to go down in the village. Hurry, informed the clan head. The Uchiha are pursuing Root. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood by the window, his gaze growing increasingly clouded as he peered into the night. A sense of foreboding had already crept into his heart. At a time like this, Itachi still hasn't returned. I fear. Just then, a flicker in the darkness at the corner of his eye caught his attention. Is that Root? Seeing Root operatives return, a faint smile finally appeared on his aged face. If Root could make it back, that meant it was over. The Uchiha clan would now be consigned to history. A sudden rush surged through his hunched back, making him stand up ramrod straight. He rapped his knuckles against the wall by the window and spoke softly. Everyone, it seems it's over. A hush fell. The entire room was shaken by his words. especially Hayashi Hyuga. Others couldn't see clearly, but he could plainly see the faint smile on the third Hokage's lips as he spoke. So, in the end, the Uchiha clan still lost, didn't they? This ancient and prestigious family, which had stood alongside the Hyuga for 1,000 years, was suddenly about to vanish. A strange, indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. It was impossibly complex. There wasn't the slightest trace of a smile on his face. In stark contrast, Akimichi Chikaz and the others visibly breathed a huge sigh of relief. It's finally over. They exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw excitement and anticipation. Especially the two advisors. Koryudatane and Hamura Mitokado locked eyes, their eyelids twitching with barely restrained glee. Ha ha ha, it's finally over. The Uchiha clan's inheritance. It needs to be divided up properly. In Koharu's eyes, there was nothing left but delight and expectation. After decades as the Hokage's advisor, what she looked forward to most was someone dying in battle. Or rather, handling their inheritance. The estates of ninjas with no surviving relatives had always been her favorite spoils. And now, the Uchiha, the noblest clan in 1,000 years. How much wealth would they leave behind? It might even amount to a fortune that could rival half of Konoha itself. For a moment, her breathing grew rapid with anticipation. She couldn't help herself. She flung the door open and urged, "Hiruzen, maybe we should go downstairs and get a clear answer." Her voice was rushed, her tone impatient. She was just short of shouting. "Hurry up, let's go. I can hardly wait to seize their property." Ahem. At this, the third Hokage put away his pipe. He then donned his cloak and hat and stepped out slowly. Step, step, step. Though his stature had shrunk with age, the pressure he exerted was undiminished. As Hiruzen left the room, the other great clans and advisors of Konoha followed closely behind. Outside the Hokage building, a faint, rustling march approached. The footsteps of the root operatives grew louder and closer. In the darkness, their forms were still indistinct. It was only when they drew near that their root uniforms became clear. Danzo, did you really? The third Hokage hesitated, but then rebuked Danzo with righteous indignation, his tone fierce and unyielding. What Danzo had done was effective, but too ruthless. He had to be scolded. Yet before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Danzo, why was he being carried on someone's back? And the chakra emanating from these root members, why was it so chaotic? At once, the third Hokage's baggy eyelids furrowed deeply. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Could something have gone wrong? With a dull thud, the next second, the root ninja lowered Danzo to the ground and reported, his voice grave. "Hokage-sama, something's wrong. The Uchiha clan is attacking." What? The third Hokage froze, the smile in his eyes vanishing in an instant. But before he could speak, suddenly, at the edge of his vision, countless shadowy figures began to flicker into view. In no time, they surrounded and enveloped the Hokage building. These figures, each one bore the distinctive Uchiha clan fan crest on their backs. He took a deep breath, about to say something, when a child's voice rang out unexpectedly. "Cleanse the court. Punish the traitors." Hiruzen, Sarutobi, the two advisors, the clan heads, Hayashi Hyuga. The very next second, little Jean dashed forward, swift as moonlight. Behind him, hundreds of pairs of scarlet eyes ignited all at once. They stared, unblinking, at the front of the Hokage building. The sight sent chills down everyone's spine. Wait, the Uchiha clansmen are actually following a little brat? Isn't that the Chatterbox? No way. Isn't it the infamous Uchiha Chatterbox, one of their twin embarrassments? Why is he standing so far ahead? Gasp! Look at his eyes. Those are 3 Tomo Sharingan. The moment they caught sight of Jean, the clan heads and ANBU couldn't help but whisper among themselves. But as they spoke, their words trailed off into silence. It seemed they had underestimated this Uchiha Chatterbox. Step, step, step. Jean strode forward in the moonlight, halting at the very front, eyes locked on the Hokage building. Small as he was, his presence alone radiated an oppressive, suffocating force. His gaze swept across the ashen-faced third Hokage, lingered on Koryutane's greed-frozen expression, and finally landed on the corpse laid out on the ground. He let out a faint smile. "Lord Danzo, this isn't the place for a nap, you know." "Nap my foot." Koharu's face darkened. She immediately jabbed her finger at Jin's nose and snapped. "Insolent. Uchiha brat, what are you plotting? Bringing people to besiege the Hokage building. Are you planning a coup?" Her voice was sharp and shrill, trying to claim the moral high ground. But when she met those scarlet, 3 Tomo eyes, she instinctively took half a step back. A coup? Hearing her words, Jean tilted his head slightly, a cold smirk curling at his lips. Since when does Lord Danzo represent the whole village? Or is it you, Koharu Yuditane, who speaks for Konoha? We're here to set things right, to execute those who've stolen Konoha's foundation and harmed their own. Traitors to the village. Koharu shot back. Nonsense. Utter rubbish. Hiruzen, order the suppression of these rogue ninja at once. At this, Hiruzen Sarutobi drew a deep breath. The hand, gripping his pipe, trembled with bulging veins. But when his gaze swept over the battle-ready Uchiha, he hesitated. To go head-to-head with so many Uchiha right now. No, the price was too steep. Uchiha Jin, put down your weapons. Let's talk. So, after a moment's hesitation, the third Hokage spoke in a low voice. Right now, there's still a chance to avoid all-out war between the village and the Uchiha. Talk. Jin let out a cold, mocking laugh. His gaze was sharp as a blade. Suddenly, he raised his hand, pointing directly at Danzo's corpse, which was still being guarded. He demanded, pausing after each word. You want me to talk to this old dog who stole the Uchiha clan's bloodline and used our eyes as tokens for resurrection? Or should I talk to these two leeches who care for nothing but lining their own pockets, feeding off Konoha's very lifeblood? Nonsense. We are advisors to the Hokage. How dare you slander us like this? Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado trembled with rage, their voices shrill and unsteady. It was the kind of hysteria that bursts forth when one's darkest secrets are exposed. Is there some hidden truth here? The heads of the major clans, hearing this, immediately suppressed their urge to intervene and chose to watch quietly instead. Hayashi Hyuga nodded firmly, his expression darkening. Whatever else might be said, even the illustrious Hyuga clan had suffered losses when it came to the village's finances. Many of their clan members' inheritances had vanished under mysterious circumstances. At the time, he had assumed that the Hyuga simply hadn't investigated closely enough. But now, it seemed those fortunes might not have just disappeared. Instead, they'd been swallowed up by certain people within the village, using Konoha as their cover. Seeing this, the third Hokage instinctively furrowed his brow. Could there truly be problems at the heart of the village's finances? And what did Jin mean by using Uchiha eyes as tokens for resurrection? He was just about to speak when he suddenly felt a gust of wind appear before him. The ones out of line here are you. Tonight, let Konoha see your true faces, see what its so-called leaders really are. Before his words had even finished, Jin's figure blurred past the crowd, plunging straight into the circle of root operatives. A rapid succession of heavy blows sent several root elites flying with pained cries, as though they'd been struck by a massive hammer. Stop him. A root squad captain's eyes widened in panic. But it was already too late. Jin moved like lightning, planting his foot squarely on the corpse of Danzo's head. He even twisted his heel for good measure. You little brat, how dare you? At this, Koharu Yuditane could hold back no longer. She tried to stop him, bellowing at the ANBU behind her. What are you waiting for? Do something. With a sharp rush, a flurry of shuriken whistled through the air. But just as the blades neared Jin, they halted abruptly, as if stopped by some invisible force. Seeing this, the root operatives were instantly reminded of something, and one shouted a warning. Careful, he can reflect. But before he could finish, the shuriken shot back in the blink of an eye. Blood spattered. One ANBU, a split second too slow, was struck directly by the rebounding steel. This ability, is it that power from his eyes? But isn't this only possible when the Sharingan evolves to the next level? How could Jin? Witnessing this, the third Hokage's frown deepened, wrinkling his brow so much it seemed you could keep fish in it. As one of the rare, long-lived elders of the Leaf Village, and a disciple of the second Hokage, he was privy to many of the Uchiha clan secrets. Naturally, this included knowledge of the Mangekyo Sharingan. But never in his wildest imagination did he expect that Jin, so young, had already awakened the Mangekyo. And on top of that, he had discovered a unique ocular technique. He took a deep breath, the sound of it steadying his nerves, and his right hand unconsciously tightened around his pipe. His wavering heart began to lean toward one side. The power of the Uchiha clan, it was simply overwhelming. If this conflict continued, he feared both the Leaf and the Uchiha would suffer irreparable losses. With that thought, he slowly raised his head and signaled to the ANBU behind him to hold back. He stepped forward again, his voice low and grave. Jin, perhaps we truly ought to have a conversation. You don't want to see our Leaf Village torn apart, do you? He put heavy emphasis on the words, our Leaf Village, hoping to awaken the goodness within Jin's heart. I still remember you as a child. You were such an adorable little one. Have you been misled? As for Danzo, I know him well. He may be stubborn, but everything he does is for the sake of the leaf. In his eyes, there were good children among the Uchiha clan, like Itachi and Shursui. And Jin, whom he had known since he was small, had always seemed destined to carry on the will of fire. For the sake of the leaf? Jin echoed softly, dropping his gaze as his foot pressed down on Danzo's head, a curious note in his voice. Is he telling the truth, you worthless coward? Silence. Danzo lay on the ground, as still as death, not making a sound. But Jin knew better. This man was far from dead. Ever since Orochimaru's defection, and after taking in some of his research, Danzo had become obsessed with obtaining Sharingan, especially from those clan members whose fate on the battlefield was uncertain. You sure can endure, can't you? Well then, what if I just crush your skull right now? Jin gave a cold smile, and suddenly raised his right foot, infusing it with chakra powerful enough to shatter boulders. He brought it down hard toward Danzo's head. A single stomp, enough to split mountains and crack stone. Stop! Seeing this, the third Hokage could no longer remain calm. Danzo cannot die, not now. He was an indispensable piece in the puzzle of his rule. But just as he prepared to intervene, he sensed something amiss. Ahead, beneath Jin's foot, Danzo, who had been feigning unconsciousness, suddenly lashed out. He could pretend no longer. His hands flashed through hand signs as he drew a deep breath. Wind release, vacuum sphere. In an instant, chakra gathered in his mouth and was expelled forcefully. A barrage of sharp, white blasts, like a hail of bullets from a machine gun, shot toward Jin. Can't keep up the act anymore, can you wretch? Jin's expression was full of disdain. He paid no heed to the wind release and stomped down without pause. The razor-sharp wind blades struck his soul with a wet thud, but didn't even leave a mark. His shoes weren't so much as scratched. To think he blocked Danzo's wind release with nothing but his bare body. At that moment, both Haru and Sho's bodies tensed, and their eyes grew noticeably sharper. As old friends, they instantly recognized this move. The vacuum jade. Its power was so formidable that not just flesh and bone, but even ordinary Earth-style techniques couldn't withstand it. At the same time, the third Hokage's pupils constricted in shock. A Uchiha technique that emphasizes sheer physical strength? Now, that's a rare sight. He paused, then slowly began forming hand seals with his hand behind his back. If it's down to physical strength, then I'll have to rely on you, Inma. Gulp. Gulp. I must be losing my mind. I can't believe I'm witnessing this. Lord Danzo. He's always been the high-ranking leader I admire most. When did Jin, that kid, become so powerful? Sorry, all I knew was that he talks too much. After witnessing the scene before them, nearly 100 Umbu stationed in front of the Hokage tower swallowed hard. None of them could have imagined it. The mighty Lord Danzo, whom they had always regarded as untouchable, was now being effortlessly pinned down by a boy barely in his teens. This was especially shocking for those Umbu who had once been assigned to surveil Jin. Their eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets. Their jaws dropped wide open. Was this really Jin? That same Jin who was always chattering away? Wasn't he supposed to be only good at talking and basking in the sun? When did he ever train? They were utterly baffled. In contrast, the members of Root reacted with far more composure. Wordlessly, they kept attempting to rush in and rescue Danzo. But it was all in vain. Any attack that got close to Jin vanished without a trace. Danzo, for his part, was forced once again to form hand seals with both hands. He moved faster now, his chakra surging even more fiercely. He drew in a deep breath, then unleashed it with all his might. Wind-style, vacuum great sphere. What had started as mere bullets now evolved into mortar shells. But even as these shells struck Jin, they disappeared the instant they touched him. Not a ripple, not the faintest disturbance. They vanished completely, as though carried away by a gentle, passing breeze. Could it be that ordinary ninjutsu is useless? A seasoned veteran of countless battles, Danzo finally realized the problem after several failed attacks. If simple ninjutsu won't do, then I'll have to try using a weapon. He muttered under his breath, then rolled away from the ground with a sudden movement. A full 10 meters away. Swish! A shuriken suddenly appeared in his hand. He lowered his head, exhaled, and instantly coated the shuriken with a dense layer of chakra. It glowed faintly, a shimmering halo of pale yellow and white. Wind-style, vacuum blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged at Jin with lightning speed. If ninjutsu won't work, then it's time for weapons. So fond of stabbing with kunai, aren't you? Seeing this, Jin almost burst out laughing. That's Danzo for you, the undisputed master of stabbing Susanoo with shuriken. When in doubt, just jab with a shuriken. With that, he simply stood there, grinning as he watched Danzo. 30 feet, 10 feet, 5 feet. As the shuriken drew ever closer, a sudden flash of joy broke across Danzo's stern face. Absolutely no reaction at all. Could it be this kid was just bluffing all along? Ha ha! As expected, the shuriken truly is the mightiest weapon. Excitement made his hands move even faster. Yet, just as he finally managed to close in on Jean, he suddenly caught sight of something. A look of disdain? Or perhaps it was mockery. Why? Snap! He froze for a moment, then saw the shuriken right before his eyes. It shattered piece by piece. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by, and the fragments vanished like dust on a breeze. Danzo was dumbstruck. He still held his forward-thrusting stance, unable to react in time. And then, riding on the momentum of that movement, Jin's left eye glimmered faintly. Right within a 3-foot radius in front of him, the bandaged arm was brutally torn off by Jin's sheer force. Ah! Damn it, damn it! In an instant, the anguished howls of this elder echoed through the silent night, carrying across the entire Hidden Leaf village. The sound sent chills down the spines of all who heard it. Even the Uchiha clan, eyes still red with rage, couldn't help but shudder. Ninja do not fear death, but to have an arm ripped clean off, with ragged, uneven strips of flesh still dangling from the torn joint. That sort of agony, just witnessing it made one's body ache in empathy. Damn it, Sarutobi, are you just going to stand there? Hurry, kill this brat. Or do you really intend to let the Uchiha clan interfere with the affairs of the Hidden Leaf? Danzo couldn't keep it together any longer, shouting in desperation. He was truly terrified. If he hesitated even a second more, the eye embedded in that arm might be destroyed. The consequences would be unimaginable. So he could only pin his hopes on the third Hokage. His words were earnest, almost pleading, filled with urgency. And indeed, his accusation struck right at the softest part of the third Hokage's heart. In an instant, it tipped his wavering scales back into balance. It said that the older one gets, the more muddled the mind. After countless wars and hard-won peace, the third Hokage's heart no longer yearned for the future. He wanted only to cling tightly to the power in his hands. And now, someone wanted to take that power away? Unforgivable. Absolutely intolerable. With that resolve, he hesitated no longer. His hands flew through a series of seals as he declared, "Come forth, old friend, Enma." Summoning Jutsu, Monkey King Enma. Bang! As the words fell, a white-furred monkey appeared quietly. The creature seemed half asleep, rubbing his drowsy eyes as he mumbled, "It's been a while, Hiruzen. There's no time to explain, Enma. Fight with me now." "Oh, I got it." The ape demon pounded his chest fiercely, then turned to look in the direction where Hiruzen Sarutobi had charged. But with just a single glance, he froze in place. He was certain he had never seen this young boy before. Yet, the very moment he laid eyes on the boy, an overwhelming sense of closeness welled up inside him. And, faintly, there was even a trace of fear. "Don't attack. I must not attack." At that very moment, the third Hokage had already completed his hand seals. Ape demon, transform into the Rui Jingu Bang. With a resounding crack, the ape demon instantly transformed into the legendary staff. "Today, let me show you the true power of the third Hokage." Hiruzen drew a deep breath, his entire presence surging and expanding with renewed vigor. Even his aged body began to radiate an aura of boundless strength. "This is wonderful. It's Lord Third, the strongest Hokage. We're saved. It's been so long since we've seen Lord Third in his prime." Oof. The elite members of the Umbu all let out sighs of relief. Their faces lit up with excitement and fervor. When the third Hokage makes a move, he does so with everything he's got. Even the clan leaders gathered a bit further back couldn't help but brighten at the sight. Many of them, backers of the third, had once followed him into battle. They had fought side by side in the Great Wars. Now, after so many years, seeing him like this again nearly moved them to tears. Except for a rare few. Hayashi Hyuga's eyes drooped for a moment, and he instinctively began gathering chakra in his hands. The third Hokage and the ape demon together. It would take at least 2 Kage-level opponents to stand a chance. This kid, I'm afraid. What on earth is Fugaku Uchiha doing? Just standing there, idiot. And as for the Uchiha at that moment, though worry flickered across their eyes, not a single one spoke. Even Fugaku simply stood, watching intently from where he was. His pupils glimmered with a faint, ominous crimson. He had faith in Jean, yet he couldn't help but wonder. The third is old. Surely Jean won't have much trouble. But just as the thought crossed his mind, he witnessed something wholly unexpected. The Rui Jingu Bang, radiating unstoppable might in the third's grasp. The instant it met Jean, suddenly went limp. Yes, limp, in exactly the way everyone was thinking. With no warning, it sagged like a noodle. Fugaku was dumbfounded. The Umbu stared in disbelief. The clan leader's jaws dropped. Only Hayashi allowed himself a faint sigh of relief. When the world was happening. The third Hokage, too, paused for a heartbeat, then hastily leaped back. "What's going on, ape demon?" he demanded, baffled. But the ape demon gave no answer, instead howling in agony. "It hurts. It hurts so much. Sorry, old friend, I must." Boom! Before he could even finish his sentence, the Saru demon, who had just appeared with his body of invincible steel, vanished. Right before everyone's eyes, without the slightest pause. This scene once again left the many members of ANBU, Root, and the clan leaders at a loss for words, stunned beyond belief. Who didn't know about the bond between the Saru demon and the third Hokage? They had fought side by side for years, entrusting their lives to one another. But now, he was sent back after a single encounter? He didn't even get the chance to fight. Could it be? This young man from the Uchiha clan had become so terrifying? Gradually, the whispers and unrest grew louder. More and more ANBU elites gathered, closing in tightly and encircling the Hokage building in a seamless barricade. Everyone was on high alert, ready to act at a moment's notice. If things couldn't be resolved peacefully, then they would have no choice but to unleash their full force. "Oh, Lord Third Hokage, are you trying to put on a little acrobatic show for me?" Jin sneered with disdain, then raised the arm in his hand high above his head. "Next, let me show you all the fine work done by Konoha's esteemed advisor and Roots leader, Shimura Danzo." The moment had arrived. With emotions at their breaking point, it was time to tear away Danzo's facade. He would subdue them by force, and he would shatter them psychologically. He was here to purge Konoha's ranks. "No, no, no. Stop. Don't." Danzo's expression twisted with madness, desperate to intervene. But now he had utterly lost control of his body. All he could do was watch, wide-eyed and helpless. Rip! In the next instant, the entire bandage was torn away. Beneath the moonlight, the arm was exposed for all. Every ninja, every clan head, every advisor, and Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, to see in front of the Hokage building. Instantly, the entire world was plunged into utter silence. Not a single murmur remained. What kind of arm was that? Pale, twisted, covered in sealing talismans. And embedded in that ghastly dead flesh, one after another, were blood-red, tightly shut, Sharingan eyes. Like festering, foul-smelling tumors, they gleamed with a sinister glow under the moonlight. 10 eyes, perhaps even more. Sharingan. Those are Sharingan eyes, aren't they? My God, that many Sharingan. There's even a 3-tomo one. Those are the eyes of our clansmen. No wonder my father's body was never returned after he died. Damn it, my child. Those eyes, those are definitely Jie's 2-tomo Sharingan. At the sight of that arm covered in Sharingan, the Uchiha clansmen erupted in heart-wrenching cries and furious howls. "Rumble! Danzo, you vile dog, you deserve nothing but death." In a flash, blazing Susanoo bones erupted around Fugaku. His chakras surged and raged within him like an explosion of gunpowder. He had hesitated for so long. They, too, wavered in uncertainty. But that did not mean they could tolerate anyone desecrating the bodies of their kin. The second and fourth elders, along with several others, wept bitterly. "Demon, Danzo, how dare you steal Sharingan? The Sharingan. How could Danzo actually have the audacity?" Hayashi Hyuga's Byakugan trembled violently. His gaze locked onto that arm. All color drained from his face. As a clan renowned for their ocular abilities, if the Sharingan was coveted so brazenly, what about their own Byakugan? Could the missing members of their clan have suffered the same fate? A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Akimichi Chikafu and the others inhaled sharply, their faces stricken with horror. To steal a Kekiai Genkai, such an act was strictly forbidden. No wonder Danzo skulked in the shadows, always scheming to destroy the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, everything made sense. No, he actually stole and hid the eyes of the Uchiha. Koha Udatane and Hamura Mitokado reeled as if struck by lightning, stumbling back, utterly drained of color. And remembering what Jin had said just moments before, they were left completely dumbfounded. Their minds went blank. They were not worried about their comrade. They were worried about themselves. Now that Danzo's secret was out, what would become of them? After all, Jin's accusations had included them both by name. With a clatter, Hiruzen Sarutobi's pipe slipped from his belt and fell to the ground. He felt as if he'd plunged into an icy abyss, his shriveled lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Even the sudden disappearance of Enma, his loyal companion, was pushed out of his mind. One thought echoed endlessly in his head. Danzo, did he really commit such a crime? And now, to be exposed before everyone. 3 minutes. A full 3 minutes. In front of the Hokage tower, the silence was suffocating. Do you see now? Jin stood like a judge beneath the shroud of night, his words cold and merciless. As he finished, he lifted the ashen-faced Danzo with one hand, holding him up for all to see. This is the root of Konoha, stealing the power of their own people, plotting the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. This is the leadership you have pledged your loyalty to. So, what do you have to say for yourselves now? His sharp gaze swept over the crowd like a blazing torch. But whether it was the Hokage, the Umbu, or the great clans, none could meet those scarlet eyes. One by one, their heads dropped in shame, unable to hold his gaze. If none of you have anything to say, then let Danzo speak for himself. At that, the 666, in Jin's pupils contracted sharply. A pale moonlight surged around him, swirling within a 3-foot radius, enveloping Danzo completely. What's this? Danzo's face was ghastly pale, but only for a split second before he regained his composure. He knew, if he could just destroy the Uchiha clan, all of this could be buried. The third Hokage would help him. With this thought, his hesitation vanished. He reached up and pulled down the eyelid of his right eye. But just as he was about to act, his mind suddenly went blank, as if struck by a mighty hammer. Then in a daze, he pointed to his right eye and said, "This I belong to my dear friend Uchiha Kagami. This one belonged to Uchiha Ryushang, who died in the Third Great War. And this one after another, each crime was laid bare. All the evil deeds committed over the past decades spilled out in detail." Hearing these confessions, Jin's gaze grew ever more tranquil. Within 3 feet before him, he had mastery over all things. Naturally, that included the power to bend the will of others. Once more, the world fell into utter silence. The entire Hidden Leaf village seemed shrouded in a deep, oppressive gloom. As night crept in, the darkness thickened, growing more suffocating by the minute. The elite of Konoha dared not utter a single word. They simply listened closely to the confessions that unfolded ahead. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Hiruzen, stood in shock and disbelief. He had known his old friend had committed questionable acts. Sometimes he had even turned a blind eye. But no one ever told him there were so many. And to think that after all these atrocities, Danzo could stand here so brazenly and voice them aloud. In contrast to their silence, the reactions of the 2 Hokage advisors were anything but restrained. "Damn you, Danzo! How could you be so utterly depraved? He must pay for this. Guards, strike down this villain Danzo at once. He deserves nothing less than death." The 2 of them, one after the other, were nearly driven to leap to their feet in rage. At a glance, they appeared as paragons, heroes willing to denounce even their own kin for justice. Unfortunately, the Umbu only glanced at the third Hokage and did not move. At this moment, Danzo, still under compulsion, continued to speak. "It wasn't just the eyes. The legacies of those who perished in the wars. Danzo, you wretched old fox, you deserve to die." At this point, Koharu could hold back no longer. With lightning speed, she reached into her robe and flung a dark shadow forward. A shuriken, with a sharp whoosh. Water-style, water dragon bullet. At the very same instant, Hamura was unwilling to lag behind. He opened his mouth and spat forth a torrent like a dragon, his years forgotten in a spray of fury. Both their attacks flew straight toward Danzo. Yet, for some unknown reason, the elite Umbus stationed around them hesitated, reacting a step too late. They could only watch as the advisor's attacks hurtled toward Danzo. Danzo caught entirely off guard. Without any defense, even a ninja of Kage rank would struggle to survive such an assault. And even those of Super Kage strength could be knocked unconscious by the blow of a 3-year-old child under these circumstances. There was reason behind this. Success was within reach. As their attacks were about to land, the advisor's eyes lit up with hope. Pop! But as the shuriken and jutsu neared Jin, the same strange phenomenon unfolded once again. It was as if a drop of water had fallen into the vast ocean. All that remained was a faint ripple before everything vanished into dust, drifting away. Jin leaped forward, placing himself protectively in front of Danzo. And in that moment, the controlled Danzo began to confess everything, obediently and without resistance. The inheritance was all successfully laundered with the help of my old friends Koharu Yutane and Hamura Midokado. And as for the village subsidies, any orphan share is always skimmed off. After all, orphans don't know about these things. At most, they'll just grumble. If their resentment grows strong enough, I'll simply gather it and plant the seed of calamity at the root. Thud, 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 thud. It's over. The two advisors exchanged glances, and their expressions instantly wilted. They knew that their political careers in the Hidden Leaf Village were most likely finished. With these revelations, the look in everyone's eyes changed. Gloom, fury, murderous intent. Their gazes grew icy cold, stripped of any shred of respect. No one could have imagined that the Hokage's trusted advisors, once held in such high esteem, would stoop to the level of parasites. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was left utterly speechless. A rare flush crept across his aged face. It wasn't embarrassment. He was genuinely, profoundly enraged. Burdened with the village's endless affairs, he'd relied on these three as his closest aides, never suspecting they would dig their own graves in such a way. And for this to happen in the very heart of Konoha, a village he took pride in as a beacon of light, such darkness was a bitter blow. At that moment, as he looked at his old friends, the scales in his mind finally, irreversibly tipped. Across from him, Jean toyed with the little sun in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the stunned and furious Konoha crowd. A slight smirk curled at the corner of his lips. Excellent. Worthy of the scapegoat shadow. With deeds like these, who else would take the fall if not you? In truth, ever since Danzo had spoken, the conflict between the Uchiha and the Leaf had already begun to quietly shift. Shut up. Shut up. He's spouting nonsense. That's right. Don't believe him. He's slandering us. It's him. Koharu Udatane shrieked hysterically, her carefully arranged bun tumbling down in disarray. She looked like a crazed old woman, whirling around to point accusingly at Jean. Her face twisted in rage as she shouted, "Yes, it's him. He must have controlled Danzo. Kill him, kill him. All A and BU, move in and finish him now. As a Hokage's advisor, I order you. En route, what are you waiting for? Move." Utterly humiliated, driven to desperation, Jin's smirk grew even more pronounced. "You two leeches draining the village dry. Your usefulness ends here. To cleanse the court and execute the traitors, let begin with you." As his words fell, a surge of crimson chakra erupted from his body. That sinister chakra gathered into a giant hand, which crashed down upon the pair. Whoosh! In that instant, the night was set ablaze with red. "No, Hiruzen, save!" A wet, sickening sound silenced Koharu's scream in an instant. The scarlet giant hand crushed the two of them as effortlessly as snapping brittle, rotted wood. In the clouded eyes of Hiruzen Sarutobi, amidst the heavy silence of Konoha's council and clan heads, the bodies of Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado were crushed in midair by those two massive chakra hands. A sickening splatter. Blood rained down from the sky. Beneath that bloody rain, the small figure of Jean stood like a demon god, unshakable and invincible. He was so dazzling that even meeting his gaze felt blinding. Many found themselves instinctively lowering their heads. A slow exhale. What a pity. Weren't those two once part of the Hokage's original squad? How did they end up with such pathetic abilities? Jean had seen clearly. Their attributes had just flashed before his eyes. There was nothing but chakra refinement or shuriken proficiency, or worse, things like abuse of power and greedy for wealth, all useless and pitiful talents. To make matters worse, he'd just drawn one of the few green-grade traits. Defeated Koharu Udatane. Attempting to copy trait. Copy successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the superior green trait. Corrupt official. You possess an extraordinary talent for embezzling and amassing wealth. Defeated Hamura Mitokado. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the superior green trait. Unsavory friends. Human cliques, perfectly embodied in this moment. Merge them. Merge them all. Without a hint of hesitation, he fused the two traits together. Useless. Drawing a deep breath, he flung Danzo, limp and battered, onto the ground like a discarded dog. A heavy thud. Tonight, he planted his foot firmly on Danzo's head, raising a finger to point at that infamous wicked arm. In the dead of night, his small figure stood beneath the torrent of blood and the cold moonlight. Yet his voice thundered across Konoha like a bell heralding a new era. With the blood of traitors, let us mourn the innocent dead. For the crime of stealing eyes, let the world bear witness. The cancer within Konoha, tonight I, Uchiha Jin, will cut it out with my own hands. Restore order, starting now. A mighty gust swept through. The stench of blood before the Hokage tower was carried far on the wind. Only the fire burning in hundreds of scarlet Sharingan eyes remained, proclaiming that Konoha was on the eve of a new dawn. Justice. Justice. Restore order. Long live the Uchiha. Before the Hokage tower, the roar of voices shook the heavens. The Uchiha's cries of defiance ignited the fury of the other shinobi clans. Parasites. Traitors. No wonder Konoha has fallen. Disgusting. We were blind before. Withered leaves and rotten eggs pelted Danzo's crumpled form like a hailstorm. The rude agents were as motionless as stone, held firmly in place by the ANBU, who were ready to strike at any moment. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. How much more so for three brothers now utterly trampled into the mire. The third Hokage's face was ashen, devoid of hope. He knew then his old comrades were finished, beyond redemption. The uproar lasted half an hour before gradually dying away. Jin looked down at the fallen Danzo at his feet. Defeated Shimura Danzo. Attempting to copy trait. Current copyable entries. Sharingan Collector, black. Bridge Sealer, black. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent entry. Would release cell, fragment. Blue increases physical energy and balances mental energy. However, due to immature copying technology, using it will consume life force. Jackpot. A smirk crept up at the corners of Jin's mouth. The shadow of the pot did not disappoint him. This defective product was exactly the nourishment he desperately needed to replenish his vitality, or rather, to reduce the consumption of his wood-release cell entry. As for the original wood-release cell, he had already invested several entries from other series into it. The results were minimal. To be honest, there was almost no effect at all. Now this one was essentially his third wood-release series entry. Stack the wood-release cells. Stacking successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent entry. Wood-release cell, purple allows autonomous control over the rate of cell division, enabling wounds to heal. It evolved. The wood-release cell evolved as well. Now, it was as if he had gained a new, automatically switchable cell division function. Normally, this wouldn't make much of a difference. Of course, with a radiant golden body in hand, he believed it would be hard for him to get hurt in the future. Nothing lifts the spirit like good news. At this moment, Jin's little hand couldn't help but reach into his hair. Ow, damn, that's not good. At the same time, Fugaku, who had witnessed all this, hurried over, cleared his throat, and said, "Ahem, Jin, so what do you think we should do next?" As he spoke, his gaze swept toward the third Hokage, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Though he was indeed hesitant, at this point, there was only one way forward. No turning back. Swish. Just as the words left his mouth, the two elders who longed for peace also rushed over, clutching kunai tightly in their hands. Their eyes were filled with determination. Though they said nothing, their posture made it clear. Say the word, and we'll charge in without hesitation. Even if the third Hokage stands in the way, they'd show him no mercy. Crack, crack. Sensing something was wrong, a few Umbu immediately stepped up to stand guard in front of the third and the others. The atmosphere once again grew tense, like a drawn sword. However, whenever these elite Umbu's eyes fell on the small Jin, they couldn't help but falter and look away. It was plain to see, whether it was his earlier, otherworldly techniques or that crimson hand looming behind him. They all gave the Umbu the sense that he was utterly unstoppable. They didn't even dare to let a hint of killing intent slip. Instead, all their attention was focused on the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. They silently hoped this invincible elder would once again lead them down the right path. "Hiruzen, why are you all looking at me?" He wanted to shout it out, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Enma's sudden withdrawal had already planted seeds of doubt in this so-called doctor of the ninja world. This Uchiha brat. He couldn't see through him at all. So even though two of his three old friends had just been crushed to death, he simply kept a stern face and remained silent. At last, with great difficulty, the third Hokage spoke, his voice hoarse. "Danzo and the others. It was my negligence. This time, the Uchiha clan has my deepest thanks." When he finished speaking, the small old man's back slowly hunched over. His gaze seemed to grow even more clouded. "Is it just a thank you?" Jin murmured, looking at the old man who stood about as tall as himself. His eyes were full of mockery. "Hokage-sama, surely you haven't forgotten the slogan we just shouted?" Thud. As expected, there was no escaping it. Hearing this, the third Hokage's face grew even darker. Though with all those wrinkles, it was hard to tell. "Third Lord." Seeing this, the chiefs of the Inoshikicho clans quickly stepped forward. Although Jin's presence was overwhelming, as the most loyal supporters of Hiruzen Sarutobi, they were closely bound together. If the third Hokage were truly to fall, it wouldn't end well for them either. "Third Lord, Hokage-sama." One after another, more clan leaders began to step forward. If Danzo, Koharu, and the others just now were only high-level officials of Konoha, they would show respect but not risk everything. But Hiruzen Sarutobi was different. He had truly been the Hokage for decades. You could say he was deeply rooted in the very heart of Konoha. Especially in the shinobi world, which depended so much on bloodlines, this was even more pronounced. The web of power was so complex that even the daimyo of the Land of Fire was, to some extent, reduced to a mere puppet. Now, if the Uchiha clan truly moved against the Hokage, things might escalate into an all-out fight to the death. Of the more than 20 clans who had originally assembled, only about half still remained in front of the Hokage's tower. At the head of them all stood the Hyuga clan. Ahem! Seeing that the situation was growing tense, Hayashi Hyuga cleared his throat and spoke softly. Jin, if the Uchiha have any requests, please feel free to state them. I believe that for the sake of Konoha's peace, as long as it's not too much, the Hokage will surely agree. His voice wasn't loud, but as soon as his words fell, many people's eyes lit up, and the third Hokage's face grew even darker. His wrinkles seemed to quiver. Feel free to ask. We'll definitely agree. Hayashi Hyuga, which side are you really on? The third Hokage cursed inwardly. He knew that if he opposed this, he'd surely stir up the displeasure of all the major clans in the village. But if he didn't refute it, bang! Just then, a violent shockwave of air suddenly blasted through the room. Fortunately, the third Hokage was still agile. Though old, his basic ninja reflexes remained sharp. With a swift movement, he dodged to the side in an instant. He reacted quickly, but one of the clan leaders behind him failed to keep up. All the poor man could do was stare in shock and confusion. And then, bang! A spurt of blood burst forth from his lips as a bare hand struck down. He gasped sharply, pain stabbing through his internal organs. His resentful gaze flickered between Jin and the third Hokage, for a moment unsure whom to blame. Should he blame Jin for striking with such ruthlessness? Or should he blame Lord Third for being so swift? In the end, he reached a single conclusion. Weakness is the original sin. He could only blame himself for not reacting fast enough. Meanwhile, after dodging, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately regained his composure. He glared at Jin and snapped. Uchiha Jin, what are you trying to do by attacking the Hokage? What am I trying to do? At those words, Jin flashed a small, sly smile. To deal with you. Weakness is the original sin. The little clan leader clutched his chest, coughing up blood as he slumped to the ground. His desire to get involved completely extinguished. That single strike not only injured him, it shattered the last bit of courage within the wavering families who still dared oppose the Uchiha. Other than a few clans loyal to the Hokage, like the Inoshikicho, no one else dared utter a word. Even with the third Hokage standing right before them, the silence grew heavier, until the only sound before the Konoha building was the third Hokage's slightly labored breathing. He pondered for a moment, choosing to ignore Jin's earlier insolence. An attempted negotiation. What is your slogan? As soon as he spoke, all eyes instantly focused on Jin. Did they really not remember the slogan? No. They simply wanted to see what this young man was thinking. Our slogan. Jin tilted his head at the question, his young voice ringing out clearly in the silence. To purge the court, to punish the traitors, when the court is pure and the traitors are gone. And now, it's time to set things right. With that, he stepped forward. The crimson chakra swirling around him quivered, as two foxtails, condensed from chakra, gently stirred the air like outstretched hands. But in an instant, the air became scorching and explosive. Loud detonations echoed through the square. Danger, danger, danger. The invisible pressure made even the ANBU standing before the third Hokage instinctively step back. Financial authority. Sensing the moment, Jin's voice rang out, decisive and uncompromising. The purse strings of Konoha need a new keeper. All account books, seals, and permissions from the advisors Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Yuditane are to be transferred to the Uchiha immediately. Just as expected. Hearing this, the clan leaders exchanged glances. So this was the Uchiha clan's ultimate goal. Outrageous. A clan leader from the Hokage's faction could no longer restrain his anger and shouted. Finances are the foundation of Konoha. How could we possibly allow a single clan to control them? Are you trying to? Bang! His words were abruptly cut off. A blast of air, even faster and more concentrated than before, shot from Jin's fingertips without any warning. It was like a sniper's bullet, swift and utterly precise. The head of the minor clan didn't even have time to react. He was struck as if by an invisible battering ram, sent hurtling backward with a thunderous crash. Bang! He slammed hard against the wall of the Hokage building, then slid limply to the ground. See? When grown-ups are talking, children should stay quiet. Jin glanced at him, shook his head, and turned to the others. The threat in his gaze was unmistakable. So who's in favor? And who's against? The Uchiha have always been a family that values democracy. If anyone has questions, feel free to raise them. I promise, any problems will be resolved. At these words, and glancing at the clan head lying motionless not far away, the faces of the other clan leaders darkened. The shock was most evident among the heads of the Ino Shikicho trio. Shikaka Nara's eyes flickered with anxiety, thoughts racing through his mind. In the end, he could only hold back Choza Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka, who looked ready to step forward. This was no longer a situation they could intervene in. To push back now? The consequences were plain to see. Hayashi Hyuga lowered his eyelids, hands clasped behind his back, idly nudging the ground with his foot. He seemed to be contemplating the patterns in the stone flooring, but the faintest hint of a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Good, very good. That's exactly how these old geezers should be put in their place. As the vital core of Konoha, he'd endured his fair share of trouble from these minor clans. But he could never openly retaliate. He couldn't simply throw his weight around. Crunch, crunch. Listening to these words, Hiruzen Sarutobi's fists clenched beneath his cloak, his knuckles cracking with tense anger. Humiliation. This was an unprecedented disgrace in all his decades in Konoha. In all his years as Hokage, never had anyone dared to shame him so publicly, to corner him like this. Yet faced with Jin's unfathomable power, he felt completely at a loss. Seeing this unfold, and hearing Jin's brazen words, one of the ANBU captains could stand it no longer. Right in front of them, this boy had threatened their leader, forcing their Hokage to hand over power. How could anyone endure that? Who could endure it? Without hesitation, the captain called out, "Everyone together! The Uchiha brat may be young, and he's held out this long. He can't have much chakra left. That's right. If we all work together, he can't possibly kill us all. For Konoha, for the Hokage, for the Hokage, for Konoha." In that instant, the ideals the ANBU had been taught for so long surged within them, rising above all else. More and more people began to roll up their sleeves, ready to face death without fear. No, you all. The third Hokage's expression shifted. The hesitation in his heart vanished as he opened his mouth to stop them. He did have his own motives, but these Umbu were painstakingly trained. They were the living strength of Konoha. Losing even one of them would be a painful blow. He couldn't bear it. But just as he was about to speak out in persuasion, another blast of air shot out in front of him. Whoosh! Crack! A palm strike landed on the trunk of a nearby tree. It snapped clean in two. What was this? He froze for a moment, and when he looked up, he saw the young boy's eyes sparkling. It may not be impossible to kill them all. Jin took a deep breath or two, gazing at the 100+ Umbu before him. In his eyes, a fire called desire was beginning to blaze. 10 minutes of conversation was far too long, but fighting was much faster. With so many chives ready for harvest, if he didn't reap them all today, he might just wake up in the middle of the night and punch himself. So, when he saw the third Hokage about to intervene, he didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and fired off another air cannon. No one was taking his chives from him. Seeing the Hokage beaten back again, the Umbu could no longer sit still. All Earth-style ninja, release Earth release with me. Fire-style ninja with me. Water-style ninja, charge. Over 100 people attacked at once. All sorts of jutsu intertwined, their powers surging. Excellent. Jin waved a hand to signal the Uchiha not to move. He strode forward alone to meet the onslaught. Smack! A hand wreathed in crimson chakra lashed out in a slap. Smack! An Umbu was sent flying backward, tumbling through the air. Smack! 2 more Umbu ninja were slammed straight into the ground without resistance. Smack! 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 Under the overwhelming force of the Nine-Tails' power, even the elite special Jonin quickly found themselves unable to stand their ground. Meanwhile, system notifications blossomed before Jin's eyes, popping up one after another. Each entry, like coins in a dream, dropped at his feet. One after another. Defeated Sarutobi. Gained common entry ignition, white master of all kinds of lighters. Defeated Yamanaka. Gained fine entry crushing weight, green your weight doubles upon landing. Defeated Aburame. Gained rare entry, just a dog by the road. Blue your presence is so low, it's like you're a dog by the roadside. Upon seeing this entry, little Jin froze in place. This entry isn't like a weakened version of low presence. Jin narrowed his eyes at the Umbu he'd just sent flying, then muttered to himself, "Stack it. Actually, stacking another blue entry won't do much. Better to keep it for now." He had been thinking about stacking it onto his low presence entry. But looking back at the previous accumulation of tags, ever since the epic level purple ones appeared, the problems had already become glaring. The stack tags were like meat buns thrown to a dog, gone forever, never to return. They didn't even cause the slightest ripple. And after all this time, he had truly discovered one thing. if the blue and lower-level tags could still be considered within the reach of ordinary people. Then, purple and above could only be possessed by those with special bloodlines, or those on the level of a Kage or higher. It was just like the bloodline theories among the ninjas. Blue was already the limit for an average person. The same went for tags. Stacking up to blue might be the absolute limit. But to reach the epic purple level, it would demand an enormous investment. After pondering for a moment, Jean drew back his thoughts and resumed swatting away the elite members of the Umbu with a wave of his hand. 10, 20, 188. As he kept swatting, Jean became so practiced that he even sent the nearby, dazed root agents flying as well. After all, one more wouldn't make a difference, and one less, no one would show any gratitude anyway. The number of tags kept growing. He estimated there were about 50 of them now. And among these elites, most were green, with a few blue and white sprinkled in. Now this was what you'd call true elites. A broad smile spread across Jin's face. Then, with a grand sweep of his hand, he fed all of these tags to Flying Thunder God. Stacking in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Flying Thunder God technique, gold, LV7, LV8. Maximum teleportation distance, 1000 m, 2000 m. Chakra consumption, 1000, 2000. Stacking in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Flying Thunder God technique, gold, LV8, LV9. Maximum teleportation distance, 2000 m, 4000 m. Chakra consumption, 2000, 4000. Stacking in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Flying Thunder God technique, gold, LV9, LV10. Maximum teleportation distance, for 1000 m infinity. Chakra consumption, for 1000 infinity. HM? What's with these two strange O's in the Flying Thunder God technique? Jean paused for a brief moment, puzzled by the odd symbols. A quick thought, and the realization dawned on him. A look of pure delight blossomed on his face. Infinity. In other words, the teleportation distance of Flying Thunder God was finally no longer restricted. Distance now depended on only one thing: chakra reserves. So, I can finally set sail for distant lands. A huge grin broke out across Jin's small face. Flying Thunder God had truly evolved from a blink step into full teleportation. A teleportation with no limits to its range. This was the true Flying Thunder God technique that made Minato invincible, the very skill that had all the ninjas of other nations trembling at the mere mention of his name. He took a deep breath, and without hesitation, used the remaining dozen or so tags on his dojutsu abilities. 3 feet in front of him. Stacking in progress. After a moment, as one entry after another faded away, he felt a faint heat welling up in his eyes. It was as if a warm current was surging forth. There was also a subtle, tingling itch that coursed gently through. But soon, it vanished without a trace. He blinked a few times, feeling for any change in the space 3 feet ahead of him. It seemed nothing was different. Stop! Stop! Please stop! At that same instant, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could bear it no longer. His voice rang out again and again, pleading for this to end. He stared at Jin's eyes, those Mangekyo Sharingan, calm as still water, yet radiating an unyielding will to dominate. His own expression grew more and more despondent. His already bent back hunched even further. Around him, the elite members of the Umbu lay scattered, each one a heavy blow to his heart. The pain was almost unbearable. Third Lord, Konoha must come first. Not long after the third spoke, Narashikaka walked over and whispered into Hiruzen's ear. There was a faint tremor in his voice, barely detectable. So strong, irresistible. This young Uchiha Jin before him left Shikaku at a complete loss for how to proceed. Perhaps there were ways to subdue him, but the cost would be too great. So, in the end, he could only try to persuade the third. The unspoken message was perfectly clear. Accept defeat. So long as the village survives, hope remains. A low hum echoed in the air. Hearing Shikaku's words, Hiruzen's body trembled almost imperceptibly. His aged eyes lingered on Jin, as if he were trying to etch the boy's face into his very soul. At last, the head he'd held high for a lifetime bowed, slowly, humiliatingly, beneath the gaze of hundreds. Very well. That single word seemed to drain every ounce of strength from him. His voice was so hoarse it was nearly unrecognizable. Control of the finances will be transferred to the Uchiha. In that moment, this old man, his hair already gray with age, lost the last of his pride. Even his tone had shed any hint of the wisdom and certainty he once carried. But Jin clearly had no intention of letting things end in confusion. He corrected him. not control. It's authority. As one of the village's founders, the Uchiha should hold the final say. You. At those words, Hiruzen's head snapped up, rage flickering uncontrollably in his eyes. If it was authority, then that meant handing over more than half of Konoha's real power. And he himself would not only be subject to the daimyo's whims and financial matters, but also, wait, subject to the daimyo? Hiruzen's mind suddenly wavered. The heaviness in his heart lightened just a bit. Perhaps, handing over financial authority wasn't such a bad thing. Year after year of struggling with the daimyo had grown tiresome. All right. This time, there was no more hesitation in Hiruzen. He spun around, fixing his gaze on a Hokage's secretary behind him, whose face was drained of all color, and spoke in a firm voice. Go. Bring both advisors, all the account books, seals, and secret keys from the finance office. Everything. Right now. Move them all here. Why, yes, sir. The secretary, who had long been looking for a chance to slip away, scrambled and dashed into the building in a panic. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. This scene stunned not only the members of the covert Umbu and root units, but also the heads of many prominent clans who had gathered nearby. No one could have imagined that what had started as a purge of the Uchiha clan would end with the Uchihas rising to power. That's right, rising to power. From being a family marginalized by the village, they had suddenly leaped to the very heart of its authority, taking control of its lifeblood. After all, control over the village's finances was something every single clan and household coveted and courted. With this realization, several clan leaders who had been quietly observing exchanged glances, then began to edge forward. If there was ever a time to pledge their loyalty, it was now. But just as they were about to speak, a thunderous voice rang out from outside the village. As long as the blue beast stands here, who dares show disrespect to Lord Hokage? Oh wow, something major must be happening in the village. Yeah, should we go take a look? It seems to be coming from the direction of the Hokage tower, so while the Umbu elites hesitated, a lazy voice drifted down from the treetops. The mission is to stay put, so nobody's going anywhere. Kakashi shifted his position, settling in to lie more comfortably. Even with his favorite Ica Paradise in front of him, he found he couldn't concentrate on reading. His uncovered Sharingan, kept drifting toward the center of the village. The Hokage tower. He could sense the turbulence, the fierce battle raging there. And why? He understood all too well. I really wonder how far that Uchiha kid will go. He murmured, and the image of Jean appeared in his mind. Even though he already held this 10-year-old boy in high regard, every encounter seemed to shatter his expectations again and again. That's why, when he realized what might be unfolding, he volunteered to guard Naruto in person. He even skipped his own duties for this. Silence. Suddenly, a flash of green appeared beside him. Kakashi frowned in surprise. Guy? Wasn't he out on a mission? Why is he back so suddenly? If he faces off against that Uchiha kid, that could be bad. He closed his forbidden novel, pondering for a moment. In the end, he turned and set off in pursuit of Guy. In front of the Konoha Hokage tower. As long as the blue beast stands here, who dares show disrespect to Lord Hokage? With a thunderous shout, a young man dressed head to toe in green, radiating vitality, soared into the air, shooting forward like a blazing meteor. The blue beast of Konoha, Kai's innate talent for taijutsu far surpasses that of his father, Might Dewey. If it's the Eight Gates, then perhaps. The moment he caught sight of this man, the third Hokage's expression changed. His hunched back suddenly straightened, as if a hidden strength rose up within him. Even the secret key he'd been about to extend was quietly drawn back. Truth be told, if there was any way to prevent it, he absolutely would not relinquish his hold over the village's finances. After all, Danzo the advisor was one of his own, but the Uchiha were complete outsiders. Bang! The green fireball finally came crashing down from above. It slammed into the ground, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Might Guy first glanced back at the third Hokage, and, seeing that he was unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. He turned around, facing the Uchiha clansman across from him. A vivid green aura flared up around him, brighter and more intense than before. Come on, fiery Uchiha, let's fight like true men. He shouted, then clapped his hands together with a hearty smack. A crisp, ringing sound echoed from his fingertips. My guy. The moment he appeared, Fugaku, who rarely spoke, immediately stepped in front of Jean, whispering a warning. This man's father once killed 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen with a single kick. It said he possesses an incredibly powerful taijutsu technique. In the face of the unknown, he could not allow his child to stand at the front. Swish! Almost simultaneously, the other Uchiha present, seeing Might Guy, instinctively moved a step forward. Their scarlet eyes seemed to merge into a single crimson line. Anyone who had ever gone on a mission knew just how formidable Might Guy could be. And yet, Jean glanced back at his clansmen, a little surprised. Why does it seem like there are more Tomo in their Sharingan than before? Just moments ago, most had only a single Tomo, but now 2 Tomo eyes were everywhere. Could it be that seeing Danzo awaken his Sharingan triggered this? These fleeting thoughts passed quickly. Soon enough, Jean pulled his focus back. All his attention was now on Guy. The green bodysuit, the bowl-cut hair, those thick eyebrows and blazing eyes, teeth gleaming with fervor. Yes, this was unmistakably Might Guy. He was just seldom seen around the village. Jean drew a quiet breath, gently pushing Fugaku aside, and spoke softly. Don't worry. Oh well, old father, leave this to me. Others might be able to take his place, but not Might Guy. As Konoha's taijutsu master, he was one of the few who barely used ninjutsu. Other than a handful of simple techniques, his true ace was the 8 gates release formation. There was no way Jean would let this chance slip by. Ahem, you are Might Guy? Hey there. Jean, the Uchiha's genius youth. The flames of youth won't let me miss out on a single passionate battle. Might Guy's voice boomed with such force that the surrounding leaves trembled and rustled in response. Let's have a showdown, one that puts our youth on the line. As always, his spirit was ablaze with passion. With those words, he raised his fist, ready to charge forward. He had met Jean before, after all. Back then, the Uchiha brothers stirred up quite a scene in the village, chasing after dogs, and sometimes being chased themselves. But now, standing on opposite sides, there was no point in saying more. Guy-senpai, have you ever risked your life for your own sake? Jean lifted his eyelids, his voice calm and even. He didn't even bother to take up a defensive stance. Curious about the secrets of the 8 gates, he decided to chat for 10 minutes before making any moves. Time ticked by quickly, and the moments soon passed. Might Guy paused, a little startled. The fist he had raised now hung awkwardly in the air, unsure of what to do. He simply couldn't bring himself to strike a defenseless young ninja from a leaf village. Not even when that very youth was, in a sense, staging a coup. What's with that Hokage-senpai? 3 minutes later. Conversation target, Might Guy. Copyable entries are being analyzed. 8 gates gold. 8 gates. Morning peacock, purple. Leaf whirlwind green. Leaf great whirlwind green. Leaf strong whirlwind green. Fierce. Leaf adamantine whirlwind green. Wow, look at all that green. Even Sure Sway would be left speechless at this collection. Jean clicked his tongue in mild frustration. He'd expected Guy to have only a handful of techniques, but seeing this list, it was clear his taijutsu repertoire was impressively vast. Still, you had to admit, when it came to dealing with people from the village, Guy's patience was unmatched. Even if both sides were watching each other warily, tension thick in the air. Even if they were already exchanging blows, he was still willing to talk things out with a young man. 10 minutes later. Copy successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the excellent entry 8. Copy successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the excellent entry. 8 gates. Gate of opening. Blue once activated. You can begin to break the body's natural limits and unleash 100% of your physical potential. What? Seeing this notification, Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. He was delighted, but also a little confused. System, why did I only copy part of the 8 gates entry? This system operates on an entry basis, analyzing all abilities possessed by each ninja. Some entries are incomplete or repetitive. These are included within the ellipsis. Included in the ellipsis. Jean hesitated. So, you're saying these incomplete entries are all extracted from what's in the ellipsis? That's one way to put it. Jean fell silent for a moment. After all these 6 years, the system was only now explaining this. But, on second thought, it made sense. The system was nothing more than a cold, relentless copying machine. In the process of trying to copy something, there's no guarantee you'll always get the best results. When you choose at random, whether it's good or bad really depends on your own luck. So, we still have to fight, huh? He shook his fists, then suddenly looked up at Might Guy across from him, and said, Senior Guy, how about we have a match first? Passion and youth. All right. Guy, who had been passionately speaking, instantly closed his mouth, and a fierce fighting spirit blazed in his eyes. A battle. How exhilarating. Leaf Hurricane. Without a hint of hesitation, and almost before the last word left his lips, he charged forward. Whoosh! In an instant, he became a blur of green, streaking across the field. A rush of wind. Fastest. His speed was so extreme that he kicked up a cloud of dust from the ground. Even the air itself seemed to roar with his movement. The very next moment, a powerful whip kick came crashing toward Jin's side. Boom! The air exploded from the force of the kick. Even a massive boulder would have been shattered to pieces. No wonder they call him the #1 taijutsu master in the leaf. Jin's eyes lit up, but he didn't actually use his body to block the attack. His 10-year-old body was still far too frail. Even with all sorts of boosts, they only really helped against ninjutsu. It didn't make his body any older or stronger. The entries that purely strengthened the body had limited effect. So, just as Guy's leg was about to brush the edge of his clothes, the 666 in Jin's eyes began spinning rapidly. Buzz! A layer of nearly transparent ripples, visible to the naked eye, burst out from him, spreading 3 feet in front of him. 3 feet ahead. The domain unfolded again. Boom! Boom! At the same time, Guy's fierce whip kick crashed into the barrier. Guy's previously relaxed brow furrowed slightly in surprise. He felt as if his leg had slammed into a pool of impossibly thick glue. Within that strange resistance, the terrifying momentum of his attack just vanished. This Uchiha kid was no ordinary opponent. Thud! With a deep, muffled crash, Guy's leg was stopped dead, a full foot away from Jin's body. The tremendous force of the rebound even made his thigh ache faintly. It felt as if something was wrong with the muscles and bones inside. Left with no choice, he flipped backward to regain his balance. When he landed, his face was full of shock. What kind of defense is this? It completely blocked my leaf hurricane? That's incredible. So this is the kind of solid wall you meet on the road of youth? Good, no, excellent. After shouting these words, Guy's fighting spirit didn't falter. In fact, it burned even brighter in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly. Inside his body, green chakra surged out from his pores like rising steam. The first gate, open gate, open. The second gate, rest gate, open. The third gate, life gate, open. The sixth gate, view gate, open. A thunderous boom erupted. In an instant, a fierce, wild surge of green chakra blazed around him, engulfing his entire body like a roaring fire. Crack! Beneath his feet, the ground splintered and shattered inch by inch under the violent force. In the blink of an eye, a small crater formed, a meter in radius, with Might Guy at its very center. This is the sixth gate of the 8 inner gates. Witnessing this, a sharp glint flashed in the eyes of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. With Guy's physical prowess, if he's opened up to the 6th gate, he might already rival the lower end of the Kage level. Even Enma's physical strength might not quite compare. If that's the case, then perhaps there's still a chance. Behind him, Shikaku Nara's tightly furrowed brow eased, if only a little. At last, a true powerhouse of the leaf had stepped forward. Guy, with the 8 gates unleashed, could take down an elite jonin with a single devastating kick. What an astonishing flow of chakra. This power is actually perfectly offsetting the toll taken by opening the 8 gates. Nearby, the pale-eyed Hayashi Hyuga narrowed his gaze, staring intently. To think that this youngster could achieve such a state. Dai, you truly raised an incredible son. Though his words sounded like praise, there was a heavy undertone within. The same 8 gates technique, when used by different people, yields vastly different results. Everything comes down to physical strength. The stronger the body, the greater the boost granted by the 8 gates. And so, sensing the danger that radiated from Guy, the chakra within Hayashi was already beginning to stir. Jin's abilities were strange and formidable, but all of it hinged upon those eyes of his. Against this kind of body technique that surpassed human limits, there could be extreme danger. Moreover, Jin was the one he had chosen as his daughter's future husband. He absolutely could not let him fall here. So, if the situation demanded, he was ready to intervene without hesitation. Yet as he took just a single step forward, the chakra throughout his body began to stagnate and drag. The crimson flames before him were already seeping into his senses, affecting him. He swallowed hard, unable to hide his shock. Was the 6th gate really this powerful already? He knew it was strong, but he hadn't expected it to be this overwhelming. Just by approaching, his chakra's flow was disturbed. How was anyone supposed to fight against that? Or perhaps, was it even possible to keep fighting at all? If I truly had to face Guy in this state, I'd likely have no choice but to use rotation. With that, he could only shake his head, a wry smile on his lips as he stepped back. Morning Peacock! At that very moment, Guy vanished entirely from sight. Countless crimson fists, ignited by friction with the air, fanned out like the resplendent tail feathers of a peacock in full bloom, descending in a torrential downpour. They thundered down, overwhelming Jin's absolute domain with unstoppable force. A deafening barrage, boom, 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 boom. In that instant, even the very air seemed to be obliterated. Dust shattered into nothingness under the force. Beneath the morning peacock, not a blade of grass survived. Yet, Guy's face only grew redder, his brow deepening with strain. No matter how densely his fists rained down, they still failed to touch Jin's body. He could not even graze the hem of his opponent's clothes. No, it must be that I haven't struck enough times. He screamed inwardly, and both his body and the crimson flames of chakra erupted even more fiercely. His fists flew with even greater intensity. Crack! Then, at that moment, a clear, crisp sound rang in his ears. It was like heavenly music. Ah, finally, this invisible turtle shell has cracked. Guy grinned, baring his teeth in a ferocious smile, but his hands didn't pause for even a second as he hammered forward. But just then, he noticed something startling. Right in front of him, no, right beneath his fists, Jin was grinning back at him. Guy froze for a split second. Wait, why is this guy smiling? Jin's smile was strange and inscrutable as he spoke. I'm not the one performing here. Why would I just stand still and let you hit me? Bang, bang, bang. The violent impacts kicked up a massive cloud of smoke, shrouding the entire Hokage building. Within the swirling haze, Jin's figure stood completely unmoved. He frowned slightly, not from pressure, but from sheer astonishment at the raw power he was witnessing. Pure taijutsu, actually shaking the barrier within 3 feet of me. He murmured to himself. Every strike of Morning Peacock contained the might to split mountains and shatter stone. Though the attacks were still blocked by his domain, even the aftershocks made the air inside the barrier shriek with strain. He could even feel his left eye grow hot, a sign that his ocular technique was being pushed to its limits. Just the Morning Peacock alone was enough to disturb the barrier within 3 feet before him. What about what comes next? As expected, standing still and letting someone use you as a punching bag is sheer folly. Whoosh! A breeze stirred, and the smoke began to clear. Huff, 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 huff. Guy was gasping for breath. In just 3 minutes, he had unleashed no fewer than 1,000 punches. Even after the final blow, he remained in his striking stance. Drip! Sweat streamed down from his forehead like a brook. Sizzle! It hit the scorched ground below and instantly vaporized into white steam. Exhausted, utterly exhausted. To think, even the Morning Peacock. Yet as he looked at Jin, who remained unscathed, not even having shifted an inch, his eyes were still wide with astonishment. But there was no defeat in them, only an even fiercer blaze, and a sense of incredulous awe. Senior Guy, do you wish to continue? Jin spoke softly, his expression calm as he gazed at Guy. His voice remained even, but deep in his eyes, there was now a trace of genuine respect. If the fourth Hokage represented the pinnacle of ninja born from commoners, then Might Guy was the pinnacle of personal effort. Is the 8 Gates formation not powerful? It is, without a doubt, incredibly strong. But why was it that only Might Guy, and no one else, nearly kicked Madara to death? Certainly, Madara's arrogance played a part, but more than that, it was sweat, sheer hard work. The sweat Guy had poured out had made his foundation unshakably solid. Of course, youth never allows for giving up. The 7th gate. Hearing Jin's words, Guy suddenly straightened, flashing his signature brilliant white teeth in a wide grin. In that moment, the sweat on his brow seemed to glisten in the setting sun, shining like molten gold. The green mist that had been swirling around him instantly deepened, transforming into a deep blue, like flames burning at the bottom of the ocean. The gate of shock opened. In an instant, a chakra so terrifying it could make one's soul tremble erupted toward the sky. A thunderous force swept out, so intense that even the trees around the Hokage building bent low under the pressure. The air itself seemed to freeze, then was blasted aside with furious power. Nearby, several members of the Root Division turned red in the face, coughing up blood as they were knocked backward. Just the stray shockwaves alone were enough to make people spit blood. This was the 7th gate. In this state, Guy had surpassed the limits of humanity. He was more like a tailed beast. A true human-shaped tailed beast. Daytime tiger. With a roar, Guy's figure blurred completely. A massive white tiger, formed from pure, compressed shockwaves, appeared in a flash. It descended from the sky like a haughty god, its roar carrying the power to obliterate everything in its path. The air trembled with a howl that shook heaven and earth. And in the blink of an eye, the distance between the two men vanished as the tiger crashed down toward Jin. A sharp, splintering sound shattered the air 3 feet in front of Jin, like crystal glass cracking with a piercing shriek. Immediately, the first and second milky white cracks spread clearly across the surface of the barrier. What an astonishing display of individual power. Jean drew a deep breath, a note of admiration in his words. But I'm not just a fool who stands here and does nothing. 3 feet in front of him, repulsion. A faint glow of moonlight spilled down. A pure, cold light rippled gently before him. The bright little orb suddenly burst forth with a strange, unsettling pulse. In a heartbeat, Guy's expression changed as he charged downward. He felt a sharp, growing pain in his fists. The ferocious chakra that had surged so wildly a moment before suddenly felt as if it had plunged into thick mud, sluggish and heavy. And more unbelievable still, the force in front of him was like striking a steel plate. Not only was it tough, it rebounded the strike right back. A resounding crash echoed out. In an instant, his entire body was flung uncontrollably outwards. A long, mournful howl echoed through the air. The once unstoppable daytime tiger, roaring with overwhelming force, was suddenly silenced after that single cry of anguish. Crash, thud! His figure crashed straight into the tall Konoha building behind him. Like a massive cannonball, he struck dead center. Buzz, crack! The protective barrier around the Hokage building of Konoha flickered to life, only to be instantly shattered. There was the lingering might of the daytime tiger, and an ethereal, pale white glow. Boom! At last, under the complex gazes of the onlookers, the Hokage building collapsed with a thunderous crash, reduced to nothing but ruins. As expected, it was all for nothing, after all. The third Hokage let out a sigh, his cloudy, aged eyes dimming once more. All the hope he'd just held was now replaced by sheer disappointment. But just as he was about to hand things over, a ripple suddenly spread from within the rubble. Buzz. Thud. Thud. A heartbeat. Quiet but unmistakable. It was like a giant drum pounded by a heavy mallet. Deep, resonant, and powerful. The sound pierced through the debris and dust of the Hokage building, striking at the heart of every listener. Everyone couldn't help but look again. Could it be Guy? It's Guy Senpai. He's alive. Ha, that's just like Guy Senpai. Truly a beast among men. The elite ANBU members lifted their heads from the ground, gazing toward the ruins with a strange new brilliance in their eyes. A true powerhouse, and a powerhouse from their own ranks. How could they not feel awe? Boom! Suddenly, the ruins exploded outward. Endless shards of stone and splinters of wood were blasted in every direction. Amidst the chaos, a figure slowly rose to his feet. The green vapor that once shrouded him began to change. It transformed into a blood-red aura. It was as if a raging fire had consumed every trace of green around him. Crack! Whether from the searing heat or the overwhelming force within him, his skin could no longer hold, splitting open in jagged lines. Beep splurt. Blood seeped out. But the moment it appeared, it was instantly vaporized by that terrifying crimson steam. In this moment, he looked every bit the Grim Reaper, risen from the very depths of hell. I had originally intended to save this move for Kakashi. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping over stone, every word laced with the agony of torn flesh. But now, perhaps, you'll have to witness it first. Boom! As the words fell, a pillar of blood-red light shot into the sky. A storm of energy, wild beyond description, swept across the entire scene in an instant. The very air was violently forced aside, rippling in shockwaves visible to the naked eye. Those ANBU closest to the blast were tossed away like scraps of paper. Crack! Crack! The ground split and collapsed, inch by inch. And at the edge of the destruction, Kakashi, who had just arrived, stood frozen in shock. He looked at Kai in the center of the collapsed area, then glanced at the raging waves of energy all around, struggling to raise his arm and point at himself. Me? You? Kakashi clenched his fists, wanting desperately to intervene, but the destructive storm of energy made it utterly impossible to get close. Not far away, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, staggered back half a step, his aged face suddenly pale. He never imagined Kai would go this far. For him, for the so-called dignity of the Hokage, Kai was willing to burn up the last of his life. So this is what it means to let youth blaze at its peak. No wonder that guy could kick down 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen all by himself. Hayashi Hyuga's Byakugan shuddered violently. There were no chakra pathways visible now, only pure shock. This power defied all reason. It made even his soul tremble. He was certain even the secret family technique, the legendary rotation, wouldn't be able to block this kick. There was simply no comparison. This isn't good. I wonder if Susanoo can even withstand it. At the same moment, behind Jin, Fugaku's brow was furrowed so tightly it looked like a twisted rope. His heart pounded in his chest. He trusted his second son completely, but Kai's aura was simply overwhelming. This was the true meaning of burning everything away. He was already prepared to summon Susanoo at any moment to shield Jean if needed. Huff, huff, the 8th gate. Kai's voice came out rough and strained, like sandpaper scraping against stone. Every word was soaked in the pain of torn flesh and blood. But he still persisted. The 8th gate, the gate of death. Night. Bang. A sudden metallic snap rang out. Just as he was about to unleash his final brilliance, a golden chain shot forth. Like a living serpent, it pierced straight into Kai's abdomen. In another instant, more chains followed. A second, then a third. Without pause, the golden chains plunged into Might Guy's abdomen and back, quickly winding themselves around him. In the blink of an eye, he was completely wrapped up like a giant cocoon. Splurt. With a sickening sound, the mysterious runes and seals on the adamantine chains activated, and the crimson chakra flames that had been raging around Kai were instantly snuffed out, as if doused in water. He didn't have the slightest chance to resist. Kai struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the chains that bound him. But the adamantine chains seemed to possess a strange magic. The more he fought, the tighter they held. This is. At this sight, the third Hokage's pupils contracted in shock. Unbidden, memories flooded his mind. He might be old, but his memory was still sharp. Such a powerful and uncanny chain. Throughout his entire ninja career, there had only ever been one existence capable of wielding it. The adamantine sealing chains? How does this child know the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? Fugaku's spinning scarlet Mangekyo vanished in an instant, leaving only a flicker of unease. As Jin's father, he had never once seen his son use this ability. But the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, when did Jin learn them? He was at a loss, utterly bewildered. For a fleeting moment, he was seized by the surreal thought that Jin was not his son at all. Of course, such an idea passed in an instant. He was not the only one to recognize this technique. Kakashi, who had just arrived, did as well. Once a wooden-hearted man warmed by the kindness of the little son and his wife, Kakashi knew well. These adamantine chains belonged to only one woman, his teacher's wife, the beautiful woman with long, fiery orange hair. Sensei's wife. He murmured, a single tear sliding uncontrollably down his cheek. No wonder Jin has always looked after Naruto. No wonder he's so dissatisfied with me. Yet in the next moment, wiping away his tears, a strange expression flickered across his face, and an uncontrollable thought leapt into his mind. Could it be? Jin is Sensei's wife's bloodkin? Then what about Minato Sensei? Suddenly, from above, the once arrogant guy could hold out no longer. Bound up like a rice dumpling, he plummeted straight into the deep pit below. The entire arena fell utterly silent. As the dust slowly settled, Jin's small figure stood quietly at the edge of the crater. 3 chains gripped Guy's abdomen tightly, holding him fast. The aura around Jin stirred only slightly, as if he had done nothing more than a casual task. Drop. Drop. As time passed, Jin's eyes gradually brightened. Defeated Might Guy. Copying skill entry in progress. This time, the copying process seemed unusually slow. But unsurprisingly, it was the 8 gates released formation. Now, after opening the initial gate of opening, he could already unlock his brain's potential. If he were to open the gate of rest and remove fatigue, opening 2 gates in succession would transform him into a perfectly controlled, relentless machine, incapable of rest or death. The very thought of it. It was intoxicating. Jin sighed deeply, the peculiar 666, whirling in his eyes, slowing down as well. Then he looked into the pit. There Guy, bound tightly like a cocoon, had long since lost the crimson steam that once billowed from his body. Only a charred human outline remained, curled up at the bottom of the crater like a candle guttering in the wind. Might Guy had burned himself out completely. Even though he hadn't unleashed his final blow, the instant he opened the gate of death, his internal organs had suffered tremendous damage. If not for the adamantine sealing chains restraining him, there would likely be nothing left but a patch of scorched earth. I wonder if the 3 feet before me can actually... Jin fell silent for a moment, but his thoughts began to stir. Without hesitation, he lifted his leg and walked forward. What are you trying to do? Seeing this, the third Hokage's face darkened. He hurriedly rushed toward Jin. Might Guy's value in his eyes had just soared to new heights. This was a formidable force, already powerful enough to completely overpower a Kage. If he died here, it would be a tremendous loss. But just as he reached out to grab Jin, an inexplicable force sent him flying back. Whoosh! Bang! He tumbled across the ground for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. The surrounding clan leaders were once again left utterly stunned by the scene. Who could have imagined that the mighty third Hokage couldn't even withstand a single move? So noisy. Jean waved his hand dismissively, as if brushing away a bothersome fly. He only halted after stepping within 3 feet of Guy. Without further delay, he activated his 3-foot domain and the power of the wood release cells. A low, resonant hum filled the air. Under his control, a shimmering silver radiance quickly enveloped Guy's body. A crackling, sizzling sound followed. Guy, who had seemed to be on the verge of death, began to undergo a slow but miraculous transformation beneath the gentle glow. Fresh granulation tissue began to grow. New skin spread across his body. As expected, combining the 3-foot domain with the power of wood release cells, it really does have a healing function. Jin's eyes shone even brighter. This meant that, in the future, he could take on multiple roles at once. He could support himself and others. Perhaps he couldn't single-handedly heal an entire village, but surely 4 or 5 people at a time wouldn't be out of reach. At this thought, he let out a long, relieved breath. His anticipation for the ocular power of the 3-foot domain only grew. A power that could defend, attack, and heal. The only thing left was to see if he could ever soar through the sky. He then lifted his head, letting his gaze sweep across the entire scene, finally coming to rest on the third Hokage, whose face was ashen and spiritless. His eyes were calm to the extreme. Third Hokage, the control over the village's finances. Hand it over or die. As someone, bring him the keys and the documents. Hiruzen Sarutobi's body trembled violently. His voice was hoarse and dry. Though he spoke only a handful of words, it seemed to drain the last of his strength. A clatter echoed out. Soon enough, the Hokage's secretary emerged from the ruins, carrying a metal chest. Though it had been flung about by the shock waves, the chest itself was miraculously intact. Lord Third, you know how to read the situation. Jean nodded but did not move. Behind him, Fugaku immediately understood. He stepped forward, appearing in a flash beside the metal chest. Taking the key, he unlocked the box. With a rustle, he swiftly pulled out a thick stack of ledgers, several ancient-looking seals, and a scroll covered in glowing sealing runes. After scanning through the contents, Fugaku carried everything over to Jean. They're all genuine. Good. Jean didn't look up. After nodding once more, the god of war turned to the many clan leaders behind him and spoke softly. Clan head Hyuga. At the sudden mention of his name, Hayashi Hyuga felt a chill run through his heart. Still, he immediately stepped forward. Lord Jean, I must trouble you, along with clan head Nara, clan head Akimichi, clan head Yamanaka. Jin's gaze slowly swept across the most influential clan leaders present. To witness this together. From this moment, Konoha's financial authority will be handed over to the Uchiha clan. All accounts, seals, and secret keys are to be fully transferred. His words were few and spoken plainly, but an undeniable force pressed within his tone. The clan heads he named all felt a heavy weight settle upon them. Even Shikaka Nara, the most loyal supporter of the third Hokage, could only meet their eyes for a brief moment before finally nodding silently like the rest. At this point, any voice of opposition was meaningless. Only destruction would follow. Even the third Hokage had acquiesced. What else could they possibly do? Replace the third? The Uchiha clan was now utterly unstoppable. Very well. Very well. Hayashi Hyuga drew a deep breath and accepted on behalf of all the clan leaders. Afterwards, Fugaku solemnly gathered up the items in his hands. It was settled. From this night on, Konoha's sky had changed, completely and irrevocably. Once more, Jin's gaze crossed the space between them and landed on the third Hokage. Lord Third. A faint, almost mocking smile tugged at his lips as he spoke. It's late. The elderly should retire early, you know. Elderly. Hiruzen Sarutobi, hearing this, felt a surge of blood rush to his throat, his vision swimming. As he was about to collapse, a swift umbu beside him caught him just in time. He struggled for breath, looking at that small figure, at the scroll of seals in Fugaku's hands, the very lifeline of Konoha, at the complex, odd expressions of the assembled clan heads, at Guy's silent, broken body in the pit. His withered heart seemed to fall utterly still. His back stooped even further. Yet, under Jin's relentless gaze, he had no choice but to slowly withdraw. He left the stage, retreating towards his own clan. A gentle breeze swept through, rustling the leaves and branches. For the hundreds gathered, it brought a breath of cool relief. The night deepened. But the noise of Konoha village did not fade with the hush over the Hokage tower. If anything, the activity only intensified. Lights blazed in every clan compound, one emergency meeting after another. Everything that had occurred tonight struck every heart like a clap of thunder. Every clan was thrown into a frenzy, scrambling without pause. In the Uchiha district, lights shone everywhere, but the atmosphere was a world apart from earlier tragedy. Now, the Uchiha compound was no longer weighed down by grief and oppression. Instead, what surged through everyone was a sense of exhilaration, a feeling of surviving disaster, of finally holding their heads high, of rising up with newfound vigor. Every time they looked at that small figure, their eyes brimmed with a fervent awe. Inside the council hall, Fugaku sat at the head of the table, his expression tinged with complexity. For the first time, he even found himself doubting his own eyes. Who could have imagined that what seemed like an omen of their clan's destruction just yesterday would turn out so differently? The clan survived. Instead, it was the rotten core of Konoha's upper echelons that was wiped out. Seated beside him were the second and fourth elders, along with other key members of the clan. Meanwhile, Jean sat casually by the window, idly toying with a small sun in his hands. Truth be told, he would much rather be getting some sleep. What he'd said to the third Hokage was no lie. Staying up all night truly does no good. We've gained preliminary control over the finances now. After a moment, Fugaku drew his gaze away from Jean, looking down at the account books before him, his face growing somber. But there's a significant deficit in the accounts, and everything's a complete mess. If we dig too deep, I fear it could spark considerable unrest. The commotion tonight was too great. The village is on edge, and all the major clans are watching and waiting. If we mishandle the village's purse strings, we might just become everyone's target. All eyes, as if guided by silent agreement, turned to the figure by the window, still playing with his little orb. Sensing this, Jean paused. It's simple. His voice wasn't loud, but it rang clear in every ear. First, compensation. Every villager injured tonight will receive relief funds. Let be known, we are purging parasites, not attacking the shinobi of Konoha. Second, immediately allocate funds to rebuild the Hokage building. Move quickly, let the people see the winds of change. And third, assign a dedicated team to investigate the finances related to orphans and the bereaved. Make those who siphon off these funds cough up every last coin. As for the remaining budget allocations and reforms to the mission system, those are for you to handle. It would be best, he added, to establish a Konoha management committee and invite the heads of all major clans to participate together. After speaking for a while, Jean grew a bit bored. Was he really expected to stand atop the ruins of the Hokage building and deliver a rousing speech now? Such wasted words. He'd rather just blast it all away with a tailed beast bomb and be done with it. Of course, these words, falling on Fugaku's ears, left him both surprised and somewhat hesitant. This, compensation and reconstruction, pose no issue. But as for orphan relief and mission payments, those matters are far-reaching and could threaten the interests of certain clans. Interests? Jean waved his hand dismissively. There are too many leeches clinging to Konoha. Unless they're cut away, the village will never thrive again. The Uchiha aren't merely after power. We are here to redefine the rules. As he spoke, Jean rose to his feet and walked to the door, his small figure casting a long shadow beneath the lamplight. His gaze swept across the gathered elders, carrying with it a force that seemed to pierce right through to their very souls. He emphasized once more, setting things right again is far more complicated than just a few people dying. If you're truly afraid, then pull some in and strike others down. Restore order out of chaos. Pull some in, strike others down. Silence. Utter stillness. The council chamber was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one had expected that Jean, barely past 10 years old, would actually say such things. Fugaku looked at his son, his expression an intricate mix of emotions. This was no longer the talkative, lazy boy he once knew. His son seemed destined to outshine even his own father, even when it came to matters of state. I understand. Fugaku drew a deep breath. We'll do as Jean says, gather our people at once, and set things in motion in every direction. Yes, sir. The clan elders snapped out of their stupor, a new light kindling in their eyes. They saw hope for the Uchiha's resurgence, and more than that, they glimpsed a path unlike any taken before. Seeing this, Jean withdrew from the discussion and headed straight for the door. Out in the courtyard, atop the garden wall, he lay on his back, arms tucked behind his head, gazing at the moon overhead, his fingers absent-mindedly playing with the warm, rounded little sun behind his neck. Just then, a prompt flashed before him. Ding! Copy successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the legendary trait. 8 gates release. Death gate. Fragment. Purple. Note: This trait is a one-time trial version, containing part of the mysteries of burning one's life force and the ultimate secrets of taijutsu. It can be analyzed, but not directly activated. Analyze only, not for active use. Isn't this basically a buff, offering me a chance to study it? As the system's message echoed, a subtle glimmer flickered in Jin's eyes. The Death Gate of the Eight Gates release. The ultimate taijutsu that flares with all of one's life force. Even if this was just a fragmentary, trial version, the secrets it held about unleashing life, energy, and the purest force were beyond measure in value. Moreover, power gained by burning one's very life. Jin murmured softly, his fingers caressing the little sun. Heat flowed into his hand, and faintly, an almost imperceptible warmth seeped up through his fingers, quietly soothing the fatigue in his body from overusing his ocular powers. If I remember right, wood style without Hashirama cells is, in its own way, also an art of burning life force, isn't it? If I could combine the two, might there be new surprises in store? With that thought, the corners of his mouth curled up. The night in Konoha stretched on, long and deep, and this shift in power was only the beginning. How that power would be wielded next, well, that depended on whether Fugaku could rise to the occasion. With the Hyuga clan's Hayashi and the Nara family in the mix, even if Fugaku faltered, disaster was unlikely. Not to mention, Fugaku was far from incompetent. Hesitation aside, when it came to the clan's affairs, Fugaku was more than capable. What he needed to consider now was how to improve himself and how to deal with the undercurrents about to surge. The power shift in Konoha could never escape the notice of those who paid attention. That muscle-brained hothead and the old man with the big nose would probably start to stir restlessly. And on top of that, the Akatsuki organization was already beginning to take shape with its own core group. The real challenge was only just beginning. Jin sighed softly, then shifted his body, using his arm as a pillow and half lying down to fall asleep. Compared to lying flat on his back, he much preferred this half-prone position. Just as he drifted into a deep sleep, two shadowy figures darted along the edges of the Uchiha compound, hugging the darkness. Is he really going to be on top of the courtyard wall? Yamanaka Kaze, with his blonde hair, wore a tense expression, his eyes burning with anger and grief. As one of Danzo's men, he had suddenly received the news while on a mission outside. The boss was gone. The leader he'd followed for so many years, cut down by a mere child. The moment he heard, he didn't hesitate. He abandoned his mission without a second thought. He returned to Konoha, burning for revenge. Meanwhile, Aburame Shino's black cloak fluttered, and a thin, silent stream of purple mist slipped from his sleeve. No doubt about it. We've watched him for years. Almost every night, he spent his time on that courtyard wall. His face remained unmoved as he spoke, but his voice was so deep it was chilling, and beneath it, there was a trace of sorrow. Listen, he took a deep breath and warned, something's very off about this kid. We might. At this, Yamanaka Kaze shook his head. His tawny hair rippled slightly in the night air. Danzo-sama is dead. All I want now is revenge. With that, his eyes, filled with hatred, locked onto the small sleeping figure atop the wall. For Danzo-sama, secret technique venomudust. As Shino growled in a low voice, he swiftly summoned a swarm of nano-sized poisonous insects between his hands. He gently blew outward. In an instant, the purple, nanoscale insects formed a dense cloud. The toxic mist twisted through the darkness like living serpents. This was his secret technique, the ace that let him survive every battlefield unscathed. By unleashing these nanoscale poison bugs, he could contaminate the environment on a massive scale. Anyone who inhaled the mist would surely die. Not just a child, even a Kaga-level shinobi would struggle if they breathed it in by accident. Seeing this, Yamanaka Kaze's sorrow vanished. He closed his eyes briefly, then swiftly formed hand signs, focusing his entire spirit to a razor's edge, and struck. Mind transfer jutsu. Almost simultaneously, both launched their deadliest moves, one after the other. Their aim was one and the same. Mind transfer jutsu, to seize control of Jin's body. Nanoscale venomous insects are destroying his body. With perfect coordination, a single touch would be fatal. A low, menacing hum filled the air. Quickly, the poisonous mist spread over its target. Yes, he's completely defenseless. Watching his insects succeed, Shino Aburame couldn't help but clench his fist in excitement. He then turned to his friend beside him, full of admiration. As expected of you, Kaze, you managed to keep him perfectly still. Though the insects made barely any noise, there was always the risk of being discovered. But now, Uchiha Jin hadn't reacted at all, which could only mean one thing. His teammate, Yamanaka Kaze, had done his job flawlessly. Did I really manage to control him? Hearing this, Yamanaka Kaze scratched his head in confusion. He looked at the teenager, motionless atop the courtyard wall, but something just didn't feel right. What's wrong, Kaze? I don't think I actually entered his mind. Yamanaka Kaze frowned, uncertainty clouding his expression. The moment those words left his mouth, the smile on Shino's face froze instantly. Didn't get in? So, he hadn't controlled him at all? Realization dawned on both of them. They spun around, eyes darting to the courtyard wall. But where the boy had just been lying, there was nothing now. Only a scattering of venomous insects remained. Shino's face paled. He barked out hurried orders. We might be exposed. Retreat now. Retreat? Retreat to where, my friends? But just as they turned to flee, a young, almost innocent voice rang out behind them. It wasn't loud, but in the darkness, it sounded like the chilling whisper of a demon. A wave of goosebumps swept across their backs. Their blood ran cold. Drip. A bead of cold sweat crept down his cheek. But, trapped under his protective suit, it didn't fall, just clung stickily to his skin. When did he get behind us? Shino Aburame lifted his head, and a boy gradually appeared in his line of sight. It was Uchiha Jin. But what truly horrified the two wasn't just his sudden appearance. It was the way Jin was now looking down at them from above. Both of them were tall, even by ninja standards. But Uchiha Jin was just a young boy, barely past 10. No matter how well he'd grown, he couldn't possibly be taller than them. Realization struck. Shino's gaze dropped. That's when he saw it. Jin was floating in midair. Flying? You can use flying jutsu? He gasped, disbelief thick in his voice. What? That's impossible. The shock snapped Kaze out of his stupor. Flight. It was an ability almost no one in the ninja world could master. Throughout all of Konoha, among so many powerful shinobi, not a single one could fly. And yet here it was. A member of the Uchiha clan, a mere boy, was soaring before their eyes. A heavy sense of dread settled in his chest. In a daze, an odd thought even surfaced in his mind. Lord Danzo did not die unjustly. Hillbilly. Jin had only these 3 curt words in response. Yet unnoticed by others, he was shifting his weight, left foot stepping on his right. Beneath his feet, and 3 feet ahead, a silvery glow thickened into a faint mist. It seemed to be lifting him up, like a stairway. Shikaku, are we really going to cooperate with the Uchiha clan to sideline the Third Lord? That's right. The Third Lord has done so much for the village over the years. Everyone can see that. Why should a mere kid get his way? If they want us to recall the Jonin currently on missions, I believe even the Uchiha won't be able to do anything. Exactly. Maybe we could seek help from the Land of Wind. At that very moment, atop the ruins of the Hokage Tower in Konoha, more and more people began to gather. The direct supporters of the Third, led by the Ino Shikacho families, arrived one after another. Of course, after the initial panic had faded, the heads of these clans gradually regained their composure. New thoughts began to surface. Hearing their words, Nara Shikaku sighed and managed a bitter smile. It's useless. You haven't witnessed his strength. That's why I hope everyone will cooperate. Cooperate? Cooperate with what? Aburame Shurhei's expression flickered. The Uchiha have already started matching the accounts and reviewing the subsidies. Everyone knows what that means, don't they? At this, the others fell silent. Everyone present was deeply entangled with the Third. Some even had close ties to Danzo as well. Naturally, Konoha's finances had heavily favored them. In other words, a significant portion of Konoha's deficit had ended up in their own family coffers. And now, suddenly, there would be an audit? How could that possibly work? Were they really expected to surrender all the assets they'd siphoned off over the years? Impossible. Absolutely not. At this, Yamanaka Haichi's expression turned a bit peculiar. The Uchiha have already caused a disturbance once. As long as we all just play along and stall for time, this will eventually blow over. I'm sure the Uchiha won't risk falling out with every clan in Konoha over mere financial records. As soon as he said this, many of the family heads instantly relaxed. Stall for time. No need for open defiance, and no need to cough up the money. Once the new authorities' initial fervor died down, the Uchiha would surely let the matter rest. Seeing this, Nara Shikaku tried to persuade them further. But the other clan heads were already exchanging knowing smiles as they turned to leave. Satisfied, they could finally get a good night's sleep. In the blink of an eye, only the Nara, Akimichi, and a few other families were left. Sigh. Those people, Nara Shikaku let out a long breath, his voice tinged with worry. I hope I'm just overthinking things. The Uchiha clan. Jin gazed at his feet, unable to hide his delight as his right foot hovered above his left, both now suspended in midair. Just moments before, While he was pondering the domain within 3 feet of his body, an idea had struck him. What if he could solidify that 3-foot space beneath his feet into a sturdy platform? Could he truly stand above the ground? As it turned out, his hunch had been correct. Now he was indeed floating, his body weightless as if standing atop gentle ripples, a faint glow shimmering beneath him. He even had the sense that, should he release a burst of force from beneath his feet, he'd shoot straight into the sky. A faint rustling broke the silence behind him, the slithering of venomous insects. A toxic mist crashed into an invisible barrier, sizzling violently in an instant. Soon, the air was thick with the stench of death, like corpses left to rot under the sun. Did it fail? Aburame Toryun's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Watching his prized phosphorescent beetles scorched en masse, he found, to his own surprise, that his heart was calm as still water. Not a ripple of emotion disturbed him. Or perhaps, all his attention was focused on his companion beside him. Mind transfer jutsu. Yamanaka Kaze narrowed his eyes, his whole body tensing like a drawn bowstring. At such close range, this time he was certain his control would succeed. He needed only a split second for his friend's venomous insects to reach this boy's skin. If that happened, victory or defeat would be theirs to decide. But, even at such close range, his mental assault, unleashed through mind transfer, melted into Jin's mind like a clay ox vanishing into the sea, without so much as a ripple. Just a little more. I need just a bit more. Yamanaka Kaze clenched his teeth, squeezing out every last drop of his mental energy. If he could just break through, there was still hope. Yet the instant he tried to force his way in, it was as if a sledgehammer struck his brain. His vision blurred, his mind clouded with pain, darkness closing in. Ugh! Blood spurted from his lips, his head splitting with agony. It felt as if someone were stabbing at his brain with a long, merciless needle. Did we fail again? Toryun bit his lip, forcing himself to continue the attack. A low, relentless buzzing filled the air. From his sleeve, an even finer, denser purple mist poured forth, seeking any weakness, any way in. Their relentless efforts made Jin shake his head in amusement. In the middle of the night, disturbing my dreams. He slowly extended his hand toward the two, his voice soft and almost regretful. Shinra Tensei. Bang, bang. A powerful repulsive force exploded from the 3-foot space before him. The two attackers felt as if a giant serpent had lashed them, sending them flying like ragdolls. They crashed into a nearby tree with bone-jarring force. Thud! With a final, sickening smack, they slumped to the ground, nothing but lifeless heaps, their fate uncertain. With a mere thought, Jin sent a pulse of force through the glowing platform beneath his feet, propelling himself gently toward the tree. Swaying gently, he gazed down at the two from above. A loyal hound of that old geezer, Danzo. A crooked grin spread across his face as he slowly set his feet down on their arms. Drop some gold coins for me, will you? Defeated Aburame Torai-Gen. Attempting to copy skill entries. Currently available entries to copy. Jar of Venom Technique, purple. Nano-level Poison Insect Control, blue. Poison Dust Technique, blue. Poison Insect Affinity, green. Poison Resistance, green. Defeated Yamanaka Kaze. Attempting to copy skill entries. Currently available entries to copy. Mind Body Switch Technique, purple. Mind Puppet Technique, blue. Mastery of Itachi, blue. Sensory Perception, green. Copy successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the excellent entry. Nano-level Poison Insect Control, blue. Ability to control deadly, nano-sized venomous insects. Copy successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the superior entry. Sensory Perception, green. Able to sense the slightest movement within a 100-meter radius. They really did drop gold coins. Jin chuckled and immediately equipped the nano-level Poison Insect Control entry. He lowered his head and crooked a finger in beckoning. A low, chilling hum filled the air. Suddenly, swarms of nanoscale poison insects burst forth from Aburame Torai-Gen, dense and countless. They moved together, as thick as a storm, like wind, like rain, like drifting mist. What is this? Torai-Gen and Yamanaka Kaze exchanged glances, unable to suppress a smirk at the corners of their mouths. This young man actually dared to provoke his poison insects. He doesn't even know how he'll die. Everyone knows that Torai-Gen's unique technique is so lethal that a single touch from these insects can kill almost anyone. Even Torai-Gen himself has to wear protective gear. And now, this kid dares to touch them willingly? But, watching closely, the smile on Aburame Torai-Gen's lips suddenly froze. In fact, it twisted into an expression of utter disbelief. Impossible. Before their eyes, the poison insects, who had always obeyed only Torai Jin, were now obediently swirling before Jin's hand. Docile, almost like a well-trained pet. Perfectly still. Even the toxic fumes that would normally billow out with every breath had now quietly withdrawn. No, this can't be. It's impossible. Torai Jin was dumbstruck, completely at a loss. If he'd been shocked before, now his world was crumbling. His entire worldview, his understanding shattered. His secret technique, his poison insects, now toyed within the palm of the mere boy. It hurt more than watching someone toy with his own girlfriend. His eyes slowly filled with blood, turning a dreadful, Uchiha-like crimson. No, no, no. This can't be. It can't be. I'll kill. With a sickening squelch, a single poison insect clamped onto his ankle and started to gnaw. Chapter 75. Not convinced? Beat him. Target. Root organization. If you're of no use to me, then this is goodbye. Murmuring softly, he flicked out his hand. Pop, pop. Two sharp blasts of air, precise as arrows, pierced cleanly through the foreheads of Torai Jin and Yamanaka Kaze. Decisive and efficient. Soon after this move, words began to appear over the corpses of the two men. He reached out and touched them without hesitation. Contact target, Yamanaka Kaze, Aburame Toru. Entry successfully plundered. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the fine entry. Poison resistance, green, and the epic entry. Mind-body switch technique, purple. Whoa, another gold level drop. The mind-body switch technique. And poison resistance, too. He pondered for a moment and thought to himself. Feed poison resistance to perception. Entry fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rare entry. Perception domain blue. Immune to toxins. Can decrease or increase poison resistance of all creatures within a 100-meter radius. Immune to toxins? Decrease poison resistance. Jin was taken aback and turned to look at the other entry he had just acquired. If I combine this with nanoscopic poison bug control, wouldn't I become a walking source of poison? Wherever I go, the poison follows. And if I activate low presence on top of that, a walking, invisible poison source. Wow, am I really turning into the ultimate stealth boss? Jin was stunned. He had to take several deep breaths before he could calm his excitement. He focused his attention on the gold entry that had dropped. Although it was technically purple, in his eyes the mind-body switch technique was no less valuable than most gold entries. Even though Yamanaka Kaze had used it to no effect. Still, in the late game, this was a technique capable of stopping even 6 paths level opponents. As for why it only lasted a split second, that could only be blamed on the poor spiritual energy of the user. Thinking this, his gaze shifted to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Jin had studied it closely before. After activating an entry, his mental strength, which was normally only on par with an average jonin, would skyrocket to an astonishing level. Of course, the stress would skyrocket as well. The pressure that comes from the imbalance between body and spirit. For a 10-year-old boy, his body was still far too frail. And he didn't want to end up like Itachi, utterly consumed by it. That's why he treasured the wood-release cells so much. But, after all, these weren't first-generation cells. The gap was enormous. I wonder if there are any traces of first-generation cells left in the root organization. He muttered, searching the two bodies for a while. Clatter. Soon, a pitch-black scroll engraved with the word root fell out. He unrolled it. Inside was a single, concise sentence. Lord Danzo is dead. The killer, Uchiha Jin. There was even a helpful sketch of Jin's face attached. Naturally, there were also some strange coordinates and secret keys scribbled around it. Oh, the root organization's base. Jin's small eyes lit up. After taking down Danzo, I haven't really claimed any spoils yet. With this thought, he lifted his foot and started toward the root base. But just then, a sudden commotion erupted behind him. Jin, are you all right? Lord Jin. As soon as the meeting ended, a crowd of Uchiha clansmen, hearing the commotion, rushed outside one after another. With keen eyes, they instantly spotted the young man, standing beyond the courtyard wall. The younger members of the clan, in particular, surged forward, eager to be the first to reach him. These days, Jin was not only the cherished treasure of the Uchiha, but also the idol of their youth. It was no exaggeration to say that even if their clan head, Fugaku, were to meet his end, nothing must happen to Jin. Move aside, move aside. If you're slow, don't get in the way. A young ninja casually pushed aside a middle-aged man in front of him and darted ahead. Outside the crowd, Fugaku, having just been shoved aside, twitched his eyebrow in irritation. He held back the urge to unleash a fireball and gritted his teeth, muttering, "That's my son." But alas, no one paid him any mind. All he could do was turn his attention to Jin's feet. When he caught sight of the two corpses lying on the ground, his expression shifted, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Tsugen. So, it seems the remnants of Root have not yet been gathered up by Lord Third. Just then, a clansman came running in from outside the village, out of breath. Clan head. Clan head. Fugaku turned to look, and when he saw it was the ninth elder, the man responsible for managing finances with the other major clans, his eyes narrowed. A sudden sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Upon spotting Fugaku, the elder quickened his pace, calling out as he ran. Clan head, the Yamanaka, Aburame, and Ryoma clans, the financial reports they've submitted are all trivial matters, nothing substantial at all. Gradually, the rest of the Uchiha began to grasp how the other major clans were responding. Expressions darkened in contemplation. They're cooperating, but intentionally dragging their feet. Fugaku pondered for a moment, unable to make up his mind. He wanted to cut through the mess quickly, but worried if such action might stir resentment among the other clans. For decades, he had tirelessly devoted himself to one goal, to truly integrate the Uchiha into Konoha. Yet, the results had been meager. If not for Jin's stroke of genius tonight, perhaps. Thinking of this, he shook his head and looked at Jin, torn. Jin, what do you think we should do? Me? Jin looked at his father in mild surprise, then pointed casually at the two corpses on the ground, puzzled. Isn't the perfect excuse already right here? Fugaku, clansman, could it be? Jin waved his hand, picked up the scroll from the ground, and, drawing the Cloud Village insignia with a swift stroke, declared. The Yamanaka and Aburame clans colluded with the Cloud Village in an attempt to assassinate the Uchiha clan's heir. Now, I asked the clan head to send people to detain both of their clans. A hush fell. A collective intake of breath, hearts pounding. With just a few words, the young Uchiha set the crowd ablaze with excitement. This was the kind of clan head they longed for. Ready to act at a moment's notice? Then let's just do it. In an instant, over 100 pairs of eyes landed directly on Fugaku. Everyone was full of anticipation. Seeing this, Fugaku gritted his teeth and declared, Ahem, all right, elder of the 9th clan, take your people and come with me to the Yamanaka clan. 2nd and 4th elders, you'll lead your teams to the Aburame clan. Tonight, we must bring them all under control. With that, he turned and led the way. As dawn approached, the restless Uchiha once again welcomed a night of wild revelry. Watching their retreating figures, Jin turned and looked to the other side. He glanced at the coordinates marked on the scroll. The Root organization. I really wonder what surprises are waiting for me there. As his words faded, his figure slowly vanished, dissolving like smoke scattered by the wind. Outside the Hidden Leaf Village, in front of a deeply concealed crevice in a canyon, a low, vibrating hum filled the air. Ripples shimmered, and a figure slowly emerged from the distortion. So this is Root's real nest? Why here? Could this be the true headquarters of the organization? He was somewhat taken aback. If memory served, he'd only seen Root in the village a few days ago. Danzo, that sly old fox, really knows how to keep his options open. With that thought, he looked up. On both sides, jagged, pitch-black stone walls rose sharply, as if split by a giant axe. Moonlight spilled down, but only the faintest glimmer managed to seep in. The place felt all the more grim and lifeless. Ahead, the entrance was so narrow only one person could barely squeeze through. But by turning sideways, it would be easy enough to slip inside. This in trance. He activated both his Sharingan and Byakugan, peering forward once more. The deathly still cave mouth revealed a completely different scene. Layer upon layer of chakra barriers, invisible to the naked eye, wove together like a spider's web over the entrance. Above, intricate sealing runes drifted and shifted in the air. Even the air around the entrance was tinged with a faint, rotten stench, filtered and tainted by the barriers themselves. A rat's nest in the sewers, Jin remarked. Without hesitation, he strode straight toward the seemingly empty crevice. The moment he entered the range of the barrier, the runes suddenly flared a blinding red. Invisible walls of energy pressed in on him like a high-voltage net, trying to slice and crush him from all sides. He felt the terrifying power brush against his skin and couldn't help but comment. This could easily slice a Kakashi in an instant, couldn't it? No wonder the 3rd Hokage, even knowing Danzo was dead, never tried to seize his lair. He must have known how dangerous it was to set foot in here. Jin shook his head and activated his radiant golden body. In a quiet pulse, moonlight cascaded over him. His entire form was once again cloaked in shimmering, ethereal light. He seemed to stand perfectly still, yet his body had already become pure radiance. The red light that tried to slice through him passed straight through, unable to slow him for even a moment. Not the slightest resistance remained. Not even the alarm was triggered. His footsteps did not falter for a moment. In the blink of an eye, he slipped into the narrow crevice and vanished from sight. All that remained at the entrance was a faint shimmer of lingering moonlight, not yet fully dissipated. Drip, drip. Inside the cave, stalactites hung unevenly overhead, scattered across the ceiling. From time to time, pale liquid would drip down from above. Ahead lay a sloping, downward corridor, crudely hewn by human hands. The air all around was damp and chilling. Jean took a shallow breath. The air was thick with the earthy scent of soil, mixed with the sharp, stinging odor of disinfectant from his previous life. I've come to the right place. Catching that scent, a keen light flashed even brighter in Jin's eyes. Where there's disinfectant, there must be organs. Wait, organs? Snap. His advancing steps suddenly came to a halt. System, does touching organs count as touching corpses? System. He waited for a moment, but no reply came. Jean pouted and continued forward, now moving a bit faster than before. Boom tit! Without realizing it, he had stepped onto a pressure-triggered explosive talisman trap. But just as the flare of ignition appeared, a swirling force swept the explosion away in an instant. Divine power, transfer. Explosions? Let them happen in the Kamui space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he pressed on, the walls on either side suddenly shot forth poisoned Senbon needles. Jean said nothing, simply activating divine power again and again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds, even thousands of Senbon needles rained down, dense as a storm, only to vanish into the Kamui dimension. Before long, he reached the end of the corridor. Blocking his way was a thick metal door, its surface etched with sealing runes. He narrowed his eyes, veins showing at his temples. The indentations on the door stood out sharply in his vision. It didn't take long for him to spot the key rune nodes. With a gentle press, the door opened. A surge of pungent disinfectant, mingled with a salty, metallic, and oddly sweet stench, rushed out to greet him. It hit him like a wave. Jean frowned, silently gathering chakra inside his body and forming a barrier in front of his face. Like an invisible mask, shielded from the unpleasant smell, he finally stepped inside. Top, top, top. His shoes rang out crisply on the stone floor. In this setting, the sound echoed endlessly. Beyond the door lay a vast underground chamber, so enormous it sent a chill straight to the heart. Under the ghastly white lights, rows upon rows of gigantic, cylindrical glass tanks filled the space. Inside the pale green nutrient fluid, all manner of grotesque specimens floated, enough to make one's skin crawl. Dozens of scarlet Sharingan eyes, pried from their sockets, were suspended in specially formulated liquid. The tomo patterns were clearly visible. Pale, writhing chunks of flesh, forcefully severed and kept alive for cultivation. There was even a pair of pale, lifeless eyes, soaking in a jar tucked away in the corner. Silence reigned. Only the occasional bubble rose up from the cultivation tank. They broke the stillness with a faint, gurgling sound. So this really is just like the stereotype of Orochimaru. Jean lifted an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself. This was the lair of a mad scientist, through and through. And not just any mad scientist, a madman with no boundaries. Slowly, his gaze drifted toward the deepest part of the laboratory. There, in an unremarkable corner, stood two cramped iron cages side by side. Inside one cage, a pale-haired boy curled up tightly. He looked even younger than Naruto, his eyes dull and empty, like a porcelain doll stripped of its soul. Dried blood had long since caked over a wound on his abdomen. His fate, alive or dead, was uncertain. In the other cage was a black-haired, pale-skinned boy, about the same age as Naruto. At that moment, he was clutching a battered drawing board to his chest, holding it so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. His body trembled ever so slightly. When he caught Jin's gaze, he shrank back like a startled rabbit. Then, glancing at the white-haired boy beside him, he instinctively forced a pleasant smile, eyes curving softly. His lips moved as he spoke. "Are you the new test subject?" His voice was dry and hoarse, despite his efforts to steady it. But the tremor was still there for all to hear. Clearly, this boy's cheerful front was a mask for his fear. Jin's eyes lingered briefly on the drawing board the black-haired boy hugged so tightly. But rather than answer the question, he asked, "Your names?" His voice was quiet, but in the stillness of that space, it rang out distinctly. A nervous jolt ran through the black-haired boy, but he forced himself to answer in a whisper. "His name is Shin, E.M. Sai." So it was these two brothers, just as Jean expected. In the original story, it was never clear exactly when Sai was completely transformed by Danzo into an emotionless tool. But clearly, that moment hadn't come yet. Jean tilted his head back, pondering for a moment before asking softly, "Do you want to live?" His tone was as calm as ever, betraying no emotion. Yes. But this time, a different light flickered in Sai's eyes. To live. To survive. The words burst out of him almost reflexively. Within those empty eyes, a faint but fierce spark of hope ignited, the desperate will to live. He wanted to survive. That surge of emotion seemed to stir something in the white-haired boy beside him as well. His still body quivered, just barely perceptible. It was subtle, but Jean noticed every detail. If you want to live, then from now on, you belong to the Uchiha clan. Snap! Snap! As the words fell, 2 golden chains shot from his sleeves without warning. They moved like living serpents, coiling and crushing the sturdy bars of the iron cages with pinpoint precision. The sealing talismans above, in the face of his adamantine chains, were utterly insignificant. Thud, thud, thud. Without hesitation, he strode forward. Each step rang out, crisp and deliberate. As he drew closer, his left eye shifted ever so slightly. The enormous 666 shimmered in and out of view. The unique domain within 3 feet of him stirred once more. A surge of peculiar vitality enveloped Sai and the white-haired boy at his side. He could heal others too. Roar. But at that moment, a sudden mutation erupted within one of the massive tanks across from them. A guttural, rasping roar split the air. It sounded like the tortured cries of countless beasts, their throats grotesquely fused into one, crying out in agony. The very sound sent chills crawling over the scalp. A violent wave of noise, thick with the stench of blood, crashed against them. Jean glanced back, curiosity flickering in his eyes. If I remember right, wasn't that just a pile of rotten flesh? At the farthest end of the lab, a colossal tank, over 2 meters tall, exploded with a deafening crash. A flood of foul, pale green nutrient fluid sprayed everywhere. It was like the sickening splash of corpse water bursting in the sun. With a sickening squelch, a twisted figure burst through the tank wall and crashed to the ground. You could hardly even call this thing human. It resembled some monster, crudely stitched together. Its skin was ghastly pale and swollen. Chunks of muscle, some with different skin tones, and even patches of hair, were forcibly sewn together with thick black stitches. Its left arm was as thick as a grown man's waist, covered in bristly black hair, its 5 fingers curled like a beast's claws. But the right arm was slender, deathly pale, ending in a delicate hand with painted nails. Beauty and beast fused in one grotesque form. Yet most horrifying of all was its head. 3 faces, different ages, different genders, twisted in agony or rage. All clumsily stitched onto a single skull. 3 heads and 6 arms? No, 3 faces, 2 arms. Upon these faces, there were 2 murky human eyes, 2 scarlet Sharingan with a single tomo, and even 1 ghostly Byakugan. All these eyes whirled wildly in the torn skin, locking onto Jean, the intruder. Eat, gonna eat you. Its mouth worked open and shut, spitting out a garbled, muddled voice. Expedient subject zero. Sai, only just regaining some strength, instantly shrank back. He huddled at the edge of his cage, clutching his drawing board tight. He'd seen this thing before, how easily it tore apart any material that disobeyed. On the other side, Shin, who had just regained consciousness, reached out to gently pat his little brother's head, murmuring quiet comfort. Separated by half a broken cage, the 2 pressed close together. Jean watched the scene, shaking his head in exasperation. He'd already torn apart the cages. Why didn't they just come out? Of course, gathering the 2 of them under the Uchiha banner was simply a matter of convenience for him. He didn't particularly care. Instead, it was the creature behind him that drew his attention. Staring at the oozing corpse fluid and budding flesh on the monster's body, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Could this thing have Hashirama cells in its body too? Test subject 0. It was likely created even before Yamato. Suddenly, there was a sickening squelch. At that very instant, the monster's feet slammed against the floor. The sutures holding its organs together snapped taut like steel wires. Without warning, its bloated body exploded into motion with terrifying speed. In a flash, it charged straight at Jean. It moved so quickly, it could almost rival the body flicker technique. With a thunderous crash, the creature's massive claw sliced through the air, a shrill, piercing wail trailing behind it, as it was raised high, then brought down in a merciless strike. The tips of its claws glimmered with a strange, poisonous sheen, deadly venom ready to kill. Even the force of the attack alone pressed down on Sai so hard, he could barely breathe. He quickly ducked his head, not daring to look. All he could hear was the violent impact ringing in his ears. A deafening smash, followed by the crack of breaking bone. The enormous claw halted just short of Jin's body, hanging in the air less than a foot away. Then, a swirling ripple of pale, silver energy suddenly burst forth. Kamui, teleportation. A sickening rip, then a crunch. In the blink of an eye, the monster's gigantic arm, thick as a grown man's waist, was twisted and torn apart. It was hurled into the Kamui dimension. Of course, the moment it went in, Jin didn't forget to blast the arm into pulp with an air palm cannon. Rotten corpse fluid splattered everywhere. This thing should stink so bad. Obito won't be able to sleep tonight, he mused with a twisted sense of humor. Maybe White Zetsu will even want to taste. Amused by the thought, Jin stretched out his right hand and gently brushed the air 3 feet in front of him. 3 feet ahead, repulsion. Or more precisely, Shinra Tensei. The range might be small, but the impact was just as deadly. With a wet, tearing sound and a series of cracking snaps, the sewn-together monster's flesh began to split and buckle under the pressure. Its entire body and limbs twisted backward at impossible angles. The enormous form was blasted away in an instant. With a tremendous crash, it slammed into another incubation tank, sending glass shattering everywhere. A guttural, confused roar burst out. On its 3 stitched-together faces, all 6 eyes stared in agony and utter bewilderment. Its limited brain simply couldn't understand why it had been flung away. After all, its opponent hadn't even touched it. Ugly thing, Jin muttered, his brow tightening ever so slightly. There was no fear, only pure revulsion. The stench wafting from the monster, a vile mix of formaldehyde and rotting flesh, was perhaps something only White Zetsu could appreciate. The creature paused for a heartbeat, then shrieked again. It raised its only remaining arm, the one with a woman's manicured hand, nails painted red. With a sudden motion, it stretched its fingers wide, aiming its palm at Jin. From the center of its palm, flesh writhed and split open. A sickening hiss, and then a rapidly spinning, scarlet Sharingan with 3 tomo emerged. Its ocular power began to gather. A dark red beam of chakra, carrying an ominous aura, shot out from the Sharingan, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, swift and deadly. It lunged straight for Jin's brow. Sharingan. Jinjutsu assault? Jin paused for a moment, his gaze fixed on the Sharingan across from him. A mocking sneer danced across his youthful face. You think that Sharingan can take on a Mangekyo? Who do you think you are, some kind of equal match? A sharp, derisive sound cut through the air. With a mere thought, Jin subtly shifted the repulsive force within his domain. The dark red beam, once aimed straight for his brow, suddenly veered off course as if guided by an invisible hand. Its trajectory forced a change in an instant. It bounced right back. With a heavy thud, the beam slammed into the monster's own twisted beastly claw. A guttural, tormented howl erupted from the stitched-together monstrosity, its cries echoing through the chamber. The creature thrashed for a moment, then collapsed to the ground. It moved no more. It's over? Did he really just kill number 0 that easily? In the back, Sai, who had been curled up in fear, finally straightened himself. His large, bright eyes were wide with shock. His pale face was etched with disbelief. This terrifying experimental subject, who had once torn countless root operatives to shreds with ease, had just been toyed with and dispatched, almost effortlessly, and the man who did it was barely larger than himself. Who in the world was he? In that moment, Sai's heart brimmed with curiosity and a trace of fear. Lingering beneath it all, there was even a faint, unspoken sense of admiration and awe. Beside him, Shin, who had only just recovered, remained silent, but his trembling gaze betrayed his own shock. This guy, so young, yet already as powerful as an elite jonin. I just can't understand why Lord Danzo would let a monster like this in. As the older of the two, Shin knew far more than Sai. Yet the more he knew, the deeper his fear grew. An elite jonin. To both brothers at this moment, such a being felt as distant and untouchable as a god, fit only to be revered from afar. Naturally, Jin paid the brothers no mind. His eyes instead drifted past the fallen creature, settling on what lay behind it. The shattered base of a massive cultivation tank. Beneath the base, in a hidden compartment, a few drops of sticky, emerald-green liquid remained, not yet dried. Under the harsh, pale lights, the fluid seemed to pulse with a breathtaking vitality, one that sent a shiver through the soul. What's this? At the sight of the liquid, Jin's pupils contracted sharply. This aura, He knew it all too well. Would release cells. And these were far purer than the ones he'd copied from Danzo's arm. So the old fox Danzo did keep the real treasure hidden away. He muttered under his breath, darting forward to carefully gather the precious drops. At that very moment, the system's cold prompt chimed in his mind. Ding! High purity would release cells detected. Attempting analysis. High purity would release cells? At the sight of the prompt, a sudden thought flashed through Jin's mind. Isn't this just like Hashirama's? With that realization, he spun around and looked at the other incubators. A chilling gleam flickered in his eyes. So, this monster is kept alive by the residual cells of Hashirama? No wonder the moment it appeared, it was spewing corpse fluids everywhere, yet still managed to survive. So, it's the wood-release cells beneath that are sustaining its life. At this, Jin quietly activated the power of the Nine Tails. Behind him, 2 crimson chakra tails materialized out of thin air. Bang! A sharp wet sound. Another. Then, just like pulling up giant leaks, he yanked out the surrounding incubators one by one. With a crash, green liquid spilled all over the floor. But this also revealed the vivid green cells at the base. Sparse but unmistakably there. They're here, just as I thought. Once he was sure, Jin quickly gathered up the precious samples. But just then, a disturbance erupted behind him. A guttural, twisted roar tore through the lab in an instant. The stitched-together creature exploded into a frenzy, its chakra surging wildly like a storm. Its bloated body swelled grotesquely, as if it were being inflated. Beneath its skin, bundles of differently colored muscle and fat writhed uncontrollably. Snap! Thick black stitches burst apart one after another. Snap, snap, snap! In no time, a ferocious shockwave blasted outward from the creature's core. A deafening boom echoed through the entire laboratory. A massive shockwave surged forth, hurling shards of glass, mangled metal, and foul-smelling liquid in every direction like shrapnel. The entire underground chamber trembled violently. Rocks and stalactites overhead groaned under the strain and began to rain down. A storm of debris crashed against the glowing barrier just 3 feet in front of Jin. The pale silver shield trembled, waves of energy wildly rippling outward, on the verge of being torn apart by this destructive force. It can self-destruct too? Jin's brow furrowed. The monster chakra was already a chaotic, volatile mix. The force of this explosion rivaled even forbidden jutsu. Boom! 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 This is bad. It's going to collapse. Behind him, Sai's face turned ghostly pale, his eyes squeezed shut in terror. He could do nothing but clutch his drawing board and curl up in the corner, despair written all over his face. Beside him, the white-haired boy, Shin, was stunned by the violent tremors. Fear flickered in his hollow eyes for the very first time. A tremendous crack split the ceiling above, snaking across the dome and walls like a giant black serpent. Chunks of stone rained down like a torrential storm. Troublesome. Jin cast a quick glance at the nearly destroyed laboratory, then shifted his stance. In a flash, he moved. In an instant, over a dozen figures shot toward the bases of different cultivation tanks at the same time. Phantom Chief Technique. Within the cramped space, speed and position swapped at their limits. These primordial cells had to be seized. The moment he touched the primordial cells, the emerald green liquid seemed to come alive, writhing and undulating. It flowed in his palm. Immediately, a torrent of overwhelming, heart-shaking vitality surged crazily from his hand into Jin's body. At the same time, the cold, mechanical chime of the system exploded in his mind. Ding! High purity would release cells successfully contacted. Analysis completion, 30%. Note, unlock the high purity wood release entry once analysis reaches 100%. So there's still that much left. Looks like I'll have to rely on Orochimaru for the remaining 70%. Jin narrowed his eyes. For these high purity wood release cells. No, for the primordial cells themselves, he was determined to have them. Besides, he was just about to hit his crucial growth spurt. In his previous life, even ordinary parents knew to drink milk and gnaw on bones to grow tall. How could he fall behind now? If he really ended up stuck at a measly 1.6 meters like the folks from the Island Nation, wouldn't that be a disaster? Just as he made up his mind, a warm current suddenly welled up inside him. The moment it entered his body, it detonated. What was gentle turned to molten lava in an instant. Scorching, searing heat. A wild torrent of primal vitality crashed through his body with unstoppable force. Jin could distinctly feel his own cells being squeezed, torn apart, and devoured. Pain, pain, pain. Agonizing beyond compare. It felt as if every inch of flesh and blood inside him was being forcibly dismantled and reconstructed. Hiss! He stifled a groan, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Even with his 10-year-old body, strengthened by physical enhancement entries, it was nowhere near enough to bear the might of the god of shinobi. Not even a tiny fragment of it. Yet, at the same time, he could clearly sense his physical strength rising. The mental strain that had nearly overwhelmed him a moment ago was instantly crushed. Rumble. At that moment, the laboratory's domed ceiling finally collapsed. With a thunderous crash, a boulder the size of a millstone plummeted down from above with earth-shattering force. Right below, the two unfortunate brothers found themselves directly in its path. "Ah, Oni-san, don't be scared, don't be scared," Sai cried out, while Shin finally squeezed in through the doorway. He wrapped his arms around Sai, gritting his teeth as he huddled with him in a corner. But staring up at the massive stone overhead, a wave of despair welled up in his heart. After all, they were just children, even if they'd already seen more than their share of death. But when had they ever witnessed something like this? Heaven and earth collapsing, as if the world were ending. Never, not once. It's over. Watching the giant stone hurtling toward them, Shin could only tremble all over, shielding Sai beneath him as he pressed his head low. The threat of death sent a chilling tingle down his spine. But just at that moment, he suddenly became aware of a new warmth on his shoulder. Then, a dizzying sensation swept over his entire body, as if the world itself had begun to spin. What's happening? The feeling came swiftly and vanished just as quickly. By the time he regained his senses, he instinctively opened his eyes. But the moment he did, he was stunned. This is... His whole body began to tremble visibly, the shuddering so rapid it could easily be seen. Before him, a cool yet gently warming light shone down, falling directly on his body. "Ah, are we really all right, huh?" Sai, too, finally sensed that something was off. He cautiously poked his head out for a look. With just one glance, his mouth hung open in disbelief. Is that the sun? Are we outside? Did we finally make it out?" He started coughing, his small voice trembling, then hoarse and suddenly rising in pitch. He was so overwhelmed he burst into a fit of coughing. Clearly, these two brothers had been trapped inside for far, far too long. Beyond the canyon's fissure, the morning sun was rising, golden rays piercing through the mist. The brothers, still huddled together, were completely bathed in its glow. Jean watched as they wept tears of joy and shook his head slightly. So innocent, almost heartbreakingly so. In the world of shinobi, brotherly bonds were often deep, but just as often, those bonds ended in tragic conflict. Usually, only when one brother died could the other truly survive. He had seen this drama play out too many times, and he never liked it. So tell me, why must brothers always turn on each other? Jean shook his head again, tossing the sketchpad he'd brought with him down to them. Then he turned and walked away. The roots of Konoha had been severed. Now, it was time to gather up the remnants still hiding in the village. Dawn was just beginning to break. After a long night of back and forth, Yamanaka Haichi waved cheerfully and called out, "Clan leader Fugaku, here are our latest financial records connected to the village." Thud! As he finished speaking, a trunk the size of a horse-drawn carriage was carried out by 8 people. Inside, it was packed so tightly with old ledgers that you could barely see the bottom. A faint, musty odor of decay and dampness lingered in the air. This smell, one of the elders of the Uchiha clan darkened in displeasure and snapped. "What? Did you even write down how many sheets of toilet paper you used in the bathroom?" He was genuinely angry. As a major clan of Konoha, this treatment was simply too dismissive. When the clan leader wasn't present, they brushed him off. Now, with the leader here, they still dared to be so perfunctory? Did they really think the Uchiha had no temper at all? As he finished, the elder's eyes glimmered, the 3-tomo of his Sharingan slowly spinning. He was truly furious now. At his movement, over 50 Uchiha clansmen behind him tensed up as well, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Yamanaka Haichi, however, seemed utterly unconcerned. He merely glanced at the group, gave a couple of light coughs, and said, "Clan leader Fugaku, I'm sure you can see. Everyone in the surrounding villages is watching us. I'm willing to give you some face. Perhaps you could do the same for me? If this turns ugly, I'm afraid the Uchiha name." He stopped speaking at that point. The Uchiha were already the subject of criticism in the village, and for there to be a conflict on the very first day, they assumed power. If word got out, it would only drive the Uchiha's reputation into the ground. That's precisely why Fugaku had yet to make a move. Even though he still had Yamano Kaze in his grasp. Seeing his opponent fall silent, Haichi Yamanaka let out a quiet sigh of relief. He didn't really want to fall out with the Uchiha, but there were some things that just couldn't be put on the table. He then spoke up again. I imagine you're all tired. Why don't you head back and get some rest? Don't worry, my Yamanaka clan will fully cooperate with you. He had started to usher them out. The elder of the 9 families clenched his fists, as if wanting to say something. But in the end, he merely turned his gaze to Fugaku. A hush fell over the group. In an instant, dozens of Uchiha all looked over. They waited on Fugaku's decision. With just one word from him, they'd leap into action. But in the end, the response they hoped for never came. Fugaku remained silent. Even at a time like this, he still held his tongue. Seeing this, Haichi Yamanaka felt even more at ease. As long as Fugaku hesitated, it meant they still had room to negotiate. Ahem, clan leader Fugaku. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave and get some rest. It's still early, but yesterday was exhausting. With that, he didn't even wait for a reply, but slid open the door and turned to go. But just as he was about to close the door behind him, a sudden ripple appeared from behind. A low, resonant hum vibrated through the air. The morning still carried a faint touch of mist. As the ripple spread, it sent delicate shimmers across the air. What's this? Haichi paused, instinctively taking half a step back. Then, right before his eyes, a figure suddenly materialized. Hands in his pockets, the newcomer leaned against the Yamanaka clan house. This, Haichi gasped in surprise. Somehow, that wave of energy felt oddly familiar to him. While Haichi hesitated, Fugaku's reaction was instant. His eyes flew wide open. His previously clear gaze flared crimson in an instant. Staring at that small figure, he was at a loss for words. Is that the Flying Thunder God technique? No doubt. That's Minato's Flying Thunder God. But when did Jin learn it? If Jin's abilities had already left Fugaku in awe, then witnessing the Flying Thunder God just now had well and truly stunned him. The Uchiha clansmen, hearing this, began to murmur amongst themselves. The Flying Thunder God? Isn't that the 4th Hokage's technique? Yeah, the one that made teams from other nations abandon their missions during the last war? Yes, that's the one. But I heard it requires an extraordinary level of talent, perception, and reflexes. Whoa, when did the young clan leader learn it? I knew it. The young clan leader is basically a sage. He's not even pretending anymore. The Flying Thunder God technique. This was a legendary and formidable ninjutsu. Even with the Uchiha clan's 1,000-year legacy, they could not help but marvel at it. Of course, their awe was also because so few had ever mastered this technique. Since its creation, only 2 people had ever succeeded in learning it on their own. And now, their young clan leader had done it too. How could they not be excited? It really is the Flying Thunder God. At the same time, Yamanaka Haichi and the others felt their hearts grow heavier. He was already powerful, and now he possessed this space-time ninjutsu. Frankly speaking, this was invincibility. Luckily, the Flying Thunder God technique consumes a tremendous amount of chakra, and since the boy is still young, he can't have much chakra to spare. With that thought, Yamanaka Haichi finally breathed a little easier. If he ever gains chakra reserves as terrifying as the Uzumaki clan, there really would be no one in Konoha who could keep him in check. That, in its own way, was a small relief amidst the bad news. Still, after Jin appeared, Haichi's presence seemed to shrink a little. He bowed his head and hunched his shoulders, standing to the side. Jin glanced around, a faint smirk of disdain curling at his lips. Trying to stall for time with tricks? These were already ancient games to their ancestors. He shook his head, then strode slowly to face Yamanaka Kaze. He spoke softly. So, you're not going to cooperate? His voice wasn't loud, but sent a chill through everyone's hearts. Yamanaka Haichi quickly bowed even lower and started explaining. And no, it's not that. The clan member responsible for the records. He's just a temporary treasurer. We honestly have no idea where the money went. A temp worker? One artful way to dodge responsibility. Jin grinned, looking Yamanaka Haichi in the eye from just a few steps away. Not going to cooperate? He reached out and closed his hand slightly. Whoosh. In an instant, a powerful force surged forth. It was as if scrap metal had encountered a giant magnet. Yamanaka Haichi was yanked forward, unable to resist. A mere 3 feet away, the pull was irresistible. Or perhaps, it was the heavenly attraction. The range might have been small, but the power was undiminished. Thud! It was only when pain shot through his throat that Yamanaka Haichi realized what had happened. He struggled and barked out, frowning. You, Uchiha Jin, this is the Yamanaka clan's territory. If you do this, you'll only make the other Konoha clans fear the Uchiha even more. Cough, cough. Don't you care if the Uchiha are completely ostracized? Cough, cough, cough. Gradually, his voice grew weaker. His neck and cheeks were flushed a deep red, and his breathing grew more and more labored. His body swelled with tension. Thick, crimson veins bulged prominently. Jean looked at the man before him with indifference, offering no comment. His expression remained unchanged, though his grip tightened, and tightened further. A minute passed. Yamanaka Haichi struggled desperately before finally managing to force out a complete sentence. I'll cooperate. You see, wouldn't things have gone smoother if you'd just cooperated earlier? Jean shook his head and patted the clan leader's cheek. Now, let's have a little chat about your clan's attempt to assassinate me, shall we? Yamanaka Haichi, what? Suddenly, before he finished speaking, a kunai shot through the room. A young girl with blonde hair and a delicate, oval face burst in. Don't you dare hurt my dad. Ino Yamanaka flung two kunai, her entire body following close behind. Like a furious kitten, she charged straight at him. With a crash. But Ino, having only just entered the academy, hadn't learned much yet. With a slap. In a single swift motion, Jean struck her with the back of his hand, sending her tumbling back. She landed hard, sitting on the ground, clutching her face in confusion and shock. She was stunned. A bright red handprint quickly appeared on her pale cheek. Seeing this, Yamanaka Haichi was overcome with rage. Ino, damn it, she's just a child, you. A child? Jean raised an eyebrow at him. Actually, I'm just a child too. I'm just a child. Those few simple words left Yamanaka Haichi momentarily speechless. Only then did he remember, somewhat dazed, that the boy before him was barely more than 10 years old. Hadn't even graduated from the academy yet. But when had he started to ignore that fact? Was it yesterday? Or perhaps, just now? He didn't know. All he could do was shield Ino, bowing repeatedly in apology. I'm sorry, Lord Jean. I promise I'll cooperate fully. That single slap had done more than knock Ino aside. It had shattered Yamanaka Haichi's pride. So strong, so young, and utterly without scruples. He realized how foolish he'd been to oppose him. Seeing this, Jean didn't bother with further conversation and simply looked ahead. Defeated Ino Yamanaka. Attempting to copy entry. Defeated Haichi Yamanaka. Attempting to copy entry. Copy fail. A rare failure. After so many victories with a 75% success rate, it had been a long time since he'd failed. And this time, 2 failures in a row. His desire to remain vanished instantly. He waved a hand and left without another word. The Yamanaka clan had fallen, but there were other families yet. Aburame clan residents. Deep within the vast and ancient compound, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. Shibi Aburame sat at the head of the hall, his expression as dark as storm clouds. Surrounding him, the elite Jonin and Chunin of the clan formed a protective circle. The cuffs of every person's sleeves trembled ever so slightly, releasing a faint, near-invisible hum. Clan head, Uchiha's deputy head, is still outside with his people. He demands that we hand over the detailed records of our mission payments and compensation disbursements for the past 10 years. In the midst of silence, a clansman hurried over and reported in a low voice. There was tension in his tone. They're still waiting? Well, let them wait. Shirui Aburame snorted coldly. On his fingertips, an ink-green Kikeichu insect was crawling restlessly. Stall them. Keep stalling. I don't believe the Uchiha really dare to risk universal condemnation and attack another major Konoha clan. Last night, they already incited everyone's wrath. If they move against us again, the other clans will surely feel threatened too. And then, boom! Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion shattered the moment, violently cutting him off. Before the Aburame compound, the heavy alloy gate, etched with intricate insect patterns. It was as if a mountain had come crashing down. The entire door twisted and buckled, then burst inward with a deafening crash. A rumble echoed out. Dust billowed through the air. Through the swirling clouds of debris, a small figure was the first to step inside. Step, step, step. Jin's footsteps were light, and as he walked across the shattered door and broken stones, only the faintest sound could be heard. Behind him, the Uchiha clan members glared with crimson Sharingan eyes. They had waited a long time for this. Shirui Aburame? Jin's voice was not loud, but it cut through the dust and startled cries, clear to everyone in the main hall. The Konoha Fiscal Management Committee summons your clan to cooperate with an investigation. Will you walk out yourself? Or shall I invite you out? Uchiha Jin, how dare you destroy our clan's gate? Seeing that it was Jin, Shirui Aburame's eyebrows shot up. Then anger surged. This was the Aburame clan's domain, their private stronghold. He never imagined the other side would be so aggressive. As soon as he finished speaking, Swarms of ink-green Kikachu streamed out from his sleeves. A sinister buzzing erupted. In moments, a churning swarm of insects had formed in front of him. The dreadful drone filled the entire courtyard in an instant. The sound made everyone's skin crawl. Many of the Uchiha couldn't bear to look. They quickly deactivated their Sharingan. Any longer, and the sheer density would trigger anyone's deepest fears. Except for Jean. He tilted his head, as if he'd just heard a joke. Breaking in? Since when did Konoha's territory become private property? With that, he raised his right hand. Fingers spread wide, he struck toward that swarming, hair-raising cloud of insects with an open palm. 8 trigrams vacuum palm, an air cannon, with a sharp whoosh. The poisonous insects, dense and seething, surged upon the blast of compressed air. A rustling, gnawing sound followed, as if a swarm of locusts were stripping leaves, devouring the forest completely. Seeing this, Shirui Aburame let out a breath of relief. So young, and yet he knows nothing of the Aburame clan's strange and deadly insects. Thinking this, he couldn't help but straighten his back with pride. With a smug grin, he declared, Uchiha Jin, if you back off now, I can help you sort through the accounts. But let me make one thing clear. This is the Aburame clan's domain. The moment his words fell, a strange energy pulsed from behind him as dozens of elite shinobi released their power all at once. Clouds of insects emerged and wove together, blotting out the very air in an instant. Their threat was unmistakable. Insects, careful, or you'll be poisoned to death. Jean arched an eyebrow, and a wave of invisible energy rippled out from him in an instant, spreading across 100 meters. Every insect from the Aburame clan was swept up in this field. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing, poison-laden, dark green swarm froze in midair. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button. The furious buzzing vanished all at once. The swarm became chaotic. The toxic gleam on their shells faded and thinned at a speed visible to the naked eye. Worse still, when these insects touched others, many were instantly poisoned and died on the spot. One after another, countless insects plummeted to the ground. They writhed, then perished. Field ability, Perception Domain Blue. It lowered the poison resistance of everything around. The insect's toxicity remained unchanged, but their resistance was stripped away. So now, their own poison killed them. Ow, how can this be? Aburame Shirui's face changed dramatically. He could feel his link with the swarm becoming sluggish and blurred. Even more terrifying, countless of the clan's poison insects were dying. From their own poison, no less. What is happening? Could it be someone has mastered a power beyond the king of poison? He furrowed his brow, frantically channeling chakra, desperately trying to pull the swarm away. This kind of death was too bizarre, too frightening. But before he could act, he saw Jean stretch out his hand again. Come out and show yourself, little darlings. In an instant, a wave of purple, nanoscopic insects surged forth. They rushed straight into the massive cloud of dark green, lethal insects, a swarm that could kill dozens of elite shinobi in seconds. Nano-level poison bugs. As theirs faded, his power rose. The advantage was his. The insect cloud shattered, crumbling like a sandcastle before a raging wind. Countless weakened, uncontrolled parasites were torn to dust. The Aburame clan's secret art, their pride and legacy, was reduced to a child's plaything in that moment. Seeing this, the entire Aburame family was stunned, their eyes filled only with boundless fear and confusion. Silence fell. Who, in the end, was the true master of insects? Aburame Shirui was left dumbstruck. He watched as his own poison insects were swept away, cleaned out like tiny shrimp. A flash of confusion and bewilderment crossed his eyes. He had actually been overpowered by another's venomous insects. In the more than 30 years since he had mastered the art of controlling poisonous bugs, nothing like this had ever happened. But the most shocking part was, those other insects were controlled by a member of the Uchiha clan. Since when did the Uchiha stop relying on their eyes and fire-style jutsu, and start using bugs? And unbelievably, they were even better at it than he was. As he stood there in a daze, a voice rang out from across the room. The Aburame clan attempted to assassinate the young Uchiha clan leader, intent on inciting chaos within the village. Seize them. Jin's voice remained calm and indifferent, as if he were simply brushing dust from his sleeve. But the words he spoke sent a chill down everyone's spine. Was one of Konoha's great clans really about to fall so easily? Yes. Upon hearing the command, the second elder of the Uchiha clan's eyes blazed with a cold light. His scarlet Sharingan, each marked with 3 tomo, spun furiously. The rage he had kept bottled up all night finally found an outlet. He had long been displeased with the Aburame clan. How dare they keep the Uchiha waiting outside for so long? If they died, they had only themselves to blame. In an instant, his figure became a streak of crimson, dashing straight into the main hall. You, Aburame Sherwi, snapped back to his senses, hurriedly forming hand seals to summon one last defensive wall of insects. But as he finished, a terrible realization dawned on him. His poisonous insects were gone. Where'd you get those insects? He took a deep breath, his once unyielding posture now unconsciously softened. After all, insects had always been his, or rather the entire Aburame clan's, greatest strength. And yet, he had been utterly defeated by an Uchiha. There was no pride left in him. He had thought that showing weakness might change the course of events. But what followed was a merciless show of force. Suddenly, a small hand clamped tightly around his throat. Jin's expression hardly changed from before. He simply gazed at him with cold detachment. His right hand tightened slightly. A harsh, grinding sound issued from the friction between palm and neck. Clan leader. Damn it, let him go. Are you trying to destroy the Uchiha clan? Let's fight them to the end. Jin's action instantly enraged all the members of the Aburame clan, especially several of their jonin, who sensed swarms of venomous insects of every shape and form surging from their sleeves, launching themselves at Jin. No longer caring about anything else, they charged forward. Some gathered fresh insects, while others readied kunai for battle. But all they met was a pair of indifferent eyes. Are you sure you want to do this? Jin's voice, still tinged with youthful sharpness, quietly echoed. It wasn't loud, but to everyone's ears, it sounded like thunder rolling overhead. Ugh! Aburame Sherhui's throat made a pained, cracking sound, but he still managed to choke out, wait. Rebellion? Perhaps, in the past, he had genuinely considered it. The Aburame clan was different from other families, relying heavily on their insects. With countless insects at his command, even Danzo himself could be held at bay, he once believed. But now, faced with overwhelming power, the pride of the Aburame clan seemed as futile as a mantis trying to halt a chariot. They were no match. It was only at this moment that he finally understood why the third Hokage, a man so proud, had surrendered so easily last night. He hadn't even truly put up a fight. Suddenly, he recalled the mysterious appearance, and equally mysterious disappearance, of the Monkey King the night before. Maybe the reason Lord Enma vanished wasn't due to injury or exhaustion, but because he was frightened away. Murmuring to himself, he looked again at the boy whose head barely reached his chest. His gaze held nothing but shock. And fear. A fear, he realized, more intense than anything he had ever felt toward the third Hokage. That was why he desperately tried to rally his clansmen. But the battle was about to explode. While the Aburame moved in agitation, the Uchiha acted even faster. In a blur, dozens of Sharingan eyes ignited at once. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. With no hesitation, fire-style techniques erupted toward the advancing Aburame. Thunderous explosions, collapsing buildings, and piercing screams blended into one. The defensive barrier of the Aburame compound crumpled like paper. In less than 5 minutes, flames were devouring the entire clan grounds. And at the very heart of the territory, in full view of every other family, a massive firestorm raged. Crack, snap, sizzle, crash. The sounds of destruction and crying echoed everywhere. The whole compound was in ruins, and any resistance had been utterly crushed. Jin tossed Shiki Aburame to the ground, looming over him. Sunlight pierced the haze of smoke, tracing a cold silhouette around the boy's small figure. It seems the pride of the Aburame, he said with a voice as calm as if commenting on the weather, is just like your insects, easily crushed. Second Elder, inventory all storehouses, ledgers, and secret keys. Arrest every root member. If anyone is found hiding or withholding. He paused, sweeping his gaze across the lifeless courtyard, his voice carrying loud and clear. They are to be treated as traitors and executed on the spot. The final words carried a chill that cut to the bone. As he finished, his mind stirred. Nanoscale poison insect manipulation blue. A surge of invisible command rippled out. Clouds of violet, nanoscale poison insects scattered in every direction. A muffled pop. Aft. In the far corner of the Aburame grounds, a masked ninja's sleeve burst open with a sudden snap. Inside, hidden away, was a root member's mask. The young ninja's arm turned black and swollen in an instant. Before he could utter a word, he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness. With swift motions, several perceptive members of the Uchiha clan quickly rushed forward and carried him away. This scene filled every member of the Aburame clan with silent fury. But not a single one dared to speak up again. They could only watch helplessly as their clansman was taken away. So it's true. Political power comes from the barrel of a gun. Jin withdrew his gaze, no longer lingering. He turned and walked toward the Nara clan's compound. If the Uchiha wanted to truly secure their position in Konoha, they could conquer every other clan by force, except for the Nara. The father and son of that clan, in a sense, were a legendary pair, truly top tier. Within the Nara clan grounds, at the heart of their territory, everything was utterly still, so quiet that even the fall of a pine needle could be heard. Just then, the silence was broken by hurried footsteps. A figure darted swiftly past. It was Yamanaka Haichi. A trace of impatience lingered on his face. The Nara clan members barely spared him a glance. This was nothing new to them. As one of the Inoshikicho trio, their bonds with the Yamanaka were unusually close. Even the clan leaders themselves were known to be close friends. So this sort of direct, unannounced visit was hardly out of the ordinary. Steadily, the footsteps echoed through the courtyard. Before long, Yamanaka Haichi reached the inner garden. The air was thick with the quiet fragrance of tea, the setting ancient and serene. At the place of honor knelt his confidant, Nara Shikaku, calm and composed. His fingers, however, unconsciously traced the rim of his warm teacup. Across from him, Akimichi Chozo was tearing open a new bag of snacks. Haichi, what's gotten into you? Noticing Yamanaka Haichi's disheveled state, Nara Shikaku's movements paused for just a moment. Then he let out a wry, knowing sigh. Haichi hesitated before replying with a strained smile. The Aburame clan, it's over. Uchiha Jin is terrifying. His voice was dry. Fatigue from barely escaping disaster was etched on his face, along with a fear he couldn't conceal. Even now, as he'd left, smoke was still rising over the Yamanaka clan grounds. That cold, decisive boy, his presence was like a blade of ice, hanging over their heads. With nowhere else to turn, he had come to seek Shikaku's help. Crunch, snap. Hearing this, Chozo let out a low grunt and shoveled a handful of chips into his mouth. He crunched down hard, almost as if he hoped to crush his anxiety with every bite. Uchiha Jin, that brat. He's not even human. His voice still quivered slightly. Clearly, last night's battle had left an indelible mark on him. He's human, Shikaku replied, picking up the thread and pouring another cup of tea, his tone clear and steady. It's just that the power he holds is on a whole different level from ours. As he finished, he lifted his gaze. His eyes drifted across the courtyard, settling somewhere beyond the garden wall. It was as if he could already see that small figure walking toward them. Power itself isn't frightening. What's terrifying is when power falls into the hands of someone both calm and utterly unhinged. This young Uchiha boy, he might become a person just like that. He paused for a moment at this, glancing at the other two. When he saw that all three remained silent, offering no objections, he went on, but Chiwi, he just never understood where to draw that line. Not far off, he could already see thick, black smoke rising from the Aburame clan's compound. As for the reason why, the answer was plain as day. And just as his words faded, top, top, top. Suddenly, clear footsteps sounded from outside the door. Drawing nearer, neither hurried nor slow. Wooden sandals pressed softly against the stone path, strewn with pine needles, making a faint, subtle sound. Each step seemed to land on the taut heartstrings of the three clan leaders. They exchanged glances, instantly realizing what was happening. Someone was coming. And not just anyone, but the very person they'd just been discussing. Creak. The courtyard gate slid open with a quiet sound. A small figure appeared in the entrance. Morning light spilled in, deepening the shadowy black of his Uchiha clan robes. The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Jin. At that moment, there was no particular expression on his face. Just a faint trace of weariness lingered about him. So young, and already burning the midnight oil. Yet, when Jin's steady gaze swept across them, the three clan leaders suddenly felt an invisible pressure descend upon the room. What was this? Akimichi Dingzwa and Nara Shikaku exchanged glances, their faces instantly stiffening. This pressure, they had only ever felt it in the presence of the third Hokage. Beside them, Yamanaka Haichi trembled from head to toe, bowing his head at once, unable to meet Jin's gaze. The memory of what had happened not long ago was still vivid in his mind. To Haichi, Jin was already marked with the label of invincibility. Clan leader Nara. Jin didn't even look at the other two. His eyes went straight to Shikaku, his words direct and to the point. The Konoha Finance Management Committee needs a mind, someone who can truly put the books in order and root out corruption. Someone with the brains to catch the parasites eating away at Konoha. His voice was soft even a little indifferent. But every word landed like a hammer in Haichi's heart. Especially the phrase parasites. It made his face go even paler. Wasn't that a veiled jab at their own Yamanaka clan? Off to the side, when he heard this, Shikaku was visibly taken aback. He had assumed Uchiha Jin's purpose for coming was the same as before. Demonstrate force, flex his muscle, win them over, by persuasion or by threat. But hearing Jin's words now, maybe he'd been overthinking it? So, after taking a deep breath, Shikaku set down his teacup and slowly rose to his feet. His posture was humble, but never servile. Lord Jin, the Nara clan, is willing to cooperate. It's just that. As he spoke, he lifted his head and met Jin's gaze with sharp, unwavering eyes. To root out parasites, you need a swift blade. But to govern Konoha, especially to heal the festering problems within our finances, a sharp blade alone isn't enough. What you need, above all, is a clear map of the system's inner workings. Otherwise, where the blade falls might not be upon the rod, but on the very lifeblood of Konoha itself. At this point, Shikaku fell silent. He fixed his eyes on Jin, watching closely for any flicker of reaction. Shikaku was testing him. Or perhaps, he was demonstrating the worth of the Nara clan. Their minds were the very map he spoke of. Others might not realize it, but as the right hand of the third Hokage and close confidant to the fourth, Nara Shikaku had long harbored opinions about Konoha's entrenched problems. The only trouble was, those who controlled Konoha's finances were beyond his reach. But now, Jin's eyes flickered for a moment as he listened, but he didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced at the ledgers stacked before Shikaku, their pages practically growling with numbers, and walked straight over. He sat down heavily. So this was a test? Jin casually opened the thick volume of duplicated accounts. Pages fluttered by, the sound like flowing water, clear and crisp in the quiet room. He scanned the dense columns of numbers and entries, his eyes darting rapidly from line to line. To most, this might look like an impossible maze, but with the accounting skills from his previous life, he found it all remarkably simple. These ledgers were almost crude in their construction, especially now, with his Sharingan and Byakugan awakened. Not only was his vision unparalleled, but his mind had become exceptionally sharp and clear. In no time, he began to draw out threads of valuable information from the tangled mass before him. 40% of the A-rank mission payments intercepted by route. Hondur Shimura Danzo. Purpose unknown. Wind Country Border Patrol allowances. For 3 consecutive years, the reported number has been inflated by 30%. Hondur Kuharu Utatana. The funds ultimately end up in her family's enterprises. Compensation for orphans of the Nine Tails incident. For the past 3 years, only 30% of the approved amount has been distributed. The shortfall is laundered through the Aburame clan. Jin's voice was calm and even. But with every revelation, Haichi and Chose's faces grew several shades darker. Each of these details had been deliberately buried under mountains of trivial entries. The very heart of the corruption. Shikaku could piece it together because he'd been tracking it all along, though he'd never spoken of it openly. But Jin had only just picked up the ledgers. How had he seen through it all so quickly? Could it be the Uchiha clan had also been keeping an eye on these matters from the very start? Jin ignored their shock. After a while, he closed the ledger with a soft thud. He stretched, languid and unhurried. In his eyes, a faint, detached smile appeared as he asked, "Clan Head Nura, this map you speak of, does it chart the holes chewed by the parasites, or the true meridians of the great tree that is Konoha?" There was not a trace of youthful naivety in his words. On the contrary, he sounded more like a seasoned man in his 30s, breaking through that thin veil of pretense. Shikaku felt a jolt in his heart. Jin's response had gone far beyond his expectations. What Jin was really asking, in a roundabout way, was about the Nara clan's map of Konoha's inner workings. Was it a flaw of the old order, or the very foundation of a new one? Shikaku fell silent. For a moment, he wasn't even sure how to reply. He could only feel his heart pounding wildly in his chest. He had witnessed Jin's power with his own eyes, and had heard countless tales of the absurdities that took place in the Uchiha small courtyard. He'd even seen with his own eyes the spectacle of the 2 Uchiha brothers chasing after a dog, one after the other. But he had never once imagined that beneath this boy's overwhelming strength and outlandish actions beat such a keen and sharp mind. At this very moment, even the third Hokage, whose leadership Shikaku had followed for decades, seemed to fade into the forgotten corners of his mind. He was tempted to try subtle changes in his breathing. Within Jin's field of perception, he clearly sensed the fluctuations in Shikaku's breath. Jin immediately rose to his feet and continued, "Konoha's roots have never been Danzo, nor those 2 advisors, and certainly not the third Hokage. It's whatever keeps this tree alive and helps it thrive. Money, missions, at the end of the day, it all comes down to people and wealth. That is the true root. After all the great ninja wars, what was the real fight about? It always came down to manpower and resources. Jin's voice rang out, resonant and unyielding, each word striking home with a force that demanded attention. In the morning light, this small figure radiated an undeniable and commanding presence. At length, he slowly turned to face Shikaku. I'll give you two choices. 1. Hand over the complete map of the meridians. Help me root out every parasite that's been sucking the village dry. Nara Shikaku, you'll be Konoha's chief financial advisor. He paused deliberately after speaking, his gaze sweeping over high and Choza at his side, voice suddenly turning cold. 2. Take that map and the secrets of those parasites, and let it all rot away in the graves of the Inoshikacho clans. The air turned instantly to stone. Thump, thump, thump. Before Shikaku could speak, Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimichi could hardly keep their composure. Above their heads, it was as if a giant question mark had appeared. Wait, aren't we friends? What does Shikaku's problem have to do with our two clans? Under this invisible pressure, both men quickly turned to Shikaku, their eyes full of anxiety and urgency. Say yes quickly. Even though this meant a clean break with the old powers, the authority on offer was immense. Chief Financial Advisor of Konoha. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was already the second most powerful position in the entire village. Creak. Under the weight of their stares, Shikaku's hands, hidden behind his back, clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. A fine sheen of cold sweat began to bead on his temples. The two choices stood before him, clear as day, utterly distinct. There was no room for compromise. Either become the chief strategist of Uchiha Jin's new regime, or be crushed as someone who knows too much. How should he decide? A soft sigh. Outside the window, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it a few pine needles. They spun through the air, riding the wind, and drifted quietly into the room. At last, Shikaku let out a long, heavy breath and nodded. In that instant, the tension melted from the shoulders of all three men in the room, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted. A collective exhale. We made it through. Yamanaka, Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza patted their chests and silently gave a thumbs up. A brush with death. Shikaku, however, bowed deeply to the figure who stood a head shorter than himself, his posture unprecedentedly respectful. Lord Uchiha Jin, he declared. Nara Shikaku, at your service as Konoha's financial advisor. As for the parasites within these walls, not a single one will escape. As he spoke, the last trace of hesitation vanished from his eyes, leaving only the cool sharpness of the Nara clan. He turned and brought out a scroll from the inner room, far thicker than the ones piled on the table. This contains every unusual financial transaction, handler, and final destination in Konoha over the past 20 years. He presented the scroll with both hands, his voice steady and resolute. This is the true map of the network. A scroll? The true map of the network? Yamanaka, Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza stared in wide-eyed disbelief, as if they were seeing their friend for the first time. How had they never known about this? Jin took the scroll and tested its weight. It felt heavy in his hands. A faint chakra glow shimmered across its surface, clear evidence of complex seals at work. Excellent. He grinned, a note of approval in his voice. From this moment on, the purse strings of Konoha are yours to hold. I want to see rivers of blood in Konoha, of course. But even more, I want to see the coffers full again. With that, he turned and strode away. The three men behind him stood in silence for a long time. The sun was high in the sky. Sunbeams streamed in. Shikaku cradled his cup of cool tea and gazed at Jin's departing figure, his eyes full of complicated emotions. He knew that handing over this scroll meant the Nara clan was now bound, for better or worse, to the Uchiha, a ship sailing through stormy seas. Would they ride the winds to glory, or be dashed to pieces on the rocks? He couldn't say. Choza, Inoichi. After a long pause, Shikaku's voice came out hoarse but earnest. Inform every clan allied with us. From this day forward, we give our full support to Uchiha. Konoha, it's time for a reckoning. All right then. Yamanaka, Inoichi nodded slowly, his expression complicated, but he said no more. Akimichi Choza crunched down on the last chip, his voice gruff but resolute. Understood. Anyway, following brains is better than dying with the bugs. The sky gradually brightened. Overnight, the situation in the Hidden Leaf Village had changed dramatically. In the Uchiha clan district, a small figure was hurriedly getting dressed, dashing out while anxiously muttering. Oh no, I'm late. How could I have slept so soundly last night? Little Sasuke, clearly, had no memory of what had happened the day before. His mind was set on only one thing, rushing to the ninja academy. Just as he reached the clan gate, he was stopped in his tracks by the sight of Uchiha Jin, hands casually tucked into his pockets, looking completely at ease. Immediately, the urgency on Sasuke's young face vanished. His quick trot turned into a slow stroll, one hand in his pocket, swaggering forward as if he had all the time in the world. As they passed each other, Jin chuckled softly and said, "Sasuke, if you don't hurry up, you really will be late." At that, Sasuke shot him a disdainful glance. With a proud tilt of his head, he replied nonchalantly, "So what if I'm late? If it weren't for father's orders, I wouldn't bother going to that lousy school at all." He lifted his head even higher, nose in the air, and deliberately slowed his pace. 100 meters away from the clan grounds, after making sure no one was watching, the bravado melted away from his little face, replaced by a look of utter dejection. And then, like a bolt of lightning, he dashed off at top speed. He ran so fast that even Pakin couldn't keep up. What an adorably stubborn second pillar. If Itachi is the eldest, I'm the second. Then Sasuke must be. Third pillar. Jin lounged atop the courtyard wall, gazing off into the distance and shaking his head. Third pillar sounds terrible. Sandiko would be better. Muttering to himself, he rolled over onto his back, lying flat on the wall with arms and legs spread wide, basking in the morning sun. Days of fatigue slowly crept into his limbs at that moment. All he wanted was a nap, just a little sleep. As he drifted into drowsiness, a strange notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected. Host has spent 6 years altering the fate of the clan's destruction. 6 cycles of samsara, 7-year itch. Trait has successfully evolved. Congratulations. Host has acquired the divine trait. Smooth sailing, colorful. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Leaf Village, beneath a dark, dry rocky peak, the air felt equally tense. "So, you finally recovered, Itachi." Obito, wearing his orange spiral mask, materialized slowly, his voice hoarse. "Let's go. Time to meet your teammates." In the shadows of the rocks, Itachi tore off his bandages and slowly raised his head. He never expected that the grotesque, pale man would have such formidable healing ninjutsu. Of course, he said nothing, only nodding slightly. "Let's move. The others are hoping you'll stick around a little longer." Obito grinned mischievously. As his words faded, a subtle shift flickered across his eyes, and the space before them began to swirl and distort, ready to draw the two of them into the realm of Kamui. But just as the vortex was about to close, a sudden change occurred. In an instant, countless needles as fine as hair, gleaming with a ghostly purple sheen, shot out at blinding speed. Without any warning, they blasted forth from the depths of the Kamui Dimension's vortex. Their speed was astonishing, their angles deviously calculated, as if lying in wait for this very moment, making them impossible to evade. What are these things? Obito's lone exposed, eye widened in shock. His mind was filled with confusion. After all, the Kamui Dimension was his absolute domain. How could something so bizarre and menacing come shooting out of it? There was a sickening series of impacts as the needles struck. They moved so swiftly that Obito barely had time to react. All he could do was instinctively phase his body. Even so, a few of the poison needles grazed the edge of his materialized arm as they passed. With a harsh hiss, the special fabric of his red and black cloak was instantly corroded, leaving charred holes in its wake. Wherever the needles touched bare skin, a searing pain and numbing sensation spread at once. These needles were laced with venom. And then, right on their heels, a thick, impenetrable cloud of purple poison mist surged forth. It seemed almost alive, accompanied by a faint, nerve-rattling buzz that sent chills down the spine. But on closer inspection, this was no ordinary mist. It was, in fact, a swarm of countless nanoscopic poison bugs, so small the naked eye could barely register them, raging through the air. Like piranhas sinning blood, they launched themselves straight at Obito and Itachi. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Itachi's expression shifted. He cast a fire-style technique and quickly leaped back to avoid the approaching swarm. But confusion flickered in his eyes as well. What on earth is this guy doing? First, he opened the dimension and let out half a river's worth of water. And now, an endless barrage of poison needles and venomous insects? Would a figure of such legendary stature really resort to these tricks? The more he saw, the more convinced he became that the Uchiha Madara before him was not the real one. Don't use fire. Seeing Itachi unleash a fire-style jutsu, Obito snapped in frustration. That stuff will explode if it hits fire. If the poison spreads all over my dimension, we'll be in serious trouble. He cursed inwardly as well. Kakashi, what the hell have you turned my Kamui space into? He was on the verge of losing his mind. The Kamui dimension was his trump card, his most closely guarded secret. It also served as his personal vault, filled with supplies he'd gathered over the years. But now it was crawling with these bizarre, terrifying poison bugs and needles. And in such quantities. Did they really think this place was a dumping ground? Suddenly, as his thoughts raced, a few poison bugs slipped through the gaps of his phasing technique and sank their fangs into his materialized ankle. With a sickening sizzle, the deadly venom, mixed with a powerful nerve toxin, erupted instantly. Even with his body enhanced by Hashirama's cells, Obito was overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness and excruciating pain. He staggered in place, his movements slowed noticeably. Meanwhile, a harsh caw, the sudden flutter of wings. The instant those poisonous insects and flying needles appeared, Itachi used his crow clone to swiftly retreat to a safe distance. He watched Obito, now in a state of utter disarray, his Sharingan slowly turning in his eyes. So, there's a brief moment of physical form when he activates it. It seems Uchiha Madara's so-called invincibility does have its weaknesses. But as for these poisonous insects, he gazed at the swirling purple poison mist and the writhing swarm of nano-insects within. For the first time, a look of gravity and surprise flashed in his scarlet eyes. This technique of controlling venomous insects instantly reminded him of the Aburame clan. But, since when did the Aburame clan's insects possess such power? And how could they suddenly appear in the masked man's mysterious space? Itachi was puzzled. Even more unexpectedly, the image of Jin flashed unbidden through his mind. While he was lost in thought, Obito made a split-second decision and charged forward. He grabbed Itachi and bolted. Of course, he didn't dare open the Kamui space again. After what had just happened, he no longer had the courage to recklessly use Kamui. Who knew what other surprises Kakashi might have in store? The hum of insects faded. As the two left, the turbulent space slowly calmed. Only a layer of purple remained, shrouding the stone, awaiting the next unfortunate soul. Konoha at sunset. For the first time since the chaos, orange-red twilight spilled over the village. A weary golden light bathed Konoha, gilding it in exhaustion. 6-6 luck, Rainbow one who changes fate can gain a strengthening point of varying degree every 6 days, 6 weeks, 6 months, and 6 years. Strengthening points can be used to directly enhance attributes. 6-6 luck? Strengthening points? Reading this message, Jin's eyes narrowed to slits in an instant. For words flashed through his mind, deep blue, add points. With this, the full transformation of his wooden clone into Hashirama cells might be just around the corner. He wouldn't even need to rely on luck to draw the Nine Tails' power anymore. Would style fuse with the Nine Tails? And then add the Uchiha clan's inherited Susanoo on top of that. He couldn't even imagine just how powerful he could become. Who? After a moment, Jin let out a deep breath and turned to close his eyes. The sunlight felt especially gentle on his face. He drifted off, sleeping more soundly than ever before. The soft whistle of movement. He was only awakened from his slumber when the sky had turned completely dark by a sound not far from the clan grounds. Someone still outside the village at this hour? Curious, he glanced over, then strode in that direction. Behind the mountain. Soon, Jin caught sight of a blonde-haired boy, tirelessly practicing his clone jutsu. Uzumaki Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, destined to be the prophesied child of Konoha's future. Yet, who could have imagined that the savior at this very moment is nothing more than a hopeless underachiever who can't even master the clone technique? Just then, a voice rang out from behind, playful and lazy, laced with mockery. Hey, peeping isn't a good habit, kid. Jin's pupils narrowed in surprise. Someone had managed to sneak up on him. He spun around abruptly. There, perched on a tree behind him, he had no idea when the man had arrived, sat a tall, white-haired figure. Like a wandering dragon destined for the sea. Though the sea may not await me, I am still Jiraiya. The moment Jin saw the man lounging in the tree, these two lines floated through his mind. Up in the tree, the man's face was marked with 2 bold streaks of red paint, and the forehead protector he wore bore a clearly engraved oil kanji. His long white hair cascaded down his back like a lion's mane. He carried an enormous scroll slung across his back, but what stood out most was his bright red cloak. This look across the entire world of Naruto, there was only one man it could be. One of the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage, Jiraiya, the true jack-of-all-trades, and the one elder whose passing brought countless fans to tears. Noticing Jin's gaze, Jiraiya stroked his chin. He eyed the faint aura of energy shimmering around Jin with great interest, then focused on the three tomo patterns in Jin's eyes. Grinning broadly, he exclaimed, "So you're Uchiha Jin, huh? Tisk, TSK, this aura is interesting, and those eyes of yours. Yeah, they're fascinating too." Though his tone was casual and his words seemed to wander, his gaze had already sized Jin up again and again, taking in every detail. With just a single glance, he had already deduced a lot about Jin. Jin could sense it. A vast, yet gentle chakra of perception was subtly radiating from Jiraiya's body. He said nothing, simply staring in awe at one of the most tragic figures in the entire Hokage legacy. The only man who could leave the ever-optimistic prince shattered for days. New conversational target detected, Jiraiya. Analyzing copyable traits. Prophecy Master, black. Emotional Creator, black. Natural-born Teacher, black. Sage Mode of Mount Myaboka Gold. Myaboka Toad Contract, purple. Wild Lion's Main Technique, blue. Rasengan, blue. Toad Oil Flame Bullet, blue. 3 black traits and 1 gold. Seeing these traits, Jin's heart skipped a beat. In the last 6 years, apart from the so-called Children of Destiny, he had rarely encountered anyone with more than 2 black traits. And clearly, of these 3 unique traits, one seemed useless, another not particularly practical. Only the Prophecy Master was truly worth pondering. After all, Jiraiya's disciples, Minato, Yahiko, Nagato, Naruto, each surpassed the last. But why? Jin wondered, had this man returned so early? It was obvious. The third Hokage was pulling strings behind the scenes. At a time like this, the only one who could summon Jiraiya back under the pretense of the village's needs was that old man. Thinking of this, Jin maintained his composure and asked calmly, "Lord Jiraiya, I was just observing the village's assets. In a sense, wasn't Naruto himself Konoha's greatest asset in those early days? Assets? Huh, what an amusing kid." Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh and leapt down from the tree branch. "But since when did that boy become an asset? Honestly, it's you I find interesting." His tone shifted mid-sentence, the playful air fading as he grew more serious. A glint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. To think you could stir up Konoha's stagnant waters, turn everything upside down, and even leave old Hiruzen at a loss. Kid, you're far more intriguing than your stiff-necked brother. The brother Jiraiya referred to was, of course, Itachi. But to lay his cards on the table so directly? Jin was a little taken aback. From the look of it, Jiraiya didn't seem to have any intention of fighting. He was even upfront about the reason for his return. That made things all the more interesting. Perhaps Jiraiya's departure from Konoha back then wasn't solely because of Orochimaru. Maybe his disillusionment with the village wasn't just about that teacher of theirs, but also the countless leeches sapping Konoha from within. Given Jiraiya's knack for gathering intelligence, there was no way he could be blind to the corruption festering in the village. But out of respect for his teacher, he had no choice but to turn a blind eye. There's potential here. By the look of things, it might just be possible to win Jiraiya over. With this in mind, Jin didn't respond to the mention of Itachi, but instead changed the subject. "I've heard that among the legendary Sannin, you're the master of sage jutsu?" Ah, the urge to teach. Time to press the advantage. My. Since when did a member of the Uchiha clan take an interest in sage jutsu? Seeing Jin's eager expression, Jiraiya's eyes lit up with anticipation. He struck a deliberately mysterious pose, launching into his explanation. Sage jutsu? This is the supreme art of communing with nature itself, drawing upon the energy of the world. In the shinobi world, none can compare to the Toad Sage arts of Mount Myaboku. What followed was a 10-minute monologue, with Jiraiya boasting at length. He spoke of the origins of Mount Myaboku, of the great toad sages Fukasaku and Shima, and finally of how arduous and powerful the training in sage jutsu could be. His words poured out in a torrent, passionate and animated, hands gesturing dramatically with every point. It was only after quite some time, noticing the young man before him listening so intently, that a flicker of surprise flashed through Jiraiya's eyes. This Uchiha kid, he actually had patience? He really was different from the rest of his clan. What Jiraiya didn't know was that Jin's silence stemmed from something else entirely. He was simply waiting for the full 10 minutes of conversation to pass. Even if the odds are slim, I still want to give a shot. What if by chance, I managed to copy a legendary ability? You have conversed with Jiraiya for 10 minutes, attempting to copy an entry. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the epic entry. Mount Myaboku Toad Contract, purple. Effect. You can summon the toads of Mount Myaboku. The more chakra you use, the greater the chance of summoning a powerful toad. Note. After activating this entry, you may choose to perform a reverse summoning to Mount Myaboku. A summoning technique. As soon as the system notification sounded, a subtle gleam flashed deep within Jin's eyes. Upon activating the entry, he could sense the spatial coordinates and summoning sigils of Mount Myaboku vividly within his mind. He could even clearly feel the mental resonance that linked him to the Toad clan. A distant chorus of frog calls echoed in his ears, rising and falling in the background. Jiraiya was still enthusiastically explaining, completely unaware that one of his greatest trump cards had just been quietly snatched away by the quiet and studious Uchiha boy before him. So you see, sage arts aren't something just anyone can learn. Only those recognized by the great Toad sage, with unwavering will and In the midst of his speech, Jiraiya finally sensed that something was off. He lowered his head, stroked his chin, and eyed Jin suspiciously. Hey, you little rascal, you're not up to something sneaky, are you? Jin flashed a radiant smile. Scheming? Oh no, not at all. I just thought, Mount Myaboku must be quite a scenic place. The sense of unease in Jiraiya's heart grew stronger. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. It felt as if he'd made a grave mistake. Suddenly, he noticed the young boy beside him forming hand seals. Those ancient gestures and the mysterious, familiar aura made Jiraiya's mind reel. Could it be? A wild thought sprang into his head. Is he about to summon a toad? Almost reflexively, Jiraiya fumbled for his scroll. After confirming that the last name on it was still Minato Namikaze, he patted his chest in relief. Phew, thank goodness. I was just being paranoid. Bang. Summoning jutsu, reverse summon. Boom. In an instant, a dazzling golden light burst forth into the night. At the center of the radiant beam, the massive silhouette of a toad flickered briefly, and in a flash, it swallowed Jin whole. The place fell silent, returning to stillness. All that remained was Jiraiya, dumbstruck, his scroll slipping from his hand and clattering loudly to the ground. A full 30 seconds passed before he snapped out of it, exclaiming in utter shock. Reverse summoning to Mount Myaboku? How does this kid know that? Wait, could it be? Fukasaku and Shima have been having secret affairs behind my back. Mount Myaboku. Between the bizarre peaks and strange rocks, and the towering mushroom forests, a faint, multicolored mist drifted gently over everything. For those with keen eyes, they would quickly realize that this mist was, in fact, natural energy so dense it was nearly turning liquid. From the distance came the faint, rumbling roar of waterfalls, mingling with the calls of frogs. A few green frogs, each as big as a wash basin, were basking comfortably in the sunlight by the edge of the falls. Just then, with a sudden, thunderous crack, a golden pillar of light tore open the fabric of space. In the blink of an eye, a small figure stumbled out from the rift. His feet slapped against the stone, 1, 2, 3 steps, before Jin finally managed to steady himself on a slick, wet rock ledge. This sudden scene immediately drew the attention of several of the large frogs. Wow, look at that frog, so ugly. Not a single bump on its back. That's no frog. That's a human. A real, genuine human. A human? Could it be Lord Jiraiya's newest disciple? Disciple? No, they really are people. Aprupe, bona fide human. The frogs gathered together, their voices overlapping as they chattered animatedly while watching Jin. But soon, 2 of the smaller frogs began squabbling over whether he was a human or disciple. Jin could only stare in silence. So these are the frogs of Mount Myaboku, lively to say the least. He forced a wry smile and looked around. Amid the ethereal mist, the chorus of frogs filled the air. This was Mount Myaboku, the sacred land, the very birthplace of the most ancient sage arts. Jin's face was a mix of wonder, complexity, and surprise as he took in his surroundings. It wasn't quite what he had imagined Mount Myaboku to be, but in a way, it was exactly as it should be. This was Mount Myaboku. He paused, lost in thought, then took a deep breath. A rush of power surged through him. The natural energy here was so abundant, just one breath filled him with a torrent of overwhelming force. It seeped into his body through his mouth and even through his pores. This energy was far more violent and heavy than any chakra he'd ever refined with mind or body alone. Instinctively, he tried to balance it with his own chakra. But even so, his skin and limbs were already turning stiff. It was as if he were turning to stone. That petrification, brought on by absorbing too much sage energy, was happening after just 2 breaths. Jin's brow furrowed deeply as he looked down at himself. After just 1 breath of that natural energy into his lungs, something inside him felt different. The breath traveled into his lungs, then followed his blood and energy flow downward. His stomach rumbled. This feeling is... He looked down, and his face darkened instantly. His legs were rigid. Even his fingers struggled to move. He really was turning to stone. He could feel the unrelenting force of the energy outside, constantly pouring into him. If not for the advanced wood-style cells in his body and the extraordinary strength of his Mangekyo mind, he would have already been fully transformed into stone by now. But Jean was a bit puzzled. By rights, shouldn't one need to smear some toad oil on their skin and meditate on nature in order to absorb natural energy? So what exactly was happening to him now? Caught in hesitation, he casually planted a flying thunder god mark. Then, he simply let go of his restraints and activated both his Mangekyo Sharingan and the wood release cells. Since he couldn't stop it anyway, he might as well give in and open himself up. Crack! 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 Soon, he heard a faint crackling sound coming from within his body. It felt as if this body, under the raging wash of natural energy, was undergoing some profound transformation. His cells leapt with excitement, yet at the same time, they endured a pain as if being torn apart. It was agony and ecstasy entwined. Oh, quite a thoughtful little fellow. Just then, a deep, aged voice echoed from nearby, full of vigor despite its years. On the edge of the platform, perched atop a giant lotus leaf, sat an elderly toad, short and clad in a blue vest, a pipe clamped between his lips. His pair of world-weary, wise frog eyes now gazed at Jean in utter astonishment, unable to make sense of what he saw. Especially when he noticed Jean absorbing natural energy with every breath. His eyes grew several times wider in disbelief. All the wisdom and age in those eyes gave way to pure, wide-eyed shock. What? How? He can sense natural energy without even using toad oil. Could this boy be a true child of nature? Even the child of prophecy, Minato, had to spend a whole month covered in oil before he could sense natural energy for the first time, didn't he? He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to master the power of nature. After all, as the second-generation sage toad, he'd been through it himself. Even with the personal guidance of the toad sages, it had taken him ages and a mountain of oil before he could sense natural energy. But now, this human boy, on his very first visit, simply lingered for a while, and he was already absorbing natural energy. In fact, he'd taken in so much that his body was starting to show signs of petrification. It was utterly absurd. The thought made Fukasaku Sage's pipe slip from his mouth. A fine shiver rippled down his back beneath his clothes, raising a rash of goosebumps. And, without even having the Toad contracts mark, he can use a complete reverse summoning technique. And within his body, there's a wood release aura, just like that Minato boy. But as he saw Jean plant his jutsu formula, the old Toad's eyes widened again. At last, he guessed the boy's true identity. Little one, are you Minato's descendant? Jean, huh? Me? He looked at Fukasaku Sage a bit lost. How did things get linked up like this? Wasn't he supposed to be Blackhead? Then he looked up, his face breaking into a pure and innocent smile. With all the sincerity of youth, he said, Sage Fukasaku, is it? My name is Uchiha Jean. Ribbit. A few young toads leapt away in fright at the mention of that name. Clearly, even in the sacred land of Mount Myaboku, the name of Uchiha was well known. Uchiha, so you're not Minato's child after all. Fukasaku picked up the pipe from the ground and gave it a quick rub. Those ancient, wise toad eyes that had witnessed countless years, were fixed intently on Jean. The heaviness that had momentarily faded returned to his expression. His voice dropped low and solemn. Brats from the Uchiha clan aren't allowed to set foot in Mount Myaboku. But, Fukasaku-sama, I'm already here, aren't I? Jean scratched his head, a gentle grin spreading across his face. So why not teach me Sage Jutsu? He wasn't sure if chatting with the toads would lead him to any special abilities. But who could say for sure? As the father of the dark side of Mount Myaboku, Fukasaku must possess abilities far from ordinary. You are not the child of destiny. So please leave. This time, Fukasaku neither answered nor rejected him outright. He simply raised his little toad claw and brought it down sharply, with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a thick, pungently odorous, deep brown toad oil materialized out of thin air. It moved like a living, writhing serpent, like a monstrous creature shaped from stone, hurtling straight for Jin's head. It was an attack, yet not quite an attack. If Jin couldn't withstand it, he would be overwhelmed by the wild surge of natural energy, and either transformed into a stone toad or thrown out entirely. But if he could resist, this was the first step in mastering Sage Jutsu at Mount Myaboku, anointing the body with toad oil. Absorbing huge amounts of natural energy without the help of the oil, was already impressive. But if it heightened a practitioner's sensitivity to nature energy, how extreme would this be for someone like Uchiha Jin? At that thought, even Fukasaku felt a faint glimmer of anticipation. He too wanted to see, did the sage arts of Toad Mountain have any true limits? Is this your way of testing me? These toads really are decisive. Push a guy straight to the brink at the drop of a hat. The instant the toad oil surged down, Jin felt his scalp prickle with alarm. If he failed to react in time, if he couldn't sync with the energy of nature, he'd be turned to stone on the spot. So, without a second's hesitation, his left eye flashed. Kamui, teleport. With a pop. In a heartbeat, the bulk of the toad oil was whisked away to another dimension. Only a small amount splashed down onto him, like a sudden downpour, drenching his body. A faint, resonant hum filled the air. Even with just a quarter of the toad oil, the moment it touched his skin, it felt as though every pore was thrown wide open. The natural energy, already flooding into his body like a tide, now exploded into a wild tsunami, catalyzed by the toad oil. It was as if all the nature energy in Mount Myaboku was being drawn to him, pulled in irresistibly. Sensing something amiss, Jin gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of vitality from each cell in his body. Combine spiritual energy with the existing chakra and pair them together. Ding! Host would release cells detected operating in overload. High purity would release cell transformation plus 10%. Boom! Under the pressure of this surge of natural energy, Jin's small body was nearly torn apart. Gurgle. Soon, bumps began to rise visibly all over his skin. This is frog transformation. It's a phenomenon that occurs in the early stages of learning Mount Myaboku's Sage Jutsu, and a sign that one's mastery is still incomplete. Sizzle. During this process, thick white steam began to rise and wave from his body. On his face, the bumps brought by toad oil would come and go, swelling and receding. It was as if his entire being was locked in a tug-of-war, caught between turning to stone and remaining flesh and blood. Across from him. Oh, he's already found his equilibrium this quickly. Fukasaku Sage drew in a sharp breath of natural energy. A dazzling gleam flashed in his wide, froggy eyes. This brat actually withstood the first wave of impact from both the toad oil and the high-concentration natural energy. This is the hardest step in Sage Jutsu training. It's also the step where most people turn to stone. In all his centuries of teaching, Fukasaku had never seen anyone succeed in cultivating sageship directly, without any guidance. But clearly, Jin had already achieved the initial success. If he could continue steadily from here, perhaps in just a month he could fully master the sage transformation. This discovery made Fukasaku Sage feel as if all those years he'd spent bitterly training might as well have been spent teaching a dog. If that's the case, then let's raise the difficulty for you. After a moment's deliberation, Fukasaku's froggy mouth curved into an odd little grin, and with another wave of his small paw, rumble. Not far away, a massive waterfall more than 10 meters wide changed its course with a thunderous roar. Like the Milky Way pouring down in reverse, it swept up even denser natural energy and came crashing down straight over Jin's head. The toad oil was just an appetizer. This waterfall, this was the true essence of natural energy. Calm your mind, feel nature, find balance amidst destruction. Of course, Fukasaku didn't just leave him to fend for himself. He still offered a word of guidance. His voice cut through the deafening roar of water, as deep and resonant as a great bell. The vibration nearly shook Jin's focus. But the mighty waterfall was almost upon him. The raging water pressure, along with the natural energy it carried, was enough to instantly crush an ordinary elite jonin into a pulp. Even the Raikage, known for his strength of body, will be flattened by this. Looks like I still need to adjust my chakra ratio. Either reduce the natural energy or strengthen the body and spirit. But just as he was about to activate Kamui, the system notification echoed in his mind once more. You have spoken with Jiraiya for 10 minutes. Attempting to copy entry. Copyable entry parsing in progress. Many children, much fortune, black. Second generation immortal, black. Toad Sage mode, gold. Illusion. Unbreakable prison, gold. Sage art. Dual life technique, purple. Sage art. Gomen, purple. Magic. Toad's grand performance, purple. Elder Fukasaku's abilities, that's a bit overpowered. Seeing the black, gold, and purple auras radiating from Elder Fukasaku, Jin felt as though the brilliance was almost blinding. Is this really just a toad? No, this is a living legend draped in golden light. Though, these two black abilities... He curled his lips into a sly grin, casting a meaningful glance at Elder Fukasaku. No wonder, really, this was the one who had seeded an entire mountainside. With a trait like many children, much fortune, there's absolutely no doubt. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the epic trait. Toad Sage Mode Gold. Effect: a level of energy surpassing chakra, greatly enhancing physical, magical, and illusory damage, while making inflicted wounds exceptionally difficult to heal. Jin was stunned. He'd actually managed to obtain a sage trait from Elder Fukasaku. Ever since the night his clan was wiped out, his luck seemed to have turned. All it took this time was a conversation. Without another moment's hesitation, he activated the Toad Sage trait. A subtle hum resonated through him. With the trait unleashed, the wild torrent of natural energy that had been tearing through his body finally began to clarify. Though still intense, it no longer threatened to petrify him. Instead, it gathered within like a powerful internal reservoir. The first stage of Sage Mode, fully stabilized. A thunderous roar erupted. Beneath the waterfall, the signs of petrification on Jin's body finally receded like a retreating tide. Beneath his skin, emerald green vascular patterns flared to life, intertwining with golden energy to form a tough, protective membrane. He still endured the crushing weight of the water and the raging surge of natural energy. His body trembled violently, but slowly his spine straightened. His crimson eyes pierced through the cascade, fixing on Elder Fukasaku. Seeking balance, is it? Amid the roar of the falls, a slow, confident smile curled the edges of Jin's mouth as he declared, "But I will seize control by force." With that, he wiped a hand across the corner of his eye. As his hand lowered, a sweep of orange eyeshadow appeared, and his pupils transformed into sharp, horizontal slits of yellow. Elder Fukasaku was utterly stunned by the sight. This is... Even his white whiskers stood on end as he turned back toward the mountain, shouting in disbelief. "Dear, come quick. You won't believe this." His chakra, it's changed completely. After activating the Toad Sage trait, Jin could clearly feel the transformation within. If before, his energy was merely human, now every vein coursed with pure sage power. With every movement, he wielded the force of heaven and earth. The power-level sword, multiplying dozens of times in an instant. This was true transcendence, a force beyond imagination. Almost reflexively, he activated the Uchiha's fire release, and with a swift breath toward the distant waterfall, he shouted, "Sage Art, Great Fireball Jutsu." Boom! Boom! The fireball, which was originally about 10 meters wide, suddenly expanded several-fold. Its force skyrocketed. The heat of the flames spiked dramatically, scorching the distant waterfall until thick white steam hissed off its surface. The roaring cascade, which had always thundered down from above, seemed to thin out noticeably, as if some of its strength had simply vanished. Witnessing this, Fukasaku Sage was left dumbfounded. That waterfall has been flowing for 1,000 years, and now... Hey, where did this human brat come from? Stop right now. At the same time, Shima Sage, with her distinctive purple headdress, hurried onto the scene. Seeing her beloved waterfall evaporate in great billows, she grew distraught. Pointing directly at Jin with her little finger, she scolded, "Stop this at once." Jin paused, facing the rising clouds of white mist, and offered an awkward smile. But deep inside, he couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought that even the fireball jutsu, famous for being non-lethal, could be this powerful? This was the power of Sage Art. If I activate Sage Mode, then unleash the Mangekyo, and, on top of that, use the first Hokage's would release. Wouldn't that make me a blend of Hashirama and Madara? His eyes flickered with excitement, and the suppressed Sharingan began to spin once more. A Susanoo-clad Great Buddha? A Susanoo riding atop the Nine Tails, both sheathed in the Great Buddha? The thought sent a thrill through him, and he immediately channeled his Mangekyo. The Scarlet 666 intertwined with his vertical pupils, faintly blooming like a field of violets. A sight both mystical and awe-inspiring. A sizzle filled the air. At that same moment, the eye markings, which had previously clung to the skin around his eyes, began to shift. The orange-red sage mask seemed to liquefy and flow, gradually covering his face. It stretched longer, growing hotter and hotter. The color deepened from orange-red to a regal purple gold, with a faint trace of crimson shimmering beneath. Whoosh! A deep, swirling breath, then, suddenly, the white mist above, thick from the intense heat, began spinning counterclockwise. High in the air, it coalesced into a vortex of energy, spanning 100 meters across. Crash! Without warning, the vortex descended. My eye markings are growing. Does this mean I'm absorbing natural energy even faster? Feeling the purple gold mask stretch all the way to his chin, Jean couldn't help but be surprised. He recalled, wasn't it said that the smaller the face markings, the more perfect the sage mode? So why was the opposite happening to him? So much energy. At the same time, Fukasaku Sage, seeing this spectacle, wore a look of shock on his small, wizened face, soon replaced by deep concern. Stop, Uchiha boy. You won't be able to handle this. With this much natural energy surging into your body, you'll definitely turn to stone. He didn't want to see such an outstanding young man turn to stone just like that. As he spoke, he reached out his tiny paw, ready to disperse the natural energy above. Shima, stop please. But at that very moment, a voice, aged and distant, as if echoing from the very end of time, suddenly resounded. There was no warning, no sign it was coming. It came so abruptly. It felt as if it spoke from deep within the heart, yet also right by the ear. The instant they heard the voice, both Fukasaku and Shima froze in place. Their movements halted and their voices stilled. It was the great Toad Sage. Realizing this, the couple quickly bowed their heads in reverence, listening intently. They were as focused as schoolchildren. This voice, it can only be that great Toad Sage, the one with the power to foresee the future, right? Jin's expression changed ever so slightly, and he instinctively looked up, searching for the source. In Mount Myaboku, the only being who could command such respect from these two elders was the legendary Great Toad Sage himself, the one who had witnessed all the rise and fall of the shinobi world. Yet, no matter how hard Jin searched, he could not find him. He could only hear that ancient voice continue from above, now tinged with a barely perceptible weariness and deep astonishment. The Eye of Change. The contract of Mount Myaboku cannot bind you. Even I cannot see where your path will lead. Hearing this, Shima, who had just arrived, felt her suspicion give way to utter shock. Even the great Toad Sage couldn't foresee it. What kind of being was this? Could it be another prophesied child of destiny? She gazed deeply at the boy behind a mask, forcing herself to calm her restless heart. Meanwhile, Fukasaku, who had been about to intervene, rubbed his hands together and quietly lowered his little paw. In the end, the small toad's face became a complex tapestry of emotions as he let out a long sigh. Kid, the great Toad Sage's prophecies have never been wrong, and there has never been anyone the sage could not see. These eyes of yours, perhaps they truly are different. With that, he looked into Jin's eyes. The yellow, horizontal pupils, mutated by sage energy, seemed to merge faintly with the Sharingan. Was this the Eye of Change? Indeed, he had never seen such eyes before. He took a deep breath, patted Jin on the shoulder, and praised him. Use them well. Mount Myaboku acknowledges the control you claim. After he finished, he paused for a moment. His tone grew solemn. But the path of sage jutsu is long, and you are still young. I believe you will reach the pinnacle. To be honest, Fukasaku hadn't liked Jin at first. In Mount Myaboku, they had never been fond of people from the Uchiha clan. Yet, there was no denying that this child shone far too brightly. He might not have liked Uchiha children, but a genius like this. Such youths are hard not to love, especially here on Mount Myaboku, and especially this distinctive young man standing before him. The Eye of Revolution, is it? In a sense, it really has brought change to Konoha. Jin bent forward slightly. He couldn't help but think of Konoha. With the overwhelming might of the Uchiha and the leadership of clans like the Senju and the Inoshikacho trio, the stubborn pests in Konoha must have been swept away by now, right? The Shimura clan, as well as the Aburame, Yamanaka, and Mito clans, after years of hoarding wealth, perhaps it's finally time for everything to return to its rightful place. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jin raised his hand and softly asked, Great Toad Sage, could I speak with you for 10 minutes? The oldest living being in the ninja world. The titles and secrets the great Toad Sage possessed would surely be even more alluring than those held by Fukasaku and Shima. If Jin could talk with him for 10 minutes, perhaps he might be able to copy some abilities that ordinary people could never dream of. For example, longevity. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, a response floated down from above. Ahem, it's time for my afternoon nap. Good night, children. No hesitation, no concern for anything at all. Say sleep, and he'd sleep. Jin, this old toad really does whatever he pleases. There's just no way to deal with him. Jin could almost picture the great Toad Sage twisting his waist, stretching his arms, and looking utterly indifferent as he said, What are you going to do about it? What can you possibly do? The sacred grounds of Mount Myaboku. For a moment, the atmosphere grew a little quiet. Ribbit, a small, unknown toad came bouncing over and let out a sharp, ear-piercing croak. Without thinking, Jean casually nudged the toad into the lake with his foot, then asked in confusion, "What's with the great toad sage?" "He's tired. The sage is quite advanced in years," Fukasaku replied without even pausing to think, and quickly suggested, "It's getting late. How about midnight snack?" "Midnight snack?" At those words, Shima's eyes instantly curved in delight. Even her usually chilly tone seemed to warm up considerably as she invited. "Great. As it happens, I caught quite a few delicacies today. We can have a real feast." "A feast?" Jean couldn't help but picture a table piled with flies, bugs, and wriggling high protein. In an instant, without even thinking, he cut the contract and reversed the summoning. With a pop, he vanished in a puff of white smoke. Sigh. That child was so happy he couldn't even maintain the summoning. Shima shook her head, then turned and cheerily called her children to dinner. Fukasaku, on the other hand, watched Jin's departing figure and let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Scared me half to death, really scared me. When did the Uchiha produce a brat like that? Even Jiraiya would probably get a headache dealing with him." With that uncertain mutter, he turned to head toward the great toad sage's dwelling. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Before long, the great toad sage, though his eyes were closed, still moved his eyeballs beneath the lids. Fukasaku sage watched and thought to himself, as expected, he's only pretending to be asleep. He leaned in and whispered, "Sage, that kid has left." "Left?" At the sound of his voice, the great toad sage slowly opened his eyes at last. Those ancient eyes were clouded and deep, yet within them, a glimmer of wisdom, born of seeing through all things, surfaced quietly. This was the immortal sage, preserved through the passage of 1,000 years. He gazed into the endless void, as if peering for a long, long time, and murmured, "That child is no ordinary one. In him I saw the signs of change and hope. It seems the ninja world is about to grow restless once more." Change and hope? The ninja world restless again? In just 2 sentences, Fukasaku's eyes went wide with shock. He was about to speak, but saw that the great toad sage had once again slipped into slumber. This time it was true sleep. Fukasaku fell silent for a moment. A long while passed before he finally gave an order. "From now on, Uchiha Jin's summoning contract takes top priority. If anyone senses his call, no matter what you're doing, drop it and give him your full support." Outside the Uchiha clan grounds, deep in the forest, Jiraiya's brow gradually furrowed. His attention, at first fixed on Jin, now shifted to Naruto. Or perhaps this was his real reason for agreeing to Hiruzen Sarutobi's request to return to the village. He watched for a long time, then finally couldn't hold back a sigh. So Minato's boy, is he just being left to fend for himself? At the edge of his vision, after a bit of training, a hungry Naruto knelt by the river and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. Next, he caught 2 small fish and, with practiced hands, began roasting them over the fire. He didn't bother to scale them, nor did he gut them. Yet even so, he ate them with great relish. "Why don't you take off the scales and the guts? They won't taste very good, you know." Jiraiya hesitated, but finally walked over to remind him. His voice wasn't loud, but it was just enough for Naruto to hear clearly. Naruto scratched his head, staring at the sudden appearance of the white-haired man, and asked instinctively, "Huh? Why do I have to take off the scales and the guts?" "Because they'll make it bitter, tough, and fishy," Jiraiya replied, clenching his fists a little. "But," Naruto looked at the little fish in his hands, eyes full of regret. "If I take those out, the fish just won't be enough to fill me up. Not enough to fill him up." Those 3 words struck Jiraiya's heart like a hammer. How could it be, he wondered, that the son of the 4th Hokage was going hungry? He wanted nothing more than to ask, "What has Master Sarutobi been doing all this time?" Naruto, suspecting nothing, cheerfully offered to share his food. "Hey, mister, do you want some? I'll take the scales and guts out of this one and roast it for you." As he spoke, he didn't even wait for Jiraiya to answer before clumsily, but carefully starting to remove the fish's scales. Piece by piece, he worked with utmost care. He was terrified that if he used too much force, he'd tear away even a sliver of fish along with the skin. Watching this scene, Jiraiya felt a sting at the tip of his nose. What kind of suffering must a child endure to become like this? Sarutobi-sensei. No, it must be that old fox Danzo's persecution. With aching sympathy, he gently ruffled little Naruto's hair, his palm warm and reassuring. Then, seeing Naruto's puzzled expression, he spoke softly. "Do you want to master the clone technique?" "Huh, Ido." Naruto's eyes flew wide open, his sapphire blue pupils shining like crystal. The clone technique had always been his nightmare. The very first lesson in class was on the 3 basic techniques, yet he couldn't even manage the simplest one, the clone technique. Many of his classmates had already mastered all 3. Not wanting to be left behind, Naruto could only sneak away here to practice in secret. But the results were minimal, hardly any progress at all. Soon, the light in his eyes faded, and he muttered, "But I just can't get it. Every time I try, my chakra gets all out of control." "It's all right. I can help you harness that power." Jiraiya smiled, his gaze drifting to Naruto's stomach, as a bold idea slowly took shape in his mind. Better to unblock than to suppress. The seal had left Naruto far too unfamiliar with the Nine-Tails chakra. That, Jiraiya realized, was the true root of Naruto's struggle to control his chakra. So, after only a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya made up his mind. His right hand shot out, pressing firmly against Naruto's abdomen. Energy surged from his fingertips, a chakra both mystical and fierce. A resonant crackle filled the air as the seal loosened. Naruto stood frozen for an instant, and then, in the next heartbeat, bright red chakra erupted violently from his body. Sinister, malevolent, and wild. It was as if a demon from the depths of hell had been unleashed, bent on destruction. With a guttural roar, Naruto threw back his head, howling to the sky, the thick chakra swirling around him, coalescing into the shape of a tail. Then, in a frenzy, he began to tear apart everything before him. With a thunderous crash, Jiraiya raised his arm to block an attack, frowning. Losing control after just one tail? It looks like teaching this child will be a long and arduous journey. With that, Jiraiya gave a gentle heave with his right hand and flung Naruto aside. Naruto hit the ground with a heavy thud, the momentum and chakra gouging a trench half a meter deep and more than 10 meters long into the earth. "Well then, let's see just how many tails you can handle right now." Jiraiya grinned, then darted forward in pursuit. "Even if you grow 2 more tails, I, the mighty Jiraiya, can keep you under control with ease." With a sharp thud, he focused chakra into his foot and brought it down hard on little Naruto's head, goading him. "Is this really all the power you've got, kid?" There was a wet squelch, and then, for the first time, the Nine-Tails, having its head stomped on, was anything but pleased. In the next instant, the sinister crimson chakra burst forth once again. Its power was so overwhelming that it blasted away trees within dozens of meters, clearing the area like a cannon shell. A gulp echoed in the tense silence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 tails. Watching the nine-tailed chakra tails reappear behind Naruto, Jiraiya's confident expression froze in place. "It looks like I might have gone too far this time." This power. Late at night, Fugaku had just returned home after a long day's work and hadn't even had a sip of water. Suddenly, his entire body turned instinctively toward the outskirts of the village. There, the sinister chakra stained half the sky with a blood-red hue. Nine-Tails chakra? Could it be? The Nine-Tails disaster is happening again? He murmured to himself, then immediately summoned his clansmen to guard their territory. Without hesitation, he dashed out at the head of the group. At such close range, if anything truly went wrong, the Uchiha compound would be the first to suffer. What? Outside the village? No, wait, that's the Nine-Tails. This power can only belong to the Nine-Tails. But, did something happen to Naruto? Within the Sarutobi clan, the third Hokage, who had been in a slump for 2 days, suddenly came to his senses. His first instinct was to rush out immediately, but as his hand touched the wooden door, he froze. Memories of that night 6 years ago, the night of the Nine-Tails, flashed through his mind. So after a moment's hesitation, he quietly withdrew his hand and placed it by the bedside. He simply lay there in silence, waiting. If the Nine-Tails really goes on a rampage, and you can't handle it, won't you all have to come begging me anyway? With that thought, his previously hunched back straightened. Now, that Uchiha gene has just seized power, and something like this happens. How will you handle it? Right now, Uchiha gene was at the center of the storm in the Leaf Village. Many of the wavering clans had chosen to side with him. He couldn't afford to act rashly. But, if the village suffered losses because the Nine-Tails went out of control, those vacillating clans would naturally think fondly of Sarutobi Hiruzen once more. And by then, the affairs of the village would still be decided by the third Hokage. With that, Hiruzen lay back even more comfortably. He even began humming a little tune, swaying his head in rare relaxation. This power, something's not right. At the same time, Nara Shikaku rubbed his temples, set aside the ledger in front of him, and turned to look outside. It feels a bit like the power of the Nine-Tails. It's not just similar, it's definitely the Nine-Tails power, Yamanaka and Noichi replied with a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. Normally, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki shouldn't lose control like this. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki losing control? Shikaku exchanged glances with Choza, and they both jumped to their feet, rushing outside. Hey, you just going like that? This is the nine tails we're talking about. We'd be useless even if we go. Yamanaka High kept waving frantically, but his two friends not only ignored him. They seemed to drift farther and farther away. Watching their silhouettes nearly vanish from sight, he gritted his teeth and dashed after them. You two are really going to be the death of me. His footsteps echoed urgently down the street. Soon, one figure after another began appearing on the streets of Konoha. They all had the same goal, the sinister force lurking outside the village. The fate of the village was at stake. Even with some clans nursing grievances, they still chose to act. Of course, there were also some families who shut their doors tight. Konoha's survival, to them, meant nothing. A sudden puff of white mist flared stark against the night. In its midst, the small form of Uchiha Jin quietly appeared. Huh, I ended up in the same place. This reverse summoning is actually kind of handy, he mused, glancing around at the familiar surroundings. But before he could finish his thought, a thunderous noise nearby drew his attention. The ground shook with repeated blasts. Hey, if you keep this up, I'll make you eat your shorts, I swear, a voice bellowed. You hit me in the face. You little runt, how dare you slap me? You think you can treat a toad sage like this? Ouch. Jin looked over. For a moment, he was completely stunned. He recognized both of them. Beasts like Naruto and Jiraiya. What a scene to come back to, Naruto pummeling Jiraiya with wild abandon. And he wasn't holding back. Every punch landed squarely on Jiraiya's face. Jin couldn't help but wonder, what did Jiraiya do to deserve this? Naruto's already turned into 4 tails, and he even looks like he might sprout a 5th. If Jiraiya could hear his thoughts, he'd probably break down in tears. He hadn't expected the 9 tails to be so quick to anger. All it took was a little provocation, just stepping on his face, and 4 tails burst out in an instant. And Naruto was still so young and fragile. The 4 tails chakra was already scorching Naruto's skin, and Jiraiya didn't dare use any large-scale jutsu. Which meant, in the end, all he could do was run for his life, dodging blows. Still, it was a method after all. As long as Naruto pushed past his limit and collapsed, the rampaging power would naturally subside. After observing for a bit, Jin shook his head and walked over. It was a method, yes, but little Naruto was suffering terribly. After a while, the fighting seemed to wear them both down. Transformed by the 4 tails, Naruto's skin was already burned raw, sinewy muscle visible beneath. He gasped sharply for air. Inside him, the ferocious chakra of the 9 tails surged, gathering in his mouth. A blood-red, almost black, orb, the beginnings of a tailed beast bomb, slowly took shape. This is bad, really bad, Jin muttered, seeing the destructive energy gathering. Jiraiya's face darkened as he glanced at the village behind him. Summoning Jutsu, Gamekin. He could dodge this attack, but he couldn't. If he did, the Konoha villagers, just 100 meters behind, would take the full brunt. He didn't dare to gamble on how much power would remain in this strike after crossing 100 meters. So, after a brief hesitation, he quickly formed hand seals with both hands and summoned a toad to shield himself. With a heavy thud, Gamekin appeared, carrying a huge lid on his back and wielding an iron trident. Jiraiya, it's been a long, wait, this isn't right. He began to greet him, but was suddenly distracted by the overwhelming pressure from behind. Turning around, sweat the size of beans broke out on his purple face. What a terrifying aura. Jiraiya, you're not expecting me to fight that thing, are you? I'm not the brightest, you know. I probably can't win. Gamekin's voice was neither loud nor hurried, but his meaning was clear as day. Hearing this, Jiraiya patted his webbed claws to encourage him. Don't worry, Gamekin. I know you can help me block this attack. Is that so? Gamekin wiped the sweat from his brow and replied in a low voice, I'll do my best. Then he pulled out the shield from his back and raised it before him with both hands. This shield was his strongest defense. A piercing whoosh, followed by a thunderous boom. Almost at the same moment, the enemy's tailed beast bomb, as large as a cartwheel, finished forming. It shot straight toward Jiraiya and Gamekin. As the condensed chakra orb soared through the air, even the atmosphere seemed to ripple in its wake. And it was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it slammed into Gamekin's shield. A sharp crack, the shield lasted barely a second before shattering into pieces. This is bad, I can't hold it. Gamekin cried out, hastily using his own body to shield the village instead. But the tailed beast bomb's power was so overwhelming that even before it made contact, it had already melted the black vest he wore. Is this the end? Sweat poured down Gamekin's forehead as he murmured apologetically, Sorry, Jiraiya, I'm just too clumsy. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Gamekin. Patting Gamekin on his large head, the newcomer shook his head and said, Young man, never underestimate yourself. Wait, is that the Uchiha kid? Catching sight of Jin's silhouette, Jiraiya's expression changed, and he hurriedly warned. That's a tailed beast bomb. Its destructive force is nothing like ordinary jutsu. Get out of there now. In this moment, the insignificance of human strength before a tailed beast was laid bare. But it was Jiraiya who had brought this trouble upon himself. He couldn't let others be harmed because of it, especially not a genius like that. So he called out. At the same time, his hands moved rapidly, forming seals as his white hair shook behind him. Wild Lion's main technique. With a soft rustling, the white hair at the back of his head suddenly expanded and grew, forming a mane as wild as a lion's. With a flick, the mane stretched out like vines, reaching for the tailed beast bomb. In moments, the cartwheel-sized sphere was completely enveloped, transformed into a cocoon of white. But Jiraiya's face showed no sign of relief. Instead, his expression remained deeply grave. After 3 breaths, the white sphere began to expand rapidly. The white hair coiled around the outsider was pulled taut by the force. Each strand suddenly stretched straight. One strand snapped quietly. Crack! Crack! Then a second, a third followed. Hair strong enough to bind a mountain paled in comparison before the power of this 4-tailed beast bomb. Of course, much of the beast bomb's force was being drained in the process. Amidst this, Jiraiya could spare no thought for anything else. He shouted urgently to his companion and the toad. Run! I can't hold it for long. He could block it for a moment, but there was no way to completely neutralize this beast bomb, unless they dodged. So he could only urge the two to get out of the way. With a harsh rip, just as his words left his mouth, the wild lion's mane burst apart. It tore like strips of fabric. Inside, the beast bomb was now clearly visible. The evil chakra pulsating on its surface was so intense. Even the air around Jiraiya began to sizzle with heat. Damn it, after all this trouble, I'll end up in the hospital for 2 months when I just got back. He cried out in frustration, his voice tinged with pain. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself to take the full force of the beast bomb. Its power was overwhelming. If it didn't kill him, it would still lay him up for months. But just then, something flickered before his eyes. Even the very air began to ripple. What's this? Jiraiya's brows shot up, furrowing even tighter. This kind of spatial distortion felt oddly familiar. It was just like the spatial ripple left behind when Minato used the flying Raijin. But where could such a spatial ripple come from now? The next instant he was stunned. The spatial ripple expanded swiftly, spinning into a vortex. And the massive beast bomb, just as it touched the vortex, vanished in an instant. Yes, it was simply gone, as if it had been swallowed by another dimension. The crisis was over. This is this space-time ninjutsu. Jiraiya snapped back to his senses, hurriedly turning to look at Uchiha Jin. More precisely, he looked into Jin's eyes. Among the 2 humans and 1 toad here, only one could wield such a space-time technique, a dojutsu, the Uchiha clan's dojutsu. So it's true, your 3-tomo Sharingan is different from the others in your clan. So is this the Mangekyo Sharingan? Jiraiya stared for a while, both shocked and deeply silent. His feelings grew complicated, even a little bitter. A Mangekyo wielder barely passed 10, and Sarutobi-sensei lost to him. Maybe it wasn't such a disgrace after all? For a moment, this proud hero felt an unfamiliar pang of defeat. Just then, there was a rush of footsteps. At the same time, the village's ninja began to arrive one after another. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze immediately locked onto Jin, a flash of worry crossing his brow. The kaleidoscope in his eyes began to spin as well. But when he caught sight of the white-haired man standing beside Jin, his body paused mid-step. Lord Jiraiya? Why has he come back? Perhaps it's because of the great upheaval in the village. A soft, ghostly voice picked up the thread of conversation from behind. Shikaka Nara and the others had caught up. Behind them, more clan shinobi continued to pour in, forming a barrier between the village and the tailed beast Naruto. Seeing this, Fugaku decisively stepped back half a pace, yielding his position to Shikaku. After all, he knew that his own ability to assess the battlefield was somewhat inferior. Shikaku didn't mind such details. With a quick scan of the situation, he immediately issued orders. Where's the sealing squad? Prepare to cast the sealing jutsu. Medical team, stand by. All Earth-style users, combine your strength and raise an Earth-style wall. Soon, orders were dispatched one after another. Around the edge of the dense forest, towering earthen walls sprang up. Once everything was in place, Shikaku finally turned to the center of the battlefield and called out, Lord Jiraiya, Lord Jin, the area is secured. Please fight without restraint. He could tell both men had been holding back for fear of the village behind them. A sharp one from the Nara clan. Not bad at all. Hearing the voice from behind, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. He slapped Jin on the shoulder, brimming with confidence. Kid, now let me show you the true strength of this sage, huh? What's this? A sudden clatter. He didn't even finish his sentence before several chains appeared out of thin air right in front of him. Chains gleaming with golden light. Above them, a powerful sealing aura surged, far stronger than anything Jiraiya had ever encountered. He stared closely for a moment, then froze. His toad-like eyes narrowed to slits as he gasped. Adamantine sealing chains. Kid, do you have Uzumaki blood in you? Such a powerful bloodline-based sealing technique could only be wielded by someone of the Uzumaki clan. And the Uchiha clearly couldn't. With that, he spun around, looking back at Fugaku with a mixture of doubt and curiosity in his eyes. Fugaku. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt strangely offended. But soon, he had no time to ponder. In fact, nearly 100 ninja present all stared wide-eyed in shock. Jiraiya most of all. His eyes widened and narrowed in disbelief. The Four Tails Naruto, who just moments ago had been rampaging and forcing even Jiraiya on the run, now visibly trembled at the sight of the adamantine sealing chains. Yes, he actually trembled. Even the blood-red muscle fibers of his transformed body seemed to quiver involuntarily. It was as if, in his eyes, these chains were the stuff of nightmares. So it's true, Kurama's been taught a harsh lesson by these adamantine sealing chains before. Jin smiled faintly, then called the chains down with a wave of his hand. Boom! The three chains shot out like slender serpents, swiftly coiling around Four Tails Naruto. Golden sealing energy surged forth the instant they made contact, spreading rapidly. In no time at all, it enveloped Naruto from head to toe. A desperate howl tore through the air, then was cut off, sharp and sudden. The four crimson, demonic tails that had been lashing out began to fade and wither. Jin strode forward, approaching Naruto with measured steps. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Finally, just as Naruto lost consciousness and was about to collapse completely, Jin reached out and caught him gently. Seeing the boy's blistered, ravaged skin, he let out a sigh and tapped his own brow, saying, Kurama, care to come out and have a little chat? Silence. Utter stillness. In that moment, everything around them seemed to freeze. No sound, no movement. It looked as if Jin were speaking only to himself. Seeing no response, he raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. If you won't come out, then I suppose I'll just have to come in and find you. Kurama. A thunderous roar exploded, shattering the quiet night sky over Konoha. The sound was laden with boundless fury at being provoked, an outrage that could not be ignored. Even though the beast within the Jinchuriki had lost all reason, it still sensed it was being challenged. Crimson chakra surged around Naruto's unconscious form once again, enveloping him completely. For chakra tails burst into existence in a flash, whipping the air with crackles and snaps. And in that instant, a fifth tail began to form, quietly but inexorably. Without hesitation, the new tail smashed through the adamantite chains of the sealing jutsu. Now, the eyes of Four Tails Naruto, once a clear, human blue, were filled only with a beast's wild urge for destruction, locked fiercely on Uchiha Jin. You wretched brat! How dare you threaten me? The words were forced out with great effort, and then the beast threw its head back in a furious howl. A blinding flash, followed by a ground-shaking boom. Another tailed beast bomb began to form in its mouth, gathering even more swiftly and densely than before. If the previous attack had been the size of a wagon wheel, this one was as massive as a whole van. Its sheer size brought with it a terrifying, devastating power. At its core, the darkness seemed deep enough to swallow all light. Energy crackled and seethed, compressed to its limit, forcing the air itself to bend and ripple for hundreds of meters around. This time, it was throwing everything it had into a single, annihilating strike, intent on obliterating not just the Uchiha boy before it, but the entire bothersome village behind him, wiping them all off the map in one fell swoop. Kid, get out of the way! Sensing the overwhelming power of this tailed beast bomb, Jiraiya's heart pounded with dread, and he shouted at the top of his lungs. Forming hand seals in an instant, his white hair flared out like a lion's mane, creating a protective barrier before the attack. This tailed beast bomb held far more power than the last one. Try to block it head-on? Jiraiya recalled how Gamaken's shield had been shattered so easily before. There was only one hope. Try to alter its trajectory. Jin! Fugaku's Mangekyo, Sharingan, spun wildly, to the point that faint traces of blood trickled down from his eyes. The ethereal outline of Susanu's purple ribcage flickered in and out of existence under the night sky, ready to leap forward at any moment. Jin, do you actually have another trick up your sleeve? But upon seeing Jin's reaction, Fugaku slowly reined himself in and remained standing where he was. When he recalled the sheer extent of Jin's power, Fugaku suddenly realized he might have been worrying for nothing. Jiraiya might not know, but how could he not? After all, Jin was someone who could easily outmaneuver the third Hokage. Up ahead, Shikaku Nara spat out the toothpick from his mouth, his face grave. It's over. If they couldn't stop this blow, the entire outer perimeter of the village would likely be flattened. The thick earthen wall the Earth Release Squad had just raised seemed utterly flimsy and laughable before this overwhelming force. Like a thin layer of mud trying to block a cannonball. Just for show, he could only glance back anxiously and urge, "Has the Sealing Squad not arrived yet? Hurry!" At that moment, a cry of alarm suddenly cut him off. Shikaku instinctively turned, his pupils contracting sharply. Directly ahead, Jin moved. Upon seeing the cataclysmic, crimson-black sphere of energy, instead of retreating, Jin stepped forward right into the heart of the raging shockwave. His foot touched down, and in that instant, the wind and noise seemed to vanish. His extended right hand didn't recoil from the Nine-Tails rampage. Instead, he abruptly splayed his fingers wide, reaching toward the black-tailed beast ball hovering just an arm's length away, and tapped it lightly, just as he had tapped little Naruto on the head moments earlier. Within 3 feet before him, repulsion plus decomposition, Shinra Tensei plus origin severance, a deep resonance, humming. A sudden, invisible domain of absolute rejection erupted outward from Jin as its center. This was no defense, but the purest, most fundamental rejection of all things. Within 3 feet of him, everything was repelled. A dull, suppressed sound slowly rumbled out. The tailed beast ball, formed from the rampaging power of the 5 tails, strong enough to level a mountain. As it collided with the invisible field before Jin, it began to dissolve. Like a soap bubble, suspended in midair, distorting, collapsing inward upon itself. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no all-consuming shockwave. That wild, destructive energy, before everyone's eyes, was forcibly crushed and compressed in Jin's small hand. It never exploded outward. Instead, the forces clashed and collapsed into each other. A faint pop, a ripple, born from the sudden vacuum in the air, silently spread outward. Silence. Utter silence. Absolute stillness fell over the battlefield. Everyone watched this scene, their throats dry, unable to utter a sound. Jiraiya stood agape, the white hair before his face looking almost comical. The scroll he had just removed fell to the ground with a thud, rolling a couple of times before it was thoroughly covered in dust. He had destroyed a tailed beast ball with his bare hands. And, most astonishingly, there hadn't even been an explosion. Naruto wasn't injured, either. What on earth was this supernatural power that could do such a thing, so silently and effortlessly? Suddenly, a look of shock flashed across his face as the image of a small, elderly man surfaced in his mind. A diminutive old man, stooped and frail, whose back would give out at the slightest movement. Could it be that this kid knows dust release too? This thought flickered through Jiraiya's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. No, dust release isn't this overwhelming. This feels more like some kind of advanced law or higher-order power. With these thoughts swirling, he turned his gaze once again to the diminutive Uchiha Jin. He felt as though a veil of deep mystery shrouded this child. Phew, I knew it, Fugaku exhaled in relief. Behind him, the newly formed spectral ribs of Susanoo faded away in an instant. Muscles on his face twitched involuntarily. That was the mark of utter shock, and a wild fervor he hadn't even realized was there. Was this Jin's power? Was this the true peak of the Uchiha clan? If that were so, did it mean their entire Uchiha clan could become powerhouses like this? If that day ever came, not just Konoha, even the entire shinobi world would have no choice but to submit. At that very moment, the man who had always hesitated felt an ambition ignite within him. One he had never dared to imagine before. Incredible, unbelievably strong. Narashikaku was stunned, the commands he was about to relay dying on his lips. In this instant, he realized that all strategies and machinations were nothing but jokes in the face of overwhelming power. Behind him, the ranks of Konoha shinobi, who had been poised for action, now seemed frozen in place. Their eyes were wide as saucers, jaws dropped in disbelief, unable to trust what they were seeing. Even Naruto, shrouded in the 5-tailed beast form, seemed to pause in confusion. For the first time, he was confronted with something he simply couldn't comprehend. Where had his massive tailed beast ball gone? How could it just vanish like that? Jin, standing across from him, casually lowered his hand, the gesture as nonchalant as brushing away a speck of dust. His gaze remained unchanged from start to finish. With a hint of amusement, he locked eyes with the berserk Naruto, murmuring, "Still not coming out? Then I suppose I'll just have to go in and find you, Kurama." As the words left his lips, the crimson 666 in his eyes spun frenetically. With a soft pop, Jin's fingertip once again pressed against Naruto's burning forehead. From the center of his finger, the chains of the adamantine sealing jutsu began to snake forth once more. Only this time, they were woven with the mental domination of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Like pebbles tossed into a deep pond, the transformation was immediate. Naruto's beastly, twisted face froze in place. Behind him, the 5 fiery tails that had been lashing through the air were snuffed out in an instant. The flames vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. At the same moment, as Jin's fingertips brushed against Naruto's skin, his eyes slowly closed. Drip, drip. All around, there was only darkness. Only the faint sound of water rippling gently disturbed the silence. "So, I finally made it in." Jin's lips curled into a slight grin as he gazed ahead into the pitch-black void and spoke with a hint of amusement. "Long time no see, Kurama." With a sudden rush, the darkness receded at his words. The true scene was revealed. This was not the familiar sewer-like prison Naruto often found himself in. Instead, it was a vast, endless ocean of churning, crimson chakra. All around, thick, viscous energy surged like boiling blood, bubbling up relentlessly. Pop! Each bubble burst with a sharp, acrid stench that made one's head swim and senses reel. Of course, none of this bothered Jin in the slightest. He swept his gaze across the expanse, his eyes finally settling at the heart of the blood-red sea. There, a massive cage made of iron bars stood ominously. Deep within, a pair of enormous, burning crimson eyes, vertical and slit-pupiled, glared at him with pure malice. "Achiha brat, I never thought you'd actually manage to come in here." Kurama's voice was low and raspy, like an old hermit dwelling deep in the mountains, each word heavy with hostility. "If that's the case, then die here." Without another word, not even a greeting, Kurama struck. His immense form gathered all its strength, and his 9 scarlet tails lashed out in a frenzy. Boom! A torrent of violent malice crashed down on Jin with overwhelming force. For most, even the most elite of ninja, such a mental onslaught would have shattered their soul. But Jin was no ordinary person. "This map of Yin country is way too short, isn't it?" he muttered, glancing at Kurama and shaking his head in mild disappointment. There wasn't even time for a proper reunion. Kurama went straight for the big guns. Clearly, this fox knew nothing about the ways of the world. No wonder he was always either sealed away or on the verge of being sealed. With a quiet thought, Jin activated the trait Heart toward the light. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. In a flash, Kurama's soul-crushing wave of malice passed straight through Jin without leaving a mark. It didn't even slow for an instant, barreling off into the distance. Instead, it stirred up quite a commotion on the sea of chakra itself. What a strange brat." Kurama's raspy voice lingered, and his 9 tails thrashed even more furiously. He threw his head back and let out a thunderous roar. Boom! Noisy. Jin frowned, glancing over with growing impatience. Why did Kurama always have to make such a racket? Did he really think Jin was here to have a nice chat? Slowly, Jin raised his right hand. The screech of metal grinding against metal erupted, cutting through even Kurama's roar in an instant. No longer were these gentle, golden chains that held back and restrained. Now, they were as if molten rock had solidified, scorching, unyielding, and unstoppable. 3 enormous chains, ablaze with a dazzling crimson light, shot out from his hands with a deafening roar. Each chain was wrapped in ancient and intricate sealing runes. The mere sound of the chains colliding sent tremors through the surrounding sea of chakra, plunging it into silence. Adamantine sealing. These were the adamantine chains, infused with the purest sealing power of the Uzumaki clan. Their might far surpassed anything that had ever bound Naruto's body from the outside world. What? You little brat? You can even use this here? At the sight of the chains, Kurama instantly stiffened. He planted all 4 limbs to the ground, back arched high, the fur along his spine bristling in alarm. In that moment, his face shifted, rage giving way to wariness and shock. Then, with a hesitant shuffle, his massive paws instinctively retreated half a step. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The crimson chains lunged forward, twisting and writhing like venomous dragons with wills of their own, driving straight toward him. In the blink of an eye, they coiled around Kurama's shoulders, waist, limbs, binding him tight. Even 2 of his tails were caught in the relentless grip. The sealing runes, like inescapable parasites, spread rapidly along the channels of Kurama's chakra network. Scarlet chakra tried to ignite in resistance, but every spark was snuffed out, leaving nothing behind. A thunderous roar erupted from Kurama, resounding through the chamber. But this time, the sound was tinged not with fury, but with fear. Why? How can you possibly have so much chakra? This wasn't his first encounter with the adamantine chains, but so few had ever suppressed him so effortlessly. Not even the previous host, the red-haired woman, could subdue him without a fierce struggle. After so many confrontations, he understood. The power of the adamantine seal depended not just on age or physique, but most importantly, chakra. The more sealing runes would flow forth. But how could this red-eyed brat have even more chakra than the red-haired woman? He simply couldn't make sense of it. Hearing this, Jean stretched out a small finger and waggled it. Chakra, call me Katanra. After countless days basking in the sun, fusing advanced would release cells, unlocking the 8 gates, and mastering Sage Mode, Jin's chakra reserve had soared to nearly 3 million. Kurama sucked in a sharp breath, utterly baffled, but that didn't stop him from thrashing with all his might. The whole chamber shook with the clamor of straining chains. Still causing trouble when you're all tied up? Jean was exasperated. He raised his hand and unleashed an invisible blast of air. With a sharp crack, the 8 trigrams air palm landed squarely on Kurama's snout. The crisp smack rang out, echoing through the silence. The blow left Kurama momentarily dazed. But then another smack followed, and another, and another. These slaps forced the once lofty head of the Nine Tails down into the mud. In an instant, his vertical pupils erupted with boundless fury. Roar, roar, roar. You damned human brat. I'll tear you to pieces. Boom. He thrashed about madly. His sharp claws tore at the chains. With a gaping maw, he unleashed a devastating surge of chakra, trying to shatter his restraints. But the crimson chains didn't budge an inch. Instead, a familiar power suddenly flared before his eyes. Swish, swish. 2 eerie, crimson streams of demonic chakra formed behind Jean. They swayed and curled, just like a fox's tails. What is this? At that moment, in those demonic, violent eyes that had burned for 1,000 years, a new emotion flickered for the first time. Pure shock. How do you possess my power? Don't worry, that's just the beginning, Jean replied, grinning brilliantly. No sooner had he spoken than another crimson chakra tail emerged behind him. Ding, you have defeated Uzumaki Naruto. Attempting to copy entry. Congratulations, host. You've gained the 9 Tails Jinchuriki Gold. Stackable entry detected. Would you like to stack? Fusion successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the legendary entry. Power of the 9 Tails, 3 Tails Gold. You may now borrow the strength of 3 of the 9 Tails, greatly enhancing your physical power, reaction speed, and sensory ability. The system's prompt still echoed vividly in his mind. It had appeared back when he was suppressing Naruto outside. Compared to the full power of the 9 Tails, the strength of 3 Tails wasn't even close. But, right now, the 9 Tails was thoroughly bound, utterly unable to move. He could do nothing but stare helplessly as those strangely familiar tails smacked him across the face. Slap, slap, slap. Insolence. You wicked little Uchiha brat. What exactly are you after? Once I get out, I'll kill you for sure. Slap, slap. Stop. Enough. Whatever you want, we can talk. I might even spare your life someday. Slap. All right. I won't kill you, just stop hitting me, okay? Slap, slap. Brat, don't push your luck. Slap. If you have something to say, just say it already. I don't believe you came here just to MMPH. Slap. The sound of slapping abruptly ceased. Jean withdrew the 3 tails, rubbing his neck casually as he remarked, You're too tall, my neck is starting to hurt from looking up at you. The 9 tails. He pressed his forepaws nervously to either side of his long snout, lowering himself timidly to the ground. In a small, almost squeaky voice, he asked, What do you want? His tone was so soft and thin, it even broke a little. If anyone else had heard this, their jaw would have dropped in disbelief. Was this really the fearsome 9 Tails of legend, the embodiment of chaos and evil? Even Jean was a little caught off guard, staring at the once mighty beast, now cowering pitifully with his mouth covered. For some reason, 3 words suddenly surfaced in his mind. Hakimi. Great Hakimi. He shook his head and said directly, Ahem. It's really nothing much. I just want to tell you to behave yourself. 9 Tails? That's it. Is it really worth beating me up for something so simple? His vertical pupils narrowed even further, and he was so upset that even a bubble of snot popped out of his nose. Of course, after being thoroughly beaten, he became much more obedient. He didn't argue, just nodded his head. Looking at this pitiful sight, Jean silently added another thought in his heart. Also, I wanted to see what traits you have. He was intensely curious. After all, the Nine Tails, who possess the most chakra among the tailed beasts, must have some unique abilities. Soon, a series of golden orbs of light appeared around the Nine Tails before him. Defeated Kurama. Attempting to copy traits. Available traits to copy. Hatred Incarnate, black. Immortal and Undying, black. Tsundere Hakimi, black. Infinite Chakra, gold. Tailed Beast Ball, purple. Tailed Beast Cloak, purple. Malice Sensory, purple. Chakra Corrosion, purple. Hatred Incarnate. Seeing this trait, Jean suddenly remembered. The Nine Tails just drew power from the intense negative emotions of all living things around it. It's no exaggeration to say, the greater the hatred, the stronger the Nine Tails becomes. No wonder, in those later fan stories, the Nine Tails ended up so weak. It must be from staying inside the prince's body too long, with no negative emotions left. Or perhaps, you get weaker the more you're redeemed? He shook his head, too exhausted to complain. The once mighty prince, now so worn out from handling official duties, he couldn't even muster up a handful of his signature shadow clones. What a ridiculous joke. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the epic trait. Tailed Beast Cloak, purple. Effect. Allows you to cover others in your own chakra, forming a chakra cloak with powerful defensive and healing properties. Tailed Beast Cloak. At that very moment, Jin's eyes widened in delight. Aside from his unique 3-foot barrier, the healing power of the Tailed Beast Cloak was exactly the ability he lacked most right now. For defense, he had the golden body of light. For stealth, he had the aura of weak presence. For speed, he had the flying thunder god technique, phantom step, and cloud flow. For offense, he had Kamui to tear through anything. In short, he already had strong techniques in every area. Except healing. Even Jean himself could only rely on the self-regeneration of advanced wood-release cells. But that kind of recovery had major drawbacks. And it couldn't heal others, either. But the Tailed Beast Chakra cloak was different. Now, he could finally be a remote healer. So, after obtaining exactly what he wanted, Jean didn't hesitate a moment longer. He turned and left immediately. Only the Nine Tails was left, holding its nose and lying on the ground, staring blankly at his departing figure. In those large eyes, disbelief and confusion flashed by. Really, just like that, he left? Did he come here only to give me a beating? He was completely baffled. It wasn't until he blinked hard that he realized the terrifying human brat outside had truly vanished. Ah, finally gone. At this moment, the Nine Tails was so elated, it almost felt like it could soar. Thud. But the joy didn't last long. Because in his excitement, when he tried to stand upright, he discovered that his legs were still shackled by the chains of the adamantine seal. Hey, wait. Aren't you going to unchain me? Outside the Hidden Leaf Village. After a brief moment of shock, Jiraiya quickly regained his composure. In a flash, he rushed toward Naruto and Jean. Whoosh. Bang. But just as he closed in, someone appeared before him. Uchiha Fugaku. He stepped between them, watching Jiraiya warily. Lord Jiraiya, please wait. This matter concerned the life and death of his second son. There was no way he could let Jiraiya pass. As long as Jean was still within Naruto's mindscape, no one else could be allowed near. Uchiha Fugaku, you mean to stop me? Jiraiya frowned. He had no intention of harming Jean. He was simply worried about Naruto. First a 4-tailed transformation, now a 5-tailed one. This explosive power would inflict terrible damage on little Naruto's body at his age. So, he had to figure out how to get Naruto back to the village for treatment as soon as possible. But before he could finish speaking, several more figures appeared behind Fugaku. Narashikaku didn't hesitate for even a second. He rushed forward to stand in the way. He bowed and said, Please, Lord Jiraiya, do not proceed. On Uchiha Jean, he had glimpsed a different future. A future that was the bright and open road for the Leaf Village. Seeing this, Akimichi Choza and the others immediately followed suit, stepping up to block the way as well. Even Yamanaka Inoichi, who had recently suffered a lashing from Jean himself, hesitated only a moment before gritting his teeth and joining the line of defense. Witnessing this, Jiraiya felt momentarily dazed. For an instant, he couldn't tell if that small boy 10 meters ahead was an Uchiha clansman or the Hokage himself. Of course, he never meant any harm. He could only shake his head helplessly and explain, but Naruto's little body can't take much more. Don't worry, the medical corps has been ready for a while. From the rear, Narashikaku waved his hand, signaling the 3-person medical squad, who immediately dashed over. They released a gentle, green chakra, bathing Naruto's battered body in its healing glow. Moments latte. The captain of the medical team wore a grave expression. Advisor Shikaku, this child's muscles are all corroded. He needs to be returned to the village for treatment immediately. Back to the village? Luku's eyes narrowed even more deeply. He glanced at the embers still pressed between Naruto's brows, his expression clouded by hesitation. Returning to the village meant moving the ember away, but none of them knew what dangers that might bring. Just as the atmosphere grew tense and deadlocked, a youthful voice suddenly broke the silence. It's all right, there's no need to go back. No need to save him? Who's spouting nonsense, believe it or not? Lord Jean, the squad leader of the medical team, heard this, and his face darkened at once. But as he spoke, he looked up and caught sight of Jean, the rest of his words dying instantly in his throat. At the same time, the others all turned toward Jean, each with a different expression. Jean, you're awake. Lord Jean, that's great. Since you're awake, let's get him to the medical unit right away. Everyone reacted differently, but most were filled with relief and happiness. Especially Luku, who upon seeing this, immediately waved his hand to signal the medical team to act quickly. The squad leader of the medical team breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he must have misheard just now. He turned and prepared to lift Naruto onto the stretcher. But at that very moment, a gentle voice came from behind him again. It's all right. There's no need to go back. This time, the squad leader's brows knit together for real. He turned to Jean, struggling to keep his anger in check as he explained. Lord Jean, you've seen the state of this Jinchuriki's injuries yourself. He's still just a child, and his ability to recover is weak. If we don't get him back for treatment soon, he might not make it. His voice was hard and sharp. Anyone could hear the anger trembling underneath. But on second thought, the others all felt a sense of understanding. Medical ninja never cared about your status. If you stood in their way, even the Hokage could expect a scolding. After all, every village treated these rare talents like precious treasures, because no one could guarantee they'd never be injured themselves. Ahem. Sensing the rising tension, Luku quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Lord Jean, perhaps you're not aware, given Naruto's current state, only the village's medical unit stands a chance of saving him. That's right. If you want to help him, let us take him now, otherwise. The medical team leader nodded in agreement. And with that, he reached out once more, preparing to move Naruto onto the stretcher. Smack! But this time, just as his hand extended, it was gently brushed aside. Jean waved his hand and spoke softly. It's all right. There's truly no need to return to Konoha. Having been blocked again and again, the usually fiery-tempered squad leader could take no more. He threw up his hands in frustration. No need to go back? Lord Jean, remind me, are you the medical ninja here, or am I? If you're so capable, why don't you do it yourself? With that, he crossed his arms and stepped aside. He could only stand by and watch. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. Someone else was stopping him. Can you do better? Why don't you try then? The moment those words were uttered, the faces of Shikaku and the others grew even darker. How dare this medical team show such disrespect to Lord Jean? Of course, there were some who actually sided with Jean. Shikamaru took a slow, deep breath, trying once again to explain. Lord Jean, Naruto is a Jinchuriki. Don't worry. This time, Jean didn't keep them in suspense. He simply patted Shikaku on the shoulder and said, I'll do it myself. What? You'll do it? That response left all the Konoha shinobi utterly stunned. Shikaku tugged at the corner of his mouth, attempting to reason. Lord Jean, while your strength is certainly extraordinary when it comes to saving the wounded. He trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. But his meaning was obvious. Taking lives and saving lives are worlds apart. Being powerful doesn't mean you can heal. The leader of the medical squad glanced over, equally skeptical. There was even a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if thinking specialization matters, you know? Does he really think we medical ninja are just window dressing? He was deeply dissatisfied with Jin's lack of trust in his professional judgment, and even more so with treating a young man's life like some kind of game. This was sheer recklessness. So, he signaled to his two assistants. No one was to make a move. He gave a cold snort. Fine, go ahead. But let's be clear, if you botch it, we're not responsible. He'd made up his mind. No matter what happened, even if that boy died right in front of him, he would not step in to save him. That was the pride of a medical special jonin. Kid you. Jiraiya finally managed to squeeze his way in, clutching his chest as he tried to intervene. But the moment he caught Jin's gaze, he fell silent. That was a cold, chilling look. Sigh. Fine, if this fails, I'll just have Gamakoshi carry him over. But just as he was brooding, a sudden commotion erupted at the front. Cries of surprise broke out, drawing everyone's attention in an instant. Jiraiya quickly looked up. He saw, right then and there, a surge of crimson chakra suddenly flare up in Uchiha Jin's hands. That's tailed beast chakra. What on earth is that Uchiha kid trying to do? The same question flashed through everyone's mind. Oomph, just putting on a show. The medical squad leader slowly turned around. Though his arms were still crossed, his focus was now entirely on Jean. He was curious, after all, besides their own medical team and the hospital staff. Who else could possibly treat someone with limitless burns like this? Could it be? Jiraiya's eyes suddenly lit up. A certain rumor he'd once heard sprang to mind. Back then, he dismissed it as a joke. What is it, Lord Jiraiya? Did you think of something? Beside him, Shikaku whispered the question. Jiraiya nodded, though he sounded unsure. When I traveled across the ninja world, I once heard a rumor that the chakra of the tailed beasts isn't just destructive. It also possesses remarkable healing powers. But that's only a rumor. After all these years, no one's ever confirmed it. At this point, he fell silent. Shikaku, standing beside him, also grew quiet. The same huge question mark flashed through both their minds. Could it really be? A soft chuckle slipped out. In the next instant, a cloak of crimson chakra flowed from Jin's palm, spreading gently over the injured Naruto. It draped across his body like a vibrant red and gold mantle, shielding him from harm. Unlike the previous tailed beast chakra, which had always radiated malice and destruction, this one was different. Instead, it carried a subtle warmth. Just looking at it, you could almost feel its soothing presence. This chakra, is it really possible? No, impossible. He's a combat ninja. How could he possess healing abilities too? The medical team captain's face darkened, her arms wrapping tightly around herself as her hands clenched in disbelief. She gripped her arms so hard, her knuckles turned white. A soft, repeated gasp escaped her lips. Almost immediately, wrapped in this gentle chakra, the skin on Naruto's body, burned and ruined, began to regenerate. It was like watching bamboo shoots spring up after the rain, growing rapidly and persistently. The patches of dead skin that still lingered were peeled away by this new force. In less than 3 minutes, Naruto, who moments ago had been battered beyond recognition, now looked completely transformed. His whole being seemed to glow with renewed vitality, fresh and unblemished. Whoa, is he really healed already? Nearby, 2 assistants couldn't hold back their amazement, their voices full of awe. Their eyes widened, pupils dilating in shock. And it wasn't just them. Shikaku and the others were utterly stunned as well. In their hearts, only one thought echoed. So he really can do it. Crash. Thud. Meanwhile, far away in the heart of the village at the Sarutobi compound, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, watched as the rampaging Naruto was subdued with ease, not even a single building damaged. His face darkened with anger. With a swift sweep of his arm, he knocked his pipe and other items from the table to the floor. Damn it, where did that brat from the Uchiha clan even come from? He's not just a master of ninjutsu, ocular jutsu, space-time techniques, and sealing arts. Now he's got power like the Nine Tails, too. Who are you, really? Were you after my leaf village? He glared at the lone crystal ball still sitting on the table, his eyes cold and menacing. But soon as he heard Jean declare, "I do as I please," the old man couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! One arrogant brat. Does he really think the entire medical corps is just for show? Slowly, he stooped to pick up his pipe from the floor, lit it, and took a deep drag. A look of utter disdain settled on his face. I put a lot of effort into training those medical teams, you know? They really insisted on doing it themselves, instead of letting the others handle it. I'd like to see just what face you'll have left to show in Konoha if the Jinchuriki dies because of your foolishness. As this thought crossed his mind, the old man with graying hair let slip a mischievous grin that seemed entirely out of place for someone his age. It was the kind of smile that made you think, not that old men turn bad, but that bad people simply grow old. 3 minutes passed. Bang! Crack! After being slammed on the table several times, the old smoking pipe finally gave in and split apart, snapping right down the middle. The third Hokage's aged eyes widened as much as they possibly could. Even the deep wrinkles on his forehead seemed to smooth out a little. He's healed. Is he really that good at healing? Not only was Uchiha Jin a formidable fighter, but he also possessed extraordinary healing abilities. This revelation made Shikamaru's furrowed brow gradually relax. There's nothing more delightful than realizing your boss is a jack of all trades. And if there is, perhaps it's that the boss is also willing to share power. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Haichi, standing hesitantly to the side, wore an expression so complicated it was impossible to decipher. Shock crashed through his heart in wave after wave. Inconceivable, unbelievable, absolutely astonishing. And right on the heels of that, fear. So close. He had come so very close to making the same choice as Abiram Sherwi. Just one step further, and the Yamanaka clan might have become nothing more than a footnote in Konoha's history. At this moment, as he glanced at Nara Shikaku, his eyes brimmed with gratitude and respect. Thank goodness he had followed the advice of the brains of the clan back then. Clatter. From the corner of the room, the medical team captain's tools slipped from his hands and hit the ground. But he didn't seem to notice at all, staring straight ahead in a daze. Staring at Naruto, whose skin was now perfectly healed. His broad face was filled with utter disbelief. How could this be? He gritted his teeth, forcing each word through clenched jaws. He couldn't believe it. He simply refused to believe it. How could a combat-type shinobi possibly have such powerful healing skills? Why him? In that instant, his entire worldview collapsed. All his pride was trampled deep into the dirt. And now, dread swept over him. He was terrified of what Jin might do to him next. Thud, thud, thud. Before long, the sound of Jin's footsteps approached, cutting sharply through the noisy crowd. Yet to him, each step rang out loud and clear. Thump! The captain's heart pounded wildly, and beads of sweat as large as peas began to slide down his forehead, dripping past his brow and catching in his eyelashes, stinging his eyes. A sharp, biting pain exploded in his sockets, making them burn in water in an instant. But he didn't dare make a single move. He couldn't even rub his eyes. Like a lamb awaiting judgment, he stood there in silent anticipation. In that moment, he had never felt time crawl so slowly. Behind him, the head of the Akimichi clan began to plead for mercy. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Nara Shikaku intervened. Shikaku shook his head, signaling for silence. Let's wait and see. But the medical corps is an irreplaceable and precious resource for Konoha. Akimichi hesitated but couldn't help but whisper. Medical ninja are highly valued and protected in any shinobi village. In fact, they're a strategic asset. No matter how powerful the village, Konoha included, this held true. Especially for the Akimichi clan, who often got injured due to their unique expansion jutsu. You could say their lives depended on these medical ninja. He truly feared that if Jin lost his temper, he'd be killed on the spot. Yet faced with Shikaku's restraint, he had no choice but to stand quietly, despite his unease. Before long, Jin's voice rang out. See, didn't I say I could handle it? He stepped forward, one foot over the other, seeming to float effortlessly as he stood before the squad leader. With a weighty hand, he patted the captain's shoulder. Young Naruto's external wounds are healed. I'll leave the nutrition and aftercare to you. Then he turned and walked away. He had no intention of killing anyone. After all, people who stand at the top of their field inevitably have their own pride. He couldn't just kill everyone who dared oppose him. Could he? Even the Two-Tails Jinchuriki managed to endure Wei Zhang's relentless criticism back then. So why wouldn't he? Of course, Jin's real goal was simply to shatter these elite talents' arrogance. To make them see themselves more clearly. Phew, I'm actually still alive. The medical squad leader's face, once ghostly pale, began to regain some color. His back was drenched with cold sweat. A moment ago, he truly thought he was about to visit the land of the dead. Then he looked up, staring at Jin's receding figure, his expression complicated. After a long pause, a faint smile broke through. He waved to those behind him. Come on, let's get this kid to the medical unit. His steps felt much lighter. With the matter resolved, everyone else gradually dispersed as well. Soon, only a few people remained in the dense forest. Shikamaru and his two companions, along with Fugaku, all turned their attention toward Jiraiya. The atmosphere stiffened once more. Taking a deep breath, he asked coldly, Lord Jiraiya, may I ask, what brings you back to the village? Me? Jiraiya pointed to himself, the corner of his mouth twitching a bit. Ahem, if I said I only came back to gather some material, would you believe me? Gather material? Fugaku, Shikamaru, Choza Akimichi, and Inoichi Yamanaka closed in around Jiraiya, forming a loose encirclement. Their expressions were inscrutable. For these four, who had grown up listening to tales of the legendary Sannin and graduated with those stories ringing in their ears, this moment was nothing short of solemn. Fugaku's Sharingan, in particular, flared crimson once more. As for Shikaku, since recognizing Jin's new leadership, he had thrown his full support behind him, without reservation. If he had chosen his side, he wanted to see for himself what changes would come to Konoha under this new regime. On the other side, Jiraiya's easygoing, jovial expression gradually soured. Everyone's reactions were far beyond his expectations. He hadn't thought that upon returning to Konoha, he wouldn't be greeted with open arms. Instead, he found himself blocked at the village gate. Who could he possibly complain to about this? Should he appeal to his own teacher, the third Hokage? But the third, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, was hardly in a position to help himself now. Jiraiya shook his head and sighed, Step aside. The four of you are no match for me. We might not be a match, but we still have to try. Fugaku's eyes turned cold, and just as he prepared to make his move, a sudden commotion arose behind him. Footsteps echoed rapidly. Instinctively, he glanced back, his face freezing in surprise. Elder 2. Chief. The matter the young chief asked me to investigate. The embezzlement of the inheritance. I've found it. All of the 4th Hokage's assets were laundered by the Shimura and Koharu families under the guise of guardianship, then distributed as funds within their clans. In just 2 short sentences, the entire atmosphere shifted again. The 4th's inheritance. Money laundering. These 2 words alone made everyone's eyes widen in shock. For a long moment, they could only stare in disbelief, murmuring to themselves. Someone actually dared to embezzle the 4th Hokage's inheritance. No wonder that little Naruto kid could barely get enough to eat. The Koharu and Shimura families, huh? Looks like it's time we pay them a visit. They muttered among themselves, and Jiraiya, noticing this, slowly lowered his raised hand. What did this mean? If nothing had changed, wasn't the 4th supposed to be his own student? The previous child of prophecy, too? So, after Minato's death, even his inheritance wasn't protected? Jiraiya fell silent. He stood there, watching as the medics carried Naruto's small figure away. A tangled surge of emotions welled up inside him, indescribable, bittersweet, and tinged with pity. Are you curious how the great Hokage couldn't even safeguard his own inheritance? Just then, Jin's voice drifted over from the left. Jiraiya followed his gaze. Jin's voice came softly. In truth, right up until his final moments, the 4th Hokage firmly believed that with the 3rd, Yu, and Kakashi around, his child would never have to suffer. So, he would rather sacrifice his life to split the 9 tails in 2, all for the sake of making it easier for Naruto to become a Jinchuriki, and to help the village accept this child more readily. Yet who could have imagined that the orphan of the hero would end up being seen as a demon fox? A sharp, cracking sound echoed. This statement struck Jiraiya's heart like a sledgehammer, hitting him with merciless force. His mind went blank for a moment. He even forgot why he had returned this time. He drew a deep, shaky breath, and another, until at last he regained his composure. Turning, he faced the Uchiha youth beside him and asked in a calm, steady voice, "So, how do you plan to handle this?" He was asking about the usurped inheritance. What belongs to whom should be returned. Some families have taken what they should not have, and now they'll have to give it back. This time, Jin's gaze seemed to reach across miles, settling on the Shimura and Yamanaka clans. After this, I'll establish a legacy foundation with a dedicated department for management and oversight. The funds will be distributed on schedule. Perhaps a larger village and more inheritance would invite all sorts of corruption. But with the foundation's name standing as a guarantee, those orphans would always get what was rightfully theirs. A long breath swept through the air, but this time, the wind carried no chill. Only clarity. Jiraiya's shaken heart gradually found peace. Suddenly, he turned, looking at Jin as he asked, "Would you allow me to observe?" His voice was soft, tinged with a trace of request. Hearing this, Jin's lips curled ever so slightly. Of course. He wasn't afraid of being watched. He feared only being ignored. The rifts between the 3rd Hokage and his 3 disciples had long existed. Handled well, perhaps 3 different kinds of powerful talent could emerge from them. Medical expertise, intelligence, technology. Besides, he did owe something to young Naruto. If a debt must be repaid, it couldn't be done by teaching him personally, could it? Of course, Jin would never admit he was just looking to refresh his skill tags again 7 days later. The cooldown for the dead was a year, far too long. But for the living, it was only 7 days per person. If he could unlock several new sage modes, Jin thought his stamina might never be an issue again. And most importantly, he was curious to see what would happen if he merged the 3 great sage techniques into one. While he pondered, Jiraiya suddenly spoke again. "Do you know the Hidden Rain Village?" The question came out of nowhere, without warning. Jin was caught off guard. The Hidden Rain Village? Yes, a country shrouded in rain year-round. It was also one of the sparks that ignited the Second Great Ninja War. Jiraiya's words hung in the air. Jin said nothing, simply waiting in silence. Jiraiya continued. "Lately, I discovered that the leader of the Hidden Rain Village seems to have changed." Changing personnel? That's right. It appears to be the leader of some mysterious organization. Jiraiya nodded. At this point, he glanced hesitantly at Jin, his eyes betraying a trace of uncertainty. "And near that village, I came across a strange man, pale all over. He didn't look quite normal. There was more he left unsaid. He wanted to invite Jin to go with him. Originally, by his own plan, he would only observe such matters from the sidelines. Unless things turned truly dire, he wouldn't intervene directly. Moreover, in the village hidden by rain, information was always scarce. The endless rain made it nearly impossible to gather any intelligence. If he rushed in recklessly, Jiraiya couldn't guarantee he'd make it out unharmed. But now, after witnessing Jin's abilities, a thought that had long been buried deep inside him suddenly surfaced. And once it did, there was no stopping it. Uchiha Jin's strength, especially that mysterious space-time ninjutsu. Such a power was nothing short of miraculous for gathering intelligence. And with the reverse summoning technique, the two of them would have no reason to worry. This way, not only could he take the kid out of Konoha, preventing further trouble, but he could also be sure they'd both return safely from the hidden rain. Across from him, Jin's expression had been calm from the start, but within, ripples were already spreading through his mind. I didn't expect Jiraiya's intel to reach the Akatsuki so quickly. And that pale, ghostly man, he must be Zetsu, the will of the Akatsuki, the Sarutobi clan, inside the third Hokage's chambers. The crystal ball before him had long since lost its glow. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, sat in the darkness, unmoving, surrounded by utter gloom. The pipe between his lips had burned out on its own, untouched. The tobacco had grown cold and gray. The last scene reflected in the crystal ball lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. He exhaled slowly, trying to take a deep breath, but the air felt like shards of ice filling his lungs. Chilled to the bone. The heaviness that had built in his chest didn't dissipate with the breath, it only pressed down on him all the more. The wrinkles etched across his face deepened, gathering together. At a glance, it was as if a face had formed within the folds. His eyes were almost lost among the creases. Uchiha Jin, the power you've shown me, was that the whole of it, or just a part? What lay behind those crimson eyes, he could no longer discern. Snuffing out a tailed beast bomb with one hand. Space-time ninjutsu, the power of the nine tails. Adamantine sealing chains. Healing abilities. Just how many of these powers did Jin truly command? He let out a long, weary sigh, closing his eyes and slumping against the back of his chair. Outside the window, the last scattered lights of Konoha village flickered in the night. Their glow pricked at his eyelids, stinging. This time, it seemed he truly had nowhere left to retreat. Let's hope Jiraiya can surprise me somehow. I'm not going. Jin's voice was crisp and clear, without a trace of hesitation. Did they really think they could invite him along without offering anything in return? Did they mistake him for someone like Naruto, that soft-hearted saint? So even as he refused, there was a hint of a smile at the corner of his eyes as he looked at Jiraiya. He showed no intention of turning away or leaving. This scene did not escape Jiraiya's notice. How could he not get the hint? Immediately, Jiraiya leaned in and whispered, "Don't worry, the benefits are huge." As he spoke, he patted his own chest, flashing a smile full of confidence. And what might those be? Jin's single question instantly brought him back down to earth. What exactly? The smile on Jiraiya's lips faltered for a moment. His grand invitation, so full of promise just seconds ago, now felt like a pebble tossed into a calm lake. It caused only the faintest ripple, and nothing more. Seeing this, Uchiha Jin's eyes twinkled with amusement. He made a suggestion. How about this? I'll go with you for a while, and in return, you'll come with me for a while. What do you say? Jiraiya's eyes lit up instantly, and he agreed at once. No problem. Jin nodded, but didn't say where he intended to go. After all, at this stage, the only person he was really looking for was Orochimaru. Right now, Jin wasn't sure. Had Orochimaru already defected from the Akatsuki, or not yet? He simply didn't know. All of this would only become clear once they reached the Hidden Rain Village. That village, often called the Land of Tears, was no ordinary ninja stronghold. It was not just the base of the Akatsuki, nor simply the territory of Nagato and Konan. Most important of all, it was where Tobi could be found. Or rather, at this moment, the place where Tobi still masqueraded under the name of Uchiha Madara, deceiving everyone. That was the perfect place for Jin to copy some new abilities. And if he could even track down the dead Madara's body and get his hands on it for a moment or two, he didn't dare let himself imagine it. Jin simply couldn't let his mind wander that far. Since coming here, he hadn't set foot outside the courtyard, so having Jiraiya volunteer to lead the way was actually quite convenient. He tilted his head and looked at Jiraiya, feigning curiosity as he asked, "Oh, the country where it rains all year round. Sounds pretty damp. I bet there are all sorts of fungi growing everywhere, huh?" Jiraiya fell silent. The corner of his mouth twitched in disbelief. This Uchiha kid's focus was surprisingly peculiar. And what a jarring change of subject. He took a deep breath, forcing down the urge to complain, and replied with a serious expression. It's not just damp. The atmosphere there, it's downright unsettling. I've lingered on the outskirts before, and even the rain falling on my body gave me the eerie sense that I was being watched. It's as if what's falling isn't rain at all, but countless hidden eyes peering out from every drop. At that, he paused for a moment. His expression, rarely, took on a grave seriousness. And that ghastly pale fellow who doesn't look human at all. He seems to be spying on the hidden rain village. Or perhaps he's guarding something. Hearing this, Jean understood instantly. Who could that be? Apart from White Zetsu, that dung-loving oddball, who else could it possibly be? As Kagaya Otsutsuki's living weapon, an intelligence expert, and a creature who scatters spores everywhere, White Zetsu was perfectly suited to act as a scout. From this perspective, it seemed Obito's control over the hidden rain village was even tighter than Jean had imagined. Perhaps even Nagato and Conan had never realized this. Right under their noses, Obito had managed such a level of dominance. When the two finished speaking, a heavy silence settled between them. Meanwhile, the members of the Konoha Finance Committee behind them each had their own reactions. Fugaku's brow was deeply furrowed as he said in a low voice, Jean, the Hidden Rain Village is Hanzo's territory. He's known as a demigod. With the current situation so unclear, if you go there now, it's far too dangerous. These words came straight from his heart. As a father, he couldn't bear for Jean to rush headlong into danger so recklessly. What's more, at this moment, the Uchiha clan already regarded Jean as their pillar. If he were to leave, the morale of the Uchiha would be shaken. When Fugaku finished, Narashikaku pondered for a moment, then added, Lord Jean, Konoha's internal affairs have only just begun to unfold. From auditing the finances, to rooting out corruption, to managing inheritance allocations, all these matters require your steady hand. If you leave now, I fear. Yes, exactly. I think so too. Beside him, Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi chose and nodded emphatically in agreement. Reform was only just beginning to show promise. And now, the leader wanted to depart. If anything went awry in his absence, who would keep things in check? Instinctively, they didn't want Jean to leave. All these reactions did not escape Jiraiya's notice, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion deep inside. He hadn't expected Jean to command such respect in these people's eyes. His influence had already reached such heights. So, Sensei Sarutobi, what exactly have you been doing all these years? A question surfaced in his mind. Though his loyalty to the third Hokage remained, something inside him had quietly shifted. Nearby, Jean looked at everyone and shook his head with a faint, reassuring smile. With you all here, Konoha won't descend into chaos. His voice was not loud, and even carried a hint of solemnity. Shikaku, I'm entrusting the Finance Committee to your care. The ledger diagrams are in your hands as well. While I'm away, investigate what needs investigating. Arrest whoever needs arresting. Kill whoever needs killing. If you run into any thorny problems, seek help from my father or the Hyuga clan, don't hesitate. At this point, a rare trace of menace crept into his tone. After all, what reform ever succeeded without bloodshed? Upon hearing this, Roku's body trembled. He bowed deeply and said, Yes, I understand. Father, Jean then turned to Fugaku. If anyone dares to defy the clan's collaboration with the police force to root out traitors, just kill them. Just kill them. Fugaku's heart skipped a beat. For the first time, he realized how intense his second son's killing intent truly was. At this moment, as he gazed into his son's fathomless eyes, he instinctively averted his gaze, unable to meet them directly. Don't worry. Leave it to me. As for Clan Head High and Clan Head Ding, Jin's eyes swept over the two men. Immediately, both men straightened up, their backs ramrod straight. They stood like soldiers awaiting inspection, eager to prove themselves. With the intelligence gathering of the Yamanaka clan and the logistic support of the Akimichi clan, do your utmost to assist clan heads Roku and Fugaku. It's been 6 years. 6 years since the end of the third Great Ninja War. It's time for the machine that is Konoha to start running at full speed again. Yes, the two men replied in unison, not a trace of hesitation left in their voices. With the arrangements made, Jean finally turned to Jiraiya. On that still somewhat boyish face, a rare, playful smile appeared. Hidden Rain Village, is it? I've been looking forward to this for a long time. I've been looking forward to it for a long time myself, Jiraiya replied, rubbing the back of his head, letting out a sigh of relief. No matter what, at last they had agreed. With this, he felt all the more confident about gathering intelligence on the Hidden Rain Village. After a brief pause, he added, Then let's get ready. We'll set out at first light tomorrow. With those words, he turned and left. After so many years away, there were things and people he needed to revisit. Behind him, Jean silently watched Jiraiya's departing figure, a spark of excitement flickering in his eyes. Hidden Rain Village, the Six Paths of Pain, the Rinnegan, and that shadowy figure lurking behind all. Obito. One, an early-stage boss. The other, a tool for the endgame. He was genuinely eager to find out which was more formidable, Shinra Tensei or the repulsive force he could generate within 3 feet of himself. With that thought, he turned and gave a few more instructions, then slipped away toward the clan's compound. Konoha, as it was now, wasn't likely to fall into chaos. But just in case, he decided to add another layer of security. Soon after, at the edge of the Uchiha compound, in a small, shadowy wooden cabin, the door creaked open. At the threshold sat a young man in a wheelchair, wrapped in bandages, quietly awaiting. It was as if he had known all along that someone would visit today. Hearing the sound at the door, he lifted his head. A trace of sunshine broke through his usually reserved brows. "You're here," he said softly. Jean nodded, unsurprised that Shui had anticipated his visit. After all, in the original story, he was one of the 2 geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Instead of saying anything, Heir Juzi ran off, but when it came to Shui, he had always shown extraordinary talent and intelligence. It was just his emotional intelligence that left much to be desired. Yet what Shui said next caught him completely off guard. "Are you leaving? You figured that out. With all that commotion outside, there's no way I couldn't hear it. Hear it? Why wouldn't you go and see for yourself?" At these words, Shui gave a wry smile. He wanted to go, but right now his legs were crippled. Even his eyesight seemed to be failing him, leaving him no choice but to stay put. But as he gave that bitter smile, a sudden warmth spread across his hand. "What's this?" He paused, just about to speak when he suddenly stopped. That warmth, spreading from his palm, began to engulf his entire body. Had he opened his eyes, he would have seen himself bathed in a glowing, vibrant green light. It was the healing power from 3 feet in front of him. Enhanced by the Tailed Beast Cloak, it wrapped him up completely. Tailed Beast Cloak plus the 3-foot healing aura. A double layer of protection. Haha. I won't say this power can bring the dead back to life, but using it to heal your mind shouldn't be a problem. Jean grinned, glancing at Shusui's head. Unbidden, a memory surfaced. A tiny version of Sarutobi Mirai. And so, almost subconsciously, during the healing, he murmured, "Shui, will you really protect the future?" "I will." Shui nodded, lifting his gaze to the blurred figure before him, and silently added in his heart, "If that future includes you." 10 minutes later, "I'm healed." Shui was dumbstruck. He stared down his legs, eyes wide in disbelief. His jaw dropped so far, it looked like he could eat 2 things at once. He honestly never expected that the injuries he'd suffered would actually disappear, just like that. But more than that, he blinked his right eye, and the world before him sharpened into focus. A tidal wave of emotion swept through his heart. Not only had his legs been healed, but the right eye he'd lost had grown back. He'd given his other eye to Itachi. In these past few days, he'd been living with just one. Soon, though, Shui sensed something odd. He could see clearly now, but there was a strange sense of rejection. This eye, he pressed lightly against it, realization dawning. "I took that one from Danzo," Jean said with a shrug, unconcerned. "There's a good chance it belonged to your ancestor, Uchiha Kagami." Thud. Ancestor? Uchiha Kagami? Shusui's hand froze over his eye, the revelation stunning him into silence for several long seconds before he finally relaxed. After a moment, Jean patted him on the shoulder and said, "All right, once you've adjusted, come with me. I've got 2 new teammates to introduce to you." "New teammates?" Shui narrowed his eyes and followed them outside. Before long, in another guest room within the Uchiha compound, the figures of the 2 youngsters gradually became clear. As Shui caught sight of Sai, whose skin was pale and whose features were strikingly handsome, his eyes instinctively narrowed even further. Especially when he noticed the strange look in Sai's eyes as he gazed at Jean, Shui couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. There was something off about this child. "Jean, who are they?" "Big brother, who is he?" Shui and Sai spoke almost at the same time, and there was a faintly unfriendly undertone in both their voices. Jean was left a little bewildered by their reaction. What's going on here? Why does it feel like they're about to clash the moment they meet? There was never any mention in the original story about Sai and Shui being at odds, was there? But, after all, with the sunny and cheerful disciple here, even if under a certain someone's influence, there was a hint of him turning into a gloomy, possessive sort. Still, Shui quickly suppressed the emotions in his heart. He lifted the corners of his mouth in a practiced smile, reached out his hand, and said with a perfectly polite, if insincere smile, "Hello. I'm Uchiha Shursui. From now on, I'll be the one taking care of you. A fake smile, huh? Seeing this, Sai took a deep breath or two. When it came to fake smiles, he considered himself second to none. He narrowed his eyes ever so slightly, curved his lips, and flashed an even brighter, more textbook-perfect fake smile as he shook hands. Hello, Uncle Shursui. My name is Uchiha Sai. Gene, huh? When did Sai start using the Uchiha surname? Shursui, wait, what? Since when did I become uncle? And so, this odd trio, one adult and two children, was formed. With Shursui in charge, Gene no longer worried about Sai straying down the wrong path. He waved his hand, leaving the three to get to know each other. As for himself, he slowly climbed up to sit on the courtyard wall outside the clan leader's residence. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, his heart felt utterly peaceful. Tomorrow, they would set out toward the Hidden Rain village. It was finally time to witness, early in the story, the true heights of power in the world of Naruto. The next day, as dawn broke and a faint light crept over the sky, Gene slowly woke atop the wall to the soft chime of the system. He turned back for a final glance. He looked upon the place where he had lived for so many years. Perhaps it was the freshness of morning, or perhaps it was the triumph in Konoha's recent struggles. At this moment, the Uchiha compound was filled with peace. Gone was the tense, foreboding air, replaced by a gentle calm. Now and then, a few children, up at the crack of dawn, would dart off to the bathroom before scurrying quickly back, tumbling onto the floor to chase their dreams with eyes closed once more. For some reason, as he took in this scene, 3 words floated into Jin's mind. How wonderful this is. This peacefulness was how ordinary people were meant to live. At that moment, the sound of wooden sandals landing softly on earth. Not far away, a tall, white-haired man and Geta jumped down from tree. Catching sight of the deep shadows beneath the man's eyes, Jin couldn't help but glance at him askance. Did he go out looking for a fight? But thinking carefully, in the current Hidden Leaf village, there are barely a handful of people who could actually go toe-to-toe with Jiraiya, aren't there? And yet, he came back with his face all bruised and swollen. Unless Jiraiya didn't fight back. He didn't fight back. At this realization, Jin's eyes suddenly brightened. Looking across the whole of the leaf, there seemed to be only one thing that could make Jiraiya hold back his punches. He raised an eyebrow and asked directly, Jiraiya, when you came back to the village last night, were you really out looking for someone? Ahem, ahem. Hearing this, Jiraiya coughed awkwardly, clearly flustered. It was all for the sake of art. He quickly changed the subject. Come on, let's go. The weather is nice and cool right now. Jin nodded, choosing not to expose the embarrassing predicament of this single, lonely old man. He simply followed in silence. The soft rustle of footsteps faded away. Soon, the 2 figures vanished into the outskirts of the leaf. Several days later, at the border of the Land of Rain, deep within a dense forest, 2 figures darted swiftly between the trees. Up ahead, Jiraiya would occasionally glance back at the young man behind him out of the corner of his eye. His breathing was becoming a little ragged, but what was truly unsettled was his mind. To think, at his age, he has such stamina. Days on end, racing at full speed. Even for a veteran shinobi like him, one of the legendary Sannin, renowned throughout the ninja world, his breath was starting to falter. If he kept running like this, it would be hard to maintain their current pace. Yet behind him, Jin didn't even show the slightest change in his breathing. What was even more aggravating was how the kid would sometimes stop dead in his tracks and vanish, only to reappear behind him a little while later. It even made Jiraiya start to wonder if Uchiha Jin thought he was too slow and stopped to amuse himself along the way. A sudden crash of thunder split the air overhead. As they drew closer to the Hidden Rain village, the sky above grew ever more oppressive. Sheets of steady rain poured down like a gray curtain, draping over everything. It shrouded the whole Land of Rain. Not only was the air thick and sticky with humidity, but there was also a faint, strange scent of iron lingering in it. Do you feel it? Jiraiya lowered his voice, wiping rain from his face, his expression grave. There's something odd about this rain. It seems to be infused with the faintest trace of chakra. Jin didn't reply, only gave a soft ahem. The reason he vanished from time to time along the way was simply to mark the flying thunder god seals. If one could share his vision, they would see that the map in his eyes was spreading a dense patch of green, extending into a single green line. For hundreds of miles, that massive green marked the territory of the leaf. And this thin green line was naturally the route they'd taken all the way to the Land of Rain. Especially, Jin slowly activated his Byakugan, allowing him to see with perfect clarity the flow of chakra within every raindrop for a radius of 2 kilometers. Within this endless, gentle rain, countless faint, almost imperceptible threads of chakra were interwoven. High above, they formed a web in the sky, slowly drifting downward. All information beneath this rain was being ceaselessly transmitted deep into the heart of the hidden rain village. As I thought, it's Payne's rain tiger at will technique. With a subtle thought, he began to scatter purple, nano-sized poisonous insects along the way. There weren't many, but they melted into the curtain of rain with supreme stealth. These were the extensions of his eyes and ears. Suddenly, just as he'd set his surveillance in motion, Jin's steps came to a sudden, silent halt. Jiraiya instantly grew alert. "What is it? Let's take a break," Jin replied offhandedly, leaning against the base of a tree. But his gaze was fixed only on the system notification before him. A new message had just appeared. Ding! 6 days have passed. Congratulations, host. You have received an epic enhancement point +1. This can be used to enhance any epic level or lower trait. An enhancement point for traits. More specifically, it was a special enhancement point generated by his unique smooth sailing trait. It was the sound of this notification that made Jin instinctively pause and check his status. So, for now, I can only enhance purple and lower tier traits. He hesitated for a moment, then turned to his personal stats. Chakra, 3,591,015. Traits, 1,000 Years of Death, black, golden body of light, rainbow, faint presence, rainbow, smooth sailing, rainbow, 3 feet ahead, gold. Tailed beast cloak, purple, Mount Myabuko toad contract, purple, phantom flash technique, purple, Mangekyo Sharingan, purple, Byakugan, purple, adamantine ceiling chains, fragment, purple, cloud flow technique, purple, mind body switch technique, purple, phantom vanish, purple. Unconsciously, he had accumulated a collection of golden traits that others could only dream of. Even Kaga-level powerhouses might only possess 1 or 2 golden traits, but Jin could hardly keep track of his anymore. Of course, his main focus remained on his purple traits. In the end, his gaze settled on Phantom Vanish. It was a trait he'd been honing since his agile days 6 years ago. That ghostly speed had been invaluable to him. And here, in unfamiliar territory, the importance of speed could not be overstated. System, assign the point, enhance Phantom Vanish, purple. Ding. Enhancement in progress. Congratulations, host. Phantom Vanish has evolved into the legendary trait. Phase Rush. Body flexibility, 100%, 200%, speed, 100%, 200%, reaction plus 50%. Additional effect. Instantly teleport a short distance up to 3 times, leaving behind 3 afterimages at the original locations. Activate again to return to any of the 3 afterimages, detonating the other 2. Seeing this prompt, Jin's mind went momentarily blank. Isn't this basically the dragon slash combined with the phantom body technique? Only, this one is even faster. And it seems the range is a bit smaller. He grinned, and under Jiraiya's wide-eyed, speechless stare, he unleashed the technique without hesitation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a heartbeat, 3 streaks of violet-blue afterimages shot forth. Zulfast. Jiraiya rubbed his eyes hard, his pupils so wide they seemed ready to pop out. This speed was beyond anything he'd ever seen. Even that muscle-bound guy, famed as the fastest in the ninja world, probably couldn't keep up with this. And these 3 left behind, are they clones? But something about them feels off. Maybe you'd have to get up close to tell the difference. He muttered to himself, his habit of gathering intelligence kicking in as he instinctively reached out to touch one. Then, boom, boom, boom. Dazzling fireworks often burst forth in the simplest of ways, erupting with a thunderous crash. Damn it! Jiraiya's face twisted in alarm. Relying on his elite ninja reflexes, he leapt back in a flash. But not fast enough to avoid ending up with a head full of singed, blackened hair. You. He frowned, about to speak, but his gaze suddenly froze. Across from him, a huge tree was slowly collapsing in the aftermath of the blasts. Behind it emerged a bizarre figure, deathly pale, utterly naked, both strange and unsettling. The creature had been crouched on the ground, noisily feasting on the body of another monstrous being. Slowly, it turned its head. At the corner of its mouth, orange-yellow smears stained its lips.